Welcome, everybody, to day number 4 of the regional qualifiers for TI-11 NA region. Sunsfin here with Cinderin. We got some lower bracket matches today. Cinderman, how are you?
We do. I'm good, Shannon. I've got some good rest. I don't know about you. I don't know if you're getting a little bit more accustomed to the change in time for you, but
It's daylight. I'm allergic to it.
oh, spicy. All right. Well, not about you, about the draft.
I was gonna say,
not really spicy.
you can
that
see
you're
that we
allergic
are
to
doing
daylight,
wild card versus dog champ first here in the lower bracket, followed by 5RF versus KB.US, and then the huge match today, Sonics versus Nouns in the upper bracket finals. That is going to be super hype. And then obviously we don't know who's going to be playing for that fourth series because it's going to be the winner of the first two.
Yep.
So we do have this first match though, and we're actually already in the draft, so we might as well get in there. It's Dog Champ versus Wildcard game number 1. Last time we cast Dog Champ, there was a disconnect. I think it was RCY, if I'm not mistaken, Cinderin. And they lost the game and
yes, that is
the
correct.
series.
Yeah.
But so far, we have the Omni Dawnbreaker opening from Dog Champ. Wildcard counters with the Chen Troll. A lot of heal. 4 out of the 4 heroes do have heals, Cinderin.
That's true. AA is looking like a potential pickup for either side here, really. We'll see if it gets a ban. I suppose Wildcard are not likely to pick it together with Chen, and I guess Dog Champ, I don't know about with Omni, so maybe not actually, because you already have the healing supports on both sides. Not really the best pairings for a support AA, which is the role it gets played in almost exclusively. So, yeah, should catch up a little bit. You said we watched Dog Champ the other day and RCY DC'd and they lost. They did 2-0 Alpha in the lower bracket though, so that was one of the matches yesterday that Cap and SVG covered. Whereas we saw Wildcard losing 2-1 against Nouns in a very exciting series, especially Game 3 was kind of crazy. I will say, based on what we've seen from both teams, you would consider Wildcard a pretty heavy favorite today. I think anything aside from a 2-0 for them is probably an upset for me. But we'll see. We'll see what
Really?
Dog Champ brings to the table.
I don't know if 2-1 can be considered an upset. I mean, I'm sure Wildcard will be upset about it, Cinderin.
Yeah.
An upset requires a full series loss.
Okay. Fair enough. It would be surprising to me. Let's not call it an upset unless they lose. Fair enough. But yeah, they're going to grab the Troll here, Wildcard. It was a hero they were running a lot yesterday with, I would say, pretty good success, except one game where Eve kind of dropped the ball and died too much early on. The Troll was good for them. They're picking it into Omni, so you can consider going for Aghanims for the Purge on Whirling Axes, and the lane matchup against Dawnbreaker is also pretty damn good for Troll. He's one of the strongest just overall laning presence carries you can have in this patch, and Dawn is one of her biggest assets as being amazing in lane, so counters that aspect of it really nicely. So I think Wildcard are happy with what they've got so far.
I can't believe you mentioned Troll Ags before me. How is that even possible, bro? Have I just conditioned you to think about it every game?
I only think about it against Omni.
Only Omni, okay.
Pretty much. I don't think there's many other heroes you really want to buy it against, because then you get value out of yours, just out of buying stat items or getting...
Here's the real question. Can you dispel luminosity stacks?
No.
You should be able to dispel them... Wait, it doesn't add to you, right? No, it does. Wait, no, it's not like Jingu.
It's
Jingu,
on Dawn herself.
Jingu you can dispel from yourself, but not from Monkey King, I think. Or it's vice versa.
No, Jingu you can dispel from Monkey King after he has activated it, but Luminosity works differently, right? On Monkey King you hit 4 times, and then you have Jingu as a buff on top of yourself that has a finite number of attacks. On Dawn, every 4th hit is just an automatic crit, and the stack counter is not one that is a buff that's placed on you, it's just an inherent, internal thing that's running. You can see how far Dawn is from getting a crit, but you can't stop her. Or I think only she can see it herself, actually.
It's like Slardar Bash, right? No, I assume
exactly.
You can click on her. I mean, because you can click on Slardar to see how many bash charges he has.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you can see it on Dawn as well. It's not really something you're paying a lot of attention to in general, but you can't counter it anyway. You can't dispel it, so...
Either way,
with Slardar.
Second phase bans Timber Saw, Shadow Demon, and Clockwork for our Dog Champ side. On the other side for Wildcard, Bristle Alk Bat, And now we have an
Yep.
opening of a Marcy, who somehow makes it to the second phase, where she has been pretty consistently, I mean, I would say banned occasionally, but mostly picked up in the first phase. We're going to see a tiny Shadow Friend. Wow, we actually did see this from them. Shadow
Yep.
Fiend Troll combo.
Banning out the Bristle plus Alk made me wonder if they were going to run an offlaner with some sort of summons in lane like Nature's Prophet or Visage, something like that, but not so far. I guess it's just targeted bans at Stonebank in this game. He obviously plays Alchemist as one of his best carries, and I guess maybe one of the matchups that Wildcard don't like to face as Troll. And now with the Shadow Fiend Tiny, they have really nice Magic Burst against Omni Knight, which is a really great asset to have. You don't rely on countering out the Guardian Angel. You just kill them with magic and kindness, of course. So,
Yep.
pretty good. And the Bat Ban to protect their Troll. Pretty straightforward and standard. Invoker.
Invoker. But yeah,
All right.
the Alchemist Stonebank, like you said, was banned out. Bristleback is another hero he plays, and I believe I've seen him play Tiny as a core, and they picked that. So that could have been potentially a denial, but either way, it is an
You know
Invoker.
what? I think Marcy might be carry this game. And
Ooh.
because I've heard a little bird chirping about this Omni Marcy lane being something to look out for, where
Who?
Marcy is the
Who's the
position one.
birdie?
I think Effie tweeted about it, and I was like, it sounds pretty damn good, but I don't know if you want to run it against Troll. That's the thing. It's just when I see this hero pairing together, I now, in the back of my mind, I'm like, that is true, and it is a possibility. Maybe against Troll you don't do it, but when you see Omni Marcy, it's a possible flex, which I think there's very few supporting situations where you would consider Marcy a carry, but Omni Knight makes her incredible. The Heavenly Grace is just insane on Marcy. So, but
Well, they
Probably
do
not
end up
here.
banning the Visage, so you brought that up earlier. Obviously, Dogchamp. I mean, their lineup is a little bit more like, if Marcy is going to be a carry potentially, then they got a lot of flex potential, right, in between the Dawn and the Marcy. The Wildcard's still taking out the position ones because they don't believe in the carry Marcy, so they take out Ursa and Faceless Void.
5 seconds
one
remaining.
concern you'd have for Dogchamp here is, do they have enough damage, right? Because Omni Knight inherently as a support does not deal that much damage. Marcy, if she's played as support, not the most damage. She has some control. She can be okay with Unleash if it's the perfect kind of fight where you get to just keep throwing in these volley bursts. But if you don't have that, neither of your supports really that big of a damage dealer. Dawn, depending on how well the laning stage goes, her damage is very good early, but has this like weird curve where in the mid game sometimes she can be a bit lackluster. And then you have mid Invoker who, if he does not buy Vessel here, the Chen heal and the Troll ult is going to be amazing, right? So we're assuming he's going to play Quaswex with Vessel and not go Exort build. Which means you look at Wildcard's heroes, and it feels like there's going to be this time in the later portion of the early game, or maybe in the earlier part of the mid game, where I think their last pick actually needs to deal significant damage to reliably counter Chen. This hero is first pick for a reason. Do not get it twisted.
Yeah, we have yet to see anything like a... I mean, again, they might have their two supports already in Marcy and Omni, but I'm choosing to believe you that this could be a position one. But historically, we see Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden as supports to counter the Chen, but thus far, nada. Beastmaster, the last ban from Dogchamp, so Wildcard obviously, in all likelihood, looking for that offlane hero. I'm trying to remember what they played when it
Beast
was
is actually
their
a
last
really
Troll
good
Shadow
ban,
Fiend.
I think. Even though you would have been playing together with Tiny as a 4, I think you have a lot more liberty to play double melee offlane when one of the enemy supports is Omni, right? Because he doesn't have that constant threat on you. On the flip side, you could argue that, okay, if you're playing against two melees, at least Omni can play more offensively, but Beastmaster would have been really nice this game with the carry bans that Wildcard threw out, and the fact that Dogchamp do have last pick. So...
Troll, Shadow Fiend, Enigma were the three last time.
Yep.
And Enigma
They've
obviously
banned
banned first
so
phase.
much of Devi's heroes. He also plays offlane Tiny, to be fair. That is not out of the question.
Yeah, true.
But that was in the previous patch when that was better, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing him run that very much. What else could you grab? I'm trying to think of, again, based off their bans, what they were thinking.
Oh,
I
they
think
might
they
have been
wanted the
thinking the
beast.
beast.
I really
Yeah,
think
that's why
they
they're
did.
taking so much time here.
Yeah. Legion Commander. Not the greatest against Omni.
I mean, there's a General Mars pick. I don't know if it necessarily
Yeah, Mars for
synergizes with their
Divide.
lineup.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just thinking about his hero pool, not what's the best pick. I'm just going down memory lane here from DPC of what Devi used to play. And a lot of his primary heroes are banned, so wouldn't be surprised to see them end up on a Mars. Or they get a ranged hero together with Tiny. Nope, there it is. Good call. Not too surprising. Great setup for SF and Troll with the arena.
Instant pick. Sven.
Hero.
Wow.
Wait, who's the carry?
Yeah, is this a carry?
It is a carry Sven.
Okay.
All right.
It's like,
Support
is this
Sven
another
is-
position 4 or 5 Sven? Because that has not looked good in the past.
The 4 Sven was actually pretty good at ESL Malaysia when played by Entity, and they were picking it as a counter to physical damage lineups because of the Shard. And in this game, you could make a case for that, right? You're playing against Troll, Mars, SF course, so the armor would be nice, but they are still going to promote him to position 1. I'm not completely sold on Sven as the counter pick to Troll and Mars, though. I think Mars enjoys this lane, and I think Troll is one of the few carries that actually, can stand up to Sven. You have a blind in the 1v1 until Sven gets BKB, and even when he has it, as long as you get your ult off, you're one of the few heroes that can actually maul the Sven. So,
Do you think it has
I
more
feel
to
like that was
do
a
with?
better pick.
Is it more to do with Warcry against all this physical damage?
I mean, that's definitely part of the appeal, right? But if you're looking for a strategy here for Dogchamp where you want to plan to go a little bit later and therefore pick a cleave carry that wants to farm Ancients, or you want to peak later in the game, I think that cleave carry wants to have a favorable matchup. Maybe Alacrity is going to be the difference maker.
Now,
Shouldn't
my
underestimate.
question is, because
Alacrity
last time we saw this lineup, Cinderin, it was Shadow Fiend Troll, both physical.
yeah,
Are we going to see any differences? Because you said Ags is good on Troll this game,
yeah.
and Shadow Fiend, if he goes magic damage, can counter some, like the Sven pick, and like you just completely ignore the Warcry. Is that a consideration?
I think you're probably still going right click on SF, and then the Troll's getting Ags to enable SF to reliably damage later. And then SF is by nature just a hybrid carry, right? He's going to have magic damage as well. I was going to say, let's give it a little bit of more of a shot on the Sven here, just because he has potential Alacrity and Sidekick. Any carry will be a lot stronger when it gets 2 amazing buffs from its teammates. So maybe it's going to, and of course the Omni Heavenly Grace. So there's plenty of buffs piling on top of him. But again, you could have piled that on top of other carries, right? It's not only Sven that would be good with that. There's like Monkey King was an option, for example. Or
All right, we got predictions, Cinderin.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
let's get with the program here.
Uh-huh.
Will a tower be denied? All right, I'm going to say no this time. Which team will win?
Wildcard Gaming.
Time of the first barracks destruction.
20 to 30.
This is a troll game with Chen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do the same. Total number of trees. They love this one.
There's
Before
not
30
that many
minutes.
things that break trees here. There's Mars Arena, Quelling Blades.
Oh my.
I don't know.
lot
It's
of
not that
river
many.
flow.
Like maybe I'll go 176 to 300 here. I'll try that this time.
All right, I'll go 301 plus just because
Mm-hmm.
I want to be different than you.
Understandable. Most people do.
The river is green. Very nice looking. Means they don't have a very high level battle pass, I think. Actually, I don't even know if that's true.
I have no idea.
The red one is way up there. That's all I know because it's the best. And Bounty Rune doesn't look like we're going to have any sort of a fight. Italiano Gangster actually just getting it solo. They were a little bit afraid that he might have some backup, but he did not. So looks like it ends up being an even trade. But this Sven, see how many buffs are dispellable here. So obviously, Heavenly Grace and Guardian Angel are
Oh,
dispellable.
toss on Bloody 9. This is a bad start. Oh, no!
The spear misses from
It's a great
Divide.
start. He baited them to skill spear.
Oh man, that feels bad. Just a millimeter off, I'm sure.
Really surprising that he actually didn't get the angle there.
Yeah. That Divide. He's gonna take a little bit extra damage now. Bless you, Cinderin.
Thank
You
you.
okay?
Yeah,
You
I'm good.
recovered?
I'm good. Don't worry. Yeah.
Good.
I
All
can
right, I'm
sneeze
going.
again if you want me to.
Yes, do it.
All right. Damn, called my bluff there.
Yeah, that's right. Warcry is dispellable. What was the other buff? Oh yeah, Sidekick, that is also dispelled. This is a god tier Troll Axe game. It's way better than it was at the beginning when we talked about it. Holy crap.
Warcry becomes undispellable when you get the shard, but Carry Sven doesn't really want to buy that, so he's going to have to get it from Roche number 2. Or maybe you do buy it this game. Perhaps. It could be one of those rare cases for Stonebank.
So it's going to be RCY's Invoker versus Alone's Shadow Friend. And I don't even know how this matchup goes these days. I mean, obviously Shadow Fiend kind of a bully in general, but it's a lot of regen from Quaswex Invoker. But it looks like Alone is getting off to a pretty decent start, although they're basically even after this wave has gone Alone's way.
I think this lane is SF favored, and I think Alone has also been looking as a stronger laner this tournament so far in general. So I will give him the edge there, but so far so good for RCY, of course. As you pointed out, he's doing well in the first waves, but the true challenge begins when SF gets level 3 in a bottle, and that's what's coming up right now. This is when it gets hard. Even if you have 2 points in Quas, the overall improvement in raise damage way outweighs your extra HP regen that you get from that skill point.
Well, bottom lane, they tried to do the toss combo again. Didn't use the spear this time, but just a little off the mark as Avalanche onto 2 to save Devi from a little bit of extra damage. Don't think that was going to be a kill, but still, Devi, a Mars getting bullied in lane. Not something you see every day.
So he's going to stabilize. Yeah, it's definitely not, like Sven Omni is not exactly a very dangerous lane to play against for the most part. They've exchanged some blows here and got the trade, but Alex has 5 tangos and Devi has a salve. So they have a lot to go through before they're actually, you know, truly pressuring him in the lane. So I think so far he's pretty happy on the Mars.
Yeah, and Stonebank, he's even more happy. He's 16-2 in CS, but on the other side, Troll basically even. So Eve off to a pretty good start himself against this Dawnbreaker and Marcy combo. And we'll see what kind of work Sammy Boy can do on this Chen this game.
I'm keeping an eye on mid here because it feels like Alone is starting to really, you know, build up this pressure now. He was starting to play on the Invoker's side of the river and just raising him 3 times and then denying creeps. And there's not, like, I think on Invoker in this lane, what you want to do is, now that you have EMP level 2, you just spam it whenever SF has mana. Don't wait for any specific opportunity. Maybe it's going to cost you a CS here or there if you don't use it perfectly, but it's more important that the SF doesn't have a play on you. We'll see if RCY will do just that. SF will grab the bounty and stack and then go to grab top water. So nice efficiency here. Stacking both camps there while running down the stairs. Failed the ogre stack though.
Oh, that's early. Sad. That's sad. Those damn ogres.
Nice display though of, you know, this is what you want to do there. Just missed it by a little bit. But
he did miss a couple of creeps mid, but it's going to end up being worth it in the end.
Yeah, it should be.
Looks like RCY will get the other water rune as well. But top lane, Eve getting really low. We'll have to kind of reset here, and only 2 tangos from Sammy Boy. It does have the Hedris, of course, so that'll help a bit. I mean, how much kill? I mean, they should have a lot of kill potential in this lane. It's bottom lane. We're gonna see the spear finally connect onto Bloody 9 into the tower, but the Heavenly Grace is something else.
Yeah,
helps keep him alive.
They'll be just fine.
You know, Heavenly Grace is dispellable, right? Because the tooltip does not say.
It is.
I'm pretty sure it is, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because a lot of these ultimates these days are not dispellable, but Guardian Angel remains to be so.
Yep. What a crazy spell it would be if it was undispellable. My god.
Yeah.
Just think about that for a sec. Just guaranteed physical immunity for your teammates. There's nothing you can do about it.
Another toss back. Avalanche sets up the spear. This time it might be enough, and it is. First blood to Devi. Yeah. So it takes 4 attempts, but they get it in the end.
Yeah. And
I mean, going back to the buff conversation, Cinderin. You remember when Brood ult and God Strength used to be dispellable?
Yes, that was very bad. God Strength, dispellable God Strength was absolutely terrible. People would just, oh, you pick Sven? I buy Diffusal Blade. Because Diffusal dispelled back then. Indeed. So you literally countered Sven with a 3k gold item. hero was awful.
Yeah, you just got to take it to 60 minutes so that he runs out of the 16 charges that you have on Diffusal 1 and 2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it was charge-based as well back then, so yeah.
But now,
Drag it
anytime there's
out.
a single target buff on your own hero, it's not going to be dispellable. As Alone, he's going to take an EMP and a stun. Sammy Boy is coming. Will this be enough to save Alone? Doesn't look like it, as the last right click from RCY is enough. Avalanche
trade,
comes
I
in.
think,
Yarn's
no?
going to pop that Fairy Fire. Staying alive for the time being, has rebound in 3 seconds. They won't even bother trying to pursue any further. As RCY, he's bothering to try to pursue a little further, as Alex is going to get Cold Snap now, disposed back into the fray. Double kill for RCY. Great rotations from Dogchamp.
Maximum value out of that double damage. Without that, this play doesn't exist, and now they use this rune for 2 kills, so that's why you gotta play those 6-minute runes. It can make a really big difference in the game. Invoker getting the perfect one for this scenario. I think any other rune in SF is not killable there for those two, but with the DD, there's enough in the tank. He did not have his urn, unfortunately, for RCY there, so did not get those 3 possible charges out of that situation. Or he could have maybe snowballed it quite a bit harder with that start that he got from this.
Yep, looks like he's going to be going Midas before the Spirit Vessel. And I mean, last time we saw him play this, he didn't go Spirit Vessel at all. But like you said, against this healing, semi-healing lineup of Wildcard, might be a good idea to get that eventually. As we're going to see a stun up top. Eve disposed back into the creep wave. Hammer is there as well. No Starbreaker Fall is still on cooldown as the axe is keeping him alive for the time being. But Yarn doing a pretty hefty amount of damage. But here comes Alone to scare off Yarn completely. Still has
Slow
another
is
raise.
pretty substantial, actually.
Yeah, but the rebound, Yarn able to get away globally with that spell,
Invoker
of course.
TP.
Yep,
And
has
Omni
a
TP.
tornado
Oh my
EMP,
god, Italiano.
Gangster.
That
Okay.
is just sloppy. Oh dear.
Alone will be very happy with that exchange. At first, it seemed like he came up here and wasn't going to get anything out of it, but instead of the position 4 Marcy, you get the position 3 Dawnbreaker, an upgrade.
Alone ends up skilling ult on level 7 instead of 4th point in raise, which is pretty unusual, but you're gonna maybe use it for an attempt here. Toss into Requiem.
Very
not gonna
nicely
need it.
done. Yeah, he just got the raises, a couple more right clicks, and there he goes.
Easy
Nicely
peasy.
done. The wild card off to a really good start. 2K lead as Sammy Boy does take a tumble in the river area.
Arena bottom. Stone Bank.
Gonna be the first one of
They
the
get the
game.
spear, he's dead.
Spear connects, Stonebank's dead. Double kill for Alone. That is a global double kill.
Yeah, the classic kill top to TP bottom to kill bot minute 8. You see it all the time.
That is quite early.
That is a very rare play. Bloody Nine will place a sentry, but he doesn't have any uphill vision for the ward, and now he's actually in trouble himself.
Yeah, they got Ava. They
Way
got
out
Toss.
of position here.
Toss back into Alone. He gets, I think, 1 raise connected, but here comes the Tornado EMP combo. Blocks on 9. They're just going to try to rely on the right clicks alone, but Bloody 9, pretty damn tanky. Avalanche comes again. Toss not out for another 3 seconds, but they finally find the kill. Now RCY might be in a little bit of trouble. Do they have vision? There's a sentry nearby, but it looks like he will survive.
The
Meanwhile,
Vi, in the
Vi
meantime,
Llama
bot is in trouble. He has a spear now.
actually does
He's
proc,
fine.
and he's good to go.
And in the meantime, Eve just enjoying a total free laning stage here now. So
Indeed.
big advantage for Wildcard. The fact that these heroes are being forced around the map for Dogchamp and not finding more than 3 total kills minute 10 while they're enjoying so much farm in all their lanes. This is just way better map efficiency. Yarn?
We're going to see the stun onto Sammy Boy. Requiem being faked out, but the Cold Snap is on him, so he can't really cast anything. Starbreaker fully connects as Alone trying to get off the Requiem, but it's going to be the Death one instead. 5 members of Dogchamp in the area to help take out that Shadow Fiend.
They needed that badly. It's still not looking too hot on CS, but at least with these couple of kills, now Invoker gets earned, so he's going to use that on Alex here. Looks to be a very dead Tiny.
Gets off the Ava, going to buy him a little bit extra time, but not enough for Devi to really take advantage of.
He has Arena here if he fancies a try on RCY, but he needs +1. He's waiting for SF to TP mid on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Still very early, 10.5 minutes, so hasn't even started building towards the Blink Dagger, really. Doesn't have the horsey neutral item or anything like that to help close the gap at all, so relatively easy to avoid him in that situation.
Yeah.
But Eve still, like you said, complete free farm, left alone and starting to push the tower a little bit here. But now we're going to see some TPs. Only one, though. RC Wyatt has the gloves of haste and obviously just wants to finish this recipe. Hannah Mine is still 500 away. Bit of a smoke in the bot lane, though. Wild card. Toss.
Yeah, that's a dead
And Shadow
gangster.
Fiend is going to help Akira Keelanti Italiano. That ties it up score-wise, 6-6, but we can see Wildcard with the 2K advantage, and a lot of that on the back of both Eve and Divine Llama right now. And the Shadow Fiend, I guess. All three of them top 4 net worths.
I guess this Lance of Pursuit is actually kind of interesting on SF. I've not really thought about the item on that hero before, but the 200 mana is obviously amazing on the hero, and a lot of the time when you start a raise combo on people, they turn around and try to run away, right? You get one value attack, you get that extra 6% slow that can help you chain your stuff. It's pretty interesting. Mid tower.
The mid lane is dead.
Surprised they didn't try to defend. They have their spells. But Mars have no TP. It's arriving now, so just a bit of a mistake there for Devi not to have a TP in this instance, and that will cost them a pretty key tower for the game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, but it still seems like they are in relative control during this ending of the laning stage now. As Yaren picks up an Invis rune in the top lane, so we'll see if he can find Eve, but Eve has some idea this is happening. Obviously does not have capability to defend this tier 1 tower anyway, so just going to reset. Has the Perseverance, so it's going to be the Battle Fury BKB into Ags. He's already queued all of it up.
Yep.
And that's going to be some...
Has a plan in mind.
It's going to be a pretty decent timing. As he can buy the Claymore now, so just one component away from the Battle Fury. But the tier 1 top looks to be going down, but tier 1 mid, Wildcard wants to return the favor here.
Yeah, there is the rally, double rally now, so a lot of damage on this Chen army. Invoker has to do cleanup duty. He has points in Exort. This should be a deafening blast right now. You're just letting the creeps take the tower.
Yeah, and trying to go for the deny and not going to happen.
Blunder, really.
So
I think could have stalled that.
I think Eviction still being intact is the most important thing, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Happy with that exchange.
I'm sure if you pause the game right now and ask the teams, they would be like, that's good.
I wonder if that's ever happened before.
I would be very surprised.
If it has, I don't think that person will be working.
That would be a good prediction, though, for these prediction categories. Will the game be paused?
Oh, yeah, that's an easy yes, right?
That would be good. Or how many times will the game be paused?
Oh, yeah. That's regional based.
That would be nice, actually.
I think historically, I want to say SCA or South America have been the most paused, but NA has been catching up recently. It's been
for sure.
a lot lately.
How about how many times will a player be tipped?
Sure.
That's also
like
really
that.
matchup heavy.
I feel like they could update these predictions. We keep
you
getting
could make
this
some fun with
goddamn
it.
tree one. Like, who cares how many trees are cut down? I mean, it was interesting the first time, I'll admit. But when you see it every game, let's get some variety here.
Yeah.
Battle Fury, 14.5-minute Battle Fury for Eve. That's with the phase boost. He did go the Wraith Band this time, so slight build-up. We see a smoke heading towards the top lane. But Alex will be the only one that they could potentially pick off at the moment, although Sammy Boy making his way there with the creeps. Looks like he is going to drop. The question is, can they get the creeps as well? They get a rally skeleton. That's a very valuable member of the team, of course. And they get the troll summoner that actually summons them.
So as far as farm goes right now between the carries, it's pretty much neck and neck, which is, I guess, pretty good news for Troll, right? If you're keeping up with a Sven, who is also stacking Ancients, it's pretty solid. You don't even have access to your own Ancients right now. They're being farmed by the Shadow Fiend. Well, maybe he's just gonna... Nah, he is gonna finish it off.
Alex, he's gonna run right into Bloody Nine. He's gonna get stun locked for an eternity, seemingly. But yeah, let's talk about the itemization from Sven, because it's not a hero that we get to see as often as some of the other position ones. But Massive Man is Echo Saber into BKB, and the question is, what do you go after that? Ooh, this is an early Roche.
Yeah, Eve with no life steal, so he
Yeah.
definitely needs protection here.
And Alex, he's just kind of baiting here. It looks like he's going to get taken out, but it's for the greater good. And you got all the skeletons here as well, as Shadow Friend with his Presence of the Dark Lord will help take out this really early Roche. So 16-minute Roche is successful, and Alone is the one to take the Aegis this time.
I will commend Wildcard on this. I feel like they've been a pretty good team at doing Roche, right? Or am I mistaking them for another team that we've cast in the last few days? I feel like they've had a very good understanding of when they can just go for it. I think against Nouns they did it as well, right? When they were Radiant. They were just like,
Yeah, they did it.
you guys are bottom, we're just going to kill Roche minute 12.
They did it several times. It was like,
yeah.
It was very good.
I think they're the team in the qualifiers so far that has been, I think, the sneakiest about identifying when they can grab a quick Roche. And it's very impactful and a great way to obviously build yourself a very meaningful advantage. SF with this Aegis and close to BKB will have a huge timing if they combine things. They have the Mars dagger, they have the tiny dagger, all of the opportunities are there. I think Eve can just farm, honestly, as much as he wants, and the other four together are extremely potent when SF gets the Black King bar. So, pretty good news overall for Wildcard. They're in a very good position in this game.
Indeed. But one fight can certainly turn this into the other direction, so not over by any means. As Sammy Boy has a crap ton of creeps at his disposal right now. Has the mechanism to go with it, and going for the Vlads, which I assume will be a Wraith Pact eventually. I want to see him get really farmed. He doesn't usually get farmed on any of these heroes, although Chen is more farm-oriented than some of the ones he's played in the past. Alone. Oh, looks like this move is going to be completely punished as an entire zoo shows up and mauls Yaren's face off. Tier 2 tower looks to be dead, which means outpost control will go the way of Wildcard.
This push is actually really strong, but fortunately the glyph change here is going to help Dogchamp quite a lot if they were to go high ground. Actually, they killed all the skeletons, so I take that back. It wouldn't have mattered. They just start to have a pretty meaningful rally army there.
Gotta build it up again. Is there any consideration? I already know the answer to this. Any consideration for Ags on Sven, Cinderin? I know that Blink exists.
Yeah.
I want to see Ags again. I miss Superman Sven.
Well, it does apply a Dispel now, but I don't think the Dispel is very useful, so probably not.
Oh, Devi getting chased. He's just going to blink out, though, as Alone. Just thinking about Requieming, but Dogchamp is going to fall back now.
They're losing so much on efficiency. I think especially the Dawnbreaker is
Sammy Boy's dead,
starting
though.
to fall behind quite a bit.
That's one thing. Or maybe not.
We'll see about that.
He's hiding, TPing his creeps. Okay, he's fine. His creeps are going to try to set this up and kind of cancel the channel. They just get cleaved into oblivion. Stonebank is like, okay. Nice stack there, basically. As Divide Llama gets off the arena, it's only on the one, but it's Bloody 9. You can see the heals coming in from Italiano Gangster, though. But the Requiem from the north alone, forcing the rest of Dogchamp back. The Guardian Angel going to give them a little bit of extra confidence now. They don't really use it to full effect. Not able to fight with that physical immunity. Alex is going to be spotted in the trees, but he blinks out.
Yeah, not the best toss there, I think. If Alex would have tossed Italiano on top of the SF, I think he actually killed the Dawn there with the Requiem, but he tossed her away. So nobody's going to get killed in this instance, but despite that not turning into a kill, it's still a win for Wildcard. It's a 4v5 and they forced Omni ults. Troll is just farming. This is exactly what they should be doing, I think. Just keep building him up. Your other four heroes are strong enough for now to not depend on him at all. There's the enemy team without all of them together. It seems tricky.
Oh, nice avalanche.
Nice
but the
Centaur
stomps poor old Tiny. That's going to stop any sort of combo from coming in. But here comes Eve. In addition to Alone, they're doing a lot of physical damage, but Bloody Knight is going to walk away. Deafening Blast now into Alex on the high ground. He's going to be the first to fall in this engagement that feels like it's been going on for minutes now. Alone, that's the Aegis. And only has the cover of his troll nearby, but they actually just leave him.
That's
not wanting to
ready.
pursue any further. So the first engagement, 0 kills. This engagement, 2 supports.
Yep.
And an Aegis.
Yeah, I don't know how much was left on that Aegis. It was almost over, actually. Less than a minute left on it, so he's not going to mind too much. He wanted to get some sort of value out of it, and it wasn't the greatest. Maybe that could have turned into a better fight if they were in position with Mars, but definitely not a big problem whatsoever for them. Sven will be buying Blink now, so not going the Ags to nobody's surprise. I think if the Dispel is good, you can consider it, actually.
The problem is it's twice as expensive as a Blink. That's really the issue.
Yeah.
Italiano Gangster inside the arena, he did.
DDSF.
So if the Dispel was good, so if you were playing against an Omni Knight,
For example, then I
Yeah,
actually
that
think
would be
the
good.
Scepter is very good.
well, speaking of scepters, Eve looks like he is definitely going for that next. So has his Battle Fury BKB. Feels like every troll game, there's a Dagger of Ristool on him, which is very, very good.
Dire are scared.
I feel like that is the best hero in the game, actually, with this item.
You think so?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot it gives you damage, not attack speed. If it was attack speed, it would be the best on troll. Never
I
mind.
still think it's amazing on PA, probably.
Yeah, PA was a good example. Yeah.
But even Monkey King, I could also
Top
see...
lane, alone.
That's big.
He-
I was not looking there at all. He's actually really out of position. Like, think about the map setup right now. They have one offensive ward bottom wildcard duo, which sees nobody, and they have 3 or 4 heroes bot, and he goes and knocks on the top tier 1 completely alone as Shadow Fiend. I think it's kind of a relatively big mistake. I wasn't even looking there. I guess just subconsciously not considering that there could even be anything happening in there at that point, and that's why, you know, that's
yeah.
kind of risky to be there.
Well, RCY. He has a BKB now, working on the Boots of Travel. See if that ends up paying off. It's a bit greedy, I feel like. But meatball onto Sammy Boy, but Alex gets off the toss onto RCY. Gets off a nice tornado, connecting onto 2. Has to pop his BKB in retreat. You can see the action is on Devi, who has his BKB activated, not opting to use the arena, but now he does after the Blinken. Gets 3 inside. A beautiful rebuke to follow as Eve is going to pop the ult with his BKB activated, and that is 3 dead from Dogchamp. A nice setup, a nice little mini reset from Devi to help him get a beautiful arena.
I love that he waited. He wants to make sure SF can connect on that arena. If he uses it immediately, it might be a little bit too early, but Alone gets to connect with the team, and this is just a lane of racks. Like, you're killing the enemy team this close to their base with this lineup. Good luck defending, you know, it's going to be way too quick. The Glyph will buy a bit of time, but...
Yep, Stonebank, he wants to fight. He goes on with the God Strength and gets the stun up, but the toss back beautifully done onto Eve. He's going to live because he did not have his ultimate. And Stonebank just getting right-clicked by Alone, but barely lives.
What a spear!
From long range is enough, and down goes Sven, which means this might be more than 1 Rax, and it might even be GG potentially.
All right, that might
That
be...
toss back
calm
from
down, Shannon. That's not
Alex
GG, okay?
was
Relax.
sick.
There's an Invoker. They're going to be okay. And Alex wants to die,
potentially.
so it's okay.
Okay, that leaves a lot open for interpretation.
We're fine. Okay, it is really major though. Like, they get this full lane of barracks. Alex going a little bit too crazy there, and the Tiny will get punished. So at least they get that kill. But oh, bloody 9.
Yeah. All right, blink out. Has arena in 5 seconds. They're gonna smoke up. They could honestly reset and go in.
This is very possible for the Dire if they realize what's going on right now. He is thinking about it, but there's no one nearby anymore. Is he going to solo B9 here? He could.
We'll see. Yep. Arena, spear, and yeah, he walks away from the explosion. Nicely done. Very cool guy there. So 10k lead for Wildcard. You're right, Cinder, and the game did not end there. Good prediction. For once. Just getting excited. Okay, no big deal.
It's okay.
Alone is about to finish his Assault Cuirass, about 600 away. And Troll, we're finally going to see the Ags. He hasn't even needed it. I feel like the Guardian Angel has had 0 impact in this game. So
it hasn't had offensive impact, at least. It's kept their heroes alive, but that hasn't transitioned into a teamfight victory. It's just been, you know, using GA to run away. Which, I mean, is good. It's not like it's...
Are scanned.
If you're saving 1 or 2 cores, by all means, you're gonna GA on that. But the idea of Omni a lot of the time is actually for offense. You want to use his abilities to commit to a fight and really get a payout, and just not really able to isolate the wildcard gaming heroes very well, because once the BKBs are popped, they have no control for them. Oh,
Yep,
they're gonna
look
find
at
Sam
this.
again.
Yeah, Sammy, they can go into the Roche pit. I think this is definitely the play.
It's still dangerous, though. I think they can lose this fight 4v5,
Yeah, that's the buyback
especially
on the
if this
Sammy
happens.
boy. Oh my god, look at that Solar Guardian, it's huge! That's the buyback now onto the Omni Knight. The Spear's going to connect onto Italiano Gangster as the rest of Wildcard on the high ground. Roche is barely touched, so there's no rush here. You can probably put in a creep there just to double check that that is the case. And they can
I think
see.
you just go for it as wildcard. I don't know if
could.
you need to be scared of anything.
Obviously,
The only
no
thing
hero
that kills them
dead
is
right
Sven
now.
just jumping, stunning them with Alacrity on, and them not reacting in time.
Yeah, well, he's going to pop the
See,
God
that's what they're
Strength.
gonna
He's
do.
ready to go. Alone sees it. He's going to pop his BKB and not get stunned as a result. But Eve, he's going to focus here. But you can see he gets up the Whirling Axis to dispel the Guardian Angel. As Roche is at half HP now, but Eve has to reset completely. Dispels the Cold Snap. They get halberded, though, in the meantime. It's SF in the pit. And Wildcard now looking to back temporarily, at least
Still
as
an
Eve is
Arena.
just standing around, but he's going to get the Whirling Axis up with the beautiful Arena onto 3. Sven looks to be dead along with the Marcy, and Italiano Gangster is next on the list, surely. Triple kill for Divide Llama. Italiano Gangster trying to limp away, as this is looking like a full team wipe in favor of Wildcard. Ultra kill Divide Llama, second Roche Wildcard.
All right, now you can say the game is almost over, I think. Now I'll agree. Here it is. They're going to
Game
push
is
straight down
might be
mid,
over.
take tier 2. They could get the second lane of Rax here. Because Radiant will not have any glyphs now. They've used both their tier 2 and tier 3 glyphs. And this tower will fall in a matter of a few seconds. This is just classic troll with SF. SF has the presence or buildings talent, level 15. So these towers effectively have 4 armor instead of 16. Just look at them disappearing.
Tasty delight.
I mean, maybe if they would have bypassed this lane, they could have ended, actually. When you look at that kill speed, I think they could have finished off the game.
Yeah,
by
but the
just going
death
straight
timers
mid.
are actually still kind of low.
Yeah.
So it looks like they'll settle for the tier 2 top so that they can get megas on the next push, which might be this push still because they have Aegis for 4 minutes.
Yeah, they have Arena again, and he has Refresher now on Mars. He can
But-
support this. We've talked about this with the BKB changes. Do you have enough mana for Refresher on certain heroes? But he has Falcon Blade for a little bit of mana regen, which isn't the biggest deal, but the big deal here is Lance of Pursuit. 200 mana on his neutral item really helps. Similar to if you have like Ceremonial Robe or, what's it called? The Apple, Pupil's Gift.
There is an apple if he
Yeah.
wants it.
I mean, the Lance of Pursuit is just really good. I think... I have a feeling this item might get nerfed, to be honest.
We'll see. It's a very bold prediction, Cinderin. But we did see the value out of that Troll Ags already right off the bat. He was able to dispel.
Yep.
But the way that it works is when you're in range form, the Whirling Axis will dispel your enemies, and when you're in melee form, the Whirling Axis will dispel yourself. So he was able to take off Guardian Angel, along with any other buffs that Sven had, so you had to kind of just back and not want to fight initially. And the Cold Snap is actually the big deal as well, because you don't want to pop BKB just for a Cold Snap, but it is
Right.
really easy just to take off now.
And aside from that, it also lowers the cooldown of the Whirling Axis to 4 seconds, which is really meaningful. So you just... It's not just the Dispel, because then you could argue, okay, is the item really that good? But that is a very important part of making it worth it. The usual cooldown being 9 seconds, down to 4 is an insane CDR.
Now they're going to start poking this high ground. Stonebank. He has the side kick. Everything is
Building
dispellable.
stacks. Fervor rolling up.
Sven was actually working on a butterfly, but his courier just died, so doesn't have enough to finish with the quarterstaff anyway. Although, oh, this might not matter anyway, as the Rax is getting pounded upon. Fortification is there, but Troll will take this instantly. There's the God Strength initiation, trying to focus on Sammy, but he gets force staff to safety. And look at this Sven just melt. Even the Dawnbreaker are not able to do anything. They just walk into death.
Okay,
GG
I mean-
is called. Gracious.
They barely dealt damage. They jumped in all 5 heroes and they
Hey, We
bit-
got all
a
4
little bit
predictions right, Cinderin.
No, I got 3.
Yes.
I was wrong on the trees.
Yes.
No.
It was 474 trees
Yeah.
with no real tree breaker other than
You know
arena,
what?
really.
I forgot to account for one, Shannon.
Which one? Hammer?
Dawnbreaker's hammer. That broke a lot of trees this game. But yeah, honestly, we can't say we're too surprised with this. Wildcard is a clear favorite in this series. I wasn't really feeling the Sven. I didn't see it do much this game, and I think Wildcard, especially the Mars, for me, Dalai Lama MVP of this game, 10-0 and 8, found multiple hero arenas 5 times in a row in this game, just sets his team up for amazing success in the fights, and it was very clean and very easy for them. So I like that DogChamp came in with something surprising here and something unusual that Wildcard probably haven't played against too much in this Omni Knight plus Sven combination, but it didn't feel like they really gelled it correctly. And I think the Sven should have been a faster hero. Then their lineup would have looked more interesting for me. So like Monkey King, for example, would have been, I think, a better pick in this game, or maybe even Ursa. But I think Ursa was banned, so that was not an option. Slark? Nah, not Slark. Let's not
Fast
kid
hero?
ourselves.
Did you just say Slark?
No. I was just looking, I was thinking about heroes that really benefit from playing with Omni. And it's amazing for Slark to play with Omni, but this was not a good Slark game, so they couldn't have gone for that. But I think Monkey King could have been a better choice. That would have been faster. Maybe Luna was a possibility. PA.
Why don't you just name every agility hero in the game, Cinderin, while you're at it?
TA, Terrorblade, Medusa, Meepo.
All right, and with
Harry.
that, we appreciate you guys joining us. That's just game number 1, though. Game 2 will be coming up next. Maybe they will be picking one of those 50 heroes that Cinderin just mentioned in his never-ending outro here. We'll be back after this break.
Yes.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to game number 2 between DogChamp and Wildcard Gaming. As you can see, we are deep in the draft already. Cinderman, let's get to it. Wildcard with a 1-0 start to the series. It is a best of 3, which means if you win 2 games, you win, Cinderin.
Correct.
I don't know if you were aware of that. Death Prophet Void. First 2 for DogChamp. And Wildcard take the Naga opening, so the Sammy Boy special from yesterday. Followed by Bat Rider and Marcy.
Yeah, so overall first pick of the draft was DP, Wildcard, then Naga Bat, and then Void to close the phase, which is a good hero against Bat. So I think DogChamp probably pretty happy with the trade that they got here. Obviously, Song of the Siren can be a bit tricky to play around as Void, but they still choose to go that direction regardless. Now, the thing for me is, based on the game 1 that we saw and just generally NADPC as a whole, Wildcard is just a stronger team. So for me to have faith in DogChamp winning a game or winning the series, they need to have something, they need to show up with a really strong draft or get off to a good start in their lanes, because otherwise I think Wildcard are going to outperform them. So hopefully for DogChamp, we see some strong supports here that can really give DP and Void a good start to the game. These are 2 heroes that can take over games, for sure.
But you do open with 2 cores in all likelihood.
You do.
Right?
Yeah, the DP can be played 5. So.
That's true. There's a bit of flex on her. But
yeah.
I feel like the hardest counter to Void in lane is a Viper. I don't know if you can fit it with a Bat Rider in your team. I guess if Bat goes mid, Viper off lane, perhaps, then you don't really have a true initiator other than the Bat Rider, who doesn't like to go blink these days until way, way later. But Viper does shit on Void hard.
I could definitely see Viper being good. I mean, even with Marcy, right? It's such a good lane pairing, so definitely very viable here. Also think Viper is not too bad against Death Prophet. She's mobility based. You get those big slows, and you kite her ult, or kite her siphons and kill her off. Get sticky stacks on Bat Rider. Yeah, I like your suggestion. I think it looks really good. There you go.
I'm good.
Look at you.
I'm good.
It's amazing here. You're going to get Bat mid against what's probably going to be Zeus or the last pick. The thing that you can do now as DogChamp is that you can try to pick a support that sorts this top lane out, or you can try to put your lanes differently entirely. But the issue is I don't think any of DogChamp's heroes actually does well against Viper in lane. Not a single one of them. So it's kind of tricky. Like, what do you last pick that can solve that problem? I guess a Batten was not a bad ban here.
Can you do lane switcheroos with Void in the off lane? I mean, as a carry.
And what do you put mid? All right, sorry. What do you put safe lane against Viper? Like, what heroes are available?
Well, you're gonna lose that.
Yeah.
You're just resigned to lose that lane.
I mean, it's tough. You could put Void mid against Bat. That's fine. But then your mid hero that has all the levels is Void, which is not great. You want a hero that really pays it back with the levels. So you probably, if you do put the Void off lane, let's say you put Void Tiny or something, or Void plus the last pick 5 there, then what do you safe lane? DP Tiny? I guess DP Tiny could actually lane against Viper. And then Void plus 1 off lane, you put Zeus mid against Bat. That doesn't sound too terrible. It also doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me, though.
Yeah.
And they're going to ban both of the Dispellers here against Viper. They ban Abaddon and Oracle. Omni-Knight was banned first phase by Wildcard, so all 3 Dispel supports are out of the pool, and that means you can't just put one of those together with Void and float the lane. It's not an option anymore. Like that banning a lot from Wildcard, actually. It's going to enforce the lane swap that we talked about, or the Void is going to have a terrible time. Honestly, both outcomes are not great. Especially, so what Wildcard can do as a truly trump card here is that they put a safe lane that Void also sucks against, because then what do you do, right? You can play...
Wow. They're digging deep for that.
I don't feel like that is a counter.
You get armor, you get regen.
The region's
That's about it.
insignificant. Almost. The region is not that big a part of that spell anymore. It's mainly about the armor. It's something, but like level 1, it's 3 seconds. It's 3 HP per second, which I mean, it's maybe I'm downplaying it a bit. It's okay. It heals a grand total of 45.
Select your heroes.
Okay.
But it's the 6 armor that really kicks in and does a lot. But that is not particularly good against Viper.
Medusa, last pick. So now you have an answer to if the game goes late, Faceless Void versus Medusa. Medusa can hold her own. Obviously, a lot of it's dependent on these chrono placements, but like looking at the chronosphere, you have Zeus for damage, but other than that, I guess that is a lot of damage, especially if you get some farm, which RCY will. And he goes for relatively early ags, I think, so.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't really have like a wombo combo that will potentially kill an entire team in the chronosphere.
I kind of don't think Medusa was the best last pick here. The thing is, Zeus with Static Field is actually pretty good against Medusa. Percentage-based damage eats her mana pool pretty quickly, and you're not pressuring Zeus as Dusa. He outranges you in the fights and puts a lot of pressure. So I think alone on the Bat Rider will be targeting Zeus as much as possible. You also, if you do as Dog Champ swap the lanes around somehow, Medusa doesn't bully Void too hard. So they can now do that and have a lane if they want to. But under the assumption that they do standard lanes, I don't know. Are you getting the same vibe that there was something better in this pool? Like maybe in PA?
I mean,
I can't see the bans anymore.
There could have been something more active, I guess, but I feel like coming from the perspective of wildcard, maybe it's, hey, we're better than this team. Let's just pick something in case we screw up in the laning stage. We can catch up and we can still win late. That's the only thing I can think of. But then again, you pick the Viper to win the laning stage, so
Viper scales,
not sure.
so you can play late.
No. I meant you're more guaranteed to at least win one lane in all likelihood if you lane correctly here.
Yeah.
All right, the important stuff, Cinder. Predictions. Total number of trees destroyed by 30
that
minutes.
is 3-1. That's Bat Rider.
Yep, highest one. Player with the highest net worth by 10 minutes. Ooh.
I'm gonna say Devi Lama.
Really?
Yeah, I think this is tough though. It could also be the Dusa, but I think Viper's gonna crush his lane and free farm. So maybe even get a kill or two.
I'm gonna say Zeus just to be a little outside the box here.
Okay.
Just to be a little different. Player with highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. To heroes. Not Void.
Guess I'll pick Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa probably could honestly be Viper, even though it's a lot of magic.
It could, but that I feel like
We'll just say Medusa.
yeah.
Team with the first Roche kill.
I took Wildcard. Despite their lineup not being particularly good at Roshing, I think they're the better team, and I don't think Dogchamp are getting Roche this game.
Okay.
After the lanes.
There is
Let's see.
Exorcism for Dogchamp to try to
There
steal
is.
one. We'll see.
But the other thing there is that's all there is. You you don't really have much help on that Roche kill for the DP.
There's Tree though, Cinderin. He's big and fearsome. He leaves branches on the floor as he walks. I actually never noticed that. They're iron branches being left in his wake. Look at this.
Is that a cosmetic?
I don't. He's not using.
He has no cosmetics.
Have you seen that before?
I don't think I've noticed that.
They're literal iron branches. That's crazy.
Oh,
Man.
and already in trouble, Bloody Nine here.
He's gonna have to
Has to
TP. It'll be to the tier 1, so he's still gonna have a lot of HP missing right now. Went for living armor level 1. Actually, what is the skill build on this hero? I have no clue.
I think in this game you probably max armor as a 5 when you're in this tough of a laning situation, because every point adds quite a lot more value for the sustain of Void. That's the cool thing about Treant now, is that I think in the previous patches his skill build has been kind of... Yeah, you could vary it a little bit, but there wasn't as much creativity to be had. I think now there's merit to multiple different builds. You can get multi-point in Leech Seed if you're playing a dominant lane. You can get more points in Nature's Grasp if you have the right laning partner. And you can play the full-on defense mode with points in Living Armor and just defend towers and just keep your carry safe. Like you're seeing now, though, unfortunately, it's not really fully protecting him from Divine Llama, who's rushing an urn. I think, yep, I was going to say, you need some mangoes here. Alex has 4 mangoes on Marcy. He's just going to pool mangoes into Divine, so he can just keep hitting the Void. It's going to be very hard.
Obviously, used to seeing harassment early from Viper, but to this extent is a bit ridiculous. Normally, you'd wait to really go ham, at least in the mid lane. I don't know about the off lane, but you'd wait to go ham until poison attack is level 2, because you end up doubling the damage per second. But you can see that they are just taking constant damage. Now there's another toxin to deal with. Rebound stun on the Bloody 9. He looks to be first blooded, and it's going to go to Divine Llama. So, as expected, Viper off to an incredible start.
Yeah, currently still second on net worth despite getting first blood. Alone is getting a lot in mid. He's actually going to put the pressure onto RCY now. Has the full wave to dive through. Oh, this is terrible for Zeus. This is so bad. I thought he was going to dive him a little bit further there to try to get him out of XP range, but maybe a little bit worried about TP rotations or making this choice. Here we go. He's going to get double water. He takes the top water, TP's bot, and TP's mid and takes the bot water. So very valuable. Nice. I like that too. I think both options were valid. I think you can dive the Zeus even harder there and force him out of getting the CS that he managed to find in the tower. But getting 2 water runes, it's hard to argue that that is not very good.
Is there a way for them to punish this at all? Because they know that the TP's on cooldown, so if you kill him, he has to walk all the way back. Problem is, Zeus is level 4, Tiny's like your main ganker, and it might be too early for that.
Tiny doesn't have toss. This play doesn't exist, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's killed the tree, which is kind of common in some lanes for 4 Tinies to do, to have more pressure against on last hitting, and in this lane, obviously nice against the Naga Illusions for a little bit of extra cleave damage. So, it's okay.
But in terms of CS, RCY is still doing great. 20-3 versus a 19-0 of Alone. In terms of XP, they're actually dead even, so this lane is a wash right now.
Stonebank just can't do anything.
Oh, he gets rebounded on, disposed, and dead.
He used his time dilation in an act of desperation. Unfortunately, poison attack has no cooldown, so it did literally nothing. And Viper just keeps running him down. This lane is very, very tough for him. And the moment you time walk, this is why Marcy is good against Void in lane here, by the way. It's an interesting dynamic where I would say Void usually is good against... Oh, hang on. Let's see Bloody 9 die first, maybe.
Yep, Nether Toxin is there.
Yeah, he's
just going to eat right through him. Alex is taking a lot of damage, though, from Stonebank. Will he be able to get the kill? No. And more mangoes to come, and Stonebank has to be a bit careful. Doesn't have a TP now, as we're going to see a trade in mid. RCY gets the kill and the experience. So a nice trade for Dogchamp here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's pretty good. For Zeus, this is not really an expected outcome in that lane that Zeus gets a kill on Bat ever. But Bat obviously went for the play and got killed off first. So I think you're pretty happy with that if you're RCY, of course. But yeah, I was going to explain. So the Void thing about this lane, right? If you're playing against Marcy as Void, usually that's a pretty good lane for Void because, yeah, Marcy's going to jump on you and stun you, and she's going to fling you back, and then you just time walk it off like nothing happened. But together with Viper, Viper is pressuring you non-stop, and if you don't time walk off some of the damage from Viper, eventually you can't hit creeps, and when you time walk, the jump comes immediately from Marcy, and then you're screwed. So really difficult to play Faceless in this lane right now.
Yeah,
only
Void
has one
against
death, but
any damage over time is really annoying.
His 2 worst matchups in lane are probably Viper and Veno for that reason. Both heroes, when played aggressively, are super difficult to deal with.
There was a TP here. Yarn is making his way around from the backside, so looking to get a little backstab action. Devi getting baited in a bit here. The lead sheet is going to be there. Urn already applied to Stonebank, whose time walks a lot of that out. But here comes Yarn. Maybe a little miscommunication, but it gets the toss off into the tower as Divine Llama is going to get disposed to safety. The rebound movement speed is there as well. So this gank has failed from Dogchamp, although Divine Llama did take heavy damage, and now they're going to get the kill anyway. Oh, Thunder God's Wrath just at the right moment, so Divive dies first. So it ends up being okay. But now Alex being pursued by Stonebank, but no bash to come.
If Zeus did not get level 6 there, I think Viper gets a triple kill. I actually think he kills all of them. Void did not have time walk, and Train had nothing left to offer.
How close was he? I mean, I guess he's 6.5. You get experience globally when you get a kill, right?
Yeah, and he did get the last hit on Viper. I think he basically just got it as that broke out. So
I see. And Alex getting chased, but Tree is slow, so
yep.
not gonna be able to catch him
This
this
is
time.
exciting for our prediction about highest net worth minute 10, Shannon. We're even. I had Viper, you had Zeus. It's very close.
Yeah.
Stonebank has to time walk here. There's no way you take all this damage. You will.
Yeah. Still hurts. Still hurts. And Devi no longer with the mangoes, but has the Falcon Blade urn. So lots of mana regen coming his way. 4.6 to be exact. Now just gonna go for the tread so he can tread swap a bit for some more mana efficiency. But yeah, this lane has been going quite well for Wildcard. Let's see if they're able to continue the pressure, though. That's, I mean, does Faceless Void need to just go jungle at some point? Is it too early for that?
It's too early. The hero just sucks at jungling, right? He doesn't have treads. He has level 1 time lock. It's going to take him forever. So you have to lane. Again, you have the option of going to another lane potentially and playing there, but I don't think anyone else wants to go bot, so kind of a tough situation. Are they going to jump him here? They are.
Back, rebound is there. He's already used his time walk on cooldown for 8 seconds, trying to right-click his way out of it, but it's not happening. There's going to be a trade, but definitely not going the way of Dogchamp.
That's an amazing trade. DP and Tiny TP'd. That's a huge win.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. And that is potentially going to RCY in the enemy jungle.
Yeah. We haven't really talked about the top lane
arcane
because
rune.
it's been so quiet, but, you know, Naga, Medusa, they've just been farming, and they've been winning by a pretty significant amount against the DP. 500 higher net worth on Medusa.
Oh, we got the lasso now. Yeah, Bloody Nine.
9 dead.
But that flame break looks to be mega dead. What did you pick for net worth again? It's 10 minutes?
I picked Viper. I don't want Bet to get these kills, Shannon. It's not good. We have 5 kills on Viper, and he's still not top net worth.
Yeah, it's not good for me either. Devi, he's going to get tossed up. Half HP, gets the Viper Strike off onto Italiano Gangsters. Alone has come to play as well. But there's the Thunder God's Wrath. And that's going to be 2 dead in this bot lane. Alone will live. But nice trades there for Dogchamp as Zeus is now top net worth. This is going to be real close, Cinderin.
Let's go Bat. Now I'm cheering for Bet.
1 minute away from being correct.
I don't need
But it's
Viper to win. I just
flip-flopping
need
now.
Zeus to not win. Oh, Sam.
RCY, Sammy Boy trying to help me out here. Nicely done. RCY now 4-1-1, as you can see, has a 400 gold lead for top net worth.
Here comes Viper.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the problem is you get more from killing creeps, Cinderin.
Yeah.
I think that one is out the window. Your only hope is Alone getting a kill right now. And maybe one on actual RCY.
It has to be an RCY. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's not happening. 20 seconds.
I hate,
Feels good to be good.
I hate when you're right. Oh, well, actually, I
Had a
don't hate when
feeling,
you're right.
yeah.
I hate when you're right and I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's
okay, that's true. And Snare on the Bloody Nine.
Oh, they're diving
This tree
bot.
pick has not worked out very well, but yeah, the bigger kills in the bot lane, potentially. Viper Strike on Italiano Gangster. Vylon was actually stuck by this creep, but a nice dispose, giving him some distance here as Italiano Gangster dies. RCY, doesn't matter if you die now, but he's going to get the kill and continue his absolute dominance of this game.
He's getting
but it's a
so much
2-for-1.
on Zeus.
Yeah, it's true.
It's incredibly good for him. Like this news, yeah. The other 2 heroes in his team are not doing great though, so he has a lot of responsibility on Zeus. But this is the kind of mid hero with a good game against these types of heroes can really pop off. Medusa is not going to rush BKB at all. Viper is not going to rush BKB either. Only Bat is likely to get that item soon, so has a lot of potential to keep this ball rolling for himself, and he needs to. Oh, bottom.
Now we're going to see the dispose come out again. Alex using the Unleash. The Llama finally makes his way over here, but already Alex has fallen. Gets off the Viper Strike onto Italiano Gangster. The Llama is likely going to die regardless of what happens here, but he's trying to get the trade, and he gets it successfully, and actually Alone coming to back him up, so Yaren not able to finish off Devi, and some way, somehow, the Viper lives.
Somehow, some way, Zeus finds another random kill at his own Ancients. There was a Naga there. So
to
he
be
will...
fair, Sammy Boy loves to play this way, and I mean, his deaths don't really matter that much, I guess, but regardless of what hero he plays, he's going to enemy Ancients, enemy territory, trying to get wards down, and he will die a lot.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are
That's part of the appeal in picking Naga 5 is the scouting potential. So arguably you don't necessarily have to send your hero there if unless you need to place a ward. Sometimes if you're just going to check if there's Ancient stacked or something, you can just send 2 illusions and get the intel. But yeah, I do believe you're right. He wanted to ward there, but got countered out. Still looking very great for wildcard, right? We've been talking a lot about this bot lane because 80% of the action's been down here, but guess who's really happy with that? It's Eve on Medusa, who's just going to be farming.
True.
And has a good carry matchup against Faceless Void. So Zeus, once again, is the hero for Dogchamp. If they want to have a chance of winning this game, Zeus has to pop off.
Well, he has popped off a bit.
Finding Yara.
Radiant's bottom
Good Avalanche.
Gonna get stunned up though.
He's still going to get caught here.
And there's the rebound, disposed back into the Bat Rider Naga, but we can see the first overgrowth of the game. But the lasso comes out onto the Treant Protector. Alex getting very low, alone as well. But Sammy Boy, his song does not save his comrades in the end, as the Crypt Swarm ends up finishing off alone. So not a good engagement for Wildcard, but definitely something that Dogchamp need to get back into this game.
They do get the tower, but it's going to cost them their mid hero as well as the 4. And I think a little bit of a mistake there from Alone. He gets caught in the overgrowth, and he then just chooses to ult the Treant instead of flame breaking Tiny into melee range and then ulting him, which was definitely a play he should be capable of making there with the Tiny already stickied up. So I think wrong prioritization there. Maybe they could have got the Tiny out of that. But again, RCY, quick rotation on the Zeus is the difference maker, bringing in all this damage, which, you know, maybe as Bat, you just finish this BKB, so you don't have to worry about this anymore. Like, you can play more farm heavy than he has so far if you want to on the Bat, and then go for those moves. But RCY is on the ball all the time.
Ooh, Alone top lane. This would be a huge kill. Slow him down with the Heavenly Jump. Avalanche is there with the toss, and they have more than enough damage. Thunder God's Wrath still available as RCY gets his 9th kill of the game.
Some good old lifting going on here from the Zeus.
He's trying his best. Still 2k deficit though for Dogchamp, as we're gonna see the Exorcism in the mid lane now.
Yeah, no glyph. This is gone.
I do believe you are correct. Looks like they want to. Couldn't tell if Wildcard were trying to defend, but yeah, without the fortification,
Sundire's middle tower
it's just gonna go down easily.
No fort, no bat, no def.
And looking at the position 1 respective farms, on the Medusa, we got the Yasha Treads, 2,000 into an ultimate orb for the eventual Scotty. And then on the other side, the Faceless Void, Mr. Stonebank, is about 1,000 behind in net worth. So actually recovered a bit based on how terrible that start was.
He has got so much space in the last 5 minutes. His teammates, especially, once again, Zeus and Tiny have just been finding moves left, right, and center to give him all the space in the world. I don't think Void has been taking hero damage for 5 minutes. Literally just farming with his Midas. Now that he has that and 4 points in time lock and the treads, this is when jungling on Void doesn't feel too awful anymore. Even has a javelin to boot, actually. So closing in on Maelstrom, which will truly make him able to farm. Should be stacking this Ancient Camp. I think a bit of a mistake there on the timer, not getting that value. But still good.
And write a letter after the game, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Golding him for that. As Eve. Looks like Scotty into the Dragon Lance is what he has planned right now. And for the Zeus, RCY, what's the plan here? He's got Kaya.
Alex.
Something's coming on the courier, surely. He has way more farm than this. Aether Lens actually there as well. Maybe Nimbus. Maybe Boots of Travel Nimbus. We'll see if they want to get semi-greedy. You have a preference between those two, Cinderman?
I'm debating how good E-Blade is here.
Oh yeah, we have seen E-Blade on him this tournament too.
Because I mean, the problem with E-Blade, I guess, is that the defensive utility is very minimal, right? You're playing against Bat, Viper, who are going to do 1,000,000 magic damage, so maybe you don't want to buy it for that reason for the defense. And offensively, you're kind of countering out your own DP ult. Your Void will not be happy with you. So I guess the Ags here seems pretty decent. You can also go Sanj Kaya. Wouldn't mind that either.
are
get that status resist against Batrider Lasso so you can reposition.
This smoke was just scanned out, and Eve was in the middle of doing some ancients. But you can see Dogchamp not going to find anything, at least not initially. So good read there from Wildcard.
Bloody Knight's going to dig up a bonus kobold in the triangle area for the Dire team and get a little more gold there.
Very nice. He's just standing there awkwardly. Why didn't he follow? I don't understand.
No, like imagine that, like
that's fucking fearsome. Actually.
You're just chilling, you know, and then somebody digs you out of your hole in the ground, and then they're not there. Like, imagine you get dug out by a shovel and nobody's holding the shovel because Tran is just gone immediately. That's
how long will that kobold be there? This poor guy.
Until the game ends.
Nobody wants to
kill him.
Well,
we could do a prediction on that. I don't think it'll be there until the game ends. I think it will get killed, probably.
Yes, I think in the next...
I'll say 18 straight. Medusa's gonna go back to the ancient camp and kill it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Ooh, RCY getting pursued in the bottom lane by Alex, whose smoke just popped.
He has regen. It's gonna be broken here.
Indeed, Unleash is popped. Flame break into not even needing lasso here, and that looks like such an easy kill.
800 gold for Bat.
Yeah, that's nice.
He had a monster kill streak, and we know those streaks in this patch got buffed to counter out a big streak. So
Viper strike in the top lane, but there's the first Chronosphere of the game for Stonebank, but it's more of a defensive measure because Eve popped that Stone Gaze. Nicely done from him. And that is the ultimate counter to the Chrono.
Don't really know if they could have killed anyone anyway, to be honest. They don't have any damage when Zeus is dead there and DP isn't part of the play. Void, Tiny, and Treant, with Tiny having used his spells, is just not really anything.
Oh, Italiano Gangster.
I heard a BKB, I thought. Man, yeah, it was mid.
Oh boy, that's not good.
A little bit of a fat finger there.
Don't think he showed it though, so...
He showed on a dire ward, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, the Kobold. We're following the Kobold. Where is this? Oh no. Finally, he gets what he wants. Death. Sweet relief of death.
Wait, where did it go?
Eve had it aggro him to the hard camp next to his tier 2 tower.
Why?
As Marcy's gonna die. Oh, you care more about the Kobold dying than Marcy. Poor thing. Bloody Nine's gonna show here.
Family.
Yep, Sammy boy has his song, but still silenced. Not sure if it's even worth using. Ooh, Overgrowth used for that. Okay.
A bit of a mistake. Thought it was necessary, but Crypt Swarm was enough to get that kill secured, and Bat will now get a dagger. So this blink coming out probably 2 minutes earlier than it would if he didn't find that Zeus kill. But that kill is just so enormous. You just snowball really, really hard off of getting one of those kills. You're second on net worth on Bat. It's kind of weird to look at. A Zeus with 120 CS and 9 kills has 1,300 net worth less than the Bat with 4, 3, and 1. And it's only a 30, what is that? 30 CS differential, but, you know, that kill streak is just that big.
Pretty good. Eve about to finish. Actually, no. It's only 2,000 in. He's going to get initiated on. He has no mana, basically, but just enough to get off his Stone Gaze.
What?
After popping the wand, he is good to go, and they take out 2. Where did the Zeus die? In the river.
The top rune. I mean, that play, I don't think that play was mathematically possible. They didn't have DP there. They didn't have Zeus there. He doesn't have Nimbus, so he can't, like, join globally. That play just didn't exist. They went on a Deuce. It wasn't even remotely close. She didn't even lose her mana. So she had, like, twice the health that they did to her in damage still.
Did you check your TI 83 plus calculator?
Yes.
Make sure that the math wasn't right for that one, Cinderin.
TI 83 is in a lot of years, Cameron.
Sorry, say that again?
TI 83 is in a lot of years. We're on TI 11.
That was a good one. That's a good dad joke. I like that.
Yeah, you love that.
Yeah. You think Dota 3 will be out by then?
Who knows?
I think it'll be coming soon at that point, probably.
TI 83, huh? That would be in 72 years.
Yep.
Imagine people still play Dota in 2094. That would be kind of crazy.
And we're probably playing things on our AR at that point. Probably playing chess still, right?
Well, what's more likely? Is it Valve making a 3 or Dota 2 having its 257th patch?
That's a good question. I mean, does
think-
Dota 3 count as a 3 for them? Because they didn't do Dota 1, technically, right?
Oh, that's a good point. That's actually a get out of jail free card there for them. That's right.
Exactly. Maybe with Source 3. 7K lead here for Wildcard. Eve now has the Scotty Manta style combo.
Yeah. He is big.
Yep.
They
Manta
only
already
kill
popped.
this Zeus if Zeus is free casting.
And he's going to get rebounded out. You can see Alex with...
Exo.
All right. They're going to try to turn this around as Italiano just getting beat on by Eve. Or to use that Stone Gaze, and that's going to be a very easy kill. Orbital Growth a little bit late, so despite using the BKB, the Death Prophet dies at the beginning of this fight. Now Bloody Nine looks to be next. You see the sidekick doing just a lot for Eve. Not able to get this third kill, but...
He's dead.
Oh, okay. In the fountain, he dies. The saddest death of all.
Scotty debuff plus 5 stacks of poison attack will do that, even in the fountain. Not healing enough to outlast that. And that's a mid tower. I mean, this is looking like... I was going to say an even easier game than game 1 for Wildcard, but I guess it isn't. But still, despite Zeus finding so much impact, they're not even remotely close in this game now, 20 minutes in. So really just getting outplayed. The laning stage from the start obviously put Void out of the game, and then
Radiant's top tower.
I would say the maneuvers that they've made and the confidence that Divine Llama is playing with, he's literally just going in with his BKB. He doesn't even use it there, but he has it ready in case he needs it. He just runs at someone, presses Nether Strike, Viper Strike, and the fight begins. And if they try to fight back, they're going to get cornered by the Bat Rider. Medusa more or less soloed the DP with the Scotty.
Radiant's top tower is under
It's just,
attack.
it's too easy for them strategically when the game is in this state.
Yep, and it's gotten to the point now, even though they don't really have a very good Roche team, they could probably take this anytime they want. As long as Stone Gaze is available, which it will be now.
How do you kill them as Radiant now? So Zeus went E-Blade. I think you can't kill Dusa, because you're going to Chrono
gotta
her.
ignore.
Void is going to do a pitiful amount of damage. The only single target damage they have is Zeus, but he can't E-Blade while the Chrono's on, because he needs Void's support for it. Oh, hang on. Yaren gets ensnared.
Yep, and
He's
he
a goner.
is likely to die here. Stonebank has to retreat. That's going to be a freebie for Wildcard. Oh, we have a dispose, though, onto Italiano Gangster. He's going to get ensnared now.
It's BKB.
Force that BKB out, and with that, that's already a Wildcard win there.
Yeah, they could look
perhaps
at
the
Roche. Oh, double damage.
Yeah, that
Thank
helps.
you, Gaben. Let's see if he's going to use it even. He will.
Yeah, this is going to be a relatively quick... Oh, we didn't mention the Unleash. I forgot. That's pretty good against Roche as well.
Yep.
It is being scanned out, so Dogchamp do know, and they do have Chrono, but this is going to be
It's gonna get lassoed, though.
intercepted, and the aggression from Wildcard continues.
Oh, mistimed.
BKB onto Stonebank, though, so not able to
Felt the
fully
jump.
kill him. But still, the BKB means he can't really fight,
Oh.
as the Thunder God's Wrath does finish off Alex.
Incorrect. The time dilation level 1
Oh.
finishes off Alex.
Wow.
Actually, so close to surviving.
That
one
is
level of dilation will do
10
it.
damage per second per cooldown.
Yeah, I think he had 3 or 4 spells on
Radiant's
cooldown,
middle
so
tower is under attack.
Okay.
still somewhat meaningful, but yeah. Yeah, that could have gone even better for Wildcard. They mistimed the Marcy rebound on top of the lasso, so the Void had a moment to BKB, so a little bit of misexecution. We'll keep him alive and get him out. He uses BKB, still has Chrono. But, and Snare, they found the Zeus.
Yeah,
in
he
the
is
jungle.
mega dead. Trying to take out Sammy
Maybe
Boy in the
not.
process.
Nice body block.
All right, I stand corrected, Cinderin.
Oh, Sam,
But Exorcism was there. Sammy Boy
Um,
died. How? Oh, he came back.
he just got bolted in the fog. Zeus assumed he was still there, and he was right. So he bolted him out, and then Arc Lightninged him. Sam was sticking around in case a second and Snare could get a kill, but
RCY has to E-Blade himself, but he's going to get stunned in the midst of a TP. Viper Strike is there as well.
I
Let's
think
see if
he's
it's enough for
dead
him to tick
that.
away. The
Maybe
Leech Seed is going
not.
to heal him just a little bit with the Earn Charge applied. Looks like he's
fine.
walking away alive. But Exorcism about to end, and Wildcard have no reason to stop. This Medusa just feels very comfortable with this Aegis and ridiculous amounts of farm. I mean, we should mention that Void does have a good amount of farm. And now that he's starting to get a little bit of DPS, has the Hyperstone, so close to finish Mjolnir. If they can hold on for him to get maybe one more damage item, then he can kill most heroes not named Medusa in a Chrono.
Yes, but there is still Song, so he has to BKB.
Yeah. And there's Dispose if Marcy's right outside.
And Marcy has Lens and Eye of the Vizier, so actually she can save. Even in the center of the Chrono, I think she can fling people out.
Avatos. Oh, see the Viper come in with that BKB, and Italiano Gangster just TPs away himself.
Alone is going to try to get the Zeus here.
He wants him. There's the blink and the lasso and the beatdown from Alex's Unleash. Nicely done from them as Stonebank trying to get some sort of a trade. He gets the Chrono. It's going to connect onto 2, but they are only supports. And Sammy Boy gets off the song and then swiftly dies.
But now they've used everything.
They have, and now you have all 3 cores of Wildcard just beating down on Italiano Gangster. That is an easy one. Sticky Napalm plus Scotty. You can't move.
Well, add a little bit of poison attack on top of that for fun, and you've got yourself a great cocktail. There's the toss.
Alone. He takes a lot of damage.
Oh,
Overgrowth is there, so that's a nice pick off for Dogchamp. So able to semi-defend here.
Yeah, delaying what could be the inevitable, but again, if they... Oh, Void just time walk into Viper.
Yeah, but he wants to fight. There's a Mjolnir, and now he can time walk again. He's okay.
That was really close. He didn't reverse time walk out. He didn't have time to react, and then it was not available anymore. Close call. Seeing a Mindbreaker here for Medusa. Really nice item on that hero. You connect that first Scotty shot, and then they can't use their mobility spell to reposition. So get a hit on the Void, get a hit on the Zeus. There's going to be no Heavenly Jump for 1.5 seconds.
Yep, true.
1.75 actually. As it is.
Devi has his shard, so...
Stone Bank.
He's already at half
there.
HP, living armor applied to him. He's going to time walk away, and Italiano Gangster used the Exo, and Eve is like, bring it. Yarn attempting to TP. Yeah, he'll be fine, but now that's a big cooldown.
And Alone could pincer here. DP's
yeah, he's coming in. Flame break. Okay, BKB forced.
Chose not to lasso.
All of this used in defensiveness. Stonebank temporarily silenced, but we'll be fine. So no actual deaths, but Wildcard come out on top for sure here.
Maybe he just wants to save the lasso for Void. And he feels like that's the only problem. Like, why would I lasso a DP that just used Exo? We don't need to kill her now. Keep that key cooldown for the Void. If that was the reasoning, I actually really like that he didn't use it. Because he still forces the DP BKB by jumping on top of her. So now you've taken her ult and her BKB out. She's like half a hero. Now you can just reserve it for the best target.
Yeah, Avalanche, the instant silence from the Mindbreaker, so no combo available for the Tiny, but there's the Chronosphere onto 2, focusing on the Viper. That's the one here that could potentially kill, but the Dispose back out, and that allows Divine Llama to pop that BKB, and now they focus down the Faceless Void, who is dead for 70. No buyback. Really good plays from Wildcard, as now they're looking to clean this up the old-fashioned way. E-Blade onto Alex, and he's going to die to the Thunder God's Wrath, but it's going to be at the cost of several members of his team. 3 dead for Dogchamp, and only 2 supports for Wildcard here. There's going to be a buyback onto the tree, but Yarn is dead. Eve, he doesn't have any mana now. You can see the buybacks coming in from both sides. There's the Avalanche toss. This could be the kill on the Medusa. Doesn't have any mana to use anything. Actually, E-Blade keeping him alive a little bit longer despite it being used by RCY. He's going to go right-click down, but the Eon just does proc at the last moment. Eve is still finally going to be taken out. Does have buyback, but this is a full team wipe, and they could just go for Throne in all likelihood.
That's 2 buybacks used as well. They bought back Tiny and Treant. Did they also buy back Zeus? I don't think so. No. So
just Tiny and Tree. But... They could have bought back on Medusa, but then she bought an item, so not looking to finish this game right now.
They will definitely get this melee rack, unless... So there's a disarm. Illusions will die. The siege creep actually not in range, so they will save it.
Wow.
Sam is trying with these illusions, but that is not going to happen, my friend. You're not even going to reach. So, all right, they didn't even
What
lose
do you
racks. That's
What do you
kinda
think
surprising.
of Scotty on Stonebank? I'm not saying this is unusual, but considering you're behind, I feel like you got to be a little riskier and go for more right-clicky stuff.
I agree. I think he has to buy damage. I think when you have the Mjolnir and Midas, you have so high attack speed, so all of a sudden items like Daedalus get a lot of value. I think that's what he should have bought, that exact item, probably. Because you're right. Like, if he isn't going to kill them in the Chrono, together with Zeus, they're going to lose the fights. It's that one go you have that needs to work. Scotty, you might survive a volley of spells that you otherwise wouldn't, but is that going to turn the fight into a win? That's the question. The slow is not particularly important for the Dire. Their heroes are slow already. They're kind of just standing their ground and hitting you with Viper and Deuces, so they don't really care that much about being Scotty. They're not reliant on lifesteal.
Yeah, there's not much healing at all.
Yeah, so I actually don't think the Scotty has much value. He has to BKB here up top against Sam. So no BKB now on the Void. Divine Llama will TP out just barely before he gets smoked out here by Yaren. And now they could go for their own smoke move wildcard. They're actually in a really good position here. They've just cleared out the enemy ancient camp, so they know that they're not there, which means smoking to bottom is very likely to be a successful play. But for now, they are just going to take the advantage to just farm up. And put pressure to the top
Stonebank
two
just
players.
made a crucial error and Midas the flag bearer Cinderin. You do not get the double gold for that. I think that's considered a bug, maybe. Same with
Wait.
Devour.
Wait, what?
So when you use Midas on the flag bearer, you don't get, you know how it's supposed to give you the
you don't
2
get
CS?
Midas plus the base amount. You just only get Midas.
Yeah, only Midas.
Oh, that sounds
And-
like a bug.
The same with Devour from Doom. I've done that many a time.
Huh.
Radiant's top
Now
tower
that's
gonna be
just
fixed
straight
very soon.
silly.
Yeah, very important bug. Choose not to devour those creeps or Midas those
Radiant's
creeps.
top tower has fallen.
Yeah, turn it into a feature. Just tell the players to play around it.
Yeah, that's how most mechanics were born.
Yeah,
If we're being
actually
honest.
true.
Pulling of creeps, stacking of creeps, all technically were bugs
Yep.
in the beginning stages of Dotes.
Denying.
Aggroing of creeps as well. Yeah, deny. I don't know.
It's not a bug. You've always been able to do that in Warcraft. Kill your own units. Even
you
in
can-
competitive
kill
Warcraft
'em.
3, you deny your own creeps to not
Yeah.
give the enemy heroes experience. All right,
That's
that's
right.
a dead
Sandy
Naga.
Boy
Tries
is
to get
dead.
the outpost.
But I think you can deny the creeps in Dota 1 from, or you used to be able to, from 100% HP, right?
Yes, that's correct. Because you can do that in Warcraft 3. You can attack your own units whenever you want.
Yeah.
So yeah, and in original Warcraft 3, denying was 100% XP and gold
Oh,
fully
yeah.
denied.
Oh, yeah.
So denying, people weren't good at denying, but imagine if they actually were, how much it could have.
Yeah, Dandy took good advantage of that. We can see the
Chrono?
Chronosphere on the Tiny and the
he's
Medusa, but
thrown
the
out.
Dispose outside again, and Stonebank has to BKB and try to focus somebody else, but that's going to be on a Bat Rider who just lassos him with the BKB activated for himself. Italiano Gangster looks to be the first to fall in this fight. He's broken at the moment. Still, the Exorcism doing quite a bit of work, and Medusa very low on mana and HP. Avalanche Toss is going to bring her down finally. She buys back into the game, though, and 3 members of Dogchamp have died in this fight as Divine Llama looks to potentially be next, but Stoneman gets kited and brought down himself. No
Yaren?
buyback for the Void.
This is straight crazy. He might get him actually.
He's looking for
Oh,
an
what a
avalanche
sneaky
toss.
play.
Yaren, great play. They're trying to TP and kill him, but he's just going to TP out, and Eve, with the buyback, is going to take advantage of this timing and get the old Roche.
Yeah. We're gonna put the shard on. Bat has it.
Probably
Viper
Medusa.
has it. Okay, so since all your teammates have it, I think you put it on Medusa.
You don't think it's... I think it's still good, though. Against
It
Zeus,
is. No,
it's
it's,
very good.
there's no alternative. So there was nothing to talk
I don't know,
about.
even if there was an alternative.
But yeah, I do think so too. It's a decent shard.
I think Viper Shard is the best of all 5.
Radiant's middle
Bats
I
is
mean,
very good too. When you have this
Naga.
item
Oh,
buff.
Naga has Shard. Is this the heal? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Yarn finds potential pickoff here on Alex. Looks to be an easy one.
In case you're unfamiliar with Dota and you don't know what the shard does on Naga, you just mouse over it and it says Song of the Siren heals allies by off their max HP per second for its duration. So then If you're not sure if you should buy this, you just read the text and you're immediately convinced this is very good. I think it's 5% per second, but I don't know for a fact.
I think when it was, and was it the Ags originally? It was 8%, I want to say.
Yeah, it was better, at least. I think it's 5.
Yeah, that would make sense if it was around 4 or 5. What is Healing Ward? Is that 5?
Is it 2, 3, 4, 5? Hang on. At least
Sounds
it was
about
at
right.
some point.
But the difference is Healing Ward can stay up for a way longer time.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean, the shard on
duration.
Naga is nice because even if you screw up your ult, you can just tell your team that you're healing them.
Yeah,
Like, you get some value.
and they're all full health. And they're like, we don't need it.
Eve with the double damage.
Yeah.
It is dissipating here, and they're trying to finish off this melee rank, so they just kind of forgot about earlier. So they will get it in the end.
Yep.
Bat Rider has
back.
toss back into the Death Prophet. Remember, this is still an Aegis onto the Medusa. A nice Chronosphere onto 2. Divine Llama actually right outside of it. He's right-clicking. He's going to get bashed down into oblivion.
Not
and the
enough.
song is not going to save him this time. The BKB just long enough for Stonebank to be able to stay up and right-click away. Now alone. Has the refresher, but
I don't know what actually happened there for wildcards. So I think Alex was unable to save the Viper with rebound, and they songed, I want to say, a full 3 or 4 seconds too late. The moment the chrono comes out, you can choose to sing because you get the heal aspect, and the enemy team has to pop their BKBs, or Marcy has to toss out the Viper. It doesn't matter if Medusa dies there. You don't need to save her. She has Aegis, and they pop everything for her. If the Viper lives, you're going to clean house afterwards. So I think that was a little bit uncoordinated from Wildcard, considering they're the team that were pushing. They seem to be caught off guard by what happened. Oh,
Stonebank alone. Yeah,
he's going to get soloed by that.
My God. 95 seconds of no void. That is a yikes right there.
That is so dirty with Refresher and Shard and Witchblade. It's crazy.
Bloody Nine doesn't know what to do with himself. Can't believe his carry just died like that. So he will follow suit. Loyal to the end. He does have buyback though. And for Void, how far away is he? He's 1,200 gold away. And he was in the middle of trying to finish his Refresher. So opting again, I mean, that makes sense. We're getting to the point where the game might just end, that you need the double chrono. But they're going to be left without their Void as
didn't get the toss there, Yaren.
Tiny gets silenced again thanks to this Mindbreaker pickup on the Medusa. Has been pretty damn value.
Oh, so much coming from Bat.
Yeah, Bat's forcing everybody back despite not having his ultimate since he just used 2. That means the buildings can be targeted. And Eve's going to take advantage of this space, but still the Aegis for a minute. Avalanche, and again, instant Hex this time. And that's going to cost Yarn his life. No, the E-Blade is going to keep him alive for the time being. The melee Rax is down. Looks like they want to finish the full set. Still the range on the bottom and the full set on top.
Bloody Nine. He's okay. Okay, so they're actually getting a lot of value out of the Ghost Scepter plus E-Blade combination on the Tiny. He can go in and toss people because he has that double physical save.
There's the toss. The Hex is a little bit too slow this time. Again, we have the Aegis on the Medusa, and finally Yarn is brought to his knees, but he has the buyback, so Eve is dead once. Void has the double chrono available. Sammy Boy gets off the song, but Taliano Gangster trying to deal with him with that BKB of his own. There's the chrono. It's only onto the Medusa. The dispose is there, but another chrono comes, this time onto 2, but he gets sheeped inside of it. 2 wasted chronos, it feels like, but they're still going to get the Marcy alone with just the sliver of HP, gets off the lasso, and now Stonebank kind of stuck in the trees right now as the Stone Gaze brings him to his knees. The buybacks come out for both supports of Wildcard. The Vi Llama drops to the deck as a full heal onto Death Prophet, still trying to TP away though. So a
nice hold.
Successful defense here from Dogchamp.
That Refresher is everything. Without that, it's just over, right? And he's going for it knowing that he can make this play. He's going to chrono, force out the Marcy Dispose, and then he's going to chrono additional targets immediately after and get that done. And with Zeus free to deal damage in this instance, it is night and day compared to some of the previous chronos we've seen. Even though Void himself got hexed, they still have enough damage in the tank. But now, if he gets caught here, this is terrible.
Oh, not again.
No BKB.
Not like this.
Oh, man.
He's going to get avalanche help, but he's dead. 100 seconds. Oh, boy.
All that work to die in your triangle. You have 3 teammates alive, but none of them... Well, Tiny was around. Not enough to save him from that go, though. Nothing to toss him on. If there's a 3rd teammate there, they can toss the Void onto that target and probably save him, but... There's no way. I think Yarn did his darndest there.
Wildcard do not know that Void has no buyback. He's 400 short.
Pretty confident based on the fact he just finished Refresher, right? So I think they're going to just take the chance.
Yeah.
There's quite a while until Roche as well, so even if this goes completely wrong and the Void buys back, you're not going to lose the Roche immediately. The earliest respawn is in an hour, a minute and a half. An hour and a half would be quite a long time.
Yeah. You can get some bounty runes. I mean, can you get 4? And the tier 1 tower goes down. So Void only 280 away now.
Yeah,
bounty runes are spawning.
It's
180 away.
Are under attack.
And looks like the mega creeps are likely to come. And even if he bought back, he would have 1 chrono now.
Yeah.
Power treads.
He gave
What
them his
was
power
that?
treads to drop his net worth to be able to buy back, but
Oh.
not enough.
Oh, that's pretty smart, actually.
Wait, why
That
did that
is
not
pretty-
work? Did that get changed?
I don't know. He's
think
30
his
gold
net worth
short right
didn't.
now. He is 30 gold short. 1 bounty rune would do it. Lasso onto Italiano Gangster. The toss save not going to be there. And now the Ancient is exposed. But Wildcard have to be careful because Void is coming back in 5 seconds. But the
Without
Death Prophet
Tread, though.
TP's back into the fray. She's already at half HP. And now the focus is on the barracks. Italiano Gangster gets Sheep. He gets Viper Struck. Stonebank trying to do something, but he's going to get Stone Gaze now. Has the
no
double
Tread.
Chronosphere if he
Can't
wants to use it.
move.
There's number 1, but it's not on the Deuce. In fact, he gets disposed into the Chronosphere, but the song save is there. We have the Refresher available. He's going to use it with the BKB. There's Chrono number 2. It's only on the Viper, and another dispose. The hands of Marcy go through space and time. Stonebank has now fallen. He does have buyback this time, Cinderin. Will expend it, but the rest of his teammates, for the most part, are dead, including RCY. Buyback is there, but the GGs are called. Wildcard 2-0 Dog Champ. I get all 4 predictions correct. And they
Three
move on.
again, man. You cleaned house. Look at you.
2 in a row.
All right. That's it for Dog Champ in this tournament. I mean, we're not too surprised here that Wildcard was able to 2-0 this game. It did look like, from beginning to end, that they kind of had Dog Champ's number. It got a little bit exciting there with that double chrono play from Stonebank, but then he immediately died after in his own ancient area and didn't have buyback, and that kind of just closed the game out. If he doesn't die there, maybe they get another fight with 2 chronos where all 5 heroes are alive, and who knows what could have happened. But it was an uphill battle the whole way. Wildcard, definitely the stronger team. Still, probably the favorite to get top 3, together with Nouns and Sonics, most
Yep.
likely.
And
So everything
they
going
will,
according to expectation.
Yeah, this game, I mean, both games were pretty entertaining, though, I will say. Now that we're getting deeper into the bracket, you can tell that the plays are not quite as sloppy as before. Obviously not perfect by any means, but yeah, a good showing from Dog Champ, honestly. I didn't feel like the discrepancy was monumental skill-wise, if that makes sense. Like, it was still there, but it's not like, some of the other teams, not to, bash on NA here, but that's kind of the story of the NA region, is the discrepancy of skill is
I mean, it is what it
quite
is, right?
lopsided.
Everybody's watching the games. You can tell that there is a very major quality difference between top of the ranking and bottom of the ranking compared to other regions. But like you said, it's good to see one of the definite very underdog teams not get absolutely annihilated, right? I think the first game was pretty stompy, and this one was closer, but they're definitely still a level below. But yeah, it's not like some of the games we had day 1 where it was just like, I would say day 1 and day 2 in the lower bracket were very varied in quality, and the average game's getting better now, so it's more enjoyable for sure.
That's right. So Wildcard Gaming move on to the next round, where they will face off against the winner of 5-Rat 4-Staff and KBU.US, which will be next. And sadly for Team Dog Champ, they are out. We'll be back after this break to cover the next series.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to the second series of today for the NA TI11 Regional Qualifiers. We got 5-Rat 4-Staff versus KBU.US. This is a team that we have not cast. I know very little of, Cinderin.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about them? I've heard of I Annihilate.
Right. He's definitely the most familiar name on the team if you've been, historically watching NA Dota. Also, two of their players are, I believe, from outside NA. They have a Russian carrier player as well as a Belarusian, I believe it is, 3 position. So this is another one of those mixed teams that have a little bit of, I think a lot of the NA teams actually are using Eastern European players, which is, an interesting development to see. The NA teams are, to an extent, looking outside of NA to find talent that they want for their teams. And for some teams, it's been successful. For others, not as much. You could say Wildcard has used that recipe as well, right? Where a couple of their players are also from outside of NA, and they've been growing and improving over time. Some of these teams are trying to do the same thing, but depending on how much time and how much effort they put in, they could get to Wildcard's level. But we'll see for KBU. So I think in this tournament so far, I would say it's kind of surprising that they 2-0'd the cut yesterday. I don't think people were expecting that. So that's a really good sign that they're onto something here. And 5-Rat 4-Staff and the cut, I think, are relatively evenly matched as teams. So KBU have a good shot here as well of getting through to the next round where they would face off against Wildcard. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, in terms of the draft, we got the old Enigma Tiny opener for 5-Rat. And KB.US go for Batrider Clockwork. And in terms of the bans, nothing crazy. I guess the Viper, I wouldn't say it's crazy, but it's not considered a standard ban from what we've seen in this qualifier thus far. The Marcy can kind of go in and out, but Undying, Death Prophet, very, very normal bans.
Dire team back.
Yeah, that's... I think, like you said, aside from the Viper, the first phase is pretty standard for the NA games we've seen so far. Marcy has been making it through to quite a lot of drafts. She's been, I would say for the most part in the games we've seen, she's been a hit more than a miss. But I guess neither of these teams value Chen very high. It was ignored in the first phase entirely, which is very rare right now. So maybe they just don't play it, and that means that a ban for a hero like Viper or a ban for a hero like Marcy opens up. So... interesting to see KBU US's mid bans here. So they're going to ban Storm and Queen. Probably planning to put Bat mid with this already. So not really not looking to keep it open to keep it off lane, I think. Just want to commit that to the mid role. As for 5-Rat, they already have one hero that counters their Enigma to an extent with a hookshot from Clockwork. But aside from that, maybe they are... maybe a little bit concerned about the laning, so they will ban out Bristle first. Could see them ban a secondary hero that kills Eidolons in the safe lane. Not for now, though. They will ban Visage. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, did KBU run that yesterday? They did. They ran that in their first game against the Cut, which was an hour long, and KBU did grind out a victory in the end. Visage was one of their core picks of that game.
Why do you say Clockwork counters Enigma to an extent? Is it because you have to find the right angle to use it?
Yeah, so, there's other spells that are more direct counters, like the obvious ones are Golem or Global Silence or Swap, right? Where as long as you're in range, you're going to hit that spell. Hookshot requires that there's nobody in the direct line between you and Enigma, and that might sound easy, but a lot of the times if you're attacking, let's say, high grounds or attacking the Roche Pit or whatever, you don't necessarily have the instant angle on Enigma. And if you find it after 2 seconds, it might be too late. So...
True.
That's where
you gotta get that jetpack, bro.
Yeah, or dagger. We've actually seen clocks historically buy
Ooh.
that against Enigma, just so you can guaranteed get in position in time, and then you stay outside of the fight, and you have basically every angle if you have a dagger, right? Like it's so wide that you can't, as the enemy team, cover
Right.
all of the attack points from clocks. So
I mean, if you do find the angle,
possibility.
that is one of the few ults that is literally uncounterable in terms of itemization from
Yep.
Enigma.
exactly.
So he's just going to have to try to win the game based on positioning. Jakiro opening up the second phase of picks for 5-Rat. Another hero that we've seen a few times. Good for lane domination, good for pushing, and great setup for additional stuns. Especially since the ice path was changed to... How would you explain exactly how it was changed? If you walk into it after it was already on the ground...
It lingers, basically.
It lingers, yeah. Okay, that's the word I was looking for.
For a little
Let It
bit.
Linger, a great Cranberries song, Cinderin, if you're into
Ah.
music.
I am into music, but I don't know if I know that song.
Do you know Cranberries?
Yes. They're very
Really?
tasty.
Well, I don't think the song is called Let me see what the... this is going to bother me the whole cast, so... Let It Linger, Cranberries. Okay.
Dire team
The song is actually called Linger. All right.
It's pretty good. All right, we're gonna see. All right,
Another
so
potential... actually, 3 counters to Enigma now. My goodness.
Every single hero they have has
All 4,
a
yeah.
BKB piercing ability. So
Gracious.
seems like something that KBU US rate really highly is BKB piercing abilities. So
remaining.
I guess for 5-Rat, this means you need to be a little bit careful with what type of carry you pick. If you pick one that's super BKB mobility dependent, you might end up in trouble because there's so many things you have to play around. So maybe something like, Medusa becomes a lot more interesting because she can kind of just stand her ground and tank this up and just fight back. Obviously can be scary with Wyvern's percentage-based damage and the sticky napalm being annoying, but you have a pretty good supportive cast with Tiny Jakiro, so I think that could work out here for DNM. What else have we seen 5-Rat Forstaff play on their carry position? So we saw them against Sonics, where they ran Naga and Luna, and we saw them against Alpha, where they ran TA and Void. Void is banned. Luna doesn't look great. I think he... I mean, did it grab the Naga? Right, they're waiting on the carry pick. They'll take the mid first, so... With a couple of the Batrider counters out of the picture, they're picking one of the last good ones that remain in the puck. Has high mobility, has the coil, which is annoying for Bat. He's very mobility-based. The silence is annoying. And Puck, one of the heroes that deals pretty well with playing against BKB piercing stuns, right? Because you just avoid getting hit in the first place, and you love buying Lincolns. So against Bat or Wyvern, it can be a pretty nice Puck game. Maybe I want a really hard carry now, though.
Now,
Spectre?
we're assuming this is Pudge position 1, yes?
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
Bat off lane or mid?
Probably still Bat mid despite Puck. It's not nearly as bad a matchup as the Queen of Pain one is, for example. So I think it's fine.
Okay.
Radiant
So-
team ban.
Yeah, 5-Rat definitely need a right clicker, unless Tiny is going to end up making that switch. We haven't seen that in quite a while. But Ursa taken out now. And still plenty of carries to go. Now, if there was a 5th unit for KB.US to counter Enigma that would make sense in their lineup, what would it
5
be?
seconds remaining.
So in this, based on our projections, this is an off-lane hero.
An offlane hero with a BKB piercing stun is what you're asking.
You could make Clockwork the off-lane hero and then
You
pick
could.
Warlock Cinderin.
Oh. I mean, how scared of the Enigma are you? Like, how far are you willing to go? You could also play Core Venge.
Oh yeah, true.
But,
Forgot about that one.
I mean, I think they've got their bases covered against Enigma here if they play around. I think it's more important that their last pick, maybe, if possible, offer some sort of tower damage. They have none of that whatsoever, so maybe Dragon Knight is a possibility.
Dire team
The
ban.
matchup against Enigma is kind of annoying because of Midnight Pulse, but you can still itemize and play around it. But maybe your lanes get too weak. Maybe you want a ranged hero with the clock as 4, in which ranged offlaners are still available. There's Venomancer, who I don't think is too great. Necrophos.
They
Meh.
5-Rat Forstaff, they ban Razor.
Yeah, Razor was in
So this indicates
Viper?
to me that they want a melee
Viper's banned.
position 1. Otherwise, you wouldn't be picking this. And PA wouldn't have been a pick because you can just Phantom Strike out
10 seconds
of the
remaining.
static
Yeah.
link.
One of the best carries against Razor for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Fire are also just looking at it from the perspective of, okay, they have overall last pick, so what 3 ranged heroes make sense with Clock in this game, and what out of what's left. So since they banned Viper themselves, and now they've banned Razor, and DP was banned first phase as well, so 3 of the absolute best ranged offlaners are out of the pool. Kind of just, okay, they're going to ban Weaver. That's another ranged offlaner that could have laned with Clock that KBU do play. So, yeah, what's
What
it
do you
going to be?
think of for 5-rat? I don't know if this hero still exists, but Spectre carry.
10 seconds
Yeah, I mentioned that before, actually.
Oh, did you? I
Yeah,
wasn't listening.
Yeah,
Sorry
I
about
said
that,
there's
Cinderin.
a possibility. I mean, I wasn't convinced. I'm not going to be like, it's obviously a Spectre game, but I'm just looking at, you know, you're playing against all these BKB piercing stuns, so having either an illusion carry or a carry that's not fully dependent on BKB. That's why my mind went to Medusa, Spectre as the first 2. I guess something like, you know, in theory, Anti-Mage, but he's not good this game, so you're not going to see that. Monkey King needs BKB, but he is very good against Pudge Lycan. They banned Ursa Bloodseeker to set up for this offlane Lycan, so
10 seconds
he has a couple of lane matchups that are awkward though, right? You could pick like Kunkka, you could pick...
5
So
seconds
the Bristle is banned, Kunkka is there, who else has some sort of good physical cleave? They could play the Troll that other teams have
You
run.
may now select your heroes.
Terribly.
Terror Blade.
Pretty BKB dependent hero, but at the same time also an illusion based hero, right?
Yeah.
So
There is a
little
lot
bit
of
of
magic
both.
damage, though, to be fair.
yeah, there is. Absolutely. The lane
Obviously,
matchup is good.
KB.US's lineup, it looks the most fun, Cinderin. They counter the Enigma that's been picked every game. They pick Pudge, and then we're going to see Lycan for my first time in this patch, which has the Howl that works globally during night. Did they nerf that at all? Do you remember?
I don't think so. I think it still works the same way.
It just sounds so broken, but nobody's picking this hero, so it must not be.
10 seconds
Which-
remaining.
Shocking, to say the least.
Yeah. Global when cast during nighttime, so 8 seconds of 40% damage reduction and -7 armor to every enemy hero on a 50% uptime. It's not very expensive either, so it's kind of spammable.
And
It costs
isn't-
50 mana.
Would you say that is extremely good against a Terrorblade hero that has a lot of base damage?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
But
so.
they picked it into it.
I mean, I think. First of all, I don't know if they thought about that very much because it's like a new thing, you know, and how much does it matter? And usually, historically speaking, Terrorblade is great against Lycan because you reflect him, right? And you have very high armor in the lane against the wolves and against Lycan, so you're just gonna farm. And once Lycan does get items, you're one of the heroes that can just stand up to him and fight, whereas most other heroes kind of lose that 1v1 and have to run away or get some sort of protection. So I still think it's a Terrorblade favorite matchup, but the Howl change is interesting because I wonder if MMR Tourist is just going to be spamming Howl off cooldown at nighttime to just reduce the enemy team's farming speed. Like, it's kind of stupid that it works that way, right?
Yeah,
But-
it's like you said, 50% uptime. So it lasts for 8 seconds, 16-second cooldown, and then there's a talent to make it from 40% attack damage reduction to 60. And
Yeah.
Terrorblade is a hero that relies on his base damage a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I am quite curious
I
to
think
see how
it's-
that counters it.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll wait and see if it comes into play and if he's going to take advantage of it. Because the final thing is you need some sort of mana regen for Lycan to be able to spam this during nighttime. And if he's going to go Helm of the Dominator, then that is not going to cut it, right? So you need some sort of way. Don't know what item you would buy for it.
All right, quiet down, Cinder. It's
Oh.
prediction time.
Yes.
Will a tower be killed before 10 minutes?
Yes.
With Lycan and Jakiro,
And Enigma, Terrorblade.
yes.
I think
Total
so.
number of blink daggers pushed by 25 minutes. So we're going to see. The Bad Rider's a question mark, maybe. Pudge is a
Yeah.
question mark. Enigma, at 25
Puck.
minutes, you might not have it by then. And Puck, wow, this is actually difficult. I'll say 0 to 2.
I'm pretty convinced about the Puck. I think Enigma will get it too, so I just need one more. I'll say 3 to 4.
Okay. Total number of player deaths at game end.
This could be a brawl.
To battle.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 40. Ooh, I'm gonna
41
say
to
56 plus.
55?
No, I'm just gonna go for the upper echelon
All right.
here. Team
Team
who
who places
places the
most
most observer wards by game end.
Right, you pick one, I pick the other.
5 Forsta.
All right. It's definitely KBU US.
Yeah, I couldn't think of a reason to pick one or the other, so I just RNG'd it.
I mean, that's kind of what that one is, though, right?
Well, sometimes there's like if there's a Zeus, right? Then I would pick the Zeus team probably.
To place more wards?
Oh, that's not dewarding. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's
should
literally
probably
just
read
when
it
the game
before I
ends,
pick
who has
one.
wards in. I guess there's a higher chance that the winning team has least wards placed when they win because they're bringing them for the siege and maybe don't need them, whereas the losing team has placed all their wards to defend. Maybe,
about that.
but it's like, I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like it's a bit of a stretch either way. It's kind of random. All right, so was that
Lycan
3 for 1
mid, by
rune?
the way.
3 for 1 rune? Yeah, they put the Lycan mid, so they're going to dodge that Bat matchup and put him offlane against Terrorblade, which is obviously a really good lane matchup for Bat, so we'll see how that works.
Oh, Pudge gets a
Generally-
hook in the top lane. Avalanche is there, though. Cinder, and sorry for getting overexcited. I just
No
like seeing
problem.
Pudge go ahead.
Generally speaking, when Bat dominates these safe lane Terrorblades, it's because you get on top of TB, you just run him down and he can't fight back. But in this lane, there's quite a lot of slow that the Bat has to get through before he actually gets there. There's Reflection for 15%, there's Dual Breath for 28%, so Bat Rider is kind of getting slow to a crawl with that running, so he needs to, if he wants to kill the TB with Firefly, he kind of has to do it when Dual Breath is on cooldown. Or he needs to have a lot of sticky stacks to make that dive. So I don't think it's like super easy to kill, but this is a very good lane for Bat. I guess Lycan just farms against Puck. It's probably fine with Feral Impulse.
Yeah, and the Warden actually pulled the creeps and took out an entire wave by himself. So we got solo XP to get 2, which I assume he's going to try to get boots and then just start roaming to leave I Annihilate in this lane. But we'll see. What's the reason for that? Because I Annihilate obviously wants the experience, but you get your support to level 2 first.
I guess, I mean, just repositioning the lane is the most important thing for Bat, right? You want to get this lane as close to your tower as you can and get level 3 so you can dive the TB. And even if that costs a little bit on the experience front to get that repositioning, whoever is able to do it the most naturally just does it organically at the moment, I think. Now, what I think the Warden should do here now is give Bat solo XP, because you want 3 on Bat in this lane more than you want 3 on Clock. Even though a level 3 on Clockwork is really good, you want more points in Sticky Napalm. So I feel like giving space here is probably better, but maybe he doesn't think he has the luxury of doing that without getting Jakiro pulls or whatever. So they are going to share it still.
All right, Realm on the Pudge went for Rot level 2, so looking for potential kills here. I would expect this to be a 1-2-2 build, right? Is that what the norm is these days?
Yeah, he's probably going to go that route. You get 2 in Flesh Heap, so you effectively take no damage from Rot. Even level 4 Rot, unless this scaling got changed slightly, which it did. No, it's the same on level 2. So I think level 2 Flesh Heap blocks Rot entirely. So usually that's the way you'll see him go. Let's see if he goes 1-2-0 or 1-1-1. Okay, 1-1-1 first. Might get a second point in Rot before the second point in Heap, especially when he's doing this well in lane in terms of like just overall sustainability. He still has a full salve. He has the Wyvern backing him up with tangos. And they get the hard camp pull here, which is really, really good for them. If Tiny and Enigma misstep a little bit here, there is a possible kill. And Pudge can always, if he wants to, just Soul Ring and hook the big creep to win that exchange. Doesn't look like he needs to, though.
Yep, he is getting relative free farm. Mid lane is kind of a wash. MMR Tourist, great name. Against Kits in the mid lane, like we mentioned, Lycan versus Puck, kind of a wash as well for the time being. How much kill potential would you say that the Puck has on a Lycan in this game?
Just 1v1 mid, almost nothing. But obviously later in the game, Puck has one of the best spells against a non-BKB Lycan in that coil.
Bottom lane, I Annihilate. He's getting quite low, has to pop his Fairy Fire. The last right click will do it, though. So DNM in his meta form, able to casually right click for first blood.
This is a trap I've fallen in many a time myself as Bat against Terrorblade. You feel so strong, you feel so good about it, but if the Terrorblade has a lot of wand charges and that reflection plus a slow in the lane, he can create distance, and he hits back so damn hard with meta. Bat has 5 armor, which is not terrible, but it's also not super high. So just a few attacks from TB together with that, Jakiro will get first blood to 5-rat, and that's really big in this lane. They specifically put these lanes so that they could beat TB, and I feel like, you know, already kind of mission failed on that front. So
yeah, for sure. We'll see if the Warden wants to... Oh, we're going to get a little aggressive again, knowing that meta is down, but a nice dual breath onto both from Albino Zebra. Pretty much puts this move to an end.
Dead.
Yeah, he takes some up shots from the tower, but will live. Dual breath again, this time onto I Annihilate. BNM just going to farm these cogs.
Right,
Farming efficiency
4
there.
cogs, I think.
Yeah,
not bad. That was actually about 100 gold.
Yeah, that is nothing to scoff at for sure. Top lane, how much kill potential do they have with the Putka and Wyvern?
Quite a lot more when Wyvern hits 3, I would say. This is a... Okay, he's getting it now. It's Flesh Heap level 2. He's taking no damage from Avalanche.
Back into the tower, but Cold Embrace keeping him nice and safe. He's already used his Flesh Heap, though. He's taking heavy damage from these Eidolons and whatnot. Pops the salve at the last moment, so going to survive a little bit longer. Mango available on the Tiny Giant. Just needs to find a little bit of closure here to get the toss off, but not going to pursue any further. So Realm A-okay on the Pudge.
Actually, that Cold Embrace ended up, I think, hurting Realm more than it helped, because what happens in that situation is he's Cold Embracing him during Flesh Heap. Oh, yeah.
DNM, 4 stacks of sticky napalm, and yeah, this time you do find the kill, so getting some retribution. The
big difference maker is the lane positioning, right? Now it's got closer to the Dire Tower, so they have chasing distance. I think Jakiro was also super low on resources. He has mangoes, though, so actually should not have been the problem unless they just arrived on the courier, so they were not available. He's gonna fight Warden here. He has 12 wand charges. He should be okay on Jakiro. Will take quite some damage, but yeah. So what I was saying about the top lane play that just happened was Pudge had Flesh Heap active when he got Avalanche tossed into the tower. So the Avalanche did almost no damage since it's a lot of instances of damage, and he blocked them. He gets thrown into the tower next to Eidolons that he's blocking very effectively with Flesh Heap as well. But then he gets Cold Embraced, and his Flesh Heap expires. So he's kind of getting stunned by his teammate, and then they went on him. So
they're going to go on him again. Avalanche
look at this with
there.
Flesh Heap active. He's just not really taking much damage.
Now he's at half HP and no more Flesh Heap to work with, and now the Cold Embrace comes, like you said.
Now it's very good.
And Giant taking a lot of damage from this battery assault. And, not quite enough with the Splinter's Blast, and Realm hooks Wyvern.
Yep, they kind of... Oh, no, he's going to die to Lens. Oh, that is...
awkward.
That is no good. And now Enigma's level 6.
Oh
Pudge,
my
Black
god, Black
Hole.
Hole. He did get the Flesh Heap off, though, but it looks like they have the damage to go through. They get the tip, they get the kill. Double kill for speed on the Enigma.
They even rotated Clock for that. So that was a 3v2 situation, and they lost 2 heroes. That is definitely bad news here for KBU.
And bottom lane, I Annihilate. He's getting pursued. There's 3 members here for 5-rat, but looks to be
on the
just fine.
Howling the whole map.
Oh yeah, let's. How much damage does Terrorblade do? Minus 23, and that's level 1 Howl.
Yeah.
When do you get the talent that I mentioned? It's actually a level 10 talent. Really?
Yep.
Okay, I would be shocked if he doesn't go for that.
I honestly think it's pretty legit. I know we've been talking about it quite a bit, but I do think this is an unexplored way of using Lycan this patch. We'll see though.
He's not clicking it again for now. He needs like a Yule Scepter or something for some mana regen to pop that constantly.
I mean, he almost has enough with a Sage's Mask actually. He has 2.7 regen, right?
Yeah. So
it's not far from. But then he's only using Howl. I think you kind of also want to use your wolves.
That's all you need.
So, they kill his creep. Didn't get the gold bounty, but got the experience.
Yeah. Now has the Ring of Basilius clarity. Be able to spam Howl, I'm sure. That's what's on his mind. DNM in the jungle with the meta. He has the Treads, Wraith Band, and going for the first item of Dragon Lance. And I Annihilate going for the drums build on the Batrider. While Kit's in the mid lane, kind of not the greatest start for him. He's actually 400 behind MMR Tourist for Lycan. who obviously has the Helm of the Dominator. So going for the Helm of the Overlord, I would assume. And for Realm on the Pudge, looks like it's going to be the Vanguard first after the Soul Ring. And we've been seeing, obviously, Phase Boots extremely important for the hero, but
Yeah.
after that, as a safe laner, it might just be straight up Ags into BKB.
Yes.
Blink Dagger is usually what you pick up if you're a mid Pudge.
The
But
tricky
they have the
thing,
Clockwork Initiation and Batrider.
The tricky thing is the Pudge matchup against Terrorblade. Terrorblade has so high raw damage that Vanguard isn't enough to protect you fully. Especially when Flesh Heap runs out, you're in trouble, right? So if you do go that Axe
lane.
route, you're still not necessarily able to stand your ground. Yep, speed.
Like
the Centaur Stomp.
He needs to
Missed
stop it.
it.
Misses as Jakiro dies on the other side of the map, but
Still
it's not going to matter. He still gets right-click down.
All right, 2 kills back-to-back for KBU across the map. Nicely done. The Enigma kill in particular is pretty damn big. He's the top net worth hero of the game, so that's a nice bounty to get. And Annihilate's eyeing up DNM or just annoying him really with the napalms. Already used his lasso for the Jakiro kill, so I think it's just time to get out of bot. Like, DNM shouldn't be playing the lane anymore. Bat's level 7. He's done a pretty damn good job on Terrorblade overall here. So time to farm the jungle, maybe send some illusions to the lanes whenever you're able to, and give that bottom lane over to probably just Jakiro to sit there and get a lot of levels if possible. Seems like he might be taking mid for now instead. And actually, they will be making their own move to bot here. This is not an expected move, I think, for Annihilate.
Yeah,
With
and
Puck Tiny here.
Realm is also smoked up in the mid lane. He's going to use that to his advantage and get a hook off onto Albino Zebra. Really nice hook. Dismember to fall. He's not doing that much damage, but we'll see if he's able to finish off the Jakiro as I Annihilate getting chased in the bot lane. So the Batrider dies and the Jakiro dies for each respective side. And now top lane, the action will lead to a
they get
kill onto
speed
speed again. So
Yeah.
second kill in a short amount of time.
So that was a
AB.US.
well-executed gank bot from 5-Rat. So they coil into toss, breaking the coil, and then Terrorblade meta. And the reason this play is really nice is not only that they kill the bat, but Terrorblade, he's now here with level 4 Conjure Image and meta running, and he's actually going to take a full tier 1 safe lane tower man at 12. So very nicely done here for DNM, and perfect timing. Meta runs out, back into the jungle. The counter move from KBU top definitely good too. Killing off Enigma again. Keep him slowed down after he had an amazing start. Could have already had the Wraith Pact and more if they hadn't slowed him down these 2 times with those kills. So it gives them a little bit more breathing room to keep building up. And yeah, Pudge is going Ags.
Yep.
I think it is the right choice. It's just against Terrorblade, this is a little bit dangerous because if you, I mean, it's Terrorblade and Midnight Pulse, right? You're not safe as Pudge. Against a lot of other matchups,
going
you're
on
just a
speed
god.
again. Top
Oh,
lane
not
hookshot
again,
is there.
surely.
Third death. Third death, and it feels like just 2 minutes of time.
Same place, same
Yeah.
spells, really. It's just the Lycan ult and Clockwork Hookshot, and they get him another time.
And that is rough. That's going to put the Enigma... I mean, he's still top 3 net worth, but the thing we mentioned, obviously in the draft, this is a hard Enigma game in general. They got 4 counters to him, theoretically at least. Some of them positional based, like the Batrider and Clockwork, but... have to say, this new Occult Bracelet neutral on Pudge, extremely good.
Yeah, it's super good.
I think this item, I think it did get slightly nerfed, right?
Yeah, it lost 2 all stats.
Yeah, okay. And Realm looking for a hook, again onto Albino Zebra. Not going to connect, but he's just going to try to walk up the old-fashioned way. Avoid the ice path. And I Annihilate, he's just going to pop the drum, so... You can see the TP support's coming in the form of the Enigma as Speed gets off the Malefice onto the Warden inside his own cogs, and now Kits is there. He's going to get a hookshot off onto the creeps to try to get some distance as Albino Zebra looks like he will live. Coil onto 2, but we have the curse to hold Puck in place for the time being. A smoke pop by the Warden, but he's still alive. Waning Rift will finally finish him off as the Arc Warden... Or the Arc Warden, if only there was one in the game. Winter Wyvern on the cliff, the hook shot.
Toss at the same time!
What the hell was that?
Wow. Oh my god, the timing. That was
Just
amazing.
disappeared.
That was literally the same time the hook landed. He got tossed back.
Dire's middle
And that apparently takes priority. Both spells hit, I think. Right?
Maybe it's because the hook was first.
Yes, I think that's why. You're right. This is not an interaction you see very often.
Under attack.
Yeah, that is.
Toss and hook on the
weird
same
one.
target.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Very even game, though, for now.
indeed. Terrorblade top net worth right now, but we're gonna see the tier 1 tower taken out in the bot lane. By the way, that first tier 1, was that the first tier 1 that Terrorblade took out, or was the tier 1 top taken first? Either way, we both lost our prediction already, Cinderin. It was a 12-minute tower, not 10.
That is correct.
So all these pushing heroes. Very sad indeed. The Warden. Well, he's going to be spotted here. He's going to get silenced now.
Witchblade.
Yeah, the coil to come, but only on the one. A hook shot not going to hit anybody. Avalanche keeping him in place, and the Ice Path is going to finish him off. Meanwhile, I Annihilate uses that lasso to bring Giant back into his right-clicking arm. So it's a 1-for-1 support for support, but Albino Zebra, he's going to get chased now as this Ancient Ice Shaman looks very fearsome indeed.
They are about to kill the Lycan army, so maybe they could have done something there, but not the case. So, yeah, they're just not interested. They're going to avoid this fight as long as they can, keep Terrorblade farming in the top half, and as long as they don't lose towers too much, I think 5 Red 4 Staff are probably pretty okay with this, knowing how good of a Terrorblade game this really is later.
Dire's top tower
But he
is
shouldn't
under
feel
attack.
too safe. Obviously, I Annihilate +1 can definitely kill Terrorblade with Lasso ready. But there's quite a while for that since you used it on Tiny.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So MMR Tourist on the Lycan has his Helm of the Overlord now. What are the Blitz Knuckles for?
I mean, I guess he's just
Shadowblade?
probably going Orchid?
I was gonna say Orchid. I don't know if have I seen that on Lycan? I'm not sure.
It's a good way for him of trying to deal with Puck, right?
Yeah, force them to get like a Yules or something.
Also gives him mana regen so he can spam Howl, Shannon.
Hell yeah, he's not
Hell
been doing
yeah.
that, by the way. What is this talent he took? Come on, 20% attack reduction against a Terror Blade. Surely, Cinderin.
Does it hit illusions?
I don't know, probably not.
I don't know either.
But if he creates the illusions after he's been howled,
I mean, the 10 damage on wolves. The thing is, the 10 damage on wolves is better for farming, right?
it
It's
is.
like, it depends what you're looking for. And we're still, we're still theory crafting this thing that we think might be insane, and we might just be totally wrong, and it's not good, But I'm just still hoping to see it. All right, Howl does work on illusions. I just saw the TV alert there.
Wow, that's
so,
sick.
yeah, I do think that will be very strong in this game. Well, he will get it eventually on level 27.
Yep, we'll see that for sure.
So
We're also going to see it's
Hang
not
on there.
just an Orchid on him, but Clockwork, the Warden, is building one as well. So they're going for the double Orchid.
okay.
Pretty cool. 800 away on the Ags for Realm. And after that point, it's really got to be BKB. And I'm more curious on if I Annihilate is going to go for Blink Dagger after his BKB for the Bat Rider. Because they are lacking a little bit of catch as long as the Warden is not able to hit hook shots. But I don't know if you want to rely entirely on Clockwork to be your main initiator.
I don't think so. I think having the lasso on bat with Blink this game is really powerful because Clock is a really good follow through as well, and having the option sounds really nice. I think Bat buys that after BKB as his next item. I would like to see that at least. You can make a case for Octarine as well, just like keep your cooldowns low, keep trying to find picks, and be more efficient at farming on the map, but I do think this is a good dagger game. It's also one of the few things in the game that can truly surprise the puck, right? Which just adds more threat on the map. If you have the possibility that Bat being missing could mean your death at any second, you're going to be more careful with split pushing and putting more pressure on the map.
Yeah. All right, Realm finishing his Ags now. We'll see if that's go time or they're trying to align BKBs potentially. Well, maybe the Ags for him aligning with I Annihilate's BKB that is about to come will be enough for them to get
Lining
a
up
little
with the
active.
Orchid as well here for Lycan. So
I mean, how well would you say that this team, this roster scales? This Terrorblade is fearsome.
I think the Dire lineup scales very well. And the
By
way
the
they're
way,
gonna,
minus 50 damage or Hal right now.
the way they're gonna deal with Terrorblade is through long extended fights. I don't think their lineup bursts him, so that's what's a little bit tricky later on. But in theory, the scaling of their lineup is very good. Bat is not a bad late game hero anymore, nor is Pudge, nor is Lycan. So all 3 cores can definitely get there. I will still overall favor 5-Rat 4-Staff come late game, because I just feel like, you know, Enigma, Terrorblade, we've seen it so many times win these late game scenarios, but it's not a game that KBU US can't win after a certain point. Like, unless they start falling significantly behind, they have plenty of opportunities. And this is something their lineup does very well. It's time to go Roche. They have Lycan. They have Clockwork, who got a lot better at this as well. And they have the Pudge Ags.
Like it might be a freebie. Rocket Flare comes flying over Jakiro's head. He could try to disrupt this a bit with a Macro Pyre, but it's going to be hard to get inside the actual pit, although Kits is coming. Illusory Orb, he actually jumps
nice
in.
Try.
He's not able to get it. Instead, he gets stunned up and brought down really quick from KBU to react to that, as Jakiro will die as well.
And
now
have DNM.
we got the lasso onto the TB. No Sunder to come because he gets Winter's Cursed, and now he's just going to be brought down by the creeps. You can't Sunder those big boys. That's a freaking dinosaur.
Really nicely played there from KBU. I love that Winter's Curse too. He was sure that Terrorblade was about to Sunder, so he just curses and they let the creeps finish the job. I also like the try from Kits. Like, that was super close. He orbed in at the perfect time. He waning rifts, but the Aegis is already taken, and then, you know, the Orchid immediately gonna shut him down and they get that kill. But nice try. This is still huge for KBU. That was a 4K play, essentially, in terms of net worth, not in terms of skill. That was way better than 4K, don't worry.
I was going to say. Yeah.
That was some good stuff. And this is what their lineup wants to do, right? Now they have that Aegis, and they have this pretty strong progression in their items now as well. Lycan is working on an AC, it looks like. Bat will be going Lens before Blink, so not prioritizing that. They have the Blink on Wyvern, though.
Oh, okay.
So we're already up to 3 Dagger, Shannon. Condolences.
Oh, no. Wait, what time is it supposed to be at?
25 minutes.
Oh, well, who's building one now?
I have one on Puck,
Oh, wait, how many did I
one on
pick?
Wyvern.
Oh, I already lost. That's what you're saying. God,
Yes.
damn it.
And one on Tiny.
All right, I hope they just buy like 5 daggers right now. To ruin yours, at least.
3 minutes, they have to buy 2 Blinks.
Yeah, they got it. No problem.
I'm sure.
I'm curious what Puck is going to buy, because now that he sees the Orchid, probably too late for a Yules. As we're going to see the Avalanche onto 2 in the top lane. Coil with the Macro Pyre. Cogs doing a nice job of separating them a bit, but they are completely surrounded. So 2 nice pickups for 5-Rat, showing some life.
Yep. There was nobody around to save there. No Curse, no heal, and no hook. So the primary defensive utility that KBU have were in base regenerating. So I think Clock was maybe placed there as a kind of a wall for Lycan, but unfortunately they kind of were on top of each other at the time the smoke hit and not separated, so that Clock could have died in Lycan's stead. And that is obviously really great for 5-Rat. Don't think they're going to be able to use this for much more than just the kills and maybe placing an offensive ward, but anything right now is important for them to progress, get Terrorblade to that BKB timing, and Enigma maybe to the Blink, although he's going Octarine first. So similar to what we saw coming out from the Vailama yesterday on Wildcard with the... He went... Did he go before Wraith Pact even? He went first item Octarine, I think. Didn't he? With the Naga game. Yeah, he did, because Naga went Wraith Pact.
I thought you meant this game. Yeah, he definitely went first item. Very strange.
New meta.
But yeah, I guess. I mean,
Some
again,
people have done it in the past.
This is a game that you have to get like every item. You got to get the BKB, even though they have so many cancellations. You got to get Lincolns, I would assume, and you got to get Refresher still. So that's why I question. I mean, the Octarine can make sense, but like going for Wraith Pact, maybe he just. I guess going Wraith Pact makes more sense this game if you're not able to get off good black holes, because at least you'll have some utility.
For sure.
DNF.
I also think that's why the Octarine is nice, because you can't really rely on Black Hole, so relying on all your other spells having lower cooldown is really nice. You have Midnight Pulse maybe twice in a fight, you have Malefice. And if you do get off a Black Hole, even if it gets cancelled, you'll have it sooner again. With a BKB, I feel like you have kind of the same problems, right? Like, what does the BKB actually do for you? You're still going to get stunned by Hookshot, you're going to get stunned by Curse, you're going to get stunned by Lasso, and you're going to get stunned by Dismember. So Do you even want to buy it? He is queuing it up, but
Yeah,
I don't know if it's worth it, actually, in this particular game, which is very rare for me to say Enigma shouldn't buy BKB. Like, that is a true rarity, but I feel like there might be better alternatives. Like, just go even harder on the auras, like maybe you get a Blink Shiva or something. Pudge is gonna find Jakiro.
Yeah, he's going to show off his Blink Dagger. Albino Zebra ticking away and will fall.
Toys will be toys.
That is only the third Flesh Heap stack this game for Realm. Hasn't really been super
hook.
active. As Hookshot comes in. Cog into the hook. Nicely played. Avalanche comes out from Giant, but it's not going to be enough. So double kill for Realm is now, you can see the power of KBU's lineup. They are peaking to some degree. Obviously, they want to start getting a lot more active because if this goes super late against Enigma, Puck, Terrorblade, kind of scary. Curse comes out into the Dismember, and this is gets off the phase shift. Illusory Orb, not enough.
Such a nice
As the
kill.
Aegis
I'm
goes down.
really positively impressed so far with KBU US. Also, you know, there's a reason they beat the cut yesterday, which is a, you know, historically speaking, probably a matchup where we would favor the cut, but they won it 2-0, and they're showing, again in this game, it's not a fluke. They're making some really good moves. I think this TP from Pudge Wyvern is pretty impressive to identify that play there. Get that curse on the Puck after Orb is used so Pudge can blink Dismember afterwards. Very nicely done.
And remember, KB.US, they're the team that played Nouns in the first round, so not the greatest matchup, obviously, for right out of the gates, but they've been doing pretty nicely in the lower bracket. As now they amalgamate towards the bot lane, looking for the tier 2 tower and outpost control that comes with it. Although the smokes come out from 5-Rad, you get the coil onto the Pudge to start things out. MMR Tourist pops the Lycanthrope ult. Pudge taking absolutely no damage. Cold Embrace going to keep him alive as well. Now that he doesn't have that flexion, but you see the lasso onto the Terrorblade. Do they have the stun lock? They do. Down he goes, and that was with meta. No BKB, nothing to stay alive, even a Manta style available. That's going to lead to this tier 2 tower. And another one fight from KBU.
Yeah, you've gotta be so careful as TB here. You might have to premeditatively pop your BKB actually, because if you do get caught by anything, your team does not have saves. You're just gonna get blasted to pieces by these heroes. So much burst damage coming in. The Lycan, despite Terrorblade, you know, having high armor, there's still just too much for now. As that Howl comes out and they're all just laying into him. Batrider doing a lot of damage too during the lasso.
Oh yeah, we gotta check what level 4 Howl does. Terrorblade, how much minus attack damage he has.
He was dead there.
I know, but before that happens.
Well, I
Wait,
guess
just
Tiny is pretty
he
funny.
Pop that Howl. Oh, he did. But he was still dead. Damn.
Sure, he'll use it again any second. Let's see if he just spams it off cooldown.
He hasn't been, so it's kind of curious. I feel like, considering you have this much mana regen, it's worth just to pop so that he just doesn't farm as fast. And Sinner, and of course, with the new mechanics like this, we have to talk about theory crafting and some stupid ideas that come with it.
Wait, hang on. Howl hits creeps, right?
It should, yeah.
Yeah, so you push every wave as well when you click Howl.
Minus 46 damage on TB. Not too shabby.
And he usually has plus 24, so it's minus
so it's getting
70.
rid of like 60, 70.
Yeah.
Do you think you can make a lineup with Luna, Night Stalker, Lycan work?
You just want it to be night the whole game, huh?
Yes.
Hey, theoretically,
the
yeah,
ultimate
I guess.
counter is Phoenix, so you got to be careful with that one.
Yeah, for like a few seconds, you're in trouble.
Very important. Well, Eclipse is the same thing, right? Nighttime temporarily.
Yeah, but everything gets overpowered by Supernova.
I think the goal for the dev team is to make a full day team and a full night team. You got Coddle, right? He doesn't make it daytime though. Hookshot's gonna miss. I know Zebra in the triangle. Yeah, Hook is there, and that's gonna be the 7th Flesh Heap charge for Realm. As he now has a full BKB available. Lasso finds Puck. They have the silences to follow it up with as well. He does have Sange Kaya, so status resist is there, but it's not going to be enough. So another pick-off for KBU.
Yeah, if Realm hits that hook on the Enigma, they might actually get a lane of barracks, so important there, or they get a buyback from Enigma. Because this wave coming mid, Lycan pushes stupidly quickly.
under
And they will probably still at least get this mid tier 2 for this. So again, I mean, KBUS are just owning them. This game so far has been a pretty one-sided affair. It looked good for 5-Rat 4-Steph in the beginning with their Enigma top having a great start, but then after killing him 2 or 3 times in that lane, actually 3 in a row, he had 3 deaths within a 4-minute span, I think.
Yeah.
The steam has kind of gone out of 5-Rat 4-Steph's lineup. When they try to make moves, they're not really finding the opportunity. And every time they show on a ward, this bat or this clock plus Pudge just pounce on them and kill them. So they're pretty much terrified of not making team movements. But then the one time they did that bottom, DNM died without getting Terrorblade, BKB, or Manta off. It's kind of, we're reaching that point where you don't really have much more margin for error. The next fight, you have to nail it. They are going to try for it with a smoke through mid. They have the push here from Eidolons, so this could work. They are running into the enemy high ground. Shapeshift is ready again, so they're not going to play around that.
The ancient Granite Golem, the brother of Tiny. As MMR Tours gets off his ult, the toss back, but the silence immediately onto the puck. Right clicks are coming. Okay. You're gonna get the cold embrace off of the Winter's Curse on the BKB DNM. Not gonna save Lycan in the end, so it's a 1-for-1 support for core. But you can see Realm jumping in with that BKB. He actually gets the kill on Terrorblade, despite being black holed at the time. And now KBU looking to finish this fight off in style. 3 kills for Realm. Now focusing on this annoying Wraith Pact.
Not the best lasso
on
there.
Annihilate. Hook
Oh,
will
clean.
connect on the kit in the fog. No dismember yet. There we go. After the phase shift ends, and Albino Zebra trying to help out his comrade, but it's just going to lead to a full team wipe in favor of KBU. So 5-Rat started that fight out relatively well. They got the Lycan.
Yep.
But obviously all his creeps contributed quite a bit of damage in that fight, and
it's such a clutch decision making there from Realm to jump in and kill the Terrorblade next to Enigma. He knows there's going to be a black hole, but he believes he has the damage in time, and he's BKB'd. So in case things go wrong, there's not going to be a sunder from Terrorblade onto him. He might sunder the Enigma to get that health back, but then you're probably just killing the Enigma, right? So he goes for the Ogre Seal Totem in, gets on top of Terrorblade, gets the hook off just before he gets black holed, and that damage was enough with the lingering rot as Terrorblade was trying to run away. And again, huge plays here from KBU to now have a 13k advantage and get the second Roche. You would imagine any single mistake at this point from 5-Rat where they die on a core and don't have buyback, the racks are not long for life. So.
Who gets the shards, Cinderin?
Do we like it on the Pudge here?
I mean, I always like this, but a lot of players don't value it. They definitely don't buy it because it's more of a support-ish thing, but I feel like if you have the Blink Dagger, then there's no point in not just taking that to get a nice save.
I wonder if his Vanguard is better than the Plate Mail right now in this game. It probably is. I do think it's kind of close, though. Maybe not. 60% block 64. Terrorblade hits pretty hard. Right.
Yeah, bring out the TI-83 plus calculator, Cinderin.
Yep.
Was that a thing in Europe, by the way?
Calculators? Always... Yeah, we have them.
No, like in school, it was, I don't know why, it was just required to have TI-83 plus calculators.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was the calculator I had in high school. I think it was a TI-83.
Annihilate. Oh, he's going to find kits. Nope. Phase shift blink. Sticky napalm. Drums of endurance, or the boots of bearing, I should say. And he's going to get caught out. Hookshot is there. Stun lock. And nothing you can do on Puck to get away from that.
Yeah. Not been a good game for Kits. Really getting punished for not having a defensive item like Yule's or Lincoln's right now. Doesn't mean his item build is incorrect here, by the way, with Witchblade Kaiasange. But when the game does go like this, you feel pretty bad. Because these items were meant to make you snowball. And you failed that opportunity as a team. And now, as a result, you wish you had other items right now. But it's not the way she goes. So. Now, would you know what, Shannon? In addition to TI-83, we also had TI Interactive. Did you ever use that? That was a PC program you used with the calculator.
No.
Used that for writing our reports in physics and math because it could calculate in a PC program and lay it out pretty nicely. Not like LaTeX, but you know.
Can I just say, and I know there's going to be some kids watching.
Yeah, there's going to be kids
right
walking.
Now.
Hopefully.
A lot of the math you learn in school, you thought it was useless, and you were correct.
Yeah.
pretty damn useless in life, generally.
But you know what you can't put a value on, Shannon, is learning how to learn. And that's something math is very good at, is teaching you how to learn. So.
You could say that for any subject, though. So,
You could.
I don't know.
And you probably would if you were a teacher in that given subject.
I mean, the one math subject that I would have been interested in learning a little bit more is like probability, right? Because then I can sound smart when I talk
probability.
about stuff. But I didn't. I fell asleep during those classes, so I didn't learn anything.
To be fair, it is pretty counterintuitive, and for a lot of people, insanely boring, I guess. But
Yeah, it
I
was
always like probability. I find it really fascinating.
understandable.
Yeah, I'm a
Considering
super
you're
nerd.
not a human being. Realm on the pod
Actually, it
now
was a
has
formative
Ashivas.
subject for me in developing my entire personality.
Yeah, I can imagine that definitely being true. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for the Putka.
I Annihilate looking
Shiva's
for a big move
online.
here. Keep an eye on him. If he gets vision, he's going to
Owl
pounce him.
is there.
Oh, they found it with Tiny.
Yeah, Annihilate has to pop the BKB. Gonna get the lasso to the low ground. Tiny looks mega dead. Orchid ensuring that he can't get out.
Giant was hoping for a toss
Does have
back, but
buyback.
not
There's a
final.
hook shot.
Whoa!
What the hell was that? Okay,
Okay.
the Warden just popping left, right, and center. Pops the BKB as well. Just has to run away though. I Annihilate. He's in the cold embrace, but that's a lot of magic damage being bursted through him. And looks like he is finally gonna get dropped.
This is
So
where you
kind of
know
an
who your real
awkward
best
engagement.
friends are. Realm saved the clock over bat. He
what
swallowed the
happened?
clockwork.
What was that weird interaction with Clock?
All right, so Clock hook shot in and Pudge hooked at the same time, and he hooked Clock out. So really
Oh, I
unfortunate.
see.
They both had the exact same idea, and it's just one of those moments where you can't really communicate that perfectly. It's a gut instinct play, and unfortunately they landed it at the same time. You can use those spells in connection, like you can hook shot to set up a hook if the Clock gets to sidestep for a second. But it was literally simultaneous, so really failed there for.
Yep,
For
which is
KBU.
unfortunate because that means the Aegis won't be used to
Yep.
full effect, but
That's very
Still.
true.
21k lead. Actually, they've grown their lead since losing their bat rate. It was 19k a minute ago, so
I think they got the bounty runes, and they're getting more farm out of the map. So yeah, they got 2 bounties, which is 1,000 gold in and of itself. It's 99 gold per hero. So yeah, having that map control, perhaps still, I wouldn't say by the pro teams, an underappreciated aspect of the game, but I think sometimes we tend to forget just how much the bounty runes actually start mattering as the game, the lead compounds.
yep.
Because now we're 37 minutes in, right? If every bounty rune is 500 gold, let's say you get 4 or 5 bounties in a row and the enemy team gets none, the amount that contributes, like the amount of creeps you need to kill to compensate for that is actually pretty enormous. So
That's why Pirate's Hat's great, Cinderella.
it is very good.
It's I believe, 40-second
I
cooldown.
fucking love tier
guaranteed
5
bounty.
items.
I can't tell if you're sarcastic. I mean, I know you're sarcastic, but I
Good.
actually
I'm
feel that
happy
way.
that you could tell that.
Yeah,
Actually, you
very,
couldn't
very
tell. You
subtle.
just know. So
Yeah.
you didn't need
If I
to
didn't
tell.
know you, I would think you're being sincere.
All right, if there's something you can pretty much count on in internet culture, Shannon, if someone says "I heckin' love" and then something after, they're most of the time they're sarcastic,
That's true.
with or without the bat chest.
That is fair.
Are scanning.
Realm, now that the Aegis is gone. Ooh, Havoc Hammer. That's a Pudge item. I would assume it goes to him. Let's see if he gets hand delivered. No, Lycan's going to keep it for himself. Okay. Also strengthy.
Is Curry.
Very beefy boy. We'll see what else is dropped, though. Overwhelming Blink looks to be next on the Pudge. Any items of note coming soon? Sheepstick, pretty close to for Annihilate. I'm not sure if he wants to save for buyback. Probably doesn't need to. Although, technically, 5-Rat can push really fast, but you can just see they have 0 map control right now.
Yeah, if they win a fight, it's going to be on their quarter of the map, right? So buyback probably not necessary here, unless their entire team falls and none of them have it, which I find pretty unlikely situation right now, but you never know. Obviously, if you find the perfect team fight and a good black hole, which, Speed has really been struggling to find any black hole this game. He's super scared of dropping it because there's so many counters. And again, maybe up for debate what items he should have bought because of that, right? If you're not going to use black hole regardless, then I think there might be something else than that dagger that you could have gone for. But you do want to play for the chance, right? It's so easy to sit here and say it, right? If you're playing Enigma in this game, wouldn't you buy a blink? I feel like I would, but
Oh, Realm, he actually uses Boots of Travel on a creep just to get to the Tiny.
Travel
Very
on
cool.
Wolves is very good.
And I learned something. Maybe I'm an idiot. Well, I know that
Yes,
I'm an idiot.
absolutely.
But I didn't know you could use Shivas while you were channeling TP.
Yep.
Didn't know that was one of them. That's cool.
You can. Yeah. It's a really big part of Tinker's kit, actually.
That's true. I actually knew that, and I forgot. That's how old I've become.
Age comes for us all, Shannon. I say like I'm older than you.
You do seem older than me. I'm not going to lie.
I don't know. Maybe you?
Yeah. It was not a compliment, just
No.
to be clear. Definitely not. Sheepstick now there for I Annihilate as they're constricting this map pretty hardcore. 24k lead now. But the high ground has been a bit of an issue. I mean, it is against an Enigma. And
It's a pretty big
H0.
deal that Tiny's dead,
They
though.
get
Oh,
the
they find him.
initiation onto poor old Speed. He's going to get stun locked and brought down easily. Ooh, Hook just barely going to miss, but
Good
still a
force staff.
5v3 situation. Now
It's
they
such
can
a big
start
deal
to
that
get this
Tiny's
melee
dead.
right.
They're not scared of the tossback play, so Pudge can actually just go in front. All right, gonna
That's
look
right.
out the Lycan for a little bit of a save, and
Remember, he
some
can eat
damage
him
mitigation.
for some health regen at any time.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's the coil. He can eat him right now. Use it on the Lycan. Anybody? No, don't walk into the ice path. And 2 die just like that. And there's the black hole to follow. Realm is dead. Very unfortunate turn of events. The buyback really working out for Speed. Double kill for DNM as Kits is not done. Winter Wyvern. Looks like he's actually going to be fine. The Avalanche just a little bit too late.
they're still 20k behind, but that is actually a pretty damn big mistake there. If Pudge immediately swallows the Lycan and gets out, things aren't too bad. But I think he overestimated the range on it and kind of already started moving away before he finished the Dismember. And the problem with this situation is Terrorblade got 2 big kills, right? He got 1,000 for the Pudge and 500 for the Clock. So a grand total of almost 2k when you consider the AoE gold he got for the other kill as well. And Terrorblade is now going to finish his next item, which is going to be a full pike. So we're reaching the point where, you know, the right setup, TB can do this. It's not out of the question.
And again, they're going against the black hole. We talked about how many counters there are, but if you can get a decent one,
Yep.
then anything is possible. And now they have a double damage on
Puck
DNM,
has
and they're waiting for
Lincolns, you know,
Roche.
they're getting some things.
Roche is about to spawn right now. They're going to spot it. DD is there. You see, he
this is
doesn't have
so
meta,
good.
but I mean, this is a big one. This is Aghanim Scepter, which, if you put it on DNM, that gives you a fear and kind of a baby metamorphosis.
Which one's the best one here, you think?
I think it is Terrorblade.
Is it?
Yeah, Pux is kind of eh. Enigma's is good, but we talked about how Black Hole is not a guaranteed thing.
Yeah.
I think it's
I
clearly
think probably give
DNM.
TB. It's TB or Jakiro for me, I think.
Jakiro for the high ground defense.
Yeah, also just the BKB Pierce, right? It's pretty nice against 3-4 enemy BKBs, as a matter of fact.
Yep, he's putting in his backpack. Okay, he's going to consume it. So it will be the fear, which I never remember the name of, actually. We'll find out very
Terror
shortly.
Wave, I think? Yeah.
Yep, Terror Wave. I think it's pretty... Is it 10 seconds of... yeah, 10-second meta when you use it as well.
I think what you do now on Terrorblade, you probably go Swift Blink, right? And your goal is
yeah.
when the enemy team starts doing something as a team and grouping up, you blink in behind the front line, you fear the enemy team, and you kill the guy that you push. Well, you don't push him direct opposite of you. It's not like Shadow Fiend. They all get feared back to base, I believe, right?
They run towards their fountain, yeah.
Yeah, all of them, right? No matter where they are relative to TV.
That's correct. Hook shot.
That is
All right, that is
very
going to be an
bad
insta kill for the Puck. Does have buyback though, so this could be a little bit scary for KBU. He's going to use the buyback, and you can see DNM just shredding the Wyvern. Has a full Daedalus now, using it to full effect. So that did require a meta. Gem is on the ground right now. Not sure if they're going to
They do
spot
get the
it.
puck buyback, so I think you're pretty happy with this if you're KBU US, of course. There was, like you said, meta was expended. But only a 12k lead. Obviously 4,000 of that is that Ags terribly got from Roche, or 6 rather, excuse me. So depending on how much net worth you want to actually put on that item, you could say it's still like a 15k lead, if you will. It's hard to quantify sometimes.
Very good value. And now they're starting to get their
Lycan
neutral
is
items
gonna
back
force
here.
a rotation here, top. They have to come back. This big wave is too big. He's already going to start hitting the Rex mid. This ranged Rex is actually going to fall in about 10 seconds if no one TPs. This Golem hits like a truck.
Does anybody care? It's a range Rex.
Yes,
No one cares.
I care.
No one
Okay.
cares.
I don't think you should have just given that for free.
Until catapults get upgraded, nobody
And he
cares.
cares
about
now, so he probably cared before.
I don't think so.
I think it was just too late.
What if
This-
the siege creeps become trebuchets when they're upgraded? They're longer range.
Yep.
That's a change, Valve.
Or if they shot liquid fire.
No. Let's not get ridiculous. That's
Why is that ridiculous? We already have it in the game.
Not for a freaking creep.
I mean, it could be less strong than Jakiro's version.
All right, Witchbane on DNM. So he's going to have an extra Dispel now, a little bit of extra attack speed as well as doing some extra damage.
I'm keeping an eye on Wyvern, though. Refresher on him, and he has plenty of mana to go. So those two curses doesn't even need to be amazing usage. Just curse any BKB the enemy team uses is already nice to buy you time in that fight for that to expire so you can follow through. And of course, the creme de la creme is cursing a core next to Terrorblade. If you get that, you're probably winning the fight.
Yeah, they're
But
going
I
to
found him
initiate on
first.
top of him, though, and there's the Terror Wave. Toss back, dead. Does have buyback as the BKB is popped by MMR Tours, but Ghost Scepter keeping Albino Zebra alive. And the Lycan just has to TP out, so they want to disengage, it looks like. But the Wyvern's coming in. Albino Zebra finally drops. Does have buyback himself. BKB now down, and that leads into a black hole for speed, biding his time. As the Hook actually got the Terrorblades. He's dying to his own illusions. He's getting extremely low. He's going to go down. That is the Aegis, but no meta to work with. And the Warden, he will be able to TP out just barely through the BKB. I'm not even sure. So this fight, in terms of gold, definitely went the way of 5-Rat.
Yep.
And
They only had a minute left on their Aegis. I think that was a great outcome for them. And the key thing is finding Wyvern first. This Radiant Ward down there, they did not smoke into this area as Dire. They get caught off guard by the vision, and they get the Wyvern killed first. He buys back, and he dies again. So really long respawn for him as a support. And that is the single best hero that 5-Rat 4-Staff can find to start. If they find anyone else, Wyvern can counter-initiate on all of them. Because he has Refresher. He has so much freedom to just... Like, let's say you go on the Clockwork, or you go on the Bat, or whatever. You just curse a guy next to him, and if they haven't run BKBs, then...
When he howls, that's 100 damage DNM loses. Literally 100. That's insane. Imagine with the Talent Center. Imagine!
I'm imagining it right now. It would be more than 100.
God, it's good. Oh, we got the toss back. Hookshot trying to save his life, but there is the hook into the Dismember. So putting him in his belly, remembering he has the shard this time. Why do they always walk away from the Dismember? You're full healing. You don't need to go back to base. Although maybe he's buying his Aghanim Scepter.
Actually not.
Yeah. Oh, BKB from MMR Tourist. He has Nullifier, by the way.
He is very farmed on Lycan. He is a huge threat to these supports. If he gets on top of Jakiro, Jakiro just dies. All of Jakiro's items are countered by Nullifier. All three. Ghost Scepter, 4-Staff, Glimmer, useless. You just get on him, nullify him, take him out.
Yep.
Be a great start to the fight. It's one of the worst matchups for Jakiro to play in later, in basically any stage of the game. Lycan is way too fast. You can't hit your spells, and when he gets Nullifier, all of the items you love to buy are just not very effective. There's the Swift Blink now for DNM, so the item that we were expecting him to get for that Terror Wave is online.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out, other than Moon Shard and maybe Shard, which I don't even know if you get Shard, honestly, what you buy to upgrade from this. Something to go with BKB when you use the BKB. I guess Refresher is the only item,
Refresher's an option. Satanic is something Terrorblades often get. I don't know how valuable his Manta is now in this game. Like, if you do replace that with Satanic, for example, I think the Pike is pretty good. And you definitely want the Lincolns. So, yeah, if you replace anything, it's got to be the Manta, right? At the same time, that's your only move speed item. You have Swift Link. Yeah, you're probably fine without Manta.
Tough choice either way. Top lane getting poked a bit by the Black Dragon. I Annihilate smoked up right now. He has the Ninja Gear. Great item for him.
Like Pudge.
Oh, we got the Terror Wave, and Pudge is just getting crit down into Oblivion, but he's going to get... No! The Black Hole comes in just at the last moment, and they're going to just burst down the Wyvern as well. Not able to get off only one curse there, not able to get off the refresher at all. And I feel like this game is 5 rat, 4 staffs to lose at this point. It just feels like KBU, they're not going to scale as well, and they just have not been able to get high ground at all.
Isn't it funny that the main turning point of this game is the Terror Wave? It's actually the deciding item so far is that Aghanims on the Terror Blade that he got for free, because this moment, they find the toss back on Pudge, and as Wyvern is trying to blink in to save him, Terror Blade blinks on top of Wyvern and Terror Waves them both. It almost feels like as Wyvern here, you need to be really careful, like extra careful with your positioning than usual. You need to stay far back, yet double damage.
All right. I didn't even know this was a 25 talent for Lycan. Howl reduces total attack damage. I need to see what this does in nighttime. Of course, they might not get to nighttime because there's a double damage on DNM right now. Might have to. I mean, still 30 seconds on the respawn
back
time.
And Howl's in the base. It's actually
Giant with a nice toss. Oh my god! All right.
Yep.
BKB
That's a DD
was
Terrorblade
used,
for you.
And
for 800.
Instagib. Oh
they have
my!
both. They're gonna use it. Wyvern gonna try to stall a little bit. Yeah, Lycan is not coming back to try to howl and slow things down. He wants to try to force a split pressure here. Has done enough down there now for that.
Yeah, this is a full set of racks. They can't get more than this unless they want to try to go for throne, which is unlikely. Because there's still tier 2s at the top and bottom lane. And, oh man, there's a full 4 minutes till nighttime, Sinner, so this Howl we won't see.
I mean, it still works as a skill.
I know, but you got to be near.
Yeah. There's a decent chance we get a team fight soon.
All right, well, your job in this team fight is not to watch anything other than the attack damage of Terrorblade.
Okay.
I just want to know.
I can handle that.
I want to know if that 20% would have made a difference, that talent. Of course, he wouldn't have nearly as much farm, potentially. He's 6-slotted on the Lycan. I would say it would be time to buy the Aghanim Scepter, but I don't think Pudge wants to turn into a wolf, necessarily. I think the scaling for him is kind of at a standstill. And actually, he's queuing up Tome on Lycan so he can get his talent that we talked about. He regrets the level 10 talent choice.
I mean, he still has quite a way to go, though.
Yeah, I know.
He's level 27 before he gets there.
Roche is up. Aghanim Scepter, Refresher Shard. And we're 8 minutes from the dream.
And there's a haste rune here for KBU. They hooked it up to themselves. Are they just going to go in the pit? They are. This is the moment. 5 red 4 step smoked. If they find a good angle and a good start here onto it, ideally Wyvern. But they will not run into Wyvern first.
Yep, Realm pops the Shivas, but not able to clip anybody. Trying to cancel some Blink Daggers. A hook shot comes in. Onto the cliff they go. Kips is going to be just fine, though. Full Dismember on the Tiny in the meantime, but you can see the Terror Wave from DNM to create a little bit of space. Speed has died and bought back into the game. MMR, Tourist, trying to run away from these right clicks of the Terror Blade, who hasn't actually used meta yet because he has the Terror Wave, but they're going to find Realm in the end. Force Staff ensures the kill as Albino Zebra picks him away. No buyback on the Wyvern. Buyback is available for Pudge, but I think this is enough for 5 rat to go for the Roche if they want, but they're not done killing heroes. Blockwork is next for them. And now
again,
meta is up.
So crucial. Wyvern isn't getting to play. He got killed off again. KBU went and focused on the Enigma and did bring him down without using Black Hole, but he has buyback and returns to that fight. Still has it ready. They didn't need it.
Oh boy. They're going for the win right here, right now. There's 2 buybacks for KBU available. Fort is there. They're waiting for the Pudge buyback likely before they back away.
This is a very
They're going to
big
get the first tier
Terrorblade.
4 for sure. Now focusing on the last. Ancient's going to be exposed pretty soon. There's the hook shot, but it's going to be avoided. Nice Hurricane Pike usage. Pudge already uses his buyback. Will have to eat Clockwork, digest that disgusting robot, and potentially Roach Pit now for 5 rep. But this allows KBU to try to contest. But this Roach is going to be like an instant kill, it feels like.
Yeah, it's pretty quick for the TB. Actually, I say that.
They have time. They smoke up. The Warden pops his BKB by accident instead of the smoke, I believe. That's a big item down.
Rocket
They're scanning it
ready.
out. They know this is happening. Rocket Flare's there, but Giant gets off a nice initiation. Prevent it. But he actually sets up the hook shot nicely. Okay, the Flame Break. DNM actually pops his Terror Wave to try to get into the Roach Pit, but the Cogs are blocking him out completely. The Warden just desperately trying to get in there. He's gonna get the Aegis, and Albino Zebra gets the Aghanim Scepter, but will tick out from the Flame Break shortly after. Speed is dead, no buyback available, as now there's a lasso on the Tiny on the high ground, completely surrounded by enemies, even a nullifier used to ensure that they take him out, and KBU somehow wins this fight. They
The
get
Warden
the Aegis, they get the cheese, the Aghanim Scepter on 5-Rat. Who got the Refresher Shard? I'm not sure.
Clock has it too.
Oh my God, what
He
a
got
turn of events.
everything except
And
the
now the
end.
silence comes out onto Puck, but the Eon Disc proc, that's not going to take
Hex.
off the nullifier. That
He's
is
dead.
instantly afterwards, along with the Hex. He has buyback, but this is where KBU needs to try to go for the win.
Don't Google net worth expectancy or win expectancy graph for this game. The first time in forever that 5-Rat are barely over 50%. They get stomped in the pit. That's what it took. When you're the favorite by a margin of nothing, that is when things go the absolute worst. What a
they go
wonderful
throne?
setup there from KBU into that pit.
They're thinking about not going throne here. What are they doing?
They don't know
Looks like
about the
they're gonna
buybacks, so...
Right. Well, Enigma, I think,
They know
bought back
Enigma,
recently.
yeah.
I know that one.
Do they actually know about Tiny as well? I think they do.
Either way, they're going to focus on
Surprising.
trying to get the Mega Creeps instead. So that's going to be
That's
2
that clock
sets.
eggs.
Hidden bot.
Pew, pew, pew.
Now, Lycanthrope is going to use the ultimate just to get to the other side of the base a little bit earlier. Now we have the lasso. This is going to be a potential dieback onto the... No, he didn't buy back earlier, sorry. Has the buyback now, so now 5-Rat, we're going to have to go against Mega Creeps all of a sudden. They have time to go throne still.
If they go throne now, it's pretty... They definitely should have just done that right away, right? They are not going to. They could have 100% ended the game there.
I think so too.
I mean,
I think so
I
too.
say that, you know, you never know against Terrorblade on defense. Next to the towers, there's a Puck with a lot of items and a Jakir with a buyback. So maybe something could have gone wrong. But I think pushing your advantage there would have been...
How long was Terrorblade down for during that stage? You remember?
I don't remember. He was dead for quite a while still.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this game is not over yet, though. Mega Creeps is something that they can definitely come
Or
back
was
from.
he? I actually think he wasn't dead. Never mind.
They have
Doesn't
the
matter.
Coil and Terror Wave combo, which the Coil has the 25 talent, pierces magic immunity, so this is almost unavoidable if you can get the initiation off from the Terror Wave. Very scary combo. We're 3 minutes away from the dream. We are going to see Aghanim Scepter on MMR Tours. Who the hell is he biting?
This is like, you know, a favor for a favor kind of thing. So he's going to bite Pudge, and then Pudge is going to swallow him. And that's a, that's a
Wow.
good business transaction.
Great combo. Well, at the
There
very
it
least,
is.
it gives him movement speed, right? That is
Actually, this
something.
is how you can kind of like roleplay Little Red Riding Hood like this, because now the wolf can actually go and swallow. If you're playing with Snapfire, you could swallow Grandma.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Wait, we didn't see the howl. Was it used?
I did not pay attention to the one thing
It's
you asked me to
nighttime.
do.
Nighttime. Use it. Please just
Yeah.
use it. Is
He
he
really-
27 yet?
I mean, you're
Oh,
right.
gets
He
it.
really should be howling nonstop. Because
Has
he's
the
pushing
20%.
waves with this, so yeah, that should just be. It's just not instinctual. To be honest with you, he might not even think about it. Like,
Oh,
there
he
it is.
used it? Look at his damage on Terrorblade. Holy this is incredible, man. Oh my god.
He
that's
lost 200
50%
damage.
uptime.
200 damage.
That is absurd. I feel like there has to be some weird build where you get like Octarine core so you have more uptime. Like, that is
I mean,
absurd.
I'm with you. I think it's insane, but as we have talked about
not
it for the
spamming it.
15th time, this game, I
just
still agree.
amazed.
I still agree.
But this is with the 10 talent. That's why it's so good, Cinderin, all right?
Yeah.
The 50% increase. Going
Yep.
from 40 to 60 is insane.
That's a 20% increase.
That, you know what I mean.
It's a 20 percentage point increase and a 50% increase. You're correct.
Yes, thank you, Cinderin.
Good job. I was hoping I could get you with that, but you stood your
No.
ground.
I mean, if you could have gotten me if it was
You
the
did pay
reverse,
attention
maybe.
to math, after all. Just not
I-
probability.
yeah, the probability class, I did not,
Mm.
for sure. What are the probability of KBU not winning this game?
Well, according to Gaben, it's 20%.
20%.
They
Do you
have
think it's
megas.
80-20? I don't know if I feel... I feel like this is 60-40 KBU.
Yeah, it's
right
pretty
now.
close, honestly. Still, despite megas, all it takes is one misstep without buyback.
And
Now,
of
I'm not
course,
sure
the
what
coin flip
buybacks
of
they
the
have.
60-minute item, Cinderin. That's also going to play a big
True.
part here. 'Cause
Comes
that
into
is
play in
coming.
10. Yep.
The play here, for those that aren't familiar with how the neutral items work in tier 5s, well, I guess it's for any tier or for any tier of neutral items. But of course, I have so much experience with this, Cinderin, and I paid so close attention to the few pro games that we have seen that have gone the distance. What you need to do is stack ancients to get them faster. Okay.
Right.
Like you should be triple stacking these ancients, taking them out. That's going to give you like 2 or 3 guaranteed, pretty much, of these neutral items. And you got to block the enemy ancients, Cinderin. That is
What if you can farm both because you have megas?
That's true. If you can
All right,
farm
it's
both,
all
then
in
go
time.
ahead.
We got to wait. This is a big moment for 5.
Have we spoken too soon? Will there not be any neutral items?
They are showing quite a few heroes by pushing the wave with spells, though. They show Dual Breath and Orb. So some information here for KBU US.
By the way,
but they're going to force them back,
buybacks.
though.
Only 3 buybacks in the game.
It's all in
right
time.
now.
DNM's just going for it.
He's going to pop the
BKB?
BKB. He's going for the tier 4s. There's the fortification and a hook shot to follow. This is going to be Agnum Scepter, remember. So the battery cell actually does a lot of damage here. He's actually going to kill it terribly. He's getting extremely low, finally getting some life back here. Gets the Sunder off at the last moment, now getting dismembered, and he gets taken out 100 seconds, but does have buyback. Will have to expend it immediately. Still, the tier 4 towers remain, and the base is what they have to worry about because they have to. These heroes are defending in the meantime. This was an absolutely awful push attempt from 5rat, definitely getting destroyed in the process here, and now Kit's attempting to get out. Not going to happen. The curse used just to ensure he's dead, and that is 2 big heroes dead with no buybacks. As KBU can go get the tier 5s, which they probably won't need to, if they want to just, you know, little extra here, just for the push here. Yeah.
He took one of them, Shannon. That's one less drop.
First the 10 talent, and now you don't go for the ancients. What is this? Good lord.
Are they going to push, though? Do they feel confident? Puck doesn't have buyback. They should know this. It's a 3-minute cooldown if they've kept track.
Yeah.
Lycan Refresher.
Seer Stone. All right, not the best.
Good for Wyvern.
True.
You
need a game ender.
That is bonkers cast
extra
range.
Gold. Good.
Yep, that's what you would focus on with that, not the 150 attack speed for the
Forget
push.
about the attacks. Actually, it's 15 move speed. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's pretty random.
All right, Pudge is now a wolf, and they are going to go for the throne.
Oh
with
shit, the
2
wolves
dead,
are knocking on
no
the door.
Buyback, but Enigma, 15 seconds, and he will be available. Has only the 1 black hole. The hook onto the Jakiro. Dismember, not going to be there because of the avalanche coming out. Terror Wave is applied, and now the Ancient is completely exposed. Will they be able to get this in time? DNM pops the BKB, forcing the rest of KBU back. So now it's a 4v4 situation. DNM, Curse onto him, taking a lot of damage from his illusions. Nullified as well. They're just trying to delay things as they go for this Ancient. It's at half HP now. Looking for the Sunder for DNM as there's a black hole in the meantime. Onto the Lycan, so no more right-clicking of the throne. He is dead. 100 seconds of no Lycanthrope now. As Realm just desperately trying to right-click the Ancient, but it's not going to happen. He gets tossed back into the fountain and brought down to his knees. And now the Warden trying to get out of here, but the Terrorblade is starting to get relatively low, but the Sunder comes out. He actually gets lower HP as a result. He gets glimmered to the sideline now as the right clicks onto the Ancients continue. Bad Rider just trying with his pathetic damage against this Ancient. It's extremely low, 200 HP, and finally they get the Ancient. What the hell was this game, Cinderin?
Oh, wow.
What the hell did I just watch?
That was a good time. You can say what you want, but that was super entertaining. Late game Dota is always going to be super crazy. And you got your tier 5 items, man. You dreamt of it. Seer Stone on Wyvern. Yeah. There it is. The only item you got, I think.
No, it was Seer Stone, Pirate Hat, and I think that's
it. Pirate Hat. You're right. There was a Pirate Hat on Lycan. Yeah. I mean, crazy ending. And it goes to show what the Radiant lineup is capable of doing on defense, right? The fact that they almost hold there with their buybacks at their fountain. It's kind of hard to just single one thing out that is the reason that KBU US end up winning this in the absolute end. I think the primary thing to focus on is honestly the first like 30 minutes of the game where they're just consistently outplaying 5rat and building an advantage. So there's margin for error and the fact that they get all the Roches. I guess the Clockwork stealing Roche was actually the most important single moment of the game now that I think about it. He got Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard on a Roche that was killed by the Radiant. So the only thing that Terrorblade took with him from that was the Ags, and I think he also died. So
Yeah.
what a crazy game. There's a lot of highlights in that. That was pretty wild. And
Man, I love these 60-minute plus games. You know that.
that's sick.
Very entertaining.
Enigma Terrorblade lost after 60.
You know, I wonder if this game would have been a little different. I know there's a lot of moments that could have gone one way or another, but that last push attempt from 5 Rat that just got completely shut down after showing their spells with the smoke, that was questionable at best. I felt like they, in some ways, had an advantage. Like if they were able to team fight, they would win team fights. The only problem is that they're getting pushed from the side lanes.
It's so easy for us from our perspective to be like, yeah, you're mega, but you still have a good chance. Just keep playing defensively. What most teams will default to when they're down with megas is an all-in Hail Mary, right? Because you feel like that's how you're going to win. But honestly, KBU, or rather 5 Rat 4 Staff, could have maybe extended the game to a next Roche. Maybe they could have found some sort of pick in a side lane and gone with that instead of just flat out brute forcing down mid. And if you do it, I think terribly just blinking in, popping BKB and hitting a tower is probably not the way to set that up. Ideally, you start it with some sort of catch in the base, right? If possible. But
well,
that was
either
wild.
way, that's just game one. We ended with Batrider pathetically hitting the Ancient to win the game. But yeah, game 2 coming up next. Hopefully it's somewhere near the level of this one. We'll be back after this break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to game number 2 between KBU.US versus 5-Rat 4-Staff. We're in the draft already. Last game, very entertaining to say the least. If you missed it, you should watch it for sure. We're already, like I said, deep into the draft. So Primal Beast makes it through this time with Marana being taken for KBU. And the other side, Undying makes it through and Faceless Void. So a lot of priority heroes, I would say, available in this draft.
Absolutely. And the overall first pick of the draft was Undying, so the response being Primal Marana, and Faceless Void closes the phase, and that means 5-Rat can now start banning to protect their carry if they wish. We're already going to assume that the Void is a carry. I don't think we've seen 5-Rat played in any other role, so this is more than likely just going to be DNM in the safe lane together with Albino Zebra on the Undying. So you are showing your safe lane in your first 2 picks, and that means KBU can try to solve that in any way if they want. They can put Primal 3 if they think it's good. I don't think so. I think this is a very bad lane for Primal, so I think you'd better put it mid. I played this hero quite a lot myself, including when it was very, very good, arguably very broken. And I think Faceless Void was one of my worst matchups in the whole game. You can't really trample and go on him in the lane. Later on in the game, he has a BKB piercing ultimate that messes with you. It's really annoying to get time dilated. And Undying speaks for itself why that is a good laner against Primal. So I think they're going to put something else down there with Marana and maybe run a Primal Beast mid for Annihilate if he plays that. Or they could put Primal Beast on position 5 this game if they see any value in that. I think
No
you're kind
more
of locking
position
the Marana
5, Cinderin. Time for some more core Primal Beast. But
yeah.
everybody wants to see it.
You've played this
Bring
hero
it out.
yourself. Would you like to play against this lane?
No, that looks terrible.
Yeah.
That's why you put him mid.
Yeah, I think so. 5-Rat 4-Staff are going to ban Lina, which they clearly are not expecting the Primal to ultimately go mid here for KBU. But I do think that, once again, that is what they should consider. And now, taking some time with this next ban, maybe looking to protect the Tombstone even further. Obviously, Lina targeted ban in part for that. Also just a strong mid lane dominator that Kits got absolutely handled by Quinn on the other day, so might not want to relive that if they want to play Ember.
Well, Quinn is
Quinn's a different beast probably
He's a
than
beast.
Annihilate on mid, but still, it is a very bad matchup for Ember. So I'm already thinking about the Ember Spirit as a possibility because of this ban. Kits is probably like, yeah, I want to play Ember guys, but not against this one.
Radiant team
Banning another mid lane dominator in the Queen of Pain. I believe last game, what did they ban mid? Was that the game where there was a Storm and a Quap ban mid? Or was that the series before that I'm mixing it up with?
It's a great question that you asked me that you know I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, thank you.
Snapfire taken out along with the Queen of Pain. So yeah, like you said, all the mid laners going bye-bye to 5-Rat 4-Staff. So they might know something that we don't about whether they're able to play or they're comfortable playing Primal Beast mid or not.
And Snap is definitely a stable 4, right? Together with Void is a classic combo, Chrono with Kisses, so you just get rid of that so you don't have to worry about it. You take out arguably the 4 with the single 4 with the most damage in Chrono. I don't think anything rivals this. Maybe Phoenix could do it in the perfect scenario, but when you pick Phoenix together with Undying as supports, you run into the problem of none of your supports have reliable slow or stun, which Snapfire would cover way better, in my opinion. On the other hand, you do get double heals, which is very nice, so there's something good to be said about both. Dawnbreaker ban against the Void, and they're going to grab the Dazzle as their primary save against Chrono.
Okay,
surprised they don't run back their Wyvern. I think he overall played a really good game last game until the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, you get the full save this time, so nothing can kill you other than Axe, which will likely never be picked in this tournament. But this also indicates that it's almost certainly a Primal Beast core.
Yes.
I feel like Marana as a carry is just not in existence at the moment.
Dire team
I would agree.
Despite
with
her
that.
portrayal in the anime being a god. Spoilers. Enchantress is the third pick now for 5-rat,
Radiant team
Interesting.
pick.
followed by Ember.
There's the
Okay.
Ember. Yeah, not surprised by the Ember. I'm surprised by the Ench, but I think the Undying might actually end up being 3 for speed. If they
Really?
like their matchups, yep, that is definitely a possibility. Either that or you put Ench. I mean, Ench Undying sounds like a pretty weird support duo for this game. I know you have Ember for some catch, but you might want one of them to be a core and then get a 4 that has better synergy with Chrono. Maybe they feel like Ench is it. Like, maybe that's enough. You get Impetus to level 4 and you just go to town, but
Dire team back.
not sure that I'm sold on it. Invoker will be the response from KBU here against
Okay.
the Ember. Quaswax, probably.
Does that mean off-lane Primal Beast then?
I guess it does. I'm curious to see this play out. I don't think so. I mean, okay, we can also look at it from the glass half full perspective. The glass half empty is you're not pressuring Void, and I still think that's the case. The glass half full is maybe Undying Void can't bully you out of lane and you can still get your own, and maybe that's good enough for you. I just feel like a big part of Primal Beast's appeal as a hero is crushing a lane. It's whether it's you're doing great mid, you get power runes and you start roaming and killing with runes, or
Right.
you play dual lane off lane and you're playing a good matchup where you can win. And this is not a lane you win. There's just
Well,
no
what if
way.
you put Primal Beast? He's still the 3, but he plays the safe lane,
That is possible.
and you
but
get an aggro duel, like something aggressive that actually works out against. Like,
Dire
I know this
team
is
back.
weird. We talked about the Veno being good against Void. I mean, you don't really have great late game if you pick that, but if you're looking to just win the lane, that's up there.
yeah, their lineup does. I mean, it could work actually. Veno can buy some tanky items and kind of frontline in this
10
game.
seconds remaining.
So that is a possibility, but I feel like there's probably something better that also sets Invoker up for more success than Venomancer. It's not exactly the best duo, in my opinion.
How does Razor fare against these two?
Radiant team back.
I mean, it's one of Void is one of the worst carry matchups as well, right? Because you just time walk off the link.
Yeah.
So, and against Undying, Razor does not kill the Tombstone very well. He doesn't have great attack speed. So, yeah. I think perhaps what you're looking at here is maybe something like a Phantom Lancer, and you use that as your tool to kill the Tombstone, and against Chrono,
5 seconds
you
remaining.
you have a save, you try to survive, you have Deafening Blast, Tornado EMP, Grave, a lot of heal from Dazzle, and then Ember will potentially be annoying, but you can maybe cover your bases with the Invoker, because I think PL actually has a pretty damn good game here. If he's the ultimate last pick. So, if the conditions are right, yep, they're banning Timber. That could be a hint.
What here did you suggest?
PL.
Okay. Okay.
Beastmaster ban, maybe a bit worried about getting outpaced, and it's also a bad matchup for Primal. The one
Do you
thing
skill
Primal Beast does
Flame
not
Guard?
like is Primal Roar.
You skill Flame Guard against Invoker when you know he can just Tornado
5
you.
seconds remaining.
That's a good question. I actually don't know how this lane dynamic works nowadays. I think in the past, Embers would sometimes go 4-4-0 against Quaswax
Radiant
Invoker.
team pick.
Yeah, I love PL
Back
here.
to the Jakiro.
I really love it. This is an Ench core or an Undying core at this point.
Oh yeah. I'd like to see Undying.
I
Pretty hype.
I
Seen
feel
a
like
lot of
it should be
screenshots
the
of people
Undying.
pub stopping. Pub
Yeah.
stomping with Undying.
10 seconds remaining.
Pump stopping.
Yeah. That's like an old shoe. You remember the pumps?
5 seconds
No.
remaining.
Really? Am I that old?
I'm
You don't remember
Danish.
pumps? But they didn't make those in
What's a pump?
Denmark.
I'm gonna
It's
Google
like
this.
it's a
Pump
shoe that has like a little ball kind of on the top of the shoe that you just pump and it tightens it for you. Pump it with air. They were
Right now, I'm
very
googling
popular.
pump shoe, and it's giving me not a single image of what you're talking about.
Look at this. Phantom Lancer, last pick.
All right. there
What
you go.
a prediction from Cinderin. I'm guessing
Yeah,
you're
it's
taking
good here.
KBU in this game.
Yeah, I think it's good. Also based on the flow of the last game, right? If 5-Rat 4-Staff don't do a better job in the early mid game of setting up plays and being successful there, I think ultimately Invoker plus PL will be too much of a handful for this lineup. Void can always win late game, more or less, as long as he has secondary damage in Chrono, which he does from Jakira and Ember, but I'm getting the feeling that with what we saw in the last game and what KBU were managed to do in the mid game. Let's imagine the game plays out in the same way as the last one in terms of
10
like
seconds remaining.
pacing. The advantage that KBU US were able to accomplish last game at like the 25-minute mark, if they get in that position, I have them all the way. So I think a lot of it's down to Invoker and Primal Beast. How well are they going to do? Are they going to set the pace like they did last game on their respective heroes, or will things be a little bit slower? And this time, Realm obviously not playing Pudge, right? He was quite a big part of their killing power, but it is a damn good PL game, I think. I'm actually surprised it didn't get banned by 5rat. So,
Cinderin, if you Google pump shoes 90s, first images are what I'm talking about. I want to see a reaction to this. Let's see your beautiful face reaction.
Pump shoes 90s.
You can do it.
That
Man, your internet's slow.
I have never seen this before.
Yeah, that's exactly how I described. You squeeze
I did just
the
find a
ball.
retro shoe. It's a Proto 94 sneaker for about, what's that, $750? Yeah, I would not buy that to have a pump in the front of my shoe, I think. But you know,
But
you
it's-
do you.
You know, the cycle of fashion, it happens all the time. Like this is probably going to be cool. That could be worth even more in the future.
Oh.
As we
You should be an NFT salesman.
no, let's not get down that road. As we get into the game and we can put this discussion behind us, because a more important one is at hand, Cinderin.
Yep.
And it is predictions. Total number of Roche kills. Ooh, not great
3.
Roshing. Really? I'm going to say 0 to 2,
I think
actually.
it's going to be a pretty long game, potentially.
All right, I'm saying 0 to 2.
I mean, last game had like 5 or something, and it was
I know.
or 4.
But usually when you have a really long game, it's followed by a super quick one.
Okay.
Will there be a teleport canceled by stun by 10 minutes? I'll say no as well. Although Ice Path is very good at that.
It's bugged.
Total-
It said no.
Oh yeah, that's true. Total number of smoke kill
Specifically Ice
ganks.
Path.
Total number of smoke kill ganks by 25 minutes.
3 to 5.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. First player to get 15 denies.
Oh, it could
not
be no one,
Invoker.
actually. I'll pick PL, I think.
PL, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
He has a decent lane matchup.
I'll say Void, just to
30
be different.
seconds to battle.
This is an offlane Undying, by the way, in case you didn't mention that. So it was not the Ench. They will play Giant on Ench 4 and
Nice.
Albino Zebra on Jakiro 5.
Good. What I like to see. So if
Core
nobody gets
Undying
15
against
denies,
PL, that's bold, Shannon. I don't know. It
Core
seems pretty
Undying
bold.
against PL, yeah, true. I mean, maybe is there a build
PL
where
and
Tombstone is not
Invoker.
important?
I mean, I guess if you want to talk about it from a relative perspective, the Tombstone means less to the offlane Undying because he has more other stuff to offer. But at the same time, you're promoting him to a core in one of the heroes' inherently worst matchups in the game. Because almost no matter what items you buy, PL is going to be a nuisance. You're going to get out of mana from the Diffusal that he's definitely buying, and you're playing against Quaswex Invoker. I don't want to play Core Undying in this game. I'll tell you that much. But maybe Speed can make it work with some creative item build, or they just crush.
I know that Speed makes a lot of video Dota content,
Yep.
and I'm sure he's played a lot of crazy Undying games for said content, so I'm sure he has something up his sleeve. His kit's already leveling the Flame Guard, so obviously Tornado's not going to be available quite yet for I Annihilate, but we'll see if that is going to be leveled up past 1 or not, because again, Tornado will dispel that completely. As Realm already really low on HP. Oh my god, the Impetus almost kills him. Goes down to 40 HP.
Yep.
I'll have to salve now.
Undying is okay against PL in the start, just to clarify. In the laning stage, it's not bad, because you can man up, you pressure him pretty hard, and the Ench skilling Impetus level 1 will, you know, get in some pot shots here or there. So that's good. It's about later in the game.
Have you always
Specifically.
pronounced it Impetus? Because I would have mentioned something.
No, not always.
Yeah, you like switching it up, don't you?
Life is about learning, Shannon. When you
Is that
learn
the
it's
actual
called Impetus.
pronunciation?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Is it?
sure. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
unfortunate. That's not changing in my vocabulary, that's for sure.
No, it's Impetus.
Okay. I mean,
Why-
again,
why
it
was
comes
I
down.
so convinced of this?
I don't know. It's
You say
because you
both?
just assume you're right all the time. And before
Let's say
we get
I think you can say both. Let's just say that.
sure, whatever your heart feels. I mean, again, like salve is not the correct pronunciation for health salve. It's salve. And that's just never gonna. I'm never gonna say that. Just never gonna happen. As we see the Primal Beast in the top lane, the Uproar stacks are there. How much kill potential do they have? Because this is a Mirana with no setup in this lane. And I feel like the kill potential is going to be pretty tough to come by unless they can just get a crazy arrow.
I think neither team kills in this lane, realistically speaking. If a team finds it, I think it will be KBU from getting on top of the Jakiro. Jakiro does not fare well against Primal Beast when he hits level 3 and level 4, so maybe that's what you get, but you're not killing the Void unless he makes a grave error. He basically just needs to hold Time Walk the whole time and he can't die.
Yep.
So.
Okay, well, looking at the early CS mid, Kit's out a bit on top, 16-3 versus the 12-0 on the Annihilate Invoker. As Giant getting harassed a bit down below, but the Dazzle is going to take most of the damage here. Realm looking for the first blood, and he'll get it onto Giant, sticking around a little bit too long, thinking they could take out the Dazzle instead.
That is very, very big. PL getting first blood, what a dream. That is not something this hero does very often, and it is so strong when it gets ahead, so... Once again, the lane is not going too well. He only has 11 for 0 against Undying 14 and 7, plus 2 waves coming into him, so he might actually double him up on the CS, which is a good start here for Speed to be sure. Gonna see if he can keep building on that, though.
We'll see. Another Spirit Lance coming out for Giant.
Dire's middle tower.
To Giant, I should say. Definitely a different pace for him. I feel like we've watched him play Tiny like over and over again. And first Enchantress game. Yeah, true.
This
Both
is a
initiating
different
type heroes.
ballpark entirely, which could be good. Sometimes it's good with a change-up. Sometimes it's not the way to go about it to solve your problems from game one. Let's see.
The Warden
is not getting a water room here.
Yeah, the Warden definitely taking part in helping that out as MMR Tourist has to onslaught away, but he's going to get a nice juicy wave here with, I was going to say solo XP, but of course the Warden comes in just in time to leech it. Very important. I don't know. I feel like maybe if anybody's going to die in this lane, it's going to be Jakiro. That's possible. Even without an arrow, it's possible. But I Annihilate losing the mid lane in terms of the XP just slightly. So Kit's off to a relatively good start.
Yep.
But Realm getting harassed down in the bottom lane. And let's see if they have enough to do something in this top lane. Now that you have 2 levels of trample on the Primal Beast. But he's continually getting harassed out. But he does have 4 tangos to work with. As the bash comes out from DNM. But again, the time walk means that harassing him slowly is better than trying to go all out for a kill, unless you can get a stun lock.
I guess there is a potential kill on DNM if the Warden literally just does this over and over and over again, and Void eventually caves in and time walks. And if he doesn't, it's still pretty good, right? So I think part of the reason this has gone the way it has is that Albino Zebra has been very present in the lane and pushing Mirana to not go on the Void. But if she ever gets to just hit him consistently for an extended period of time, maybe you can find an opening. It's still kind of wishful thinking, I think, but...
I mean, despite getting the first blood on Realm, look at the CS discrepancy between him and Speed.
He's getting bullied.
31 and 13 versus 16 and 1. That is absurd.
Fortunately for you, you did pick first player to get 15 denies as Undying, so...
That's unfortunate for all of us.
I picked PL. He has 1. He'll get there. Undying needs 1 more. PL needs 14.
Wow.
Believer.
I would not have guessed this one. That is for sure.
Never give up.
This would have been my 5th hero, maybe guessed.
Oh, damn, that damage.
Oh my god. All right, well, that's a decay into a soul rip kill into a tip, which is more painful than any of the other spells you could possibly use, as now you can see mid lane being pressured. Oh, the Searing Chains actually connects on the Warden. He has to use that Fairy Fire as a Tornado onto 3, but Kit is going to try to finish off the Mirana. Sleight of Fist is up with 1 Remnant to follow. He'll get the kill eventually. And now I Annihilate kind of surrounded here, and then they got the Wolf Creep here to help out. Impetus is there. Ice Path as well. Sleight of Fist. I'm not sure if he dodged the EMP, but it matters not. They get the Sentry. At the very least for I Annihilate, he gets a trade, but again... It's a 3-for-1 if you count all the kills across the map, and a lot of damage to this tier 1 mid.
All right. I mean, I might have to go back on everything I said about this Undying thing. Now that I think about it, I seem to remember playing this lane myself as Undying and feeling really good for a while. So, and with the changes, maybe this matchup is even better for Undying than it used to be with the new decay, and he's obviously not skilling Tombstone. He's just 3-2, 3-2-0
He's going
build.
ham. He pops that Flesh Golem, now focusing on the Dazzle, who has no grave quite yet. EMP's coming, but Speed's already out of mana, so no damage will be applied. Pops the wand shortly after. Getting chased by Realm, but he's not going to have enough damage to finish this up with the Tornado.
Ooh.
Needed to clip for sure, but even with that, I'm not sure if they had enough either way.
That's great. He forced a rotation from Invoker and didn't die. That's a win in my book. And he can heal up. He has Soul Ring Mana Boots, so he can just Soul Rip himself back to life if he wants to. As soon as his ult ends here, he'll heal quite a big relative percentage to his HP. Gonna probably see him do it here. Nope, just saving it. Yeah, this is a bullying build from Undying for sure, and it's so far it's paying off. Damn, that level 40k, man.
It's absurd.
It's
Gonna get the double decay again, and yeah, KBU just have to get out of this lane. And still no Tombstone, obviously, but this would be good for diving the tower if they wanted to do that. But so far, so good for Speed and company.
Realm TPing base. That does not feel good. He's giving up the tower and going jungle, I think. Level 5 PL.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes mid, and they rotate Annihilate.
Oh, top lane. Onslaught not going to hit DNM. Ice Path will hit MMR Tourist, though. And the trample's coming. He gets off the ult temporarily. And is this enough with the Starstorm to follow DNM?
Oh,
He's going to
tornado.
drop the tornado. Primal Beast fell first, though, so Albino Zebra gets some nice XP out of that. He will end up dropping in the end, though. So nice.
Thought for a second they were keeping Primal alive with that NATO. That would have been
was
clutch.
close.
But did die to, I believe, Dual Breath. It's something for KBU US, but this has definitely gone way worse than I expected in the early game. The bottom lane in particular has been an absolute beatdown, which
We
now
got
that I see it,
double
I mean,
TP bottom, triple TP bottom. Poison Touch is going to start us out. Trample to follow. Speed doesn't have the Tombstone to slow anybody down. Onslaught is there, so he's going to die for the first time this game, and that is worth quite a bit of gold.
that was so expensive. 4 hero rotation, and they almost lost their tower as well. They have already lost the mid tower to that Ench rotation.
Oh
So
boy, and they're going to get
definitely-
clipped here. Dazzle running into his own jungle. That's not safe, though. DNM
Ooh,
gets
not a good leap.
credit with that kill. Onto the Observer, apparently, as MMR Tourist. The Trample not really going to connect on
Arrow.
much, though. Arrow does hit onto Giant. Pulverize does not have mana quite yet.
He doesn't have a stick on.
And the
I feel like you have
Uproar,
to have a stick on
0
this hero.
stacks there.
Yeah. No stick on Primal. I would not advise this. This hero needs mana. He's going to get the Soul Ring now, but double Bracer Face Boots before getting Soul Ring or a stick is definitely a greedy build. So
Well,
we'll see. Tower
I can
denied.
understand it considering the lane he was in. He didn't feel like he could ever kill DNM, right? So
Yeah,
just
maybe
getting
there
tanky.
wasn't enough value of having a stick against just Dual Breath and Time Walk. Perhaps it, yeah, maybe it just didn't feel worth it. That's true.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh,
Courier
right.
kill.
Hits. He's got the double damage in his bottle. Orb of Corrosion in tow, working on the Maelstrom next. See the early takeover of the jungle from 5-Rat, who now have a 2k lead in the early stages of the game. DNM switching it up for once. We're not going to be seeing the Midas on Void, but instead the old Mask of Madness, the tried and true, the classic. I assume Maelstrom after that as well. It's usually the 2 items you go for. As the Ice Path is just barely going to hit MMR Tourist. He's already at half HP. Has 5 stacks of Uproar, though. So if they want to try to re-engage, he could deal out a hefty amount of damage, but going to opt to walk back to base instead.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
definitely a high pace set here by 5-Rat compared to the previous game, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted them to not fall into the same hole as they did in game number 1, and so far, definitely not the KO. So close from
The
Kits.
second
Needed
off
half
of
a
the Sleight
second
of
for
Fist.
Slate.
Dazzle, in the meantime, will be brought down to the Soul Rip. The Speed now with his second kill of the game. Top net worth Undying. Don't hear that very often.
top tower
they don't have map control on KBU US right now. Their heroes are just not able to make the moves that they need to get some sort of a grasp on this. And of course, that's part of the problem when you're running a PL lane that loses with a defensive support, is that neither of these two heroes is going to offer much in the way of playmaking. So there's a lot more pressure on the other three. And as we talked about, Primal Beast didn't win his lane because he kind of couldn't. And yep, they punished the Invoker mid and took his tower early. So everything for 5-Rat this game has been really, really solid. Now let's see how KBU handled playing from behind. Because in game number 1, everything was going according to plan. They got a big lead.
Yep.
Now you got to find some sort of team fight with your Invoker Primal to bring yourself back in the game. They're going to Moonlight.
Yeah, but
Maybe
it was
they can fight
shown.
DNM.
Realm is showing mid, so they have a good idea that this is happening. At the very least, this will be a little bit of a ward expedition. But like you said, bottom lane DNM would be the beautiful pickup for KBU, but he's hiding in the
very
trees.
aware.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. They're actually scanning Roche just to make sure that 5-Rat are not doing it in the meantime. But they are smoked, and they're on their way to the high ground here in the jungle, and Realm would be a huge kill. Doppelganger, though, just in time. I'm not even going to bother trying to go for him, but they see the dazzle. They see a free kill. Although, yeah, Ice Path will be used. That's a cancellation of a TP, Cinderant. Did that count?
No, it was Ice Path.
Was it before 10 minutes? Is that what we
And it
needed?
also wasn't before 10 minutes. But 2 days ago when we had this, Ice Path didn't count. It was the exact same spell.
Chronosphere used just to kill off the old Primal Beast. It will be successful.
Yep. Annihilate not going Midas on Invoker. He's going for the Vessel. So this time around, no greedy Invoker plays. They will be trying to get the most value immediately out of this mid-game power that this hero brings. Peel will finish what looks to be a 14-minute diffusal. Not the greatest. You'd like to get this item minute 11. Or minute 10 even, if you're having a very good time. So,
Yep.
well, job well done by Speed here in that offlane.
Yeah, he has been the story of the game, no doubt about it. He's set the tone for 5-Rat in this game number 2. And he has drums, arcane boots, and is well into a BKB now for the Undying. Be very, very interested what he goes for after that. I actually have no clue what the build is. MMR Tourist, he's feeling a little cocky here, but he's going to get Ice Path into a Macro Pyre, gets off the onslaught, but he's burning. Nice Grave keeps him alive. One more decay would do it, though, and Speed will claim himself his 3rd kill of the game, but I get punished. Ult Snap EMP, completely out of mana now. Has the wand, though.
So far.
Realm, he's going to get diffused. Ice Path is there, but look at the damage coming out from Albino Zebra, the Doppelganger in the defensive measure. Will he be able to get out in time? Actually, he's using it to try to kill off Speed, which is worth so much money, but
God.
Speed some way, somehow lives, and KBU lose 3.
He has 44 decay. What in the world? He had 3.3k health. Minute 15.
Insane.
Yep. They
a fun
really
hero as
stacked
a
up
core.
nice and juicy for him there when they tried to kill him. And I mean, how else would they do it, right? It was the only attack angle they had. So he got a quad decay and drops that level 1 tombstone and stays alive.
Yeah,
Oh
this
boy.
game is getting it to be close to being out of reach. It is 6K at 15.5 minutes.
You
That
said
is
it.
a
Game
huge
1 is
lead.
a very close game. Game 2 is a stomp, but not the way we were imagining. I mean, I definitely thought 5-Rat 4-Step could run away with this and play a quick game, but I didn't think it was going to come so much from that bottom lane.
Ooh.
Nice try, but Kits gets out, gets the haste as well.
And that is the issue with not having an arrow setup. We talked about it the other day. This tornado arrow is not an easy setup at all.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And she's going to force rotation bot. She is pretty susceptible to dying to Primal, but he's not going to try. Doesn't have the ult and just needs to defend this tower ASAP.
With his dying breath, pop some more skeletons for a little extra
150
damage.
damage on the tower, not too
Yeah,
bad.
in the mid lane, finally we see the first tombstone of the game. It's only level 1. It's going to be taken out eventually by the PL illusions, but we have the Chronosphere onto said PL, and the grave comes out, but this might just delay the inevitable. Doppelganger not in time, so 2 dead for KBU. Make it 3, and 5-Rat really running away with this one.
Yeah, they're crushing them. It's interesting to see how different these two games are, right? Like you have an expectation based on what happened in game number 1, but the lineups here making a huge difference. KBU US, when they lose their lanes like this, just don't have very good tools. They're very reliant, as a matter of fact, on winning lanes. Mirana, like you said, no real setup. Dazzle defensive support. PL crushed as a safe lane carry. Who do you turn to? I feel like Primal Beast as a hero is just not very good under circumstances like this either. I mean, you see these highlight clips of the hero where it looks like, wow, this is the most broken hero in Dota ever, but the matchups just aren't good, right? Which core does he kill? He doesn't really kill the Void usually. Ember Spirit is tough to catch. Undying is just enormous. Like, it's not an easy job being a Primal Beast in this game, and you first phased it, right? So you gotta expect to be countered to some extent. And 5-Rat seem to know what they needed to do.
Giant,
Like,
he might
finally
get
an
caught
end
out.
here.
And
That's
yeah,
something.
it's something, but not exactly what you would want in this situation to try to claw back into this game, because this lead is pretty severe. 7K, Aegis there for 4 more minutes. And the Faceless Void has the Mask of Madness Maelstrom, so his farming capability is at its peak for this time of the game.
Yep.
And I Annihilate will be going for the Midas, but obviously, like you said, it comes after the Spirit Vessel. Now playing for maybe a little bit of a longer game if they can. I mean, the one benefit, I guess Jakiro and Enchantress are good at pushing, but like in terms of the cores, like right clickers, nobody wants to go for towers on the side of 5-Rat. Not sure if that matters with this kind of a lead, but we'll see. MMR Tourist is dead.
Yep. Not having a good time this game compared to the last one. But that's the life of an MMR tourist. It's plus 30, and then it's minus 30 on the next excursion. So, you know, it's always forced 50. Or so they say.
There's
For
double
me, it's
downs
forced
now.
40.
The double downs might change that a bit, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Minus 50s and 60s. Wait, is it always 30? Sometimes
Yeah.
25? The old
Always
one was
30.
25.
It's 30, and if you're playing a party, it's 20.
Oh, I see. And tier 2 tower taking down a half HP
Realm
in the bot
is
lane.
actually going to run into DNM here. There's a
Yeah.
possible chrono.
Chrono with speed
Toast.
in the area. Kits is there as well. Easy pickup, and he just can't find anything. So 5-Rat in the driver's seat. In what way can KBU come back out of this game? That is the question.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Midas needs to really pay off, so they just need to somehow defend for the next 20 minutes for that to pay off. PL needs 3 more items.
The primary problem in this game, as it seems right now, is that Undying +1 can almost like bully 3 or 4 heroes, right? Undying plus Ember, Undying plus Void. And any combination of these two cores, if they're in reach of each other, just puts so much pressure on KBU, who still need to farm way too much. And that means in the meantime, the supports can do this. So Ench and Jakiro are taking the bot tower together, and they're not worried. They have heroes somewhat in the vicinity, and that's enough. If they're in the vicinity, they can just connect, find easy picks, and get out. It's so difficult for KBU to make successful moves. And I mean, to answer your question, what do they need to do to get back? Get the BKB on Primal Beast, find some sort of a fight where Primal and Invoker get all their spells off, and PL gets to play his hero, because so far Realm has barely dealt hero damage in a 20-minute game. And that can be okay on PL if you're really farmed, but he's also not farmed. So he can't like suddenly hit a timing now where he's just going to own everyone. He's way behind in order to do that.
Oh, Ice Path. This is the gank. Oh, he actually leaps into the Ice Path. We're actually seeing the change
Uh-oh.
from that last patch. And ends up being an easy pick off onto the Mirana. And MMR Tourist, he does have the BKB, like you said. But yeah, even with all the spells, the problem is, like, with Quaswex Invokers, you're not really doing that much damage. A lot of it is just utility.
Yep.
And He's going to
That's
start
what
out
you
with the
needed Primal
EMP.
for.
This is the
He is gonna go
delay.
here.
Yep, he is. Trample's there. Speed gets the BKB off. So does MMR Tourist. Now he's just waddling away. They will get the Dazzle, who graves himself, so delays the death a little bit longer. Speed, perfectly healthy.
Looks like MMR Tourist either didn't realize that Undying had BKB or just felt like they couldn't kill him with Pulverize, which I think was probably the case, right? Because the peel wasn't there. They don't have the damage in the neighborhood to get that kill, but if you Pulverize, you can hit an arrow and maybe build something on that, right? But they didn't even try. They just BKB'd, ran in circles. Undying was like, what? And then he BKB'd and killed him, so... Or killed Dazzle instead. The mid-tier 2 falls. This is shaping up to be an absolute stomp. And in comparison to the last game where KBU were up 20k and the game got really exciting, you just don't have the same faith in KBU this time around, coming back with the nature of their lineup and how things went and what 5-Rat are bringing to the table here.
Yep, agreed.
So,
By the way, Speed takes the Tome. Very interesting. So valuing this level 15 talent, which is not quite there yet. But I assume the Soul Rip is what he's going for. We'll talk about that as
get the NM
he
here.
attempted. Yeah, that is a good kill. 50 seconds and no void. Not sure if they can get kits, though. Still has his Remnant up, actually doing a lot of damage with the Slight. And he will eventually go away.
Oh, he's
The
back.
other side. And yeah, being pursued from Speed and Albino. They won't be able to get anybody. So a nice position 1 kill coming the way of KBU.
Is he gonna try to TP here? No. Wouldn't have had long enough time anyway after that Grave nerf.
Oh, he actually took the 22 Tombstone zombie damage, so that's what he values.
Kind of interesting seeing he's playing against PL, but he probably feels confident in a lot of situations that PL doesn't have the luxury of going on the Tomb. Which I think he does eventually, but not right now. So might be very valuable for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And realistically speaking, that is probably when this game will get decided. So I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, but not often you see a core that's doing really well go for the early Tome to get a 15 talent, especially when the skill that it's attributed to isn't even maxed out yet.
Yeah.
Very strange.
It's pretty unusual. But both of his supports are having good games, so they don't really need the Tome.
Yeah, he is going Shard, so the zombies, I assume that counts towards the talent, right? Every time you hit, you get a zombie.
so, yeah.
Arrow coming in. It does hit through the Pulverize, but MMR Tourist is the one taking the brunt of the damage. Boss the BKB gets graved. Onslaught to safety, but the right clicks are coming from the low ground. And away goes Primal Beast. Hey, we're correct. Total number of smoke gank kills by 25 minutes was exactly 3, and we chose 3 to 5. Very nice. That's what we can talk about for the rest of the game. Our predictions, very important. Do we get battle pass points for this, by the way?
I think maybe yes, I don't know.
Coming soon. Battle pass points for predictions.
Oh, true.
Once the Shard is here for Speed, I want to see... Okay, he's actually going Shivas, which obviously makes a lot of sense, but I was hoping for Assault so that the Shard could really shine. And the Shard, I believe, is being delivered now, yeah. So now we're going to see the full force of the zombies coming out from his right clicks. As 5-Rat still waiting for the next Roche. It's going to be up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They're going to get the free tier 2. So they have every outer tower now at 26 minutes. Double damage spawns bottom. I think with the next Roche, they can try to... well, I say try to finish the game, but again, their building damage specifically isn't the best outside of the Jakiro Enchantress supports.
At the same time, though, they're relatively safe with an Aegis, right? On Void. Oh.
Yeah.
And the Mar Tourist probably going to have to BKB out of this one eventually.
But there is a Void who could Chrono or Bash. Want the Onslaught to give him a little bit of space to get away,
They're
potentially.
not letting him go here.
Yeah.
They don't know where he went. Oh. All right.
Into the river. They don't expect a Primal Beast with the thickness of him to go into the river because he probably can't swim with those appendages. They are very short arms compared to the length of his body, of course. Oh, he stacks the creeps. That was actually pretty sick. He onslaughted and pushed the creeps high ground.
Oh, that's cool. Was that on purpose?
I don't know, but he took advantage of it. Now he's getting a bounty room. Man, this Primal Beast is really doing work. Outside of all the deaths, of course.
He is showing on a ward, though, so this is just a matter of time before they go and do something about this. Well, it
see how
seems
much
like
they
he's just
can.
going to continue to farm. So
Yeah.
eventually...
Albino Zebra's like, I guess I'll come over here. I guess I'll ice path. No, I guess I'll miss the ice path. Now they
Yeah,
don't have the
that's
stun. Yeah, unfortunate.
That's not the way to do it. They didn't have the Ember, who was the reliable catch there for this play. So actually kind of got away with it there on Primal. Pretty good. But still, every passing minute, the Dire keeps improving that gold lead. Now up to 17,000. Roche is spawning in 15 seconds. Should
Yep.
be able to claim that. Void will have DD still running when it spawns for a short bit of time. We also have Ember with Arcane bottled. I mean, the amount of sheer advantage 5 Red have right now is ridiculous. They should just be able to take this Aegis and probably end the game with that one.
I
be
feel
honest.
like even if it's contested perfectly, KBU do not have a great Roche contesting lineup at all. Like, they have Aegis steal capabilities with PL. They have some AoE with Invoker, and that's kind of it, actually. You'll see the Warden get taken out. But going against a Tombstone, against Jakiro, against a Chrono, even without a lead, I think 5-Rat would have the advantage in holding the Roche area.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now DNM 600 away from Mjolnir, so I'm not sure if he's waiting for that before going for Roche, but nope, Speed's gonna start it out.
And with the Shard, this is so quick.
Those zombies.
They pile on real
Holy
quickly.
crap, that is
with
sick.
that talent.
Wow. I was hoping for the assault, man. I want some attack speed on this guy.
Shard for Ember. Gets the Fire Remnant burn radius.
Yeah, so now they have
And if you
Aegis.
get a kill around it, you get another charge.
They probably wait for the Shiva's Mjolnir. Both are like 300-400 away for the Undying and Void. And then I think they just go high ground and try to end this game. This is a monumental lead. A monumental shellacking, some would say.
Yeah. Certain people would say that.
Actually, it's probably
Certain
more
two
than
people I know.
monumental, honestly. It's in the Gaben tier.
No top hat, though.
No, not a top hat. This is probably just a regular Gaben. Just the standard. Now Speed can buy the Shivas with this last right click, and now it's on the way, so expect them to go high ground with this. DNM only burned 1 minute of the Aegis, getting his Mjolnir. Now they are ready to go. As the doesn't have the 20 talent quite yet to get the extra attack speed in Chrono, which I feel like everybody takes over the time lock damage, which kind of surprises me. Like, the other one's more consistent at least, but
Yeah, but this hero is so much about whether you get a core kill, right?
yeah.
So I just the chrono talent is just almost always going to be better. Just sure, the other talent might be better the majority of the time because you farm faster or whatever, but in the key moments that determine the game.
Oh, the Doppelganger's not going to get you out of the Chronosphere, but a nice tornado. Keeping DNM at bay, but he's going to pop that BKB. Now they don't know which one is real. He actually gets glimmered, and Realm gets Grave for the time being, has another Doppelganger, so he might actually live throughout this, but Kit's going in with the Sleight of Fist. Realm shall live, just barely. Pulverized in the midst of the tier 4 towers. Finally, the BKB activated from Speed. They aren't really able to get many buildings here. Just half HP left on the melee racks. The reverse time walk from DNM. 5-Rat potentially resetting. So not the game ender that they were looking for.
Yeah, not really sure why DNM felt so stressed with getting this chrono on PL. I don't think that was very important to do.
Yep, and now we got the... Okay, the onslaught coming. He actually goes to the low ground, so not focusing on Giant, as Albino Zebra is the target for now. But he's going to create a little bit of space to see Ice Path off, but Realm finally gets a kill. And now he's on the run, but no more. He can rest in the grave. 50 seconds, no buyback available. MMR Tourist trying to save his team. He does have buyback still, but now this is going to be finally the full set of racks in the top lane. Question only remains.
Buyback after
will they
losing
remain?
the barracks.
True, they could have
Not really
waited.
helping with anything here.
They see the DD. I think that's what they want to go get. They can wait for the supports and just try again.
Gonna bottle that up, and then they will use this with the next Chrono to go mid. They still have a minute on Aegis when Chrono is available again, and their supports will be alive, so it's the perfect timing to finish this one off. And yeah, I think DNM, it's really important actually for 5 Red 4 stuff that they're this far ahead, because I think that Chrono was just not very... It was not the best.
Oh, they might be trying to fight right here, right now. Dazzle dead, just like that. Does have the buyback available, though. We see the Pulverize arrow coming. It's not going to hit DNM, able to time walk most of the damage away. The rocks are coming, though. It connects one time onto DNM, but now he's getting truly aggressive, focusing on the Primal Beast. And he's going to stay alive thanks to the
Look at
grave
that
for the time
Macropyre,
being.
dude.
PL dead for 50 seconds after dying again. And surely this will do
9
it. 4 dead.
annihilation slow.
That's a lot of slow, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
We got a rage quit from the Primal Beast.
This is over. This has been over for quite a while. All right, this game did not go the way I expected at all. Hats off to 5 Rat for bouncing back after that last game. And obviously, even in that last game, something worth keeping in mind was, considering they were like really far behind at one point, they made it very competitive. And now that they're far ahead, it's not even remotely close. The nature of the games are very different, but 5 Rat might have a little bit of an edge here as long as they, you know, don't get off to a bad start in mid-game. Going into the next one, KBU obviously going to look back on this and be like, okay, were we a bit too greedy here? Was this a bit too cute? And I think they're going to bring something a bit more stable in the next one. But I believed in them. I thought the lanes were going to go better, but this bottom lane was a travesty.
Yep.
And maybe if they played it again, the same thing would happen again.
Kits ends up 15-0 on the Ember, but really the story was speed. 4-1-15, not the most impressive looking stat line, but like you said, completely destroyed that bot lane as the core undying, something you don't get to see all too often.
Yep.
But yeah, he really shined in this game. But MMR Tourist, the rage quit. We'll see if they're able to withstand the pressure, Cinderin, of a game 3.
Yep.
And remember, this game 3 decides who stays in the tournament, because this is the lower bracket. So the winner gets the pleasure of playing against Wildcard Gaming, but the loser is completely out of the tournament. So a deciding game 3 shall come next. Stay tuned.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 between KBU and 5-Rat 4-Staff. We are in the draft. Winner of this plays off against Wildcard Gaming. Loser is out. All comes down to this singular game, Cinderman, Dawnbreaker Visage opening. KBU. 5-Rat, they first picked Enchantress. They'll have a pick to go.
Isn't it funny how they completely changed their trajectory in game 2, and now they're like, that worked, let's do it again. And they pick Ench over everything else here. Probably going to be played by Giant again. Now, Undying, not available this time. I think KBU had they had enough of a taste of that. And they will be changing it up here with Dawn Visage. Visage, a hero that they did play yesterday in their first game. Today it's been banned in second phase primarily, I believe. So they feel like if we're going to get it, we have to pick it early. And they will get their hands on it, but this obviously means they leave themselves a bit susceptible to getting counterpicked on that Visage pick by something like Bristle or Timber or Kunkka. Like, I actually don't know if Kunkka is that good of a counter to this hero, but they are not going to go for that for now. They're still just grabbing their supports and going into bans.
Yeah, and we got the 2 supports again that can push, so you don't necessarily need pushing cores, but they could just go up for an all-out push if they really want. But I would say Dawnbreaker Visage are actually pretty good at defending stuff like that, so maybe not.
Yeah. I also don't know how good of a strategy it is for this patch. I feel like if you're playing fast push, it's very much revolving around Chen predominantly. And they chose Ench over that. So once again, these teams don't play Chen, but they will first pick Ench here. So
Yeah,
Lina
that's
ban
a
again.
good point. If you can play Enchantress, surely you can play Chen.
You'd think
Surely.
so. I mean, the heroes are very different in nature and what they do, and maybe 5-Rat just haven't had success in their scrims when they've been playing Chen. Maybe they don't, like, combine with it properly, or they, you know, it's just a vibe thing sometimes with your team. It's like, all right, we know this hero is super meta, but it's just not working for us. We're not going to brute force it if we're losing every game. And that's fair enough, right? If you're not making it work, then what can you do, right? Banning the Lina again and the Queen. So I feel like KBU should ban Ember now. There you go. Good. So clearly that is what 5-Rat do to set Kids up for success in the mid lane, and now he's going to have to show his hand on something else. As Clockwork, the pick now for KBU. Ran it in game 1 and won. So great hero against Jakiro.
Yep, a lot of early active heroes, actually. Visage with the Soul Assumption. Clockwork runs around with the Cogs and early boots. Dawnbreaker is thick, so she can take part in lots of fights early, Cinderin.
She's global.
And she's global as well.
But primarily she's thick, which is really good. So.
Yeah, it's a very important aspect to have. I mean, she is a strength hero, so it is important to have that thickness available at your disposal. Io, not so much, so that's why we're not seeing Io picked very often.
I think that's why Io doesn't have Solar Guardian, because if Io lands from Solar Guardian, it just doesn't have the same impact, you know?
Yeah, imagine the sound effect of a Solar Guardian from Io. It'll be just like a trickle of water or something, you know? Just air blowing by.
Io's ult with that should be only a heal, and then when it lands, it's like a burst of healing to your allies. That's just not an offensive ability on Io.
Yeah. I don't know how we got off on that track, but congratulations, we did it again. At least we're not talking about pump shoes from the 90s, which is still on my other monitor. I keep looking at it.
Although if you do have pump shoes from the 90s, maybe Solar Guardian is even better.
Well, somehow we're going to segue from that to Dragon Knight.
Yeah, this is what Kits played against Nouns, I think, was it?
You tell
their
me.
Most impressive game. I need to look at. Kits definitely played this. It's just which game it was.
10 seconds
We'll have a look in a second. As I find this.
Yep, you're doing great. I like the awkward silence while you Google stuff very slowly. Ooh, TA picked. Is this... Ooh, okay. Instant hoodwink answer from KBU.
It was against Sonics. That's right. It was against Sonics, and that was their game 2, which was clearly better than their game 1, where they got rolled. In game 2, they put a Dragon Knight mid against Queen, and they stabilized the lanes and made it a competitive game. Ultimately did fall, of course, but since that was a 2-0. But the DK worked well for them. And it's one of the heroes that fares pretty well against Visage. The physical damage component is negligible against Dragon Knight's super high armor. But now with the Hoodwink break, that might not be the same case anymore.
And you can still theoretically turn Dragon Knight into a 3 and put TA mid still, right? TA could also be safe lane.
There's options.
There's flexibility there, but like you said, the Hoodwink with the break for the DK, with her ult, which by the way, her Ags is cool.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good, I think. Haven't seen it in a pro game yet though, but the double sharpshooter, pretty much.
I have seen it. Yeah, I think what you do on 4 Hoodwink most of the time now is going shard into Ags.
Really?
Actually. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Unless you need a mobility item. Like this game, maybe Force Staff is too good to pass up on against TA, against Jakira Ice Path, against Dragon Knight Stun to save your allies. But Clockwork is definitely buying one, I would imagine. So maybe Hoodwink can skip it. Even if Clock is 5, I think it should be his #1 priority to get that item this game. And make sure he finds the farm for it, because it's very high impact.
We should mention that for Refraction, I mean, I don't know if you consider Battery Assault good against it. I guess it kind of is.
It's okay.
We also have Bushwhack, so I wouldn't say either of them are like hard counters to it, but they have some way to take it off now, because I guess Hammer as well. They have more
Hammer is
of these
very good
instances of
against
damage
TA.
than I realized.
I love playing against TA as Dawn in lane. It's very enjoyable for quite a while in the beginning. Eng can obviously offset that, or Jakiro. Both heroes are strong in lane, but Dawnbreaker's big upside against Jakiro is that she actually doesn't rely very much on attack speed, since her first spell ignores it entirely, and her second spell doesn't care either. So it's just your random right clicks in between, but you have a ton of damage in your combo. And if Refraction is down, or if you break it with the Celestial Hammer, you can really find yourself a quick kill. But I don't know. The question is if Dawn is even going to be in that lane. I don't know if she's going to be laning against TA. There's plenty of options here. They probably wanted to play Clock Visage together, but maybe they're going to have second thoughts about that now, and put the Visage mid, maybe.
Yeah, there's some flex there too.
Plenty of options currently.
I mean, there's very... I want to say I would love to see a Hoodwink core, but we can pretty much set in stone that Clockwork Hoodwink are the support duo. But
yeah,
in terms of which core is like what position for Dawnbreaker Visage, we obviously don't know until this last pick.
both heroes can go all 3 lanes. So that's a nice luxury to have when you have the overall last pick.
Wow, this is so much. Minus armor,
minus
plus
armor.
armor. This is fast Roche capabilities. You got Tower Push with TA, Dragon Knight, Jakiro, and Enchantress. Very well-rounded lineup from 5-Rat.
What an incredible Venomancer game. Holy shit.
Ooh.
I don't know if they play it, though. I would love to play Veno in this game as KBU.
Why?
All 3 lane matchups are good. You're good against DK, TA, and Slardar. All 3 heroes are very much dependent on, you know, in TA's case, you remove Refraction very easily with all your damage over time. Slardar Galed is super annoying. Dragon Knight gets scouted in the trees with Plague Wards when he wants to. Like, you can take control of areas. I mean, maybe I'm overestimating and I'm a bit biased because I'm a big Veno fan. And maybe it's too risky because then you're playing Dawn 1. I just think I'm looking for heroes that solve all 3 cores, and that's just the #1 that stands out to me when Viper is banned. Viper was the best pick, but it's not available. Right, are
It'll
going
be-
a very different direction here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a Venomancer to me, Cinder. It
It
looks like a
doesn't
demon
look
of some
like
kind.
That good of a Doom game either, does it? A lot of
Well.
minus armor. Doom's Bane of Existence a lot of the time is getting just destroyed by physical damage, and they have plenty of that. They're playing without any real save. They have the I Annihilate Dawnbreaker ult, but that's pretty much it. So if you get on top of this Doom with a Dragon Knight stun and the follow-through of the physical damage, he can die very quickly. And now you are in the situation that one of your side lanes will be facing Slardar as a melee hero, unless... I guess you could place Visage. It's a Visage carry, by the way. So maybe you put Visage Clock against Slardar and you enforce that, because Doom does not enjoy laning against Slardar. I'll tell you that much. You need to avoid that lane.
I mean, this last pick could be. I mean, again, this is an elimination game, and what do we say more than anything in elimination games? Pick comfort heroes.
Yeah.
This could be that. Although I don't. I mean, this is the first series that we've cast of KBU, so we don't really know. But you're right. A lot of minus armor against a hero that can get shredded from the physical damage. We'll have to see. I mean, is there? I want to see the Ags as well. Good lord, do I want to see this Ag?
I love that Ags. It's funny.
But do they have? Like, do you have to build a certain way to be able to, like, make full value out of it? Because obviously, your team, it would help to have like AOE contain, right? Some CC. But if it's just Doom that has to do it himself, you change your build in any way to make Ags.
I think usually if you go the Ags, you still want Blink BKB first because you need a reliable way of staying on top of targets. If you're dooming yourself, if you're dooming the enemy, I don't know how good the Ags really is, right? Because the AoE isn't that big and they can obviously run away from each other. The reason it's cool to doom yourself is that you can enforce your will onto multiple targets by running at them one by one. But the problem in this game is if you go that build, I think you just disappear. Like, I think you just get corrosive hazed and killed in 2 seconds. So probably not advisable here. I think Shiva is a absolute must buy. Probably Blink BKB Shiva is what I'm looking at for the Doom to make him really powerful this game, and then refresh.
You know, I don't know if they fixed it, but I tested this on my stream like last week. I believe the interaction is Ags Doom. The Doom does not go through BKB. And that is surely a bug.
So if you doom yourself and you're running next to a BKB target, they are not doomed?
Correct.
That sounds like a bug.
They might be silenced. I can't remember. They certainly were not taking damage. So I don't know if that's been fixed. You know, there's a lot of these hot fixes they don't really post. It's possible that is not in the game anymore. But prediction time, Center. When will First Blood happen? Well, if we get First Blood here, this would...
Just chill. Let's do the other ones first.
All right. Total number of Roche kills? I'm going to say 3 for this game.
0 to 2.
Okay. Player with highest net worth by 25. TA, surely.
Or Doom.
Ooh, that's... I'll still say TA. Number of tower kills before 25 minutes.
6 to 10.
I'll say 0 to 5.
Yeah, I'll say 0 to 5 as well, actually. I changed.
All right, no First Blood in the first 3 minutes here, or in the first negative. Actually, 0 to 3 minutes wouldn't have been right either if it's before the 0 time.
That's true.
I'm going to say 3 to 6.
Yeah, same. All right, rune time. Let's see if we get a First Blood here right after we select 3 to 6. That'll be funny.
DK is fine.
3 for 1. KBU US with the rune advantage.
Okay. Good
A little
start.
bit of a head start.
Good, clean start. Is this... Oh, this is going to be double bracer for speed, right? I was going to say Soul Ring on him doesn't really feel correct.
Yeah, it's double bracer.
Gauntlet. Okay. There will be a Dragonite versus Dawnbreaker mid, and I figured both are just going to farm. I don't know if you can get a kill either way.
If anyone kills in this lane, it's Dawn, and she has to do it early. When Dragon Knight hits level 3 and especially level 5, that ship has sailed. So you need to do it before Dragon's Blood starts doing too much. And obviously Kit's skilling the stun level 1 to get the deny. I believe he got the deny and the range creep with it. That time he does not get the range creep though. And now he can skill armor.
All right, nice. Must be nice to get 4 HP regen and 4 armor with 1 skill point at 1 minute in the game. Boy, oh boy, what a treat! Nice. It's a great treat to have. The top lane, DNM is playing the TA with Albino Zebra again on the Jakiro. The Warden playing the old Hoodwink with MMR Tourist on the Doombringer. And he already has his Midas queued up. You know what he's doing with that. Pretty standard build from him. And still waiting for the right-click build to come back one day, Cinderin, with the Alpha Wolf. I bring it up every time because just hoping that somebody that can change these things is listening, a.k.a. Ice Frog. Make it a thing again, please. And then bottom lane, the one lane we haven't really talked about. Some aggression already with the battery assault from Clock. But yeah, talk to me about the position 1 Visage this game.
It's a better matchup against Slardar than Doom is by far, obviously. You have an attack speed and move speed slow in one spell, which sucks for Slardar. Grave Chill is a very annoying ability.
The Warden is looking to be dead here. First Blood goes the way of DNM, and it's a very... Oh, we were wrong on the First Blood prediction.
Yep.
Damn it.
He's going to cross them half a wave, though.
Oh, all right. Realm gets a kill on Giant already.
All right.
That was quicker than I thought.
Yeah. So in this lane, obviously, I think the ideal laning for 5-Rat, maybe I spoke too soon about the problem of putting Slardar against Doom, because maybe it wasn't even a possibility, because then you would have TA against Visage in a side lane, and I don't know if you want that, so they do kind of guarantee themselves to get these lanes, and Visage is happy against Slardar in a side lane. It's pretty good, you know? Attack speed, move speed slow, you have comparable damage, and Clockwork protects you really well in case of trouble. And when you hit level 3, these two heroes pack a punch together. Giant actually needs to be really careful. If he gets cogged plus battery, he's in so much trouble. Alright, some damage here, but should be protected now.
Yeah. And for the Dragon Knight, he's going to hit level 5 pretty soon, so I don't think we're going to see a kill there anytime soon without some sort of a gank. But not a whole lot of mana on the side of this bot lane for KBU, as top lane, Doom ends up chasing down DNM with that Scorched Earth. So, kind of a surprising turn of events, as Albino Zebra taking heavy damage, but looks like he'll be fine.
He has a fairy.
Yeah, they're not going to dive this early. And you can see MMR Tourist holding on to his Devour so that he can find a Zapper creep or something of use.
If he finds the mana burn creep, that is godlike in this lane. He's going to keep funneling mana into Hoodwink with the aura, and mana burning TA is really, really good. So I think he's hoping to find it. Unfortunately for him, all the wrong creeps are out here, actually. Guess he'll settle for Mud Golem at this point and just go back to lane, but not ideal.
Yeah, that's quite the trek to get a Mud Golem. You're going to lose a little bit of XP now. And
you have a setup for Hoodwink, though, which is kind of nice, I guess.
yeah,
But
how long is
the mana
stun?
burn would have been way better.
0.6 seconds. As the
Another
Enchantress is
kill
going to
on
die in the
Giant.
bot. Yeah, the Soul Assumption's really coming through. That's without really much mana. I feel like they've been very low on mana this whole game. At least that's how
Clock
it
has
feels.
some mana for them.
Yeah, it has one mango available now. He's going to pop his Fairy Fire, but he's getting chased by Speed with the Bash. Battery Assault is there, so not going to go any further. Dogs to ensure that. The 3-1 advantage for KBU in the early stage of the game. MR Tourist. Now, do you usually just rush the Midas at this stage? You have Bracer and you go straight for the Midas. We can see the Bushwhack here. Or is there consideration for Phase Boots first or something like that? He's just going to potentially get this kill with a Scorched Earth. Albino Zebra's dead. And he gets a courier.
Clockwork went and suicided to the tower to get a faster respawn and a free TP, yeah. No, I think you... I mean, Phase Boots are nice here because you're against TA, but I think get the Midas as fast as you can if you're doing well in lane. If you can bypass that, that feels really good for him to do. Want to point out, by the way, remember last game how Realm got crushed by Undying as PL? Look at the CS, man. It's the same story. Smarter is
Hold your horses,
33
Cinderin.
and
There's
9.
action mid. I annihilate. Oh, he might
He's not
burn
fine.
down.
He's fine. He's not.
He's okay. 30 damage, 30 HP. And the clock looks like he's going to walk away as well. All right, what CS discrepancy? The mid?
Look, bottom.
Oh, the bottom. So Visage 12 and 1. Speed is doing his Undying impression as a Slardar. 21 denies. Good
Is
God.
35 and 21. And I know Ench can definitely put a cog. Well, that's not the word. Hang on. We're in
Yeah,
trouble
the
there.
cogs were placed. That's probably what's in your face there, Cinder. And Starbreaker connects onto 2. Albino Zebra looks like he's going to limp away with the Ice Path help. And Kits looks to be fine as well. Now that your aneurysm is over, what were we going to say?
I was going to say...
Oh,
that,
no way. Okay, Dragon Tail.
oh, nice quell there. Even though... So... Oh, hang on.
Oh.
I annihilate.
I
What was that?
annihilate. Staying around too long. That's a lot of burn damage. That's That's 3 heads of dragons you got to worry about.
So I feel like Visage versus Slaughter does not go even remotely like this. So Ench, we were keeping an eye on the kills, but we were looking at the other lanes as well. Ench must have played a huge role in speed winning this hard. Like, this is not how much Slaughter should be winning this lane by. He might be slightly favored against Visage in the beginning because he has better base damage and a good attack speed, but like 47 to 27 against 15 to 1 is just not what I would expect out of this. But I guess, I mean, Clockwork isn't the best hero at dealing with Enchantress, so if Giant has done a really good job at just keeping the pressure on them nonstop and denying together with him with his Enchantress creep, that's good stuff.
Dire's bottom tower
And keep in mind, something that was changed not that long ago, the bash doing more or double damage to creeps, so Slaughter is able, I mean, it doesn't really work on denies, obviously, but will help secure you a lot of last hits in lane.
He's almost
Big
level
quality
7,
of life for him.
and Visage is level 5.25.
Yep, Corrosive Haze is ready to go. As
That's
Clockwork just resigned to try to leech some XP. Only a level 3 clock at 8 minutes, by the way. Not great.
Not
And
looking
he's
too
going to be
hot for him.
spotted.
He's in
Corrosive
trouble.
Haze has
the
his
cog
cogs,
here.
though. No, does
late.
not. Wants to wait for Slaughter to get inside. Solar Guardian is coming, though. So trying to bait this out to try to get a high-value kill onto Speed. Starbreaker interrupted thanks to the crush, and now Speed. Oh, Bushwhack just barely clips him, and that is a great bait from Clockwork
Okay.
to help set up the eventual kill onto Speed.
Yeah, wasn't aware that the Dawn ult was available there, so
middle tower.
good setup. It did look like Clock was actually trying to cog him away, though. I think that kind of... I don't know if that was intended or not, but yeah, the end result, pretty decent. Dawn will TP back to me, but she lost her tower to DK, so I kind of take that back. I don't know how great that is. You know, 9 minutes in, DK has your mid tower. You have really nice offensive warding here from 5-Rat. They have 3 wards around that mid area, so DK is going to feel very safe. He's going to have a lot of rotation possibility when he gets his Blink Dagger to try to find the heroes in the side lane and get those big kills, which could lead to bottom tower as his next move, right? He's going to kill the Clockwork here, or the Visage.
Yeah, he has his choice. He's inside the cogs now. Soul Assumption doing a hefty amount of damage, but the Clockwork will fall first, and now Kits, in his human form, will be able to walk away to safety. So, 6-6 tied up in terms of the score. Midas already online for MMR Tourists. I think his phase boosts are coming out now as well, so he is top net worth in the game. As I Annihilate, taking some creeps in the enemy jungle. As we approach the 10-minute mark, Clockwork still just barely level 4. Very, very low level.
He's 0-4. This is a very tough Clockwork game as well. I don't think the hero is good here because if you don't have a good start, any of the heroes you can jump on that are enemy course all have counterplay. Slaughter can just turn on you and kill you. Dragon Knight, same story. And TA, sure, you might be able to break some refraction, but if you have no items, she kind of like two-shots you, right? So, and on top of that, you're against Ice Path, which is also a very annoying spell, because when you cog enemies in, you also expose yourself to get comboed. So I think
he doesn't
has
even
his work
have
cut out for him.
doesn't even have boots yet. This is a position 5 clock, obviously. Like 4, you would get boots really fast, but I mean, boots especially important for a Clockwork to be able to position to get battery assault and cogs properly.
Yep.
Tier 1 tower taken out though. Another Dragon Form expended here from Kits, and he is only 400 away from a Blink Dagger. Realm trying to do the same thing top. We'll see if 5-Rat want to defend, or if they're happy with this even trade. But this will be the first tower going down in favor of KBU. And Doom, I would assume Blink Dagger is going to be next before the BKB. As Kits, he stays around a little bit. He's going to get broken thanks to the Sharpshooter. Ends up disrupting the Starbreaker, but this looks to be an easy cleanup for KBU. Maybe he felt a little confident because Speed was here.
3 heroes a little bit too far above in the jungle. If Jakiro's there, he might just stay alive. He can just protect him, but too much distance between the two and biting over a little bit more than you can chew there. So nice punish
block
from
his
KBU.
6 and his boots.
Yep. Huge for him. He was the one who benefited the absolute most from that move. He needed it so badly. Tourist is pushing up really far up top. Has to be a little bit careful, and will back off now. Keep in mind, this was a 2k lead a moment ago for 5-Rat. Now it's less than 1k, but that was against Doom. So all 3 of their cores are doing very, very well. Dragon Knight there with a little bit of a mistake to slow himself down. Could have had the dagger by now without that death bot.
Oh,
But still...
we got a smoke into the enemy jungle for KBU. It's only 2 supports, though, so Visage not interested in going any further. And the battery assault into the cogs, not even needing the hookshot this time. Solar Guardian to help connect with the rest of his team. Vikira looks to be dead to start things out. Wait, he's actually going to live through this. Dragon Tail helping him survive, so they've already gotten the clockwork. And Dawnbreaker looks to be next. He gets off the Starbreaker, but MMR Tourist, at the very least, actually, that's a pretty big kill on the speed. So that was something I didn't catch on camera, but they're going to be able to potentially take out Warden now.
Is under attack.
Another impetus coming soon. Is that enough? Not quite. A couple more right clicks will do it, but gets off the scurry and finds enough distance between him and the Ench.
Yeah,
Not sure how Speed died, but
he got doomed and run down by Doom. He just soloed him. He had the high ground, and Slaughter came up from low, and he got doomed and just killed off in pretty quick succession. Doom has insane amounts of damage at this time in the game. Level 4 Scorched Earth, Phase Boots, and Doom will just do the job very quickly. Obviously, Slaughter does not have a tanky build at all. He has Treads, Mask of Madness, so not too much in the way of defense yet. And I think this is the right build for him this game, by the way. I mean, he could have maybe finished the Bracers, though, but going Mask is definitely good. Keeps you relevant on farm.
And well, Realm picking out some stacks in the triangle to help get him a Wraith Pact. And he already has the recipe, so 400 from finishing the point booster. Is this an Aghanim Scepter game for Visage?
I don't know. I feel like he needs to tank up. I think he needs Shard Shiva. And I know I said Doom needs Shiva as well, so maybe Shard AC. But you're just, realistically speaking, you're just getting torn to bits very quickly if you don't have defensive items. Maybe even Ghost Scepter is valuable here too. I think if you go Ags, yeah, maybe you get the jump, but I just think...
And MMR Tourist shows in the mid lane. Already brought to half HP. He cannot move, just stun locked to a high degree. And away he goes. Clockwork trying to contest a bit, but just being a nuisance in the end.
Big kill. It's top net worth hero.
Ooh, nice blink. Sharpshooter. So weird when it goes through creeps and doesn't do any damage. It lives in another parallel universe or something that creeps don't exist in.
I mean, that could be a change to Sharpshooter, actually, that it deals damage to everything it pierces through until it hits a target,
Radiant's bottom tower
right?
is under
So it can
attack.
damage summoned units and creep
Yep.
waves. I wouldn't mind seeing that. If that's too good, then you could nerf another aspect of Hoodwink, because I kind of agree. It's kind of weird, right? It just flies through the whole wave.
Well, it's because it's the heroes typically stand very tall, and the creeps are low on the ground syndrome.
And Hoodwink is really tall as well, so when she shoots over the creeps.
All right, I think you poked a hole in my theory here. That is unfortunate.
She's actually shorter than the creeps when she's running around.
Yeah, she's pretty short. She's a slightly upgraded version of a creep.
that
It's
is a
Clockwork.
very-
Speaking of
Roche
creeps,
is quick for this lineup. They're going to go straight away.
yes, this is going to be the double meld. Soon to be
Level
double
3
meld. There it is.
No haze yet.
Yeah.
You guys are aware of this, but this is a tough contest play to make. You do have Doom again, at least.
Oh, the Dragon Tail. Solar Guardian here to heal up Realm, so he's going to be okay for the time being, but do they actually want to fight? Roche actually brought out of the pit, and there is the Doom applied to the TA. And the Scorched Earth doing quite a bit of damage as well, but a nice crush from Speed to help out his teammate. So it looks like TA will either live or be denied, but they get the 2 support kills, which means they can't go into the Roche pit any further. The DNM lives, but the Roche will go to KBU.
Yeah. So I said this was going to be a tough contest play to make, but when I think 5-Rat 4 stuff, they're making a crucial mistake running into Visage on Visage's high ground. You're just exposing yourself to getting flanked, getting jumped, and you didn't have what it took to kill the Visage instantly anyway. There was a Wraith Pact already running next to him. You don't have the damage yet to do it like that. And Doom comes in from the side, gets a Doom on the TA, and the fight is just over. DNM fortunate there to survive at the very least, but pretty big casualty losing Roche. I think if they stick around the pit there and keep that control, and KBU have to run into them, I think this fight is totally different, and Slardar is going to crush them in the river. together with Dragon Knight Blink. You run up into them on their side of the map.
That is a
Donald?
good. Does the Roche pit count as the river?
I don't know
Probably
if the pit
not.
itself does, but the entire area around it, right? And it's also just, you're giving Dawn what she wants, right? You're giving her a good ult because you're running in on the Visage. If they are initiating on you, I think things are a lot harder when you have Jakiro on defense together with Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised they didn't commit to the Roche.
I think that
the
was...
Corrosive Haze was really late, too. I'm not sure if he was not there at
He-
the beginning.
The first one went into the spell block of Roche. They didn't break it with
Oh, I
anything.
see.
So, yeah, that definitely slowed things down as well.
Is under attack.
They're going to try to keep the pressure up despite that going south. Doom has BKB now, but no Doom. And they are going to try to take advantage of this pushing tier 2 bot, but Glyph is going to end this play for now. 5-Rat 4-Staff are really congregated here. There are 5 heroes standing in this little circle of the Radiant jungle. In the meantime, KBU getting more out of the map. They're just spreading thinner.
Radiant's bottom
I guess if they do commit to this defense, this could...
Yeah, Dragon
This could
Form
be
is
great or
popped.
terrible, Shannon.
TPs are coming. Blink out from Kits, though. They want to get the high ground, but the hookshot connects onto DNM. Solar Guardian is coming as well,
right,
and
I'm gonna go
DNM
with
is
terrible.
just dead. And that means 5-Rat 4-Staff have to hightail the hell out of the enemy jungle.
Radiant's mid
Not sure if they can find any further kills, although
I see Ench.
they do. That might be the second one. And it looks like that'll be the case. So 2 quick kills. Very punishing move from KBU. Takes a while to kill the Anch, but they find it in the end. And now I assume they finally get this tier 1 tower mid at 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, just 2 back-to-back strategic errors here from 5-Rat. It's going to cost them dearly. That was Roche. It was 2 heroes, one of which was TA. It was tier 1 mid. And Doom was not even needed there. So they still have Doom. So a really, really big win for KBU. And they're going to keep ramping up. I think... Oh, hang on. Bottom lane, Albino Zebra.
Yep,
He's dead.
he's dead. One way to put it. Sharpshooter, Starbreaker.
Any life experience you'd like me to collect on your behalf?
Dawn is very farmed, actually. I just realized how well Ionilate's recovered from a couple of... Especially the one bad death mid.
Radiant's top tower.
He's got the Falcon Blade BKB and half of a shard.
Yeah, Falcon Blade is interesting. I don't know if I've seen that. What's the... Is just for mana regen?
It's just such a nice hybrid item in a lot of heroes. It's one of those items where once the math is good enough, lots of heroes will buy it, and when it isn't, nobody will. And it's just because, you know, you're going to hold it up against going like 2 bracers or 2 wraithbands on the carries, or, you know, 2 nulls. And because this item doesn't upgrade into anything, right? So it's literally just a tempo item. So you need to compare it to other tempo items and see if the value is there. And recently this item was buffed. It got 2 more damage, and before that it got a little bit more mana regen. You know, over time, small buff after small buff, small nerfs on the other items, and suddenly it's there, being a good item.
Yeah, a little awkward initiation from the Clockwork, but Doom comes in with that War Stomp, and DK's dead. Actually started out kind of hilariously because Hookshot wasn't available, so they just kind of walked in. But Doom was there to back him up, so he's showing off the newly picked up Blink Dagger, and you're right, it will be the Shivas next for the Doom.
Would you agree this is kind of reminiscent of Game 1?
Yeah, in some respects,
It
sure.
feels like similar flow, right? Like the laning stage goes pretty well for 5-Rat, or at least somewhat evenly, maybe even better for them. But then 1 or 2 mistakes mid-game, and it's just KBU running around with their
Oh,
force
bottom.
finding picks. Slard are gonna get doomed here.
Yeah, War Stomp. There's the Doom. Speed is
Doomed.
quite dead. Even the whip to help him catch up.
Oh,
to
I
him.
thought the bird was gonna get that kill. I would have
Yeah,
laughed. That was
close to
very close.
KSing. Very close. And MMR Tourist, he is by far the top net worth. Now, the question I have, similar to Game 1, because the Terrorblade was, technically speaking, the hero that could outscale everything, right? And we saw the pushback even against the Mega Creeps. We thought that they could still win. What about this lineup for KBU? Because this is flip-flopped, obviously, but how good does this lineup scale?
25 Dawnbreaker is very strong. Doom is always going to be a late game monster. In this game, dooming TA is very, very impactful late in the game even. So she might have to buy Lincolns, which is already annoying for her to do. And Visage is like deceptive in how You know, a lot of these, this is part of the reason that a team like Entity got so much better and started winning big games and, you know, have progressed on the big stage, is that they identified that you can play these mid-game tempo cores and they scale well enough that you don't worry about late game. So if you take advantage in this stage of the game and your cores scale well enough, then they don't have to be true carries, right? Doom, Visage, and Dawn are strong in their own right late game. Not in the traditional way, but because of their amazing talents, and if you itemize correctly, this lineup can win against the Dire lineup an hour in. Like, it's not at all out of the question. So I don't think they're stressed out.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I thought the last major was so entertaining to watch and cast. A lot of the heroes just like these offlaners. Speaking of offlaners, MMR tourists looking for an opening, don't really want to go on the supports, but that's all they have to choose from. So it'll be the Jakiro taken out swiftly. There's a hook shot actually connects, so
no
second
mana.
support now. Yeah.
Nice.
Doesn't have any wand charges, but with the break, sharpshooter into the battery assault casual taken out, and now the tier 1 tower as well.
Nice sharpshooter. Without that, the kill doesn't happen.
Oh,
But
top lane.
Annihilate. He's
I
dead.
annihilate, he's dead.
Not enough
Tries
armor.
to BKB TP. Yeah.
I wonder if he's
not a
going to
lot of heroes
rethink
have
his
enough armor
build
for that.
here. He's eyeing a Deso. It is nice for his lineup, right? He's playing with Visage, and Doom to an extent can also make use of it, but I feel like AC is the item, but Visage is buying that.
You've said
so...
you said Shiva's AC on like 3 heroes, but
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to kind of pick who gets them, and it looks like they're going to get the auras on Visage. So what armor item do you buy on Dawn? I feel like you're not going to get by without one. You need something that has armor. So
okay. Well,
what are you
Lotus
gonna
doesn't
buy?
sound too great.
No. Don't you need an armor item in this game? Like, you get, so let's see, you get from the Wraith Pact, you get 3, right? So 3 armor from Wraith Pact, and you get 5 from AC. It's not great. Maybe it's okay as long as you have a lot of damage and you guarantee you get Luminosity procs. But as we've talked about, this Dire lineup can kill cores really quickly if they do get to attack, so... He is gonna take back his Deso building, eye up a dagger for now. Maybe be a little bit more reliable
Yeah.
in the initiation department.
Well, I mean, in terms of like plate mail, Lotus is the literal only item other than AC Shivas, which are already being built.
I mean, you can have 2
But
Shivas.
It just wouldn't make sense.
And you can have 2 ACs. Like, you're obviously going to lose value, but if you have a hero that needs armor and benefits from the attack speed, it's like not a terrible item, right? You can also buy a casual plate mail and not upgrade it, you know? Just buy that and get something else. That's also fine.
And one thing to keep in mind is if he's split pushing on Dawnbreaker, which is very common because you have the global potential, you're not going to get any of the auras from your other heroes until you've jumped in.
That's very true. All right, smoke
But, yeah,
move here
that
from
still would be a
5
bit
This is a
strange.
big moment for them. They have a 9-second BKB TA, 9-second BKB Slardar, and
Oh,
Dragon
I'm
Knight.
surprised they went for the courier kills.
Okay, Dragon Knight
Interesting
not heavy
choice.
yet.
You're right. That's actually probably the point where they just wait for it. It's 20 gold away.
Yeah, he's going to get it from this wave. There we go. So that will arrive. KPU are in a very
be
strong position
still
here. I
delivering.
think this attack is difficult from 5-rat. They might go for it anyway. If Clockwork positions correctly here and breaks a smoke on the high ground, well, he won't even need to. The tower's gone, so... Now they might get a
Alright,
false
go for
feeling
the
of security. No,
outposts.
they're not feeling safe at all. He is
Oh, the
definitely...
Hurricane Creep is going to spell doom for Clockwork, who gets 2-shot by DNM. MMR Tourist comes in. He gets the successful doom onto the Slardar. He's getting right-clicked by DNM, but kind of shrugging it off for now. It's already in the BKB Dragon Form combo now, too. Buyback onto the Clockwork. Not able to TP into the outpost. As Realm, you're seeing the use of the shard to stay alive. Hookshot just to help try and save his teammate. He's going to get 3-shot if he's not careful. Gets a dieback onto the Clockwork, and now Visage looks to be next. Double kill DNM. Speed lives through the Doom. And trying to look for more. Blink Dagger's still down, though. They can see that Roche is not up. We can see that it'll be another full minute. Looking for that Blink initiation. He's going to get it. But the Warden looks to be dead as well. Dragon Tail's going to secure it. So
Bonk.
3 kills. Great fight from
Yeah,
5
Russian 40, so they might actually get it in time. If they stick around and wait right there, but they probably won't, so I guess that could be a point of contention as well. Yeah, a lot of things there just going the way of 5-rat. I think the primary problem that KBU had in this instance is that they blink Doom the Slardar, but they were Dawn ulting someone else. They were Donalding the Visage for protection, and that means Doom was alone against Slardar TA. He doesn't manage to kill the Slardar because he has to back off against the TA, and the Donald, yeah, sure, it helped out on the Visage, but it didn't yield any kills. So effectively, 5-Rat outlast the Doom, they outlast the Donald, they reset, and then they re-go, and then their lineup is just way superior. So didn't... Also, the hook shot, I think, connected on the Visage, who was already in stone form later as well. So, yeah, a lot of things contributed not according to
Attempt
plan
number
there.
2. Okay, this one's instantly. This is
There's
instant.
no way they make it on time. This is insane speed. From speed.
Yep.
DNM with a shard.
Speeds it up with his minus armor. Now you get the silence traps, Aegis on DNM. All right, that evened up the game. It was starting to trickle towards, I should say, I think it was like a 6K lead, but that is with the Doom.
Yeah.
So maybe it's slightly deceiving.
That one fight at the top tier 2 tower, biggest moment of the game so far. Just KBU not really combining their spells particularly well, and 5-Rat Forced on the other hand, playing tight, you know? The Slardar and TA protecting each other, and then building that into a big fight. And they're looking for the next move, potentially. They're playing, like I said, very tight as a team right now. 5 again. Looking for a smoke, probably. No, maybe not. Yeah, they are. It was on cooldown backpack. So they're going to smoke us 4, and then Dragon Knight's going to show mid. But that rocket will actually show everyone. Still going to smoke, though. All right.
Yeah.
It
Well,
might
you
be
never
one of
expect
those...
a smoke that's very obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
Dire are
It's the
scattered.
rock, paper, scissors move where you pick rock 7 times in a row, and you're like, surely he's not picking rock the 8th time. But yes,
That is me. That is
he
definitely
does.
me. All right, onto the triangle. Clockwork
Clock.
looking to potentially be the
Die.
sacrifice again.
Yeah,
Yep.
someone's
And the
dead.
crutch comes in and hits 2, though. MMR Tourist able to get off the Doom, or the BKB, I should say. Finally gets off his ultimate, but the Cogs trapping several heroes. There's 2 supports dead right off the bat. A nice Starbreaker onto 2 heroes as DNM looks to be the focus now. Bushwhack keeps him in place. That's the end of the Aegis.
The Doom is running out now.
Slight
Slaughter can play
reset.
0.
Eye Annihilation, the hammer, another Starbreaker with that shard to be able to maneuver to take out the Enchantress in the end, but the bashes coming from speed delete Doom from the face of the map, and now Visage is next on the list. Double kill for speed, so using the Aegis in a very good form here for 5-Rat, because their 3 cores stayed alive.
Yeah, and they're going to turn this into a mid-tier 2 more than likely. I don't think they need to be too concerned. Maybe a bit scared of the Sharpshooter, but now that the Hoodwink spells have been thrown out on the wave, I think Kids can go for a couple of pot shots here, and if DNM hits it as well, could get some more damage, but they're going to respect the Clockwork potential. They're pinging it out. Giant is saying Clock's missing, get back, and I think, you know what, probably the safer play. Clock could have TP'd and jumped on them with Dawn, and that could have got scary. So, yeah, like you said, a win for 5-Rat. I actually think that fight went worse for them than I was expecting, considering they got the jump, but a really quick reaction from I Annihilate on the Blink. He got Blink crushed by Slardar, but instantly blinked out himself, and it meant that the Slardar crush only found the Doom and the Clock. The Doom BKB stays alive and dooms the Slardar, and the Clockwork reset out. So, nicely done under pressure there from KBU.
A pretty big item for DNM being delivered, and that's the Hurricane Pike. So he's been stuck in cogs, I feel like, every single time. Now he has an answer for that.
Yeah, that's very true.
Now we'll see how big of an impact it has going forward as MMR Tourist working on a refresher.
A Blast Rig now.
Even takes a tome to get 18.
He has 42
Yeah, Blast
armor.
Rig, sure. What's
That's
the
a lot of armor.
How far away does Blast Rig work? What's the range? 400. So TA would have to be within 400 range. Obviously really good against Slardar, but in the mid lane, Solar Guardian not going to keep Realm alive. He just dies, and I Annihilate might be taking the same. He gets off the Starbreaker. Going to connect fully onto Kits. To get the support Anshin, a nice Sharpshooter ends up deleting the Dragon Knight. A little bit better than I thought it was going to go, but DNM... not looking to go
TA
any
was not a
further.
part of the
Now
fight.
he
It was a
doesn't have the Aegis
5v4.
anymore.
So
That's true.
DNM was all the way down in the bottom area of that jungle, and yeah, that even though that might look like a nice jump on the Visage, and they do get the kill, just get overpowered by man advantage.
Radiant's
Let's see if they find the Doom here, though. That would be huge. They do.
Yep, they get the crush. He gets the Shivas off, but this is not enough armor in the world that's going to save you from that. So he is dead for a full minute, but obviously the Aegis was taken out relatively early into the death timer for Roche, so
Yeah,
gonna have to
look at
wait
the
for that
ward.
third Roche for quite a bit.
Actually, for 3 full minutes, 5-Rat Forstaff has had this ward in the enemy jungle. That's the one that they used to jump the Doom with, right? It's just like really, that spot has to be cleared if you're going to go up there and farm, and they just didn't check it. So to get that really big Doom kill out of that, it is so huge to kill this hero. Like, really, really high impact. I think that kill itself is 2k. It's crazy. Not because
MMR?
Doom gives 2k gold, but he dies, he does not get Devour gold for the entire duration, and you farm his jungle. So, really, really high impact play to find that one.
Speed is about to finish an Aghanim Scepter on
He's
Slardar.
got it.
I don't think this was buffed in any way recently. In fact, you could say that it has been in a way nerfed because part of it has been put onto his base abilities. Although, did they take any stats away? Is this on top of the old one?
I think so. I think this is
30
better.
HP regen in the river, 15 armor, 40 status resistance.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the best
Obviously,
item
the Slither
here.
Crush gives a bigger puddle.
I think
It
he wants
usually
AC,
isn't.
but they're buying it on Dragon Knight, so he doesn't have that luxury, I suppose. But I wouldn't even have minded a Moon Shard. Like, just even if you get Doom, just stand and deliver. You know, just really go to town. But maybe
Yeah, I
he
feel like
wants
an
a little
AC
bit
on
defense.
him would have opened up the Ag's potential for Dragon Knight instead. But
I would have liked that better as well. I think the attack speed on Slaughter has way more value than on DK. Okay,
Hook shot, and she's going to be pushed thanks to the Cog. Clockwork getting low, but MMR jumps in with the double hook stomp and the Doom onto DNM. Dawnbreaker coming in, and this DNM TA is dead yet again. Dawnbreaker ult, that's the Aghanim Scepter, so getting the extra heal.
And the evasion against TA and Slaughter are obviously amazing. They're going to have to buy MKBs to deal with that. I guess iAnnihilate was holding the ult because he wants the enemy team to try to counter-initiate and then use it, so he can just use that evasion to win the fight. But I think if he would have instantly jumped on the Doom, they would have got bonus kill. At least one. Still, they got the big one. They got the TA.
Yep.
And
still
not long until
a
Roche.
4K lead for 5-Rat.
This is anyone's
And that's
game.
against
It's super
Doom.
close. I know you're 4K ahead against Doom, but just notice how much of a difference it makes who jumps, right? It's all about vision and getting the advantage right from the get-go in that fight. And Clockwork jumps in and catches Ench. It's not the best target, but they get that follow-up vision on the TA. And if they Doom TA to open the fight, it's wide open. That's all they need to do.
Yeah.
Because
And
Slaughter
Refresher
doesn't
is
hit
not
hard
too
enough.
far in the future for Doom as well. So he's going to start to be extremely scary. And I mean, this is a funny thing about Doom now. Like, if you buy Lincolns, is it worth it? Because he can just buy Ag. Like, forcing him to buy Ags, is that good? It's a different play style, right? You can't just go in and Doom and
Yeah.
just forget about it. You have to.
I think
still
that's a
use
really
it on
good
yourself
point.
in all
I think,
likelihood.
yeah, I agree. I think he should get Ags on Doom in case they buy Lincolns and just use that as your solution. I agree 100% because Dooming yourself as Doom doesn't really feel bad at all. Like, you have none of the downsides. It just becomes an aura. You don't get silenced. You don't take damage. You can use your items. You're free to do whatever you want. So yeah, it is actually
He
a
has
really
the
big
Shivas and Blink and Hoof Stomp, so
Yep,
it's like the
and
perfect
Refresher
combo for that
soon.
to actually be good.
Can Doom himself forever.
Get to see that one.
I guess that's the other thing. If you refresh it, right, you Doom yourself and then you Doom one of the enemy heroes. Navigating a fight like that where there's two like dead zones that you can't step into is actually really annoying.
Yeah, true. And smokes from both teams. Roche is up. It's a refresher shard.
Oh, this
and they're
is
going.
such a
Oh
big
my
moment.
god, this is so fast. Instantaneous. But here comes the ult from both Doom and the Dawnbreaker. Looks like the Dragon Knight's gonna fall right off the bat. But they get everything. That was a sub 5-second Roche kill.
Huge win for 5-Rat that they get this and only lose DK against Doom and Donald. I think the hookshot got blocked by a familiar, so Clockwork did not get the initiate that he was looking for, and like you said, the kill is so fast. Like, you need to be on your toes in this game as Radiant. That Roche is gone in the blink of an eye. And big for 5-Rat to get that. I still think this game, even with this, is not really a huge advantage for them, but having the Aegis on TA is definitely a very nice luxury against the Doom. I still think you doom TA in the fight, though. And then maybe you just don't kill her. But just take her ability to move, take her ability to use traps and meld out of the picture, and kill the other teammates.
Refresher shard? Was that picked up by somebody? Because it's certainly not on anybody for the Dire.
Might have used it.
What? They used it?
I didn't see it be used.
What? Wow.
You're sure it was shard, right?
I mean, oh yeah, 100%. You know, I pay attention to the Ags.
Yeah,
Definitely
I
no
know.
Ags.
Yeah, I guess they must have used
That
it.
is... I mean, it must have used it for the double BKB, maybe? But, I mean, they didn't really have a great hero. I mean, I guess Jakiro kind of could make use, but it's mostly a double BKB refresher shard for the Dire. But
He has it on Dragon Knight. They
Not
must
gonna
have
see
taken it
that.
on the courier. He has it in backpack now. He didn't
Oh.
have it before.
Okay.
So maybe they
Alright.
nobody saw it? I don't know.
Either way, 5 rat. No Aegis,
Smoke up here. Doom with 2 dooms.
but they have the smoke
Straight in.
speed.
Oh.
Just standing in the river. He's trying to use his axe to full effect, but he's going to get doomed right off the bat. Soul Assumption is there, likely to tick away. Might need a little bit of extra damage because he's still regenerating a lot in the river. No, does die in the end as Kits jumps in, get the stun onto Annihilate. Double buyback, this time from speed on the Slardar. Annihilate taking quite a bit of damage, needs to reposition. Blink Dagger's up in just a moment, gets it off just before the trap is used. Oh, we got the jump in again from Kits. This time it's going to be all the damage applied to the Visage. Down he goes, buyback available.
Oh, that's a high damage attack coming
Look at
in.
this right click.
Nice
Yeah,
Yule.
that is a
Might have killed him,
global
actually.
right click, it feels like, from DNM.
I
That
think
is
he
it for
survives
him.
if he doesn't Yule. Actually, I don't think that
So,
I don't think that
Aegis-
attack would have one-shot him. So. Bit of a mistake
Aegis
there.
still intact for DNM, so they can just try to go high ground here, or at least get this tier 2 and maybe poke high ground a bit.
Doom did not even have remotely enough mana for the second Doom. I think he has to take Ceremonial Robe. Like, he went and popped all of his spells, refreshed, and then he had 100 mana. He never got the second Doom off. Because he wants to use his entire kit, right? He wants to use the Stomp, he wants to use Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, and his Shiva, which costs 100. So he has to take the Robe. Alright. Tower under siege,
There's
double
the fort.
damage.
This is double damage. And you don't have, I mean, you do have your Doom, but this is still the Aegis, so have to be careful.
And he has Lincolns, so keep an eye out for that.
True. And he's, oh wow, Arcane Blink is what MMR Tourist is working on. So
Yeah,
he
he needs mana.
really wants the CDR.
It's mostly about
I was
the
thinking
mana,
about
right?
the CDR, but yeah.
But, I mean,
Yeah,
again,
maybe.
I think if he takes the Ceremonial Robe, this is not a concern. So I think this is a mistake. I think he can cover this with neutral items, and then that way he can buy a more impactful item than the Arcane. I mean, Arcane Blink is not bad, right? It's still a good item, but I feel like there might be something better here that he could get. Like, I think Overwhelming Blink and Ceremonial Robe is the build here. But it will be the Arcane for now.
Well, now that he sees the Lincolns this time. I don't think DNM had this like 5 minutes ago. I feel like that Ags is still in consideration.
Still an
but-
option, absolutely. He has the armor to
DNM.
support it. Even the base stats on the Ags are really good when you have that much armor. Then the health that it provides is actually very, very valuable. Maybe he's hoping to get it
Here's
from
a
Roche
smoke
number
from
3.
5 Rat. Aegis
Roche
is
4.
out in 25 seconds, so they want to try to get one fight before it expires, but you can see KBU are aware of the timer as well, so just going to wait it out. But
Speed.
Dragon form is popped.
Not finding an opening.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, Spell Prism. Okay, that's an upgrade for the Doom here. We have the initiation to start things out. BKB already popped by Kits, but he's kind of stuck inside the trees, it feels like. He's going to get gone on. He's going to get doomed. He's going to get Starbreakered, and he is going to die. And MMR Tourist pops that refresher, gets another blink off, and Jakiro takes a tumble as a result. Nice fight here for KBU. BKB there now. Gets the hoof stomp off. Doesn't have mana to doom, but doesn't need to here. So 3 kills in favor of KBU.
Yeah.
We
Just
have a real late game on our hands.
Dire's bottom tower.
I feel like 5 Rat 4 staff that bit disappointing in the way they initiated that. So Dragon Knight Blink stuns the Visage and there's no follow-up. So he pops his BKB, he pops everything, goes in. Visage gets force staffed, and that's it. Dragon Knight has used everything, and he's out of position, and now he dies. And they immediately just pull the trigger on a back play. Like, they just have to run away, abort mission, and yeah, the two supports collateral damage on the way out.
Speed jumping in. You got the double meld going on as well. Visage getting really low, but again, the evasion and the heals from the Dawnbreaker ult are nothing to scoff at, Cinder. And DNM,
Oh my God,
he
he's
is
dead.
dead as well to the Starbreaker.
Now they
and that's
chose a
without the 25
3v5.
talent, which is coming soon.
What is
They
going
do have buybacks. Ice Path going to slow this down along with a fortification, but now they can focus on the buildings. And surely they're going to force this TA buyback.
They
can go top
absolutely
next.
should. They have Doom again.
That's true. Refresher's up in 76 seconds for him. Tower has
Jump in.
fallen. The jump is there, and there's the buybacks. Can they burst the Doom down? Looks like they will, but he gets the Doom off just in time. And the rest of KBU now on the retreat. Looks like Dawnbreaker might be next, and this is a very big kill for 5rat. They got to get more out of this. They got to get some buildings. They got to push down mid. The Doom was applied to the Dragonite, but it kind of just brushed it off.
Yeah. I can understand why he was tempted to blink in and go for that Doom right there, but obviously they immediately go for the buyback and punish. Which, I mean, you can debate whether that's a punish, right? If they don't go and get buildings now, that was actually a winning play for Doom. So they have to... Oh, it's DD again, right?
Yes,
oh, dear.
Double damage, TA.
Yep. They could...
Surely they saw it.
Yep. And they obviously also don't have Donald there, which is huge, because when the Doom goes in and blinks Dooms like that, he exposes himself. If Donald is available for a play like that, I don't think he dies, because they still don't have MKBs. Like, this Donald is actually incredible value in this game, as long as it's available when they jump. That time around, not the case. They're going to try to stall. No glyph. So, should be Elena Rax, at the very least,
Lincoln's
equalizing.
popped. And they can settle for mid, and if they want to continue bottom, but this is going to cut it close on the timers.
They might be happy with this and
Still,
preparing
that
the
double
next rush.
damage
Long respawn, though.
It is dissipating now. We
Very
got ourselves a
long respawn.
barn burner again.
Bad intel.
Will it go the distance, though? You're going to see the Penta Edge sword drop now. DK, I don't know, actually. Ninja Gear is pretty high value. I actually don't know if anybody... Slardar, perhaps? Penta Edge? I don't know. Titan Sliver, pretty damn good.
Yeah, status resistance against Doom is value.
He does have Sange already, going for the Halberd. So he will have status resistance in that form.
Doom hoping to find
So you can
someone there with a Blink
see KBU.
Shiva. Did not clip on
So-
anyone.
So he has Arcane Blink, and that'll give you the 25% mana cost reduction, 20% debuff amp. Wait, did they get rid of the CDR thing? They must have, huh?
There's no CDR,
Old
there's
patch
cast point
change?
reduction. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's right.
But
So, cast point reduction, do you lift your arms?
yeah, you lift your arm real fast.
Are scanning.
So it's just a really buff version of Doom. Okay. 7k lead for KBU. And Doom is has 2k in the bank, but I'm actually a little shocked he's not going for Aghanims. Maybe people just think it's a meme. I feel like it is good in certain situations, but
Radiant are
we're gonna see a smoke now from 5rat. Kits leading the way with the cheese in his inventory. Trying to use the Ninja Gear and Trickster Cloak to swap in and out. I think they're going to run into Clockwork again.
Roche is up in 50,
Need a rocket
and no
flare.
team knows it, so gonna play very tight around this area.
Yep, there's the Dragon form. Clockwork is deleted. Holy jeez, but here comes the Doom. Beautiful hoof stomp and the Doom applied to the Dragon Knight. Pops the Refresher and the Solar Guarding doing so much work. 2 dead in the blink of an eye. It only cost them a buyback onto the clock. Still, second Doom is available and the mana to work with. But DNM ends up blinking out. But you can see that Jakiro is spotted, is sheeped, and destroyed.
That's Roche for the Radiant. You can't fight without these two supports. There is no way you win a 3v5, even against no Donald. Dawn is now level 25, so she has double Starbreaker, which is one of the best talents in the game, in my opinion. It's absolutely incredible value to get that talent. Doom still has 1 Doom available. He has full mana again. if DNM needs to be careful about this. Going to farm a jungle camp here almost. He was thinking about it. There's no way you go there. Yeah, Roche is falling to the Radiant here. Clockwork.
All right. This has Aghanim. Surely Doom takes it. Surely Syndra.
What are the options? It's him or Clock. Overclocking is also good. The Visage one is there.
Yeah,
I think he should take it on Doom.
Those are good.
It gives him so much more freedom at solving TA. I think that's the biggest part, is that he can really just solve TA.
No.
By giving it to Visage.
He did not take it. Okay.
I mean, the Visage one is good. I'm not going to say it isn't.
It is. It is. Silent as the Grave turns you invis along with your familiars, and you get terrain walking, and when you come out of it, you do a ton of damage along with your familiars.
Could use it right now.
Oh, they have the high ground vision. MMR Tourist jumps in, looking for the Doom. Gonna use it onto the Slardar, and you can see the Dawnbreaker again. Solar Guardian is doing absolute work, but Doom not really interested in being inside that AoE. Dies, buys back into the game, but a Starbreaker, make it a double Starbreaker on top of DNM. He is getting bursted to the ground, trying to get saved by his teammate, but it's not going to happen. It's a full 2 minutes on the deck. Hits in the midst of things, trying to do some damage as well, but Speed, he already bought back into this. If he ends up dropping here, he's going to end up getting a dieback on himself, but Dawnbreaker dies. Ice back as well, but it looks like KBU are winning this fight as Kits is taking the brunt of the damage. Let's look at this damage coming out from Giant in the meantime. Impetus is actually not something you can ignore at this point. MMR Tourist gets off the hoof stomp, and there's the hammer and the Starbreaker to fall. So finally, the pesky Enchantress takes a tumble. Does have the buyback available for himself as well. Kits on a sliver of HP in the corner, but the Soul Assumption is enough. Double kill for Realm, and that's 2 cores down with no buyback, and soon to be a third potentially. But Speed has the Blink Dagger and the
Desperation
sprint
Halberd
and the
for
haste.
slow. Like, do I have anything more I can throw at this guy? Does anything I have left slow? Well, he gets away. What a crazy fight. I think, imagine MMR Tourist stays in the Donald. I think he kind of killed himself by running out of that ring, right? Like, very aggressively chasing the TA. Could have waited a little bit longer for the BKB to dissipate and then go for Blink Stun, but at the end of the day, they do have enough in the tank, and this should be game. No buyback on the 2 biggest cores of their dire.
MMR Tourist, yeah, he still has his Refresher available. They're going to get double crushed, but now the damage being applied to Speed. He's getting control to a high degree, and he is donezo. Dieback for him. Shivas from MMR Tourist, still with the Doom available. Finally, we'll use it on the Ench, and now it's going to turn to a 1v4 with this Aegis going down. And it's soon to be a full team wipe, but Albino Zebra able to get to the fountain. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though, Cinder. So KBU should be winning this game, unless the Ancient turns into 10 towers that are attacking at the same time. Even that might not be enough. Half HP on the Ancient. Albino Zebra finally gets taken out as well, so full team wipe. TA does spawn, but DNM cannot 1v5 this, that is for sure. They're just going to focus on the building. So KBU will move on to face off against Wildcard in the the lower bracket semis.
Yeah. GG. Yeah, KBU showing up again today. You know, it wasn't a fluke against the cut. They take down 5-Rat as well. And, you know, dare I say, a real possibility that they could make top 3. It doesn't feel out of the question when you watch them playing. I think still maybe needs to shape up a little bit in order to, you know, have that right chance against Wildcard. But I think some of their ideas is really nice to see. Like some of the heroes they pick. This game they run the Doom. In game number 1, what was the safe lane carry was? I already forgot, but it was also something quite unusual that they're in Pudge, right? So they have these heroes that remind me of how Entity were drafting, and they are making it work in the NA region here. So, yeah. I think most people would have considered 5-Rat the favorite in this series, but they do drop 2-1.
Yeah, and I have to say, even though some of these teams are making some mistakes every now and then, this was the most entertaining series of the full bracket, I'm pretty sure. Like, the game 3 that we cast yesterday was the best game, probably, but the full series, other than game 2, which was a bit stompy, game 1 and 3 specifically, you guys want to go back and watch those. Very, very entertaining, very back and forth as well. But yeah, 5-Rat 4-Staff showing a lot of guts here. And will they be able to take out Wildcard is the question.
They will not, because they lost to KBU. KBU
wins this series, of course.
You said
But
Did I say 5 rat?
Yeah, you did. I know you meant KBO. It's just
All right.
funny.
Apologies to 5 rat. Did not mean to step on a dead horse. I think that is definitely a saying that we
Step
use
on a
in
dead
America.
mouse or dead rat, I guess. Yeah.
A dead rat, yeah. But yeah, KB.U. I don't know what the record is against Wildcard. I'd be really interested
Don't know
if
if
they've
they
even
ever
played
played
them because
maybe once.
Yeah, that. But obviously, Wildcard are watching and they're taking notes and they're checking to see which heroes that they have in their arsenal. But yeah, very entertaining series overall. We'll take a bit of a break and SVG and Cap can take over to cast Sonics versus Nouns, which is going to be the hypest match thus far in this upper bracket for the North America Regional TI 11 qualifiers. We'll be back after this break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody, to North American Qualifiers. We finally have it. I know this is a matchup that everybody is waiting for, whether you have been pure of heart and have been anticipating this matchup and just saying, oh, I want to see Sonics versus Nouns, or if you're one of those bitter souls who says NA has no talent and everybody's just fighting to lose to Sonics. Either way, you've been waiting for this to see if indeed Sonics can hold their spot on the throne, or if Nouns is going to be able to upset them and head to the grand finals. I mean, these two teams on paper, Avery, they've got to be pretty evenly matched. Nouns made a pretty good argument for themselves in that last season, and they've had a clean run through the upper bracket so far.
If there's been one team in NA that's upset the big dogs, it has been Nouns. That said, they haven't been able to clinch that spot at a major, right? And that's a big difference. Like, you're talking about high pressure games going deep into the bracket, whether it was tiebreakers that one season or some of the other BO3s. They seem to always fall a little bit short, and that can cost you big because there's only one slot going direct to TI here. So they need to kind of step it up still. Like, sure, they can contest Sonics easily. They can push it to game 3. They can push it to the tiebreakers, but can they actually win the last game that they need to win to get that slot? We haven't seen it yet. Maybe this is the time. Maybe finally they will break through the wall, through the barrier, and get that.
Yeah, you don't want to be retiring, you know, you don't want to give up on the Dota dream and retire a year, 2, 5 years from now and say, oh man, like, I was there, I was good, I was almost good enough to beat Sonics, I almost scored a spot in the international, you know, like I went to the last chance qualifier, I almost made it through. Now's your chance. Go through right here and now, beat Sonics, get to that grand finals, let Sonics play out the lower bracket final and see whether or not they bounce through. Prove that you can beat the best in NA to be able to go to TI. And apparently, well, this opening series, actually, what do you think about a series like this? Is this, I think you were saying yesterday, this series is more of an opportunity to learn. It's not necessarily the end goal here, but you like this matchup, it's more like a scrim in some ways, right?
I wouldn't call it a scrim, but I think you have to go into it understanding no matter what, you're likely going to play this team again or someone else. And therefore, you want to continue to develop your ideas, assert your idea of the game, the meta, or this tournament meta, and try and see if it matches up and balances against what the other, you know, top 2 team is doing as well. Because this is your chance to continue to experiment and see how that works without getting super punished for it, assuming you still think you're the best team in the tournament. At the same time, if you keep playing and you don't learn, the other team is going to learn something when they lose, right? And if they come back, they're going to come back with the knowledge of what didn't work for them the first time. Sometimes that's an advantage because they get to play more games and they come in and you're still kind of on the same stuff. So that's why I say you don't want to be too static. I think you still want to be, you know, slight, pushing the boundary of what you're doing, but consolidating it at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. You just want to balance it out. Don't get too complacent, basically.
Sure.
I think you win this.
In some ways, though, the way I think about it, I don't know if this is the correct way to think about it, but I feel like it's more important to beat what your opponent is putting forward draft-wise than it is for you to prove your own ideas are strong, right? Like this Chen first pick. Let's say Nouns, you know, they win this game. Maybe they win this series off of, you know, a first pick Chen. Well, at that point in time, Sonics, if they bounce back into the grand finals, they're either banning the Chen or they're going to come up with some ideas on how to beat the Chen. And you won't really be able to advance necessarily in that same regard.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how concrete your ideas are and how much you believe in them, too. Like, if you just believe Chen is a first pick hero and you're going to do it the whole tournament no matter what, you know, then you ride or die. You don't care what Sonics does. Losing or winning here might not even change that. So that's where that balance comes in. Like you gotta challenge your opponent, but at the same time, if you can assert stuff that they're gonna think about the whole time, that definitely helps. And I mean, already this Crystal Maiden, not a hero as I was expecting here. Like, this is not a hero we've seen Sonics play a lot, if ever. I don't actually remember them ever playing this hero. It is like somewhat of a Chen answer, but at the same time, kind of whatever in my opinion. Like, okay, you deal with the early creep, but this Chen is more about the auras and the ball and the shard and the Wraith Pact and like the late game scale that he brings with the extra farm from pushing lanes, right? And I think that type of gameplay can be weird for CM. Like, she can be good for it if she gets to items, but this hero can also not get there sometimes, and you end up just throwing a Crystal Nova into a titanium plate. And you're like, all right, that didn't do a lot. So, kind of interested to see what they do with this.
Your memory and your gut serves you well. Sonics have not played Crystal Maiden since 2020, so this is new tech for them. This is something they're bring it to the table. As you said, maybe they think it's the right way to deal with Chen, but it is just a small like laning phase answer, right? It's got to do more than just be able to frostbite a single creep.
Yes.
Which, I mean, Crystal Maiden has been scaling better and better. With the way they've been buffing her between the shard and like the earlier BKBs that we're seeing on a lot of sports. Speaking of fast rushing BKBs, Marcy is going to be the pickup now for Sonics.
Yeah, interesting pick. Kind of, I don't know, I'm not seeing where their draft's going 100% yet. I also don't feel like they have put a huge amount of pressure on this Faceless Void, but the upside is they're keeping it pretty open because these two supports are very strong laners. They combine with almost anything to create a very high threat. So it lets you pick your next two cores here pretty freely, not be worried about too much. I do like this Void with the Mars though, because I don't think Sonics is going to flex this Mars anywhere else. And then you're kind of just getting a pretty nice matchup for Void, right? You don't have to play into some Beastmaster, Night Stalker, Veno, or this garbage that he hates. Like, you just play versus a Mars. Yeah, Mars can spear you, but generally you're pretty happy. And I think we've seen this Faceless Void be very powerful in the meta. I think the only other carry I've seen people just destroy with is this Troll, which they banned. So I think Sonic still needs to address the Faceless Void in the room, which, I mean, they have the opportunity to do it. We'll just see what it is. And I think now's sure up some of these side lanes, because you have to respect Marcy Maiden here. It is their strength, in my opinion. Like, the early lane, dual lanes, and the early rotation off this Marcy, you have to think about it. If you can get a mid that's less susceptible, that's nice. If you get high side lane pressure that keeps these heroes on the lane, that's also nice. I would like to see something like that here.
Okay, so what kind of heroes are we talking about? What sort of mid laners do you think are less susceptible to Marcy, Crystal Maiden? Like, Puck was an answer to Marcy, but we've talked about, we're not sure if Puck is actually that good or not, and I don't think it's good versus Crystal Maiden per se.
No, not necessarily. I mean, something mid that's either super tanky and stays high HP in the matchup, or a mobility hero, you're probably like good enough. You know, maybe you die once, but whatever.
Well, like, Dawnbreaker's kind of both, and Gunnar has played some Dawnbreaker mids, so. Yeah,
back with this Dawn Venge duo. Get the minus armor and Starbreaker people. Pretty nasty. You also get a swap save for big arena here. I don't like Venge in the sense that I don't think it's that strong in the side lane matchups here. I think both Crystal Maiden and Marcy are going to outpower the hero early on. Maybe Dawnbreaker's enough to make up for that. This hero certainly packs a punch. So I would like to see this Dawn in the side lane to help the Venge get through that early phase, and preferably not mid.
I was about to say, what support doesn't outpower Vengeful Spirit support in lanes, you know?
Let me think about that for a second. There's probably something. There's probably something.
All I know is I feel I'm always like one of the weakest heroes in the game in the laning phase if I ever play Venge. It's like
probably disruptors up there.
I don't know. I mean, at least Venge is an agility hero. She's got low HP. I feel like Thunderstrike could beat you out. Terrorblade is the option here for Sonic. So they see a bunch of physical damage and minus armor. You don't have a whole lot of magic damage. This high armor Terrorblade looks pretty valued.
Yep. I mean, Noun's lineup is entirely physical focus. So he's having a great time right now, conceptually. Faceless Void can be very good versus this hero in the late game with talking Mjolnir timing. You just chrono him and kill him. There's no save for this chrono. So again, this Void still has a pretty decent game, I feel. Like, Dilation's doing some work. If he doesn't get chains done, he just gets free chrono in the fight, and he's going to blow somebody up. Very squishy supports as well. I like the Terrorblade pick outside of dealing with the Void in a sense. But it looks strong here. I mean, both teams want like a low CD playmaker, basically. So they're probably going to be banning. We're going to see 4 of these like low CD spellcasters.
A lot of spirit heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, the Zeus ban makes sense. Like, you just want some damage to play with your supports. Pretty much both teams. You want initiators as well, because most of these cores are just kind of beefy farmers who want to smack people. Generally, you want a hero that can play make and set stuff up for them. So yeah, all the spirits are on the menu. Ember, Void, looking pretty good for potentially both teams here. Of course, that is Quinn's bread and butter. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sonics take one of those.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Gunner is more the like Ember, even mid-Earth Spirit type. But I think Ember looks pretty solid for them. Like, Ember helps you deal with the TB, and it plays nice with Avenge. You get your fight starter. You can give him the extra sustain to initiate with the Chen.
Is there another magic damage dealing hero? I mean, I really like the Zeus ban because I want something to dump some damage into the Chronosphere because they literally don't have anything that takes advantage of Chrono right now.
There is Tinker. We saw it yesterday.
Oh man, that is a pickup right there.
Yeah, there's also Invoker, but they will just go to Ember. I mean, Ember is just it just makes your lineup the nicest in this mid game. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you need the extra chrono damage because he's gonna be pumped up, right? You're gonna have a Vlad's on Chen. You're gonna have the Venjora plus the Wave of Terror. Like, he's gonna slap some people as long as he gets the BKB bomb Mjolnir or whatever his choice is. I don't think you're too worried about the chrono damage here. You just want to be able to get to that point, and Ember helps you get there.
And as you alluded to, they both have itemizations where they can get some magic damage off of Maelstroms, which I wouldn't be surprised if they both win for it. A Quinn Huskar. How many times have you seen Quinn play Huskar?
In pubs, actually, a decent amount recently. He used to play it back on Optic, remember? This was one of his, like, he actually kind of brought it in the meta a little bit. Peter always liked to draft it. So Quinn is a long-term Huskar player. Like, this is definitely it's probably like the one cheese hero he actually plays very well and is very comfortable. Maybe people don't think of Quinn as a Huskar player, but he is. You know, and looks interesting here. I mean, in theory, you can dumpster this matchup and just set a super fast tempo for this game. That is there a lot gonna threaten him in the early portion? Not really. Like, all these cores need some items to come online to deal the damage. The one part about it is you don't have a hard save, or like you don't have this like Dazzle Oracle with him, which you always like to see. I guess you have the Marcy rebound. It's like, all right, but it's a very interesting pick. I mean, this is like I'm gonna go mid and I'm gonna demolish you so hard that the game implodes. A classic Quinn maneuver here with last pick. So that's pretty much the name of the game. He wants to remove Gunner from the series with this pick.
All right, so I'm looking through Quinn's history of playing Huskar. He played 2 games of it on Chaos. He played a game on Flying Penguins, a game on Pain X, but going back to the Optic days that you were referencing, the first time that Quinn really busted out the Huskar regularly, they played it all the way through and actually played it 3 times or 2 times at TI. They played it once in the TIA qualifiers as well. So, yeah, they actually, the last time he played that on Optic was a win against Virtus Pro.
Yep. I mean, that Huskar was very broken. That's worth noting. Like, there's a reason they were spamming it. It was pretty imba back then. This Huskar is a little different, but this Huskar is still very strong. I mean, there's a reason we see OG pick it up. Like, this hero will carry the game. He has very nice late game scale with the Ags. Just, you know, he doesn't necessarily need the saves or the buffs with him. At a certain point, he just comes online in his own right and demolishes people. So, in theory, he has a pretty good lane to get there, and this Nouns lineup is kind of slow. Like, it's not the fastest lineup for punishing heroes who just farm to arm with BKB. Pretty free Huskar game for the most part, I think. Outside of, you know, he gets chronoed later on and killed in chrono, sure, but that's kind of life.
Yeah. All right, looks like the teams are going to be smoking in different directions, so that does give us time to do some predictions. How long will the game be? I mean, we were just talking about this before we started here. The games are going late, both in NA qualifiers, but also just the meta in general. So, do you think it's 44 to 60 minutes? We're going to have that kind of game on our hands, or do you think Huskar takes over the game too quickly?
No, 44 to 60, man. I don't believe these games end fast anymore.
I haven't seen a ton of ancient camps being stacked up lately. Number of ancient camps stacked by 30. I feel like nobody's really doing that much. Everyone's so focused on winning the lanes.
Well, this might be a high stack ancient game. I don't know. I'm going 11 to 15, right in the middle.
All right. Player with the highest magic or pure damage. I mean, Huskar is constantly putting out magic damage.
Yeah, but I'm going to go Fada. Just get the double Novas in the lane.
All right, last 5 seconds. Total number of blink daggers. How many we got?
I don't know, 0 to 2. I don't see any blink heroes.
Yeah, I don't see any blink heroes either. Maybe what? Dawnbreaker, Mars. Marcy doesn't really go it anymore. Yeah, there really isn't a whole lot of blink dagger heroes.
Well, this is just a farm heavy game. Like, we're looking at 2 basically tri-core lineups. That's why I think this game's going to go late too. You're just farming it up for both sides, and Quincy doing some lane dodge here. Trying to get this TV first, the Faceless Void, pretty interesting. I guess they just did not want to lane it versus Dawnbreaker, who is probably the highest early game magical damage versus him.
Yeah. Even though she has Starbreaker, everyone thinks of that ability. It's the hammer that's really the scary part in the laning phase, and it does do a lot of magic damage.
Very interesting lane setup. I mean, it also puts the CM versus the Chen, which might be the bigger thing here. And then Fada can just play to block the camps, kill some couriers, freeze a creep if he ever takes anything. But Husky's just going to go Aura here and help us Faceless Void farm.
And of course, the biggest matchup, and maybe something that I don't know if they had, they really didn't have an option, right? To switch over lanes in any kind of way. Gunnar just has to tank this one. Huskar versus Ember Spirit.
No way around it. This is what the pick's designed to do, and Quinn is going to have a free-for-all in this matchup. There is not a lot of counterplay. You just take it, and you pray that you come back later.
Well, free-for-all applies many people in even odds, but this is just a one-on-one, and it's just a beatdown. It's free for him, not free for all.
Well, it's free for somebody, and it's not free for Gunnar. That's all I know. So
yeah.
Quinn is going to have a very happy time. He's probably already giggling to himself. As long as the Texas power grid holds up, he's probably winning this lane.
Does Quinn actually at all like get giddy when he really owns lanes?
I don't think he gets giddy. I have heard him say some stuff, you know, if he like solo kills somebody twice or something, he'll probably laugh and just be like, "Oh, this guy's so bad," or something like that, you know.
Yeah, that sounds like
but then he's back to professional. He's very professional in competitive games, man. I know people don't believe that, but he turns game face on. He's super serious, you know. The people who are actually jokesters in games are probably the ones you wouldn't expect. They're the guys who seem super serious, and then in game they're jokesters. All the jokesters turn super serious. This is a law of Dota.
Boy, this mid matchup has actually gotten a little interesting now.
Nice armor.
They ran the Ogre Frost Mage over to help give Gunnar a little bit of a hand, and Huskar naturally just likes playing low HP anyway, so it's you know, one of those situations where there could be an upset at any point in time, especially with any kind of the right rotation like this Vengeful Spirit. It's going to go for the Water Rune, though, and it makes things a little bit awkward for Z-Freak.
This is an interesting idea. Like, you can leave this Dawn alone down here a little bit, and Huskar is susceptible to these early ganks because he is always so low HP. He doesn't have the extra Berserker's Blood to keep him alive. So I like the idea of Nouns to at least try and help this lane a little bit. Every little bit helps. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, too. If there's one thing that tilts Quinn, it's Frost Armor, man. I've never seen Quinn as mad at anything in Dota as he gets about Frost Armor. He thinks this spell is the stupidest thing in the game.
So people stacking mids, people camping on runes,
no,
RNG,
he doesn't care.
No, none of
it
that.
Doesn't care. It's Frost Armor.
Frost Armor.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I tend to agree. The spell's like pretty busted, man. It's just like a free lane win most of the time. So they get some extra mental mental damage here, you know? He sees this Frost Armor on Gunner, he's like, oh, this guy can't win the lane, but now he gets broken Frost Armor, you know? You get some psychological edge, so I like that going for him as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna help out.
Also, I haven't really watched this bottom lane at all. How's it going? Leslau is 16-4 compared to Moo, who is 14-1, so it seems like it's going relatively even.
Yeah, I think Quincy's... I say that because of the in-game thing. Sonics is pretty happy with all 3 lanes here. Their Terrorblades destroying this Void, actually. What the hell happened up here, man?
Oh, I mean, the Chen hasn't really been able to have any kind of impact.
Yeah, but I mean, the CS, like... Is Yawar just this much better of a CSer?
Well, he does have 8 damage on the Void right now, and he's got the illusion. Like, surely he always has the attack damage advantage over Void because the illusions, right?
I mean, you have a little bit, but not this much, man. Like, this is ridiculous. 33-13 with 13 denies. I mean, he's basically opened up 1,000 goldie in 5 minutes off CS alone. This is not a lane they're winning off regen trade or anything. Like, co-stability is pretty high HP. I mean, he's just getting out CS, man. There's no way around it. This is way too extreme for what it should be.
Well, you showed up to play today. That's for certain.
Yeah, drink a Red Bull or something. Or whoever the energy drink sponsors.
I don't think we have one yet. Mojo is going to die here as Nouns pick up the first blood. Both Z-Freak and Moo are kind of low, though. So Leslau should still be able to play the lane and might even be able to get a kill if the Marcy comes back. They're actually going to go on him. They're going to try and get him, and they do. They burst him down before he can get out the spear. If he was able to throw the spear, then maybe Moo dies by being pinned to the tower. MSS is actually going to rotate mid here. Gunner, of course, in a losing lane matchup, it means that he's not going to get 6 before the Huskar does. So there is a huge kill opportunity here. They blind jump in, but miss.
Well, at least it's a regen rune. Pretty much that's an anti-rune for Huskar.
Yeah.
I'm not too sad to see that one go. And no, I mean, they did a decent job of alleviating this mid lane. I mean, you're going to lose it no matter what, but the problem is, yeah, these side lane, like this side lane in particular, Yawar just destroyed it, man. A death on top for this Faceless Void. That's really rough.
Well, it seems like Sonics made a very smart move at going aggressive here with the Terrorblade. Yawar's individual play right now is setting them up for a pretty big win in this laning phase. He's doubling up almost on Costabile's net worth. Costa has already queued up the old comeback Midas.
Yeah, you just flat out destroyed him, and it just immediately puts him in an insane position. Like, the fact that Terrorblade is this farmed in a pretty decent Terrorblade game, and the biggest answer is probably like Ember and Faceless Void scaling into him in the late game. That's going to be way harder now because they both got shut down. It's pretty much going to come down to how much Moo can get done with the fact he got first blood and some extra kills down here. He's having a pretty good one himself. Slapping some fools.
Yeah, they tried to go on Z-Freak just now, but couldn't really combo their abilities up quite well enough. Quinn's almost got an armlet complete with the lead he's got in the mid lane. Gunner still struggling to get phase boots, but hey, at least he's level 6. He hasn't died yet, so props to him for that.
All right, TP's bottom. Trying to even out the score.
Should be able to, too, with the Frostbite into the pin of the spear. It's pretty easy.
Well, I mean, this is the part of the game where these Sonic supports can just roam around, and you pretty much have kill threat on all the lanes. Like, again, the Nouns lineup pretty passive at this point. They just want to farm up and get levels. This dual roam could do some serious damage right now. You have a lot of pressure points you can go to. You can go to this mid lane with the Huskar. You can go to this bottom, as we just saw with Mars, who now has level 6 online as well. You can even go to this Terrorblade because of how good a start he had. Just use meta, kick the Void out, and take the tower, potentially. So I'd like to see these Sonic supports get pretty active here. I think there's a lot of room for it.
You think it's a mistake that they're chilling out right now? Like, Fada's just hitting neutral creeps, and MSS is pulling bottom. Do you think they should be actively rotating, or is camping bottom maybe the better idea?
I mean, it's okay. Like, when I say I want to be active, you know, you don't just run between every lane. I mean, what they're doing now is they're waiting to see where Mu goes. Because the one thing about them being aggressive is this Dawn ult can turn the play very fast.
Ah, right, yeah.
So I think they want to see where Mu goes, and yeah, here's an ult.
They caught him. Whoa, Frostbite doesn't stop that, so it is going to land on top of Yawar. Yawar does get off his ultimate, though, and he's got meta. He's going to turn around, though. Ooh, this meta is not going to work. He doesn't spot Z-Freak. He thought with the range, he was going to be able to kill that support. That's a big loss.
Yeah, this is just a bad death. I mean, I thought they were, like, reading this correctly. You know, this Dawn is going to have ult. It's the one play Nouns can make. Is this guy ulting into one of the other lanes and...
Oh, no!
Quinn?
He gets dragged all the way back to the tower. You got to be careful when using Life Break on an Ember Spirit. He can drag you pretty far away if you're not careful.
Yeah, he's lucky the TP wasn't faster. Could have been his death, but... I was going to say...
Oh, slight dodge. Nicely played.
Still good. Yeah, this death top was just bad, because either you can go and fight there with TB, or you just tell him to jungle, and you wait for this Dawn to show, right? And then when Dawn shows, you can go on Dawn again with Mars ult, and there's no counterplay, because Dawn is the counterplay. It would have been super nice. I think that's what they were setting up for, and instead, they kind of missed that play, and this thing gets turned around top, so it's a huge swing, because Faceless Void gets a lot off this. He gets the kill top, and he gets to go bottom and farm. Suddenly, what was like a huge differential is got cleaned up a decent amount here. And again, Noun's lineup, slow to start, but once the ball starts rolling, this is a Chen lineup. And Chen will out-farm your other two supports for the next 5 to 10 minutes here.
Z-Freak slowed down. Mojo's going to be able to combo off of it. Use the illusion. Jump on top of Z-Freak. Small little pick there off of support. Just trying to get some vision down. I don't know, just player-hero combinations. I'm not sure if I love seeing Z-Freak on Venge.
I mean, they've done it a few times, or at least they play this hero a lot.
Stun one into Frostbite. The Frostbite. Oh, it's the Crystal Nova, level 3, that finishes him off in the end. I thought he actually would have gone and maxed out Frostbite for the longer hold on the Faceless Void and the Ember, but no, went for the big damage and it worked.
Yeah, it helps give him some extra lane shove and out spam, I guess. I mean, Z-Freak will play anything, right? I mean, this guy literally just takes whatever the team wants to give him, makes it work. I kind of agree, this Venge hero isn't the best playmaking for. It's kind of just a very straightforward hero. You try and get as many items as you can and help your cores, I guess. But if you believe in the strat, you believe in the team, that's what'll get you to the TI. They're gonna smoke the Void here. Post Midas usage, try and get this Chrono activated. They really want to find Huskar, I guess. This is a long smoke though, and I mean, you have the Donald that can come in. I just wonder if they have the damage.
These smokes are always kind of weird. Well, there's so much time. There's a lot that can go wrong, you know? You try and jump on Gunner, actually toss him over, but Quinn, seeing the smoke break, he calls an emergency exit. Said there is no longer time to fight, so that just means that, I mean, it was awkward for both, but I feel like more awkward for Costa, who spent so much time. Quinn's gonna TP top and use the arena kill to finish off Mu.
Ooh, brutal death there for Mu. I mean, again, they don't want this Dawnbreaker being the one killed. They'd rather have them go on anybody else in this game, because then he can turn it, and they get a good fight. It's kind of like a defensive-oriented lineup. Another reason why I think this smoke was ambitious, like, your lineup's just not really built to make these super deep, aggressive smoke plays. It's just going to be awkward for you. I think you rather farm and read where Sonics wants to go and counterplay them that way. You have this mech on Shen. You have some frost armor going for you. Like, you actually are pretty tanky in this early game. It's not that easy for Sonics to just aggressively go on some core hero here and make something happen. Which is maybe why Quinn's picking on somebody his own size, you know?
That is true. Adding on top of that, when it comes to any of these, they don't have the best lane shove on their side for Nouns. And they're dealing with the Terrorblade, which right now the illusions are okay to deal with, but like eventually it's going to become a problem.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. This lineup, it's deceptively slow. It's kind of down to this Ember to deal with the map, and the TB until Faceless Void gets to the very late game, which is why he went Midas here. They know the timing is going to be very late. And that means Huskar can just have the free game that we were talking about. I mean, he has 0 deaths, free farm on the lane, free farm to Ancients, soloed Roshan, he's level 11, Halberd coming out and 600 gold. He's going to push the tempo here. He's going to make you fight him at some point. Pretty terrifying. Not to mention his other two heroes are also top of the chart here, having pretty good games of their own.
Yeah. Well, Mounds are definitely going to be, if you said play some slow reactionary Dota before, now with an Aegis and considering the lead that Sonics have right now, it is definitely time to avoid any and all team fights. Maybe they can get some pickoffs here or there, like Fada perhaps. Fada actually not going to get picked off, and in fact finds an Observer Ward. Swap still goes down, but this is getting pretty deep here. They might be able to kill the Crystal Maiden.
The Ogre Smash.
Drops the ultimate. The Ogre Smash stopped him. All right.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Ogre Smash does not make up for Mu going down to this mid gank. That means mid tier 1.
I mean, anytime they kill Mu, it feels like there is absolutely no threat from Nouns whatsoever.
Pretty much. Make sure you slight somebody, but that's about it. Well, that's Lau almost catching him too. You're gonna have to split push this map out. Like, you take the core kills when they come to you, wait out this Aegis. This Huskar is just untouchable. He's gonna be untouchable for a very long time. Especially with Aegis for another 3 minutes. Alright, Dawn ult in the river.
Oh, throws out the arena. Couldn't get off the spear in time, but there is going to be the save from MSS. Now the jump in from Quinn with that Aegis. They might be able to take away that Aegis from him, but no, he gets the disarm off. He burns out the Dawnbreaker first. Doesn't actually continue chasing, surprisingly enough. Maybe afraid of going down and then getting locked into a Chronosphere on the second life.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the best lockdown on his own either. It's still a kill for Faceless Void. Honestly, it's not the worst for Nouns. I mean, it sucks Mu dies on this go. They would have rather had the Mars kill or something, but you are wasting some of this Aegis time. You get some extra gold for Faceless Void, which is huge. And then you get to farm the map. It's not the worst here. You just want to stall the game up. Whereas Sonics really want to get the big team fights going so they can capitalize and then convert it into map control. Again, you look at the vision right now. 0 wards on the enemy side of the map from a dominant position. It's not always what you want to see. I mean, their lineup is farm heavy. Alright, this is a good pick.
Husky kills the ward, but dies in the process. A fate that most supports are going to suffer in Pro Dota right now. People are very, very good at protecting their wards nowadays, and it did help that Quinn had a haste room too.
I mean, they have 0 obs on the map. Fada's going to place one on their own outpost here as like a kill obs. Try and see the Void when he gets too deep in the jungle. But still, again, this is not a Quincy lineup that I guess they feel super confident being aggressive, and maybe they're just super happy with their scale. Like, we just have the Tricore, we farm it up. The only reason I say it's weird is because they did rush this Blink on the Mars. So if you were playing just to like farm and our Tricore is better than yours, ha ha ha. I mean, you just go the farming Mars build, right? Like the double bracer, BKB, Ags, whatever you want to do. Sure. And you get Blink later. So the Blink tells me they want to be aggressive and fight, but they don't have the wards for it. So now, 3-man smoke into darkness might find good targets.
Leslau. He doesn't blink forward, but they are going to kill the Venge. Mu's going to get spotted here inside the arena and pinned as well. So they get both those kills. Very nice smoke rotation from Sonics. Quinn actually TP'd over to join them as well.
That one's like the best target they can find again. Just locking down this Dawnbreaker, 5th death form. Half his teams. It's a rough one. I mean, that's a blind smoke. I was kind of surprised it worked as well as it did, but now they will finally get some deep obs out. So now they can start to crawl up the map control and accelerate the net worth lead, which is decently significant. I mean, 5k. No joke. Looking at the Void down here.
Oh, got him. They're going to pull him back in. He actually pulled him away. He's going to have to use the Chronosphere and run away with that one because of the pullback of the Dispos. Made it so that his Time Walk didn't get over the cliff.
A bit unlucky. You'll have to expend that ult. We'll waste out the Aegis timer here. I mean, Quinn's still looking at him.
Oh, they still got him. This time around, they hit him with the life break after the Time Walk, and that is the killer for a Faceless Void early on. And soon, considered, especially since they got that kill, Quinn is going to have the Aghanim Scepter. And that is another huge answer to Ember and Faceless Void.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. This Axe is going to destroy the game. It basically just guarantees to killing everybody. Nouns have to get something going here, and some more deaths is not what they're looking for.
No, it's not. I mean, he went from being halfway to Ags, and then 1 minute later, he almost has it straight up.
Yeah, he is incredibly farmed. And I like this Ags before the BKB. Like, he doesn't need the BKB here, I think. There's not a lot of magic damage anyway. Fast Ags just is going to close out the map. Like, you can just run around, ult anybody, guarantees the chain stun from his supports. There's not going to be fast BKBs here from downsides because they're just far behind. Like, he guess just keep killing Fada. That's the answer.
It does seem to be the only thing Downs can kill right now.
They do have the double Maelstrom timing between this Ember and Void. It's worth something. Still, just how do they use it? I don't know. These heroes are so tanky. The Mojo even went a mech. Pretty interesting. Unconventional item on Marcy. Very unconventional. So he's just playing to buff up his Tricore here. Make him as tanky as possible. Maybe play for this second Aegis Huskar high ground.
Yeah, there is like a very clear peak for Sonics, right? It's Aghanim's complete is a big one, the BKB, second Roshan, and then they could just kind of ball up. And they've got a Terrorblade, so they've got a great hero for taking objectives. For him, the Terrorblade, it's going to be that Scotty timing. And they should probably all hit that timing around that second Roshan, so...
Yeah, it's going to be very nice. The other interesting thing is, if he goes Greaves, Greaves is actually very strong with Huskar. Because you always end up below the threshold. So you get the extra armor and stuff, which is pretty significant. So maybe that's part of the reasoning here. Like, because we do not see Greaves a lot in the current meta. It's a very expensive item. And the big up value is if the aura is useful, which generally hasn't been the case for a lot of heroes, but it's pretty nice for Huskar. Like, really nice. So it's kind of interesting.
Smoke up, ensuring that they have control of the Dire jungle, which sets them up to be able to control the Roshan pit as well, especially since they're Radiant side. It is going to be a relatively early Roshan, just a minute. Meanwhile, Nouns playing the other side of the map, knowing that they have to dodge. I assume they'll try and fight for Roche, though. So I'm interested to see what kind of movement they make after they take this mid tower, because Roshan could be up anytime.
If they install the tier 2 top, that's super big. That's why Gunner's up here. He's doing a pretty decent job. Like, this will limit the amount of control Sonics completely has over this outpost. Or at least the feel of it. I mean, they're getting good trades. They got tier 1 mid. They're pushing this bottom tier 2 with Chen. Putting Chen to the maximum use here. Fada's going to TP in. This is a bold TP, my friend.
Just straight up freezing field. All right. That's how to defend a tower right there.
Yeah. I thought he'd maybe get swapped or stunned there or something, but easy tower defense. Nouns are still all here.
Swap back onto Fada. Fada with his 4th death of the game out of the 7 kills that Nouns have netted so far. MSS just walked out of the pit, but I believe he pinged it. I believe he saw Roshan spawn at the last little second there.
This Roshan is contestable. Like, after this tier 2 gold infusion, a lot of net worth for Void. He's almost up to BKB. He won't have it, but he can still fight. You have Vlads, you have Mech. Again, the double Maelstrom, and you have this Halberd on Mu. The Halberd is still good versus Huskar because he doesn't have BKB. I don't know, you end up in a position where you manage to find the Chrono on this guy. He probably dies in Chrono, and then you can take the fight.
I wonder if Quinn is gonna hold on to buyback, because this is one of those like game-defining Roshan. This is a game-defining team fight, right? Like, even if you do get caught in the Chronosphere and die as Huskar, if he buys back, I don't know if Nouns can stop him from Roshing.
No, I mean, it's a super big Roche for Sonics to close the game out with. If they don't get it, I don't think it means they can't win or anything, but This is the Roshan their lineup expects to get. Nouns
Yeah.
being able to contest it would be huge. It is a difficult contest. They need a massive chrono, and they need someone to give vision for that to happen here. Coastability is still trying to finish this BKB. He will just finish it now, but a little too late. Roche is pretty much dead.
Going on a walk. He is going to distract the enemy team for a while this Roshan is taken. They won't be able to get inside the pit fast enough. Aegis and Shard will be picked up by the Huskar.
All right, time for Quinn to go ham teasy on the map right now.
Oh yeah, the Shard. I forgot. I remember this Shard is really good against Faceless Void. You can pop it while you're chronoed. Oh, what a spear! He's got the Aghanims off of the Huskar ult too, so this Faceless Void's gonna take a lot of damage at the start of the fight, but he does have that BKB, so he still can fight through. MSS, he jumps, time walks up to the high ground, the second life of the Huskar. They also have the Scotty double damage on Yawar, so no wonder Nouns are calling it full quits right now.
I mean, that was pretty decent. Yeah. Like, that looked really bad for Nouns, but they end up getting the Aegis. They get an extra support kill for free. That was a meta DE for Yawar that he doesn't get to do anything with. Nouns just walk away. Very happy with that exchange. Fada is gonna die again, I think.
You think Fada's enjoying his time as a 5 position?
I don't know. I mean,
Or
he
do you
could be a
think sometimes he
masochist.
gets a little bit of nostalgia of like the old days where he had farm?
I mean, if we're talking the real old days, you know, like his mid days when he was playing Shadow Fiend and Invoker, he built the same items, you know, mechs and drums and stuff. So
yeah, exactly. Mid mech all the time.
I don't know. I mean, this is the life of a 5, you know. Sometimes you feed. I do think some of these deaths are a little bad, but they're not game costing or anything, right? It's just some extra food. But these kills do, like, numbers matter in Dota nowadays. It's a lot of random extra gold to some of these heroes. You just get a numbers advantage. It means Void's more confident to push out some lanes. Like, he is one of their big stunts. If you look at the Sonic's lineup, one of the weaknesses is, outside of this spear, what is locking people down long enough for the TB and Huskar to deal the damage. Right. And you have this Huskar Ags, but it can get, like, disjointed with swaps and stuff. So it's kind of weird. You ideally want to take the fights with both your supports alive for Sonics, because they are the big continual lockdown in the fight. Early gem pickup here for Z-Free. I wonder why they wanted gem this early in this game.
Well, they've got to... I feel like in some ways they can't beat the team fight of Quincy Crew right now. Excuse me, Sonics. So they have to make sure that they just don't... They aren't under any vision, right?
Yes, but I mean, Moo just walks in here.
Well, you can't stop high ground vision, you know?
I just think it's a kind of weird game for early gem, because the TB is going to push the lanes in with illusions that are kind of hard to deal with regardless, and then like you just have to split push the map back with Ember and Void, and they're just going to be on lanes most of the time. So I don't know. It feels like a weird game for gem. Like, I don't think the jungle areas matter as much as the lanes. And is Z-Freak really going to be able to walk down lanes with this Gemmer's lane?
Sure, yeah.
Like, I just don't see them getting much value out of this. We'll see. It's an interesting idea. I mean, Gem is never bad. They have limited Sonic's vision a lot this game. So that is worth a lot. Now they do get to Mjolnir on Void. This is his biggest damage power spike for a long time here outside of the level 20 talent. He's ready to chomp some fools if he gets a good chrono. He's going to shred him. Again, no save for this chrono.
This, Quincy Crew has still just been very passive. Smoke's gonna break. Jump forward, Kosa immediately got halberted, and now he's taunted as well. That's gonna be slightly problematic, but he will survive. Now he has the Chronosphere on top of Quinn. Yeah, now he's got the disable out. Look at him, he hit all 3 cores to jump in from MSS. Everything to try and save Quinn here, but Quinn still dies. Leslow, here comes the big bad Terrorblade. Can he fight without the Huskar? They get a good arena, but everyone's so mobile that the only person stuck inside is actually Moo. So they'll buy back from Fada. I'm not even sure if he really did anything there. Only nets them the kill on Moo in a return. Nouns not a bad fight for them, and I'm still left wondering, like, Sonics, what's their timing? Because I thought their timing was second Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of was. It's just they have like 2 carries, right? They have this Terrorblade and Huskar that both want to hit their item timings, and then Vada's just been dying so much. The lineup synergy is just awkward. Like, they just jump Huskar. There's no save for him. There's no bailout. And Nouns can just all in him. And then once Huskar's down, they can just bail. Maybe somebody gets speared like we saw. Okay, Moo pays the price. But otherwise, there's not an insane amount of hard lockdown. They kind of just kite the Terrorblade. Like, this Sonics lineup really wants to just push the objectives and fight around those where Nouns have to continually fight into them or they're losing the base or something. That's why Aegis is so valuable. You want to be forcing high ground, and then in a fight like that, even if Nouns get a kill and leave, okay, Terrorblade's still hitting your base and taking your racks. Now you don't have Chrono. In a fight like that, it's pretty bad for Sonics because they just trade and then Nouns go back to farming. And now your Chrono is coming up on cooldown. Huskar has to walk across the entire map again to try and punish you. It feels pretty bad. This feels pretty bad for Sonics right now. The one upside is Yawar is still extremely farmed in a pretty decent Terrorblade game where they haven't been able to focus him down because Huskar is too annoying. But this won't exist forever. Like, I do feel like these Noun supports are going to help their core scale more than the Sonics ones.
Yeah, that is kind of a interesting concept because the Tricor versus Tricor matchup, if all things are even, like the Dawnbreaker, I'm just looking at scaling items right now. Like the Dawnbreaker has gone a little bit more of a utility route if he's going to go back for the Blink Dagger, the pretty heavy utility. Meanwhile, Leslau, who went the early Blink Dagger, is actually going to go for an AC next item, which will be a pretty huge change in team fights for, well, everybody involved.
It's just he didn't build the scale, right? Which I understand because he has 2 carries, but in a way, I actually think that's kind of how their lineup functions. So it's awkward. Like, I feel like his impact is going to be a little limited here going into the late game.
Yeah.
Something interesting to point out, too, is I don't think I've ever seen this, but Z-Freak has neglected to skill Vengeance Aura instead of opting for stats.
What?
Choosing to take it away from the reflection. Right?
Oh.
But I am thinking about this. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Because I think...
It can't be worth it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would still skill it here. Because I think the world in which you are behind your cores and it's buffing your cores and it doesn't get reflected is way more likely. But if he's just going to be super sacrificial and run in and swap himself, then it pays off, right? You don't give the reflection Nora, so... A pretty interesting choice. And Yawar has a Hex as well. Very interesting decision in this game, and he got Chrono.
Pops Manta, but still stuck inside the Chronosphere. They're going to have the Dawnbreaker ultimate to follow up after this one. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit's being controlled. He's trying to get on the center, but the bash is too much. Quinn is now going to get swallowed up by the just Nouns parade of heroes running around this dire jungle. They collect 3, and now chasing after more. Fortunately for Leslau, he found an Invis rune, so he TP'd out off of that. Third Roshan is free for the taking for Nouns. We talked about things just kind of like... not really spiraling out of control, but just kind of like slowly drifting out of Sonic's hands. And we're seeing the power of late game Nouns lineup, that's for sure.
I mean, their lineup just is more straightforward in its idea. Like, you just jump and chrono these Sonic scores, and there is no save. That was the downside of this lineup from the get-go. Like, the Huskar pick is cool. You destroy the lane, you get the early Roshans, they can't contest you, but what happens in the late game fights? There's just nothing to help him. I also think... like, you could go this shard rebound play on Marcy, because it's one of the better saves versus Chrono, right? You can throw somebody out.
Yeah.
I really think this should have been the play from Mojo. Like, I don't think Mech is changing this game in hindsight. I don't think it does anything. I think rebounding your dudes out at Chrono is absolutely massive. Like, changes the game entirely. Because then TB can get Chronoed, or Huskar can get Chronoed. You take them out, you can take the fight. Like, now you're just in a weird spot. I don't know. The itemization and how to play this lineup is a little weird for me. Like, the Hex on Yawar...
that says that things are just not going as planned. Like, they got some problems if your carry is going Hex.
I mean, especially third item on a Terrorblade is just... Like, you need it for a very specific purpose, and I understand it, but now he has to be the guy just going in and hexing somebody? He's gonna try it here. Shard on the ground. What's happening?
Okay.
What?
Could be really good. They get the pin off of that as well. This is the Ember Spirit caught in the pin. Costa Vila is able to get off his feet.
Buyback.
They immediately buy back, and the Ember Spirit's back into play. With the Dawnbreaker coming in, they're making a mess out of it. The Huskar goes down first. Now, Yawar, they actually do manage to get the pin, and that's going to be the first life of the Faceless Void. He managed to get up the Sunder. Second life on both carries, but it's outnumbered. Nouns have too many heroes. They quickly deal with the Terrorblade on his second life and chase down Leslau. They have the extra Chronosphere. They're going to make sure he's not going anywhere. That is going to be a team wipe.
I mean, that just feels like the game too, man. Like, if you're not winning that fight when there's no Chrono, I mean, yeah, there's Aegis, but these fights are just not getting better for you. It was an Ember buyback. It was a Venge buyback, so you have some glimmer of hope there in terms of some economic damage, but I just feel like the gas has been taken out of the Sonics lineup, and you're at the point in the game where the Chen is starting to take the fights over, right? Damage mitigation, the extra heal, sustain, the auras. It's just too much.
Something definitely went wrong. Something definitely went wrong for Sonics, and Nouns, I mean, they did a good job. I would say, and just like chilling out, right? Like, we were concerned about their lineup and if they were going to be able to stop Sonics from being able to run them over, but they didn't really get caught too often. They just kind of like chilled out, farmed out a bunch. They got the right kind of team fights. That second Roshan fight where they took away the Aegis from the Huskar. You talked about how important that was. So,
no, they played this game decently well. I mean, their early game was rough, but that was just the nature of the beast. I mean, they still have this refresher shard on Void even, so, like, I mean, they're cruising in this game. I still think it goes back to, like, this is a first phase Faceless Void, and he just has a free game. I mean, you can understand a world where you're supposed to snowball lanes and then you're locked down with, like, Huskar Ags and Spear and you're just killing him and you're too tanky, but still, like, again, I think you could have itemized on the Marcy to have the Chrono save. You could have picked another support that helps deal with it, or like some vision hero, whatever. Just giving this hero from first phase such a free game is like, it feels bold to me, you know, because you end up in these types of games where if you mess up once, the game becomes very hard. This hero is an absolute beast in these types of engagements, so you're just putting yourself in a high pressure situation or high execution. And the execution wasn't 100%. Slipped a little, and now you're in a tough spot. You got to play on your vision and try and jump the Void, which is what they're doing. This is the correct play. They can chain stun him with the Hex, but it has to be on the vision. Like, there's no other way.
I don't think they've ever hit a life break where Yawar is close enough to, like, hit the target while they're taunted. You know? I feel like those two have always been a little bit separated.
Yes, it's been a little disjointed. I mean, the other thing is, this is a Tricore from Nouns with 3 BKBs. We saw a lot of these fights. It just turns into a BKB slap each other fest. And some of that prevents Terribly from getting a good Sunder. Like, a couple times it's happened. So these cores just BKB, they all jump you. Like, what's the big counterplay and reset, right? Does Hex help you in that situation? I feel like it does not. I feel like something like Butterfly or Satanic might bail you out of that engagement. Whereas this Hex is purely aggressive. Like, the second the fight starts, the BKBs are up. You cannot use this Hex. So you have to fight on vision, and you have to jump them, which is not that easy for Terrorblade to do. He's it's not like the best jumping hero in the game, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, very weird game from Sonics, like, going down the stretch here. Radiance for Moo. Ooh, that's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Extra AoE evasion.
Yeah,
seems
it
pretty
works
decent.
pretty well against Terrorblade, right?
Oh yeah. He just ulted to them to smoke. What a boss play.
Damn. That's a move and a half. That's some confidence. That's saying we don't even necessarily need this ultimate. Swap back into the rest of the team. They really don't. I bet BKB was just pure safety from Costa.
I mean, this game is insanely in their control. They still have Refresher Shard on this Void. So they still have double Chrono if they need it. I mean, They're just in coast mode now. Like, this game does not get harder for them. It just gets easier. I mean, they almost have an Ags on this Venge. It's just there's gonna be way too many.
Yeah, now he actually had the level Vengeance aura, because I'm pretty certain you don't get the spirit without having that aura.
It is attached to the spell, so he had no choice.
What an interesting idea from Z Freak.
Yeah,
all right,
really
time to go high ground. Let's see if Nouns slip up at all and give Sonics an opportunity back into the game.
I mean, the best way to fight is a spear back into the Hex. That's what I would say. Like, you can, it is a very spooky high ground. I'm surprised they didn't try and punish him there. Like, if Void hits that high ground, you spear him back, break the Lincolns into Hex, he can die.
Yeah, you do require somebody to keep the Venge away from getting a swamp. Maybe the arena could keep him far enough away, not sure.
He probably can. I mean, high ground defense is probably the best place for Sonics to fight. It's either that or a high ground ward, because you have to just jump one of these cores and burst them. They're going to try some, like, side lane wrap here. Go for the cliff ward.
I feel like what you're saying, the high ground defense, it sounds like their best chance of winning a fight. So going outside the smoke, it may catch Nouns by surprise, but I'm still not convinced it's better than waiting for the high ground opportunity. We'll see. Maybe they get the right opening. They're just sitting around this ward right now.
I mean, they have no choice. Impossible to fight unless they get the jump.
Oh no, he got spotted by the Chen creep. So Nouns,
just hit the base.
Yeah, go hit the base. Hit the tier 3.
Coast ability is up to Scotty now as well, so he's a lot tankier. Pretty hard to burst him. They might have to try here though. I think you still go for it. Oh, almost got him.
Swap back onto Quinn. Immediately pops the disarm on everything. They get the stun, and nice. 2-man Chronosphere. There is going to be the sign down from UR pretty quickly, but there is still the problem. They do manage to pull him out of the Chronosphere, but this Huskar, there's way too much physical damage. He is overwhelmed every single time by 3 cores. They just pounce on him, and Sonics, they don't have any sort of AoE to punish that kind of group up. The BKBs are on cooldown now, so Nouns are going to chill out. They actually managed to get the pin. The refresh goes out, but they still managed to get the taunt. The disarm goes away. They need to be able to get the lockdown, but swap back. The Void is going to be saved, and Moo once again comes in for the cleanup. Another beautiful Chronosphere. That's going to make sure UR gets nothing out. Honk, 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 honk. And Nouns will close out game number 1 in the upper bracket finals.
I was telling you, man, these types of lineups they're playing, they're good in these types of qualifiers, and if you're not ready for them, you just hit a brick wall at a certain point. Like, they have all the scale in the world. Venge Chen lineup with a tri-core. Good luck in these late games. Like, you have to push the tempo here, and the thing is, I don't know if this Sonics lineup can do it. You have to go high ground early, but is it a Terrorblade lineup?
Why
is it a Huskar lineup? Because it's disjointed, right? Like, do you want to go high ground early with double carry? It's awkward. You don't have a hard save. You don't have a way to deal with Chrono. You don't have a way to deal with someone getting swapped in the base. Like, how do you go high ground? It just seems impossible. And if you can't force the objectives, you have to close out the map. But closing out the map is... We just haven't seen teams doing it in this qualifier. Maybe it's hard. Maybe something about the patch made it weird, but I haven't been overly impressed with people building a net worth lead from, like, an advantageous position, right? It seems like people squeeze out of there. So, just weird. I don't know. It ended up being an awkward draft for them to execute, I think, and they have some early advantage, but how do you translate it into something? Just didn't happen. And then second, you get the late game here. I mean, this Nouns lineup, you are not beating a late game. It's just free Chronos for days with all the auras behind him. Good luck, my friend.
Well, once again, the team with the better late game in the NA qualifier does succeed, and that has been a trend through some of the previous qualifiers for the other regions, but it's been, I feel like, a very, very big trend for the NA region specifically.
Oh, yeah.
And it continues with some of the best teams matching up against each other in Sonics and Nouns. So Nouns, now they're the ones who are looking like the number 1 spot here in North America, but it is a full best of 3. We'll see whether or not they can close out this series against Sonics to be able to head to the grand finals, or if Sonics can make a run back at them. We'll see what happens, though, right after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. We are into game 2 now, Sonics versus Nouns, where Nouns are currently sitting a game up and now just one game away from being able to go to the grand finals, which may just lead to a rematch. No matter who wins here, it could just end up being these two teams again in a best of 5, but you never know. Lower bracket is definitely getting interesting with KBU making their long run. They're going to match up against Wildcard after this series. So even though this series is probably everything that the big series that everybody's been looking forward to, there's still another hype one after this. So be sure to stick around for the long haul. Let's get into the draft. Avery, what do you think about this opener?
Marcy Quap. I guess this is the Marcy Lena replacement that we've been seeing a lot in this region. I haven't been super sold on these like Marcy ranged hero openers as much as I was last patch when it was like the Marcy Razor, Marcy Viper. Those packed like a really big punch to me. These are not as convincing. I see the value. At the same time, I don't like, again, you're jamming this Quap. They get the Faceless Void versus, I mean, in theory, Marcy is a save for this hero. We didn't see last game, but it can happen. But it is another first phase Faceless Void. I really want to see something done to punish this hero. Make his game hard. Make the Chronos hard with saves. Make the team fight jump hard with vision. Make his lane really hard. Something in these categories. And I fully expect this DP to just be 5. Like, you see the other two bans, Undying Chen. Sonics is choosing to ban out Husky here. Well, this is kind of like the third hero he's been playing a lot. And so I just fully expect him to play the DP5 here, be a nuisance on lane, and then they just get a Quap counter pick, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm not as huge on this Quap here, because I don't even think Nouns really want to play mid Death Prophet anyway. Like, I don't think they care about it. So I still feel like Nouns are getting the better exchange here. Like, I'd be very happy with DP Void here, as long as you have some Quap answers. Now, Quap has proven to be pretty powerful, but I think it's also a more answerable hero than it was last patch.
Why is that? Did it? I don't remember what changes happened to Quap this patch.
I think it's just like the way, like the pace of the games and the way heroes scale and stuff. It just felt easier to deal with. I think last patch, it felt like if you went late game with Queen, it was like no way to lose it almost. It's like this hero was just absolutely unstoppable late game, and she's still really strong. But I think now you have a better chance. I can't really pinpoint anything specific. That's just just the feel of how this hero's scaling. Like, I think, for example, Faceless Void is already a decent answer, right? If you go late game in this scenario, you have the dilation for the mid game fights, and then the chrono with the burst damage late game. Like, you'll just kill Queen. So you already have some ways to deal with her. You have a long duration silence from DP. I think you're pretty happy here if you're Nouns. Again, you're going into this heavy sustain, late game oriented ball type lineup that they've been playing every time. And Sonics are attacking it with, you know, a Marcy single target oriented and Queen, which can do okay, but doesn't see your lane.
For those of you guys wondering what did change about Quap, there was the new Aghanim Scepter that they brought in, where the Shadow Strike explodes in a scream of pain when it is either ends or is reapplied. When it's reapplied, technically it's ending the previous one. So, but haven't really, I think I've only seen it once, and it didn't, I don't think it really did a whole lot. And it's not like many people went the old Aghanim Scepter either. So I feel like it's, but maybe it's just through, as you said, just general meta changes. We'll see. Maybe Sonics will change your feelings about the hero. But either way, I think it's pretty interesting that Nouns are just riding this Faceless Void second pick going into the second phase, banning phase. You know, they seem pretty down with this. And if they win here, this could be just all of a sudden, what does Sonics do if they match up in a best of 5? Do they ban Faceless Void in their opening, then you're going to start letting out some of those really scary Husky heroes, either the Undying or the Chen.
Yeah, I mean, this is your time to like try and answer it. I already like this more than last time, right? Like, I feel like Shadow Demon has a lot more purpose in this game than the Crystal Maiden. So even if you're dying a little bit, your spells are going to be way higher impact here. You have Disruption Save, you're making the Chronos a little harder. You have the Purges for the Death Prophet. You have the Allied Purges for Time Dilation, stuff like this. So I can see Shadow Demon spells being very nice in this scenario. You're putting at least some pressure on this opener to begin with. You still have 2 picks left. So this is a better direction. Because I do think you
just saves.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to make this Faceless Void's life hard, at least. Like, this is way too powerful a hero to have it first phase, and then he just walks in and Chronos the dude and kills him and wins the game. It's like, all right. More ball.
More ball, big ball. Earthshaker will add some big team fight to their mix now. And I've been feeling pretty good about Earthshaker. I mean, the OG was obviously kind of cracked that one open and showed everybody, hey, Earthshaker's actually pretty viable right now. And it's remained viable going into this new patch as well. But every single time I see the hero, every single time I've touched the hero, it feels pretty nice having the option to go the shard build to have earlier impact and more consistent impact instead of just being all in on the Blink Dagger. But you still can go the Blink Dagger if you think it's a good game for it. If there's options, good options.
I mean, this hero excels when you have like high damage cores who can go in and you give him the fissure follow up. That's where he really shines. Visage is pretty nice with it. They'll probably get another spellcaster from mid that'll be good with it. So yeah, I agree. Like this Nouns lineup looks pretty well balanced and a little bit of everything. A lot of team fight, a lot of scale, a lot of auras. It's a lot to fight through. So Sonic's trying to match a little bit of that, at least get some hero with some aura capability of his own, some zone control. Pretty nice versus Visage. Lets their other heroes play behind him and set up through the vision. Shadow Demon and Marcy kind of want somebody to go in and like play around. So this gives them that tool. Makes it annoying for Shaker to blink in the fights. I think he's fully on the Fissure Shard build now. It's a solid pick here. You're going to have a pretty good lane versus Void. You just sit there and out-CS him. I like this draft more than last time. It's more center-focused on like what they're playing towards and proposing some issues for the Nouns lineup.
It also has some pretty clear. I mean, I think your biggest critique of last game was the fact that they were getting outscaled, but they also had 2 carries. So it kind of made things very awkward. This is a much clearer lineup. I mean, unless you're playing full Lamar Underlord, you've got a clear frontliner and general utility hero. You've got a mid playmaker, and you're going to have some sort of hard carry who knows his matchups, though there are going to be a lot of carries banned away by the end of all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nouns bans were pretty good. Like, they got this Lena ban and Enigma in the first phase for this Death Prophet that they might have been expecting. Then they ban out the Wolf and the Beastmaster and take the Visage, right? So it's like eliminating a lot of the potential tempo zoo threat for this Faceless Void while taking the other one and kind of shoving it back Sonic's way where they don't have a lot of AoE, so it makes them pick some hero like Underlord. And now they get to ban carries while they already have one, which always feels great, and just pick a mid to deal with the Queen of Pain, which, I mean, who knows what Gunner's going to play? Could be anything, right? Could be any melee hero in the game. Wouldn't put it past him. The only matchup that comes to mind for this hero is like Kunkka or Invoker, and then Invoker got banned. I haven't seen a lot of Kunkka this patch. Seems like that hero just disappeared. I don't know really what else he wants mid here that I've seen him play versus Queen.
Wonder how Tuss does. If you can be like reliably use Snowball to dodge Shadow Strike or not.
I mean, I feel like you want a range hero versus Queen, but as I've said, Gunner, he likes just taking melees in there and just suffering to pay it back later. That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, he did do a lot of suffering last game during the laning phase, but he persevered. He's one of those masochists. He likes the flagellation. He likes being punished for his sins, and he comes back pure and clean 25 minutes in.
Is Zeus which got banned last time. And we were talking about you want some damage for Chrono, and they have like this Visage DP frontline to protect him. Could create an annoying scenario for the Sonics lineup where they feel pressured to jump the Zeus, and there's only one hero that's doing it right now. It's Queen, right? And her jumping in is like seems suicidal. So I could see Zeus being pretty interesting here. I don't know what the lane is, but honestly, who cares? Like, it's mid lane, whatever. Pangolier, there's the random melee hero. Yeah.
Well, I was kind of wondering. You said Zeus, like that's a pure damage hero. I feel like Nouns is decent damage. That was actually my concern last game. Was maybe they didn't have enough damage for some of the early game. Now with the Pango, they do add some more damage to the mix, but they also add some just general like nice team fight and disable.
Yeah, I think the Pango's solid. Like the strength of Pango in this game is like he can wash a lot of lanes in mid, and then even if he's behind, he's still very strong from a behind net worth position, right? His spells are just good. He hits like some decent timings with Diffusal or whatever. Even if he's behind, it doesn't matter. And you can just go in versus this pit and the Shadow Demon and not really care. Like you're just rolling through. There's no BKB pierce. There's no rupture or roar or anything like that. So his impact is kind of guaranteed, even if the lane's rough versus Queen. I kind of like that aspect of it. You also get some nice minus armor synergy with Lucky Shot, Visage for the Faceless Void, and like DP Exo. This is a pretty solid pick. This Alc pick is the really interesting one. Like Alchemist here, this hero didn't even come across my mind at all. I haven't seen it recently. I think it's still fine patch for it. It just, I don't know. Something about it seems weird to me. Maybe people are going to say I'm like biased against Sonic's series or something, but I'm really not. It's just, it doesn't strike me as something that synergizes with the rest of their lineup. Like,
yeah,
is anybody helping this Alc just run in? Is there damage follow up on a concoction or something? Like, you know what I'm saying? It just feels weird. Like, is he just supposed to jump in here and start concoction stun hitting Void and then hope there's like no interference or anything? And then if the Void lives and there's a reset, this game goes late. It gets weird. Again, you get in this position where there's a lot of just late game powerhouse from this Nouns ball. I don't know. I think the Nouns lineup is more cohesive. I think the Sonics lineup, again, can do well in the early game, snowball lanes, and press the advantage. Similar to last game, I'm just worried if they run out of steam or if the hero synergy like isn't enough to push them into that late game.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Right now I'm just down to like I'm down to back any team that I feel like has better late game, unless it really feels like they've got some big holes in their draft. Is Alchemist a good laner versus Visage? I mean, Visage does have very low armor, right, because of his cloak. So maybe the physical damage minus armor is good to shut down the Visage early. I can't say I don't remember seeing that lane played out before.
I mean, I think it's okay, but I also think these heroes that shove the lane in versus Visage they can be sad. Like, if you're not killing him, you're just pushing the lane to his tower, and then he just sits there and gobbles up the XP. Yeah. Which is pretty much what he wants to do. So it gets a little weird. He also has
don't think Shadow Demon is like the best kill hero in the world.
This is kind of just you're picking Alc to farm and hit his timings and have him go ham. But it does not strike me as some like crazy gotcha Alc pick, right? I guess that's how I'm looking at it. But if he has a really good game, like Yara had a really good game last game, Alc is a hero who can help take the game over more than the Terrorblade could in the previous one, I think. Like, you can just run around with Radiance, Blink, BKB, jumping on people and destroying them. So they have that going for them.
In a way, like, Alchemist is kind of the other side of the same coin, I would say, of Faceless Void. Faceless Void is kind of like a slow farmer. Alchemist is obviously an exceptionally fast farmer. And both of them just like to be able to man fight and bash heroes, right? And that's kind of what Alchemist is going to be looking for in his timing is, getting to those 2 or 3 items much faster than Faceless Void, and then just challenging him to a fight, and ideally winning that fight because you're 2 or 3 items, or well, not 2 or 3, but you're an item ahead of him.
Yes, and that differential can be created here because again, I think Sonics has the ability to pressure some of these lanes. Like they have, in theory, a decent mid matchup. This Underlord should have a pretty good time up here. He should just free farm CS with double bracer Like, I don't think Void Death Prophet's going to destroy him. And then, you know, Alk is just going to shove the wave and do Alk things. Shadow Demon, the benefit of Shadow Demon Alk is you can stack a crap ton of camps with poison and just going to the jungle quickly. So there might be some option for that. It's harder on the Radiant side. That's the downside here. But you still have the option. We'll see. We'll see how fast of a start Sonics get out to. It's kind of the name of the game for him.
Well, Unstable Concoction leveled up level 1 already for Yawar. So you could also see Fodder's really trying to put the pressure on Moo early. Because Moo went for the triple branch Blades of Attack build. Because Visage doesn't actually have the best base damage to start with. Probably because his Soul Assumption nuke is bonkers good, as you could see right there. So he did invest heavily into stats.
This lane's already going kind of rough for Sonics, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
Body used half his mana, but Moo just sat on the tower. He's only used 1 tango. They got the range creep on the Shaker with Fissure, and the Fissure hit the SD, and they got the nuke. Pretty much ideal start here.
Oh, nice blocking too.
Nice block.
They can get some good damage here and get a maxed out Soul Assumption. They might just be able to kill Yawar. Low enough, and there it is. Moo gets the last hit. Question of whether or not Alchemist is going to be good in lane against Visage. I guess that's been answered.
I mean, definitely not with this, like, not the way you're playing the lane like this. Like, Concoction into Stunning Shaker, who cares? Like, what does that even do? So now you're just bleeding First Blood as well. It's even worse.
Again, I feel like if they had a better support for it, than like just comboing stuns on the Visage over and over again. Okay, so Disruption into Acid Spray into Concoction. This looks a lot better. Moo takes a ton of damage because he only has 1 armor and he's going to die. So they do get the counter kill. It's still the First Blood that went over to Nouns first, so that is something to consider. But all in all, Sonics do even things out a little bit.
I mean, that's what I thought they should have just played for, right? Like, I don't even think you have to press a spell on Alk until level 2 in this lane. You just farm, you hit the level 2. The instant you hit it, you go on him. It's a guaranteed good trade. That's the strength of this lane. It just costs SD a lot of mana. So now he's going to have to ferry some extra out here, which he does. And of course, you're sad that they got the First Blood. Oh, that's
a nice combo. Yeah. Pull him back in. So you put the Storm on him. Then you pull him back into it with Dispose, and then you stun him after he's been pulled back in. I mean, that's pretty much a near full-out Firestorm you're probably guaranteeing on whatever hero you go on.
Yeah, it's super nice lane. I mean, Lellis is going to have the time of his life up here pretty much. He is going to be big. See what he chooses to itemize with the free farm he's probably going to have. What's happening mid? Looks pretty even. To be honest. I mean, Quinn has some extra denies, but considering you're going up against Queen, never an easy lane.
He does also have this gigantic wave.
Yeah, I guess he's pretty far ahead. But I don't know. I mean, Gunner's getting something, you know. That's pretty much all you want with this hero in the mid.
Yeah, it's not as bad, I would say, as the last matchup, but it is kind of similar. This is a losing matchup for Gunner, so it's a question of just him doing as best he can. They do manage to get another kill in that bottom lane, this time onto Z-Freak.
Oh, racking him up a little bit down here.
Moo actually went level 3 Gravekeeper's Cloak just because of what happened that the first time they went on him. He knows he needs something to defend a little bit against that damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's not too sad in this lane. Like, he's got his Falcon Blade already. Might get another kill here.
Definitely getting a bit low.
Trying to cut the tree. Oh, he got trapped.
Yeah, nice disruption. Gets a little bit of extra damage in there. Another round of concoction. But now they're out of mana.
Looking at Yawar.
Yeah, they're going for him. Oh, that is enough. Just the level 1 Soul Assumption again and again is just nailing Sonic. Z-Free takes a lot of damage going underneath the tower here, but they really wanted to get the full sweep. They wanted to get both heroes because this is a big wave that's coming in. Still a huge win that Alchemist doesn't collect any of this net worth or experience.
Sure. I mean, that's 2 deaths on him now. He's not very happy. And I think Nouns are very happy with this lane because it's a Shaker lane. Like, if you're getting kills with a Shaker, you're super happy. This hero's not always guaranteed to be the most aggressive on lane, and Visage gets the extra XP. he's living the dream. Like he didn't have to buy much regen. He just gets extra XP from the kills, extra waves, without getting punished. He's having a very good game.
It's like watching this top lane duo. It's not a duo that I've really thought about as like being very powerful, but both of these off lane duos are actually surprising me how good synergy that they have. Because like you said, it's an Earthshaker lane, so even if, let's say, they didn't have the opportunity to get kills, he can still fisher back the wave, which Visage really loves.
It was a 6-minute rune contest. Now they'll rotate everybody.
Everybody's going to be joining on the party here, but Quinn is the one to be able to blink away. And Gunner, is he going to go for the swashbuckle? MSS is going to be joining here, and they actually just tossed him away. So Gunner, not going to be able to do much there. If anything, they got to be a little bit careful. Sonic Wave is up with Quinn being able to get the rune. He's got some fresh regen. There goes the Sonic Wave. Clears out the Death Prophet pretty easily.
Oh, sad for Husky here. If you get Pango, he's threatening. I mean, the upside for Sonics here as well is like they're happy to have these rune skirmishes because, again, Underlord will destroy Faceless Void in the CS battle, and Al just gets to get solo XP. He's not getting killed anymore because there's only solo Visage. So I feel like Sonics would rather have these rune battles just whatever happens, cool, because they're happy with the side lane matchups.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
And it shows. I mean, they have the 3 highest net worth cores in the game. Gunner's game is pretty far behind now. This is similar to last game, though. Like, sure, you get a lane advantage, but what are you going to do with it?
Costa, he's got to be careful. If he gets too low, he's going to get jumped on. Nice dodge back. That was beautiful. Knew that Mojo was going to be rebounding over there. Now they get a chance to maybe get a turnaround kill. The Rolling Thunder going on through. It's going to bounce back off the wall, hit the 2 of them again. Actually, Mojo sidesteps it. Costa's got to be careful. He gets tossed backwards, but they didn't expect the side of Sonic so many heroes to be joining in this. Another 2 show up, and they thought it was going to be a fair fight, a 2v2. Not the case at all.
Brought the whole squad outside of this Visage, who now has 6, so he gets to push in bottom. Yalwar to the jungle to clear up the golems. I mean, every time you can defend this safe lane, it feels good for Faceless Void, I think, because he does not want to go jungle this early. It's pretty slow for him. An 8-minute rune will be regen. Very nice for Gunner.
Oh, it's funny you were saying that, and I thought you were actually talking about Sonics. Because, you know, same thing here. That's one of the few really nice things about Shadow Demon, right? You can camp him on the safe lane tower, and he could just Shadow Poison the waves out very safely over and over again. So.
Yep. He's getting really high level. Like, he's almost level 6. This is kind of ideal flow for this hero. If you get to sit in this lane or mid lane, get to your level 6. Running around is pretty much useless because you're just way more impactful with the ult in level 7. He's getting a lot down here, and Nouns are not happy about it.
Yeah, time to put a stop to this. Don't let this Shadow Demon just camp underneath tower. It's the same with like Winter Wyverns. Don't let them just chill out and farm waves the whole time. You gotta root them out. You gotta get in there, dig them out by the root, say get the hell out of here. If you show up again, we're gonna do the same damn thing.
Exterminators. Squash the bug.
Time walk. If he wants to survive through this, I think it might be a Chrono situation. He's gonna Chrono TP out.
Well, you take those, I guess. I don't know. 3 heroes, Chrono. You're not gonna be able to really use it aggressively in the early game anyway. He is going Midas build once more. I mean, this game is gonna come down to how much this Visage gets done. Because he is going Falcon Blade Urn. So this is like a very early game oriented build. Wants to fight, wants to skirmish. He is their strongest hero. Gonna have to make something happen with him.
This Fisher there from Z-Freak stopped what I think would have been a death on Husky otherwise. This disruption into allowing the unstable concoction acid spray setup is pretty scary. Especially since he went 3-1-1. Yuar's currently farming some stacks up with that. We actually didn't see hardly any stacks last game. Looks like a little bit more priority being put in that. Though I'm okay with this change in meta, let me just say. I feel like stacking metas are the most boring.
Depends how big the stacks get, but yeah, for the most part, stacking it should be like an efficiency thing, not a objective. I feel.
Yeah.
when stacks become an objective, the viewers suffer. Actually, viewers like stacks. What am I even saying?
What?
The game pace suffers.
Yeah, the game pace suffers.
But everybody likes watching you clear a massive stack, you know? That's the fun part.
Oh, see, I was thinking the stacks getting contested. Now, that's interesting.
Oh. Yeah, but nobody contests them anymore, so...
Yeah.
We lost that.
Sad. Well, that's what UR's going to be up to, so we'll check on him probably in like 5-6 minutes when he's got his Radiance, see if anything changes. Same goes for Costa. He's just going to be farming away, trying to complete his Midas so he can try in vain to keep up with an Alchemist net worth. Of course, he never will, but that's okay. He gets more just from his hero kit.
Yeah, absolutely, and... You know, Midas faces Void, you do feel the pressure a little bit. You feel like this guy is farming, he's getting to his items, and the Sonic's catch is, again, that's one of the weaknesses of their lineup second time. It's pretty much on MSS, so this Marcy, to find the openings. Quinn being super aggressive like we're seeing here. It's going to be a 5, though. There's Chrono. In 3.
Costa, time dilates. This has been a little greedy from him. They're going to have the Underlord coming in through the other side. Now, Z-Freak is setting up for a nice Fisher. Hits it onto the Marcy as well as the plop of the back lines. The Visage Birds are going to be able to drop. The Echo Slam hits the Sonic Wave coming out. It finished off the Earthshaker, but Costa was able to get a Time Walk off. Heals up a lot of that damage. Leslau now surrounded by 2. Fights Costa, but another Time Walk out. Repairs the damage. Now comes in UR. They got the Unstable Concoction. The Queen goes down, and now they can't catch the rest of these heroes. They're all just going to walk away. As Sonics, at best, will go for the familiars, but there's the resummon.
Wow, what a fight from Nouns, man. Like, it's not easy to get value out of this Echo with Brown Boot Shaker, or like Chrono with the lightest Void who doesn't even have it. They're just maximizing the spell usage, and Quincy, Sonic's getting baited into some weird river engagement. Just off the back of killing this Death Prophet, probably feeling good. Nice turnaround from Nouns. Absolutely massive win for them. Tempo-wise, it buys them a huge amount of time. Earn charges for the Visage. Void gets to collect some assist gold, puts him up to Midas. And, I mean, maybe the biggest thing is Gunnar killing Quinn at the end of that.
Gunnar
really made it work.
He just went a bit too far. He had a haste rune, so he was probably thinking, if they catch me, it's all good. But Shadow Demon, he has got an answer to any and all power runes.
I mean, the other big thing about that fight is Yar showed up at the end, which a little surprising that he like wants to join a fight that, I mean, he just has phase boots, you know. I feel like he could have just been farming. So the fact he got pulled into that, some little extra economic damage as well.
Sure, yeah.
Because he still doesn't have Radiant.
Isn't that kind of the name of the meta right now, though? Is like, kind of everybody has to show up to fights.
Yeah, but I don't know if Alk wants to. Like, Alk is a very particular carry. He uses jungle better than anybody in the early game, and he just hits his timing so hard and so fast, you need to use him. So if you risk delaying that, it's very hit or miss. And I feel like his impact in the fights is also pretty low. If you have Radiance and you join a fight, that's one thing. If you don't, what is your actual team fight impact? I mean, you can throw an Acid Spray. If you have the synergy, it's great, but otherwise... It's not like Faceless Void. Like, Faceless Void actually has decent teamfight impact with nothing. Dilation's an amazing spell. Chrono can always be good. You can waste a lot of time. And
getting a lot of stunts here. Oh, that silence. It could have been the killer there, but fortunately, Mojo got the Dispose pull out, and that was just enough distance to really save. 4,000 net worth still lead for Sonics, but it is, of course, an Alchemist lineup, and this Alchemist has been slowed down, as you were talking about. It's a Radiance at 14.5 minutes. I'm going to say that's slower than the average. Pretty close to the average, but I'm going to say it's a little bit slower than the average. For sure.
I mean, it's like fine, but it's not the greatest. So he'll start to accelerate now. Nouns did buy a decent amount of time, and again, this Void's just been farming. Now they're pushing mid aggressively.
Oh, that's an interesting build-up. Leslau got a Crimson Guard. That's a really good pickup against all these damage instances.
Yeah, he's pretty much immortal. I mean, this item is expensive, but it is very powerful.
75 damage block. against the familiars that are doing 60 damage against the. Does it apply to swashbuckle hits? Do you think? Probably not. I mean, they act as hits, right? Because they proc Maelstrom and stuff, but
I don't know. It should. Like it should. Well, I don't know. It does like damage. It doesn't do an attack. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not a mechanics guy.
It performs set attacks that are at a set
it's
damage.
very weird.
So I could see honestly both answers being reasonable, but little pick off. Wait, what? Oh, very cute. Oh, sorry. I thought that "oh, very cute" was a Marcy line. I was like, wait a minute, she's not supposed to talk. Leslau. He finishes off the tower. Gunner getting caught inside the pit into the straight up Sonic Wave. He had his almost his full crew behind him. Now they're going to keep fighting without Gunner, apparently. We'll see if this works, though. Leslau is super tanky. The Crimson Guard has worn out, though. And bit by bit, they'll be able to bring him down. It's Exorcism. That's the power of the fine position Death Prophet, I will say. You know, a lot of damage, a lot of team fight.
Yeah, that's like that's a huge death because he wants to use this Crimson to take those early fights. So when he dies with this item, you feel doubly bad. And maybe that's the power of the Exo here. Like helps him cut through some of this once it's out and just shred him. They still have Chrono. Sonics need to be careful.
And they do really want to even out the tower trade, but it's not. Bit by bit, the familiars are going to be able to do it. Moo collects the last hit. Leslau just now showing up, but a bit too late. Sadly, his death timer was a bit too long. So that does mean with that last hit on the tower, that was really important because Moo is very close to his Wraith Pack.
Yep, and this is a delayed Wraith Pack, so because he went the Falcon Blade Urn.
Yeah.
So he had the early game oriented build, and now he's finally getting to his like big aura timing. So he's gonna feel pretty strong. He is always ready to fight. Just poking away.
That silence, setting up the Rolling Thunder. It's just a chain stun on the Marcy.
Got the Queen.
Actually, Blink was still on cooldown. He got him in the chain stun with your Shaker there as well. Do they have the burst? They do. They still have the Echo. Big pickup. At the same time, the Visage did die, but I feel like Nouns are gonna be happy with that exchange.
Yeah, they're pretty happy to pick up this Queen of Pain every single time. He's like the extra scale on top of this Alk, especially with Underlord going Crimson. Any core kills are going to be super big during this period. So this is when Sonic should be really strong. Yawar does help clean up that Visage, so getting involved with the Radiance, very nice for him. He's building the lead we would expect from an Alchemist over a non-Alchemist. His BKB Blink is going to be critical here for Sonics. Those two fights are like must wins. If you take those fights and you lose, this game is it's gonna maybe become like last game a little bit. Not as bad, but I can just see it becoming too much garbage to deal with. It's like Exorcism and this Shaker Fissure and random Pango disarms and Visage being tanky, you know, it's like time dilation on top of it. It's again one of those lineups that just becomes super annoying to 5v5. Caught Leslau.
Yeah, they got the setup. They've got plenty of slows and plenty of stunts to keep him here. So when he's this far out, like he's gonna try and go through his pit, but they've got more stuns to go. If he tries again, there's the enchant.
Yeah, but they came through the gate.
They came through the gate. Well, that's an option. They just get set up for a 3-man Chronosphere, though.
Four-man.
This is like, well, welcome to the party, fellas. Oh, no. Yoar's like, wait, do I want to be here? Do I not want to be here? All my allies are dead, but I pop my BKB. He'll at least get the kill on the Death Prophet, but now the portal's gone. So if he loses this fight, there's no way back out again. Oh, Sonics. What was that?
Oh, no. I mean... that seems kind of cool in theory. I mean, somehow Leslau's the only one who lives.
I would say
got his whole
0 stars for that Vuber. What the hell?
I mean, it's an interesting idea, right? Like, it's only 2 heroes up here, so if they bring everybody through the gate, they can outnumber them at the start. Yeah, it's just you're going into the clump that's, like, so deadly, right? This Chrono just catches everybody. Z-Freak gets another wave off from the Fissure. That's just too much AoE to clump.
I mean, the 2 heroes they're going into are AoE stunning heroes. Earthshaker and the Rolling Thunder Pango. So even if there isn't a Faceless Void, I already got a question. whether or not you want to be clumped up like that. And then you had a Faceless Void Chronosphere on top of it. I mean, they were utilizing the part that nobody really talks about Underlord, which is the Fiend's Gate damage reduction. But when you get like chain stunned like that, there's not enough damage reduction in the world.
And that was the Alec BKB fight. So that's like really not one you want to lose. And was that the fight to wager it on, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I would think it's like Roche or something, but I mean, now Nouns are in a pretty good position. They got Blink on Shaker with Max Aftershock up. He's super high level now. And they're ready to go. Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, they keep on. This Earthshaker keeps on setting up great opportunities. They have the Silence to follow up. They have the Rolling Thunder that's going to go through. So Les Loud surrounded, and Gunner's dealing with the backline at the same time. The Shadow Demon's just being chain stunned to oblivion here. Knocked up to the high ground where he will die. Gunner jumps down with a shield crash and chase after Yawar. They don't have the Chronosphere though, so no reason to keep chasing.
They have Exo up in 10. Think about Roshan. Don't know how fast it is here. Maybe it's not fast enough. Yes, they agree. But remember, this is like a Pango Visage lineup. They have the minus armor.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, they're doing it. They have illusions.
Oh, boy.
I mean, you have to contest this for Sonics, I feel like. You have Underlord, Queen of Pain for the pit. You have an Alp who's hitting his Blink BKB timing, but you're just dead too long. It's gone.
That might have been the two fights, honestly. I mean, you're talking about how they were must-win fights. They lost one. And this second fight, I mean, it was more of like a pick-off on an Underlord and a Shadow Demon, but it's enough to get the Roshan. Like that will probably ensure the next fight goes decent for Nouns as well. And at that point, an Alchemist lineup is going to run out of steam.
I mean, now you just have to play for late game, but are you winning late game? It doesn't feel like it. I don't know. It feels tough.
Once again, it definitely feels simpler for Nouns, right? Like they've got really good leading, initiating stuns. They've got a big, like team fight winning ultimate in Chronosphere. Yes. It's just going to be easier for them to play fights at all times.
Like Visage can just run in, and then this Pango, he has Blink Diffusal. He just finds the backline. Like if you find Shadow Demon, you find Marcy, Chrono becomes free. Void's going to out-man fight these cores going late. Maybe if Underlord has like carry build, it helps a little, but I'm honestly not sure it changes the ultra late matchups too much. It will though. Like the BKBs are going to be the next thing for Sonics here. They get BKB on Queen and BKB on Underlord. Suddenly you can take the grouped up fight because Shaker, Pango aren't dealing nearly as much damage and control. So that is probably the next fight that Sonics is going to look for to try and regain some momentum here. Still a ways away from these BKBs, and they're getting their map closed out. Mjolnir finished for this Faceless Void as well. The damage is now a lot higher than it used to be.
Yeah, it is. And his farming speed is just picking up as well.
Yeah, the thing is, if you lose one more fight, he gets level 20, and then you get the Chrono attack speed on top of it. Then it just becomes too much. This next fight is crucial. Sonics need to pick it wisely, and they need to pick it with the right item timings, which is probably the 2 BKBs and the Assault Cuirass for Yawar. You get those, Aegis will be out around that time, and then you smoke, you get vision, and you jump a good core target. Like Pango, Faceless Void's ideal. You'll take the Shaker if you get him.
It does feel like one of those situations where it's going to have to be like even if they do win that right fight, right? It's going to have to be just a rush of like force another fight, because they got to keep their foot on the gas because time is running out. Faceless Void is coming for you.
Yeah, he really is. I've just not seen this hero lose many late games this tournament. He's just so scary because at some point, if you have full control, you get like refresher shot off Roche and stuff, and then it just becomes impossible.
Yeah.
So they're smoking up here. He's just leaping in, trying to find anything. It looks like they'll find Fada.
Almost found. Yeah, they'll get Fada. He almost found the Alchemist. He was not that far away, but
probably the best hero to give up in this time period.
yeah.
Closing in on your double BKB Assault Kuros. And then it's go time. You're gonna have to make something happen.
Quinn, he needs a little bit more before he has his BKB too, so stall for a few more seconds, boys. Goes to Beelight's not stalling though.
Just aggressively going.
Is that the right Chronosphere? And they're gonna be able to chain stun him pretty nicely, that's for certain, but their offlaner now being dead. Will Sonics try and fight without him? Gunnar gets actually pretty low as he's stuck on this Sonic wave. He's actually just dead, and Quinn immediately pounces for more. He slows down Costa. MSS runs after him. They do still have another 40 seconds on that Aegis, so Sonic's got to be choosing
you warped on the back line.
Nice two-man stun in the back line. Quinn immediately tops on top of that one. They're going to chase after. Their Shaker's dead. Now go after Husky. He's going to be falling here as well. And Costa's struggling to be able to hit anybody right now. But maybe with the slows coming in from Gunnar with the BKB on cooldown, Yawar doesn't stand a chance, and neither does MSS. Quinn's going to have to retreat. He blinks away. The buybacks come through from Nouns and do land a successful team fight after a rocky start.
The sacrifice from the supports in Gunnar will cost a Death Prophet buyback, Gunnar buyback, but as we've seen, Gunnar's happy to be the 3 position for this squad. Just the correct way to use their players, so they're very happy with that. They get the out kill. That was the double BKB AC fight, and you lost it, so I don't know what you're playing for now. I mean, now it's just, it seems hard. Like, Void is just getting into late game Void territory, and there's just too much stun. Your BKBs are going to start heading down here. Gets better for Shaker, gets better for Pango. It's looking pretty solid for Nouns. Next, Roshan is going to seal his game if they get it.
Here's a nice little pickup. 7% movement speed, 26 attack speed for Faceless Void off the Elven Tunic.
Oh, yeah.
Because it seems like right now the game plan for Sonics is to, I know he had the Aegis, but I do feel like these supports, or at least the Earthshaker, is really important to kill early on in these team fights. Otherwise, the disables that he provides set up the Visage and the Faceless Void too much.
And that jump from Yara was super nice. Like, he found both supports on a concoction on the back. That's absolutely perfect. It's just, they don't have the sustain to keep the fight going, especially Underlord dying first.
Yeah.
I want to say, like, this Marcy Shard lets you rebound someone out of Chrono, right? I'm not...
Yes, that is indeed a thing.
I'm not, like, high or something, right? Because he didn't do it twice, and it's... Like, that Chrono mid, you can just rebound him out. I'm not thinking about this incorrectly, right?
I'm fairly certain you are correct. I've seen talk about how that really shouldn't be that way, shouldn't be that way and stuff, so...
Yeah. I really, I mean, I'm 99% sure this is the case, and I really feel like it's a big deal in these games, because you have the cast range on the spell. It just makes sense to me. Like, it changes the paradigm, but we're not seeing it again, and now another smoke by Nouns. They have high ground, they have vision. They can also just push mid and force Sonics to show.
After all, Nouns has got some pretty nice lane wards, both top and mid, so...
I see everything. They also have double damage and level 20 on Void. Whew.
Yeah, that is scary.
Good luck.
Titan Sliver now for Costa instead of the Elven Tunic. It's like Sea Freak's going to be working on a Shadowblade. Makes pretty good sense. Really helps the hero not get gone on and get in position to be able to get some good Blink Echo Slams. Sonics are just full on ratting right now. Ratting for a late game that I do question whether or not it's even viable.
I mean, I can see them winning ultra late. Like, if you get 5 slots on all these cores, you have Shadow Demon Ags, things like this. I can see it getting pretty weird. I could see the damage fall off for Nouns. Like, Pango, Visage are not going to deal the most direct damage at a certain point. But it takes a while to get there. And again, the Roshans. When you have Faceless Void, the Roshans are just so deadly. Like, this hero uses them better than almost anybody else outside of maybe Razor. And he just destroys you. He just jumps. He doesn't care about anything because he has double chrono.
Oh, that's interesting. Moo didn't go for the armor corruption. I thought everybody went that. Went for the soul assumption hits 2 targets instead.
Not Moo.
Yeah, he's got to be hipster, not just in his hero picks, but also his talent choices. Makes sense.
Big smoke from Sonics.
Yeah, but I don't think Nouns is unaware of what's going on right now.
No, they know.
You know Nouns is sitting here.
Moo's wandering in, trying to bait it out. He does have BKB.
And he's got the shard, so I don't see how they ever jump on him and kill him before he gets off BKB or Stone Form. And because they're the bigger threat, they're the ones able to kind of bully Sonic's back, and also means they're the ones with the creep equilibrium in the mid lane. So they can start chucking some spells down the lane. They can start hitting that tier 3, and they're actually gonna Fiend's Gate their way back in, not directly to mid, because they understand how much AoE teamfight is there from Nouns.
Yeah, this is all about Roche. So they gate back the show here, and then they go back through the gate.
Okay.
Trying to abuse this fact that Nouns is trying to force them out of the pit.
But Nouns read that was as a possibility.
Yeah, now they're going back a little bit. Now, this is a weird Mexican standoff. Who blinks first?
I feel like... Well, I mean, Sonics has to blink first if Nouns plays it correctly, right? They just keep on hitting mid-tower. I feel like Sonic has to do... I feel like they're the ones who have to do something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like them trying to actually hit Roshan themselves.
You can't... there's a bird in it. You're going to get destroyed in the pit. It has to just be a smoke into a good obs, and you jump, and you hit the jump of your life.
Smoke broke immediately.
That was not it.
Gets time dilated.
He got stunned.
Dashed up, fissured as well. Chain stun.
Oh, y'all are.
Big jump in. 2-man stun. A 4-staff gets Gunner out of the way. He starts rolling it up. Yuar's going to turn around. The Sonic Wave goes out. Doesn't actually hit Gunner. Yes. They do have this big Chronosphere. Moves on the outside, laying out some damage. They have the Rolling Thunder back onto Quinn. They're going to try and jump on him, but he blinks away. The buyback coming in from Marcy. Leslau trying to do what he can, but the Exorcism is shredding him. They also caught Quinn at the same time, so 2 of the cores are definitely dead. The Alchemist was able to get out of there. But not a big surprise, Nouns do win the team fight relatively easily and will take Roshan.
And these prolonged fights are just so amazing for them. You get multiple dilations, you get like this Exo just going ham. No one's even close to bursting his DP. Jawar's done an amazing job with these jumps finding the Shaker there. Not easy by any means, but what is the rest of his lineup doing to help, right? It's just not much. Sure, the Underlord sits there and he's tanky, but he's not doing any damage of his own.
Shout out to this 4-staff right here. The chain stun would have been there from Mojo, but because he forced Gunner through, Gunner survives through this, and then the chain stun he does against Quinn ends up getting him killed.
Yeah. I mean, this is, at this point in the fight, you're completely out of gas, because Al cannot commit without BKB up. He does not have the consistent damage. Void just shredding you. Exo shredding you. Ooh, Faceless Void, man. I don't know. It's looking absolutely destructive. I mean, that's going to be the takeaway from this series. Like, if you're playing versus Hero again, should you make it back to the Grand Finals, what is your game plan? Because the game plan versus Hero in these games, it was not there for me. I mean, Coastability has just had a free-for-all in both.
How do you view Faceless Void's strengths? Because I know you said that he's probably one of the better carries right now, but you also said Sonics didn't do a good enough job addressing the hero. Do you feel like it's in the territory of being ban-worthy, or do you think there is a better draft that can handle this?
He's definitely a hero you have to think about a lot, like, especially on this response, because you get 3 bans for it. You need heroes that shut down his teamfight presence, and it's not always the easiest to get. I do think it's possible. I also think there are certain heroes that make his life very hard, but you have to pick them at the right slot and get away with them. Like, I think Wyvern always makes this hero's life a lot harder, because he has 2 spells that are difficult for you to interact with. You have Curse and you have Embrace. I think Division heroes like Night Stalker and Beast make his life hard. But you need some sort of like, alright, here's how we're going to make the team fight difficult. And they're going to try and burst
stuns, trying to get the Aegis. That was pretty free. They didn't have to blow any big spells. Chemical Rage is good halfway through, so they still got a chance to be able to fight this one. They hit another stun, follow it up with another Unstable Concoction, and they finish him off. And now with the Faceless Void dead, they can chase down whatever heroes they want to. The big threat is gone. Chasing after, MSS does not have a basher. It's only the Alchemist, so thanks to the bird stuns, Moo will get out, but look at that. Straight up to the top lane. There is no buyback on the Faceless Void. There is a chance for things to get a little spicy here.
What the hell? He didn't get BKB off either time? That can't be right. I mean, I know there's an Abyssal, but I feel like he should be able to get off one of those. Just perfect chain stun from Sonics, I guess. No saves from this Nouns lineup if he gets absolutely stunned up. Very strange high ground. Did not expect that at all. Now you're getting racks back.
Yeah, if you're Sonics, there's no reason not to keep forcing things. You don't see a buyback out of the Faceless Void. You want that out of it. If he doesn't do it, they can win the fight. Death Prophet, he's going to buy back now, but they stick around. Moo with the Stone Form was able to do okay, but now he's been forced staffed in awkwardly enough. The Rolling Thunder is disabling a lot, but not Yawar. Yawar's got the bashes, and Moo goes down. They finish up the melee barracks. Visage also doesn't have buyback. Not that Sonics would know that. It's definitely time to retreat for them. They got a full lane of barracks. They got a nice kill. A bash onto the Quap. That is the worst target, actually. He's just going to be able to blink away. If he got the Alchemist, then they would have had a kill on their hands.
Wow, that looked so weird. He like bashed the Queen through the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was possible, technically, but I guess that makes sense since the bash procs on a single hit.
Yeah, they're all different instances of damage, and
it just I just never thought about it like that. But yeah, that makes sense. It looked kind of cool.
I think it's also you're less likely because Basher has that internal cooldown, right? So I don't think you could actually get both bashed anyway.
No, but it's funny. It's like thought a Matrix dodged it, you know. Went right around him, hit Quinn. Like, oh, come on, man, tank it for me. Oh, what a turn of events in this game. Like, I don't know. There's a chance now, you know.
There is.
You got a lot of momentum. You have this Abyssal on Alk. You have the Shivas on Queen.
I mean, if you're Sonics, you want to keep the pace up because in some ways you should know the Faceless Void doesn't have buyback, because if he didn't have buyback then, nothing has really changed. He needs some time to farm up, so I feel like you should just smoke and hit him again, even if it's risky. You know, like you win that fight, you probably could just won the game.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Like the reason that whole thing happens because you're taking a base defense fight where you have full vision and you can chain stun this Void.
Right.
If you cannot jump the Void and chain stun, the fight is way different. So
which
that's
is why I feel like it's kind of
hard.
weird that Nouns is being so aggressive right now. I feel like they should be the ones. Let's just chill out, guys. We've got this great late game. Let's just make sure we get our buybacks and stuff.
I would agree. I think you play for the next Roche here. Like, I definitely wouldn't go high ground. They're gonna keep scaling for a decent amount. I still think there's a window in the late game though where these Sonics cores do become very obnoxious. Like particularly Queen of Pain. You're talking about very late game Queen of Pain. She can start dealing the consistent damage and be tanky enough to stay in her ground. I see a world where they get there. Definitely not easy. It's still a very uphill battle. You can't throw too many of these fights though. I think that's why I see coast stability. He went back for a Sage on top of the Titan Sliver, just trying to get status resist. Does it stack?
With what?
This is just like, what am I looking at? I'm trying to look at the status resistance for this Void, but it's all bugged out or something. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, it's 3.2%.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, right.
It keeps changing between like 3 and 12. I don't know. But anyway,
I mean, it should just be 12% because this is the only status resistance he has. They found the Quap. Oh, they had a Tinker Ward. Ah, nice play.
Big kill. Very big kill.
Good move by whoever put that one up there just now.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was literally just placed, so just catching the rat. The trap has been sprung. Now you have 60 seconds, no queen. Absolutely no way Sonics can ever fight without queen in this game.
Well, you say that, but look what they're doing. They're 4-man smoking out. There's no quad buyback.
I mean, they're trying to find the greedy solo pusher, you know?
Okay.
Usually when you get a kill, sometimes you split up. Okay, they're not going to fight us. You get greedy, you start shoving lanes solo. It's a cute idea. Didn't work, but sometimes it pays off.
Oh,
he got bashed!
The Rolling Thunder's coming, but he's got BKB, so...
Could have bashed him again, to be honest. That would have been insane RNG, so we only got it once.
I would have been really interested if Gunnar went through it. I wonder if you could... I mean, you channeled during Rolling Thunder. You probably could have rolled through the portal.
I guess so, yeah.
I don't
know what that looks like, but... maybe he doesn't know, so...
Well, Melee Barracks is dropping pretty fast. These familiars, so annoying, so hard to eat through when they've got the cloak aura that just doesn't go away. Yawar looks.
Didn't get it.
He only hits the stun onto Moo. That's not what he wanted. He wanted it on Costa Belay. Now Costa has a chance to go for a Chronosphere. Even though the BKB was on cooldown for Yawar, they don't commit.
I mean, their Shadow Demon save.
That's true, that's true.
It's hard to just solo chrono one person here and take the extended fight in their base. Maybe if you're outside of base, that's okay.
Well, plus Roshan's coming up.
Exactly. This is the biggest prize. Refresher Shard it is. That's double chrono, almost level 25 as well. Look out, my friends. Gonna need a hell of a jump.
Yeah,
once more from the Sonic side. Kind of surprised Nouns aren't just forcing it here.
Yeah.
I guess they're just expecting the smoke.
Giving Sonics an opportunity, but as you said, they are setting up for that smoke. These familiars are so annoying. You can't kill them as long as they're in range of the Visage.
Yeah. Pretty much invincible. Good smoke break.
Kind of wonder what it would look like if you went the Ags on Quap and you just daggered those familiars every time.
I don't know. It sounds like it doesn't do much, but maybe. Gunner's he's showing here.
They got the stuns. They got the Fisher to follow it up. Quinn, he's going to be able to blink away. Still has a BKB. Doesn't pop it, though. There is a disruption, but he's going to be chain stun off of this one with the Rolling Thunder. No, he gets off the BKB. There is that small instance. They do have Yawar, who was looking for the supports, went for the stun on to move, but he got the Stone Form off, so that makes things really awkward, especially with that Chronosphere laid out. The Sonic Wave pushes some of these heroes back, but look at that. Gunner just lining it up. A beautiful swashbuckle. Hits on the 3. He's sticking onto this poor Queen of Pain, who keeps on getting bashed over and over and over again. He took no damage, so a late Eon Disc pop. They do have Yawar coming back into play now. This is the last final effort of Sonics. A buyback on their carry. They could buy back on the Quap too and try and contest Roshan. I mean, they have to go for it, right? But are they even going to get there in time?
I don't know. This thing drops pretty freaking fast.
Uh-oh. Can they Underlord ults? They don't have it.
They do.
Oh, they do.
They get behind
from the other side.
Found Zefree.
They found Earthshaker. It's a big kill if they can get it, but at the same time, the Roshan's going to be dying during that time. They're getting there slowly but surely, but the Roshan's already dead. They do manage to get the Aegis onto the Pango, but Quap, oh, what a Rolling Thunder. It's just going to be a chain stun. It's going to be a massacre inside the pit. Nouns on their way to the grand finals, winning the Roshan fight, winning the team fight, and Sonics on the run. Bruised and battered and looking at a 0-2 in their future and gonna have to go through the lower bracket, it seems.
I mean, cool attempts at these plays, the gate, the jumps, finding the shaker, trying to commit in for the Aegis snatch. This is probably the game though, no buyback for this queen. Yawar again has to find something crazy here, but he just doesn't have the damage anymore.
Oh, he really doesn't. He doesn't have the BKB going on. He gets hit by a big Echo Slam. When he comes out of the disruption, he's going to go for it. The BKB goes on, but they're laying the physical damage into him. But the bash back. No, Kosabili gets off the BKB just before the unstable concoction stun, and he kills the Alchemist. That is it. Nouns all season long, all year long. They have been playing the third or fourth fiddle in NA, but they have said, we are improving, we feel good about our trajectory, and now here, they've proved it. Up in the upper bracket final, it's just one series away, and they have a slot at the International.
They look like the best team in this qualifier by far now. Like, I don't think Sonics contested any of their real ideas in these drafts, which was what they were showing. These strong ball, sustained lineups, the Undying, the Chen, the DP for Husky. You get these aura builders for Moo between Dawnbreaker with a Radiance or Visage with the Wraith Pact, and you're just buffing it up into these late game fights where you have too much Disable, too much BKB Pierce, the Faceless Void on top. Maybe if you take Faceless Void out of the equation, these lineups falter a little, but that didn't happen. So now, if Sonics make it back to the grand finals, you have to think about this Void. You have to think about what it's doing for their lineups, and if they have replacements, puts you on the back foot here. And dominant performance for Nouns. I mean, that guarantees them Singapore at least, right? A huge win for this team.
They were already guaranteed Singapore by making it to the upper bracket, but
that's true.
Yeah, but it is now just going to come down to a best of 5, which honestly, whatever way it goes, it is a very interesting story. If Wildcard manages to make the upset, or hell, even KBU, then that is going to be an incredible story. If it Nouns ends up losing to Sonics, that it continues the story of what happened last season, where they won and they put themselves in a position but couldn't actually clinch it in the end. Or if they do, it means that the curse is broken. They finally truly managed to ascend under the highest pressure. I mean, no matter what the end to this NA qualifier is, the story is going to be fantastic, and that story is still progressing. That was the upper bracket finals. So we have Nouns now in the ground finals. Sonics will bounce down to the lower bracket. And then we've got our next matchup that is going to be happening. There is still another game of the day, and it's going to be KBU, who have been making a strong lower bracket run, running into Wildcard, who are kind of the de facto favorite for that matchup. So it's going to be an interesting elimination series. Winner is going to Singapore. Loser is just going to get so close and so far, but barely not make it. And that's all going to be progressing after the break. We'll be back with our final series of the North American qualifier for today.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Time for our last series of the night, the third to last series of the North American qualifier for the international, the 11th international. That's right, KBU US versus Wildcard Gaming. KBU, who have had the long run through the lower bracket so far, Avery.
Long way to come, a long way to go. Doesn't get any easier. At least if they win this, they get a decent prize out of it, right? This is kind of the match for all the marbles, I think, for these teams. I don't think these two teams are necessarily looking to contest that #1 slot, right? But if they get to Singapore, that's a huge win for them. So definitely a lot on the line, and now's the time to show up, put up, or not go to the international.
Yeah, and if you guys don't actually know what is happening with the international qualifiers, as Avery was just alluding to, there are 2 or 3 different spots. There is one spot, which is the winner of this qualifier and the various regional qualifiers. Like normal, they get a spot to TI, but there's also 2 other spots for the 2nd and 3rd place in their respective regional qualifiers. We'll go to a tournament called the Last Chance Qualifier. It's basically like the old school wildcard series that we used to have for TIs, where basically we have all the kind of like runners up. They all are going to play a LAN at Singapore, and there will be 2 teams per region, so we end up with 6 teams, and there's only going to be 2 spots at the end. Excuse me, 8 teams. Wait, how many teams are there going to be? Wait, there's way more than that. There's 10. 12. How many are there, Avery?
Yeah. That should be 12, right? 2 from each region?
There's 6 regions, 2 spots each, 12 slots. For some reason, I couldn't get the number of regions correct.
That's okay. You've been around the scene for a long time, Cap. No one's going to blame you. Throw a couple other regions in here sometimes. So it goes up over time. Maybe we'll throw Antarctica in here one day.
I remember when NA was all grouped together, or they had just the European qualifiers. It was Europe and Eastern Europe. Those were always super hype.
That's right. The Dota scene is always growing, like Tiny.
That is true. That is true. And Wildcard are going to grab that Tiny as a nice compliment to the Enigma, which was their choice of first pick. So No Chen, what was the other hero? Death Prophet was the other choice by Nouns as sort of their first pick hero. So Wildcard definitely a different flavor here. KBU, their response of Doom Hoodwink, not only a strong lane, but probably a fitting response to Enigma.
It's all right. I mean, I think they just had really good games with this Doom. For Sunlight in particular, he seemed very comfortable in the hero. He was just blinking in, destroying people. So I think this is like a confidence pick. Like, all right, I'm feeling the Doom, guys. Let's just run it in here. I don't think they give a crap what wildcard would have picked. They probably would have gone with this Doom +1. Ride it or die type style. Can't blame them. It looked pretty good. And I think Wildcard's very comfortable with this opener. Like, they have been running this Enigma with multiple different item builds, multiple different styles. They had the Naga Enigma teamfight combo. They've had the Enigma plus the roaming melee 4. They've even played some support Enigma once upon a time way back in the day. So a hero they're very comfortable with as well. And going the route of the Enigma plus the melee 4, it looks like not that Naga route that we've seen Sammy Boy play a lot by now. Which could have been interesting versus Doom, because Naga is actually pretty good versus Doom in a lot of ways. I don't know about support Naga though, so I don't blame him for taking the Tiny here. They also have the core option with this Tiny, so that's going to be nice. And they're just going to ban for the offlane Enigma. I don't think they're going to put it much elsewhere. Just going to throw it on Divine Llama, get the Wyvern Clinks Medusa out of the pool. Doesn't leave a huge amount left in terms of the physical cleavers. No one's playing Gyrocopter these days.
Yeah,
so,
and Another option would have been Troll, but KBU actually banned it themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, there's Dawnbreaker, maybe another one to consider, and
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, of course, there's like you can just go with a support black hole cancel, like a tree and warlock type route, which doesn't look too bad for them, honestly. They have Hoodwink and Doom, like 2 heroes that can stun people, set stuff up. But they'll go the Dawnbreaker.
All
I
right.
think it's a fine route as well.
So this is not only a hero that can feast off Vitalions, but has at least an early game reaction tool against the black hole,
10 seconds
where
remaining.
you could just counter his ult with your ult, no problem.
Yeah, it's a lot of good interactions for Dawn until maybe ultra late game, where you just have free black holes. Okay, you can free black hole them, but it's pretty much anybody in the game. And they still have an option of taking a 5 here to deal with that aspect of the hero. So I like the Dawn pick here. It's gonna fortify their lanes. They already have a lot of scale through Doom and Dawn. Hoodwink, no slouch in her own right.
Whoa! That was not what I was expecting for a hero pick, but I'm going to assume this is a really nice lane against Doom.
It can be. Depends if you get early creeps. But in general, this hero is good versus Doom, and he is good versus Dawn in the scale department. Like, we're talking 5 or 6 slotted Ursa with... I mean, one, he's a good Aegis accelerator, which is always good versus Doom.
Okay, yeah.
You just do fast Roshans. Doom can't contest it. He's very slow, needs a lot of items. You get Aegis. Aegis is amazing versus Doom because he doesn't want to Doom you. You're running in and killing everybody. That part's amazing. The status resistance through your ult and shard is very nice. You're just a right clicker. Sometimes you don't even care if you get Doom. You can just man up through it. So it's a very good pick for what they see here. I think it's also a carry that's good versus Dawn scale-wise. Like, at some point, you just start smacking him, and you outsmack him. You know, Ursa outsmacks a lot of people. It's pretty hard to outsmack this hero, so I think in that area it's pretty good. I like the pick. I think it does a decent amount here. They only really have like 1 core to respond to it with. So I'd like, yeah, it's not a huge amount that's going to pressure this Ursa.
I really like your idea of an Aegis accelerator, like that concept versus Doom. Sounds really nice to me. Do you feel like Ursa was a better choice than another hero like that, which is Templar Assassin?
I mean, TA is good for the similar reasons. I could have seen a TA pick there. Maybe they just felt the lane is going to be better for Ursa than it would be with TA. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but it may be just a preference of style as well. I think either pick serves very similar purposes. So if they're more confident in one going late game, then it's probably what they're picking here. That said, I do think the very late game Ursa is better versus Doom than TA. Like, TA can suffer. You just Doom yourself with Ag's Blink on her, or you Doom her, and she feels pretty bad when she gets doomed. Like, it's hard. So I think Ursa does a little better with the direct matchups here. They will just select Queen of Pain. There's their core to try and kite this Ursa, deal with him in the fight. Does a decent job of it. I think the very late game matchup is pretty rough. You get to like Shiva's, Sage and Kaya, BKB, Shard +1 on this co-op. It's pretty annoying for Ursa. Like, you can't burst her and she just starts blinking around and shadow striking you.
Yeah, there's a constant slow. There is, I think what is kind of underrated is the pushback of Sonic Wave is pretty nice. And there's also the silence that you have off the Shard, which Ursa really hates silences. So I feel like there's a lot of good tools there for the Queen of Pain.
Radiant team back.
I like it. I think Wildcard wants something to help play their Ursa game plan here, which they have an option of putting Tiny mid, but I don't think they're going to do it. So kind of need a mid hero that can do okay versus Queen and maybe help this Ursa do what he wants to do, or help him deal with the Queen. Which, again, like that Kunkka comes to mind. I mean, you could play mid TA too, and that doesn't even sound great though. I don't even know why I suggested it. I don't know what else. Again, you're kind of stuck.
Puck was the right ban. I like that one from KBU.
Yeah, Puck would have been pretty solid. I mean, there's things like a Dragon Knight. Again, there's like the DK Invoker route, which I think do fine versus Queen, and then you just get some extra disable to help Ursa hit people. DK can also be pretty good versus Doom. Like, you get to Black Dragon territory, you're another hero it goes both ways, but in general, you're just a right clicker. If he dooms you, you can fight through it at least, and you have 2 other cores to help you scale on Enigma and Ursa. They will go the Invoker instead, which I think is fine here. Buffs up their late game with Kata on top of black holes and stuff. I mean, this is still an uncountered black hole, technically.
10 seconds remaining.
And you'll keep the Queen's mana low, so she won't be able to rotate and punish the side lanes too hard. Extra benefit here.
Hey, what do you mean uncountered? Don't they have Doom?
Yeah, but it's like if you doom him, you know? it's like...
Yeah, fair.
You have to jump and doom the Enigma, right? If Enigma gets to Lincoln's BKB, I don't really consider Doom that good of an answer, I guess.
Don't you, but can't you just get the Aghanim Scepter?
That is true, yeah. I wonder what... Yeah, I guess so. You just doom yourself and blink into the hole?
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, screw the historical matchup. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Hell yeah.
And they'll pick up Terrorblade last. Interesting.
Yeah,
So
that
pushes
does,
the Dawn to up.
It does, yeah, swerve the Dawnbreaker. Are you happy with... Like, I'm actually a little bit okay with this because in some ways I was concerned... Like I've been saying, I'll just bet on any team that has better late game, and I did feel like KBU was very much an early game tempo focused lineup. I know you said super late game, maybe there's some options there, but I definitely felt like their timing was in the first 30 minutes. Now with this TB, they've got a nice hard carry that matches up against the Ursa well. I do like this swerve that they just performed.
Seems decent. I'm thinking about who wins like ultra late. And that gets, I mean, it's always weird. I still think an Invoker Enigma in a very late game scenario is pretty spooky here. The TB doesn't necessarily solve that. Something like a Spectre might have made it more straightforward to me, even if the Ursa matchup's worse. Like you're giving vision for the Doom jump, you're going on this Invoker, you're preventing him from being a problem late game. I still think in the very late, Invoker can take this game over. There's not a lot that like directly punishes his meatballs and his cataclysms here. But of course, that is a very long way off, and Terrorblade can do a lot of damage in the mid game in terms of getting that Scotty. It's another kiting mechanism for the Ursa, and you're removing this carry Dawn from that Ursa matchup, which I think is pretty good here too. So yeah, I like the overall draft. I can see the logic in all of KBU's picks here trying to respond to what Wildcard were doing from that first pick. It makes sense to me. So just going to come down to execution.
Well, we have been saying games are going later, and last time we did a prediction how long the game will be, we did do 44 to 60 minutes, and it ended up being only a 42-minute game, I believe, so we're slightly off. You think this one's going to go the distance? Oh,
yeah, 44 plus for sure.
All right. Number of towers killed by 25 minutes? I'm saying 6 to 10. I feel like 6 to 10 is always kind of safe.
Yeah, we'll go with the safe one.
Time of first tower destruction. I feel like 5 to 8 minutes means that you had a really successful 6-minute rune that like just overwhelmed some side lane. Otherwise, it's usually 8 to 11 minutes.
Yeah, I think 8 to 11, you're going to see the Enigma take tower. Terrorblade goes jungle. That makes sense to me.
Whoa, they do hero-specific ones. Number of tiny avalanche toss combos.
What the heck? That is insanely specific. I guess
13 to 18 is what I'm saying.
I'm just going 19 plus. I don't know. 19 sounds kind of low for a 60-minute game that we're going to have here, you know, so.
Yeah, that is true. But then again, Tinies have been doing a lot less comboing. You know, I feel like there's been a lot more toss back and then avalanche type things, you know.
But maybe it counts that, right? I don't know. Like,
yeah, that's true. What is the definition of a combo?
Yeah, like if he tosses a dude in and then he avs him, does that count as an av-toss combo? I don't know. Depends how this is coded.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Let's see if Gaben is generous today, but I'm going for the 19 plus.
All right, so it's the LR matchups. Alone versus Annihilate. Alone has definitely done a commendable job of standing in, both at the Arlington Major as well as now here in the TI NA qualifiers. I saw somebody in chat, just a random chatter, said they were watching Alone's, I believe, Trovo stream. And I think Alone said that if he does well enough, he might end up playing with Wildcard Not for the last chance qualifier, but like maybe for next year or something like that. So this is definitely a big opportunity for him, if that's true or not, right? Just because just his performance alone off of these 2 different events has definitely got to give some attention from other teams, at least.
Oh, he definitely looks promising. Like, he has a lot of potential. I'm not gonna say he's some like tier 1 mid. I don't think even he's gonna say that, but I think he's one of these young guys who's coming in and making a name for himself, definitely with the stand-ins, which is never easy. I mean, he's looked pretty good in a lot of the games. Like, his laning seems solid. He team fights well, spell casts well, plays a bunch of heroes, very high level on them. Pretty much not more you can ask for in a mid player trying to prove themselves.
Well, you could ask not to rage quit games. Which I believe that's what he did on Infamous, right? So that he drew the wrong kind of attention, perhaps, when he was on that roster. But now it's all the right kind of attention, you know?
He'll fit right in with NA players then, so that's just a plus.
That's true. He fits the culture.
Maybe that's why he's here. I want to play with people who rage more, guys. You're not salty enough. I must take my efforts.
Fire and fury.
Yeah, so I must take my efforts to the saltiest region on Earth.
That is definitely the case. How are our side lanes doing? 12-5 is the top CS right now. That's the Terrorblade in the bottom lane. Terrorblade Dawnbreaker sounds like a pretty tough lane. The fact that he's got the most CS despite the Enigma denies is a pretty decent sign for KBU.
They were definitely killing some early Eidolons here, just using the Dawnbreaker to the maximum. But now the lane's all the way in. This is where it gets tougher. You have to try and get it back. Tiny is super obnoxious, blocks camps, kills couriers. This big pull on Radiant is way worse than the one on Dire too. It's like it gets pulled way farther up the lane where the trees are often cut and you can mess with it. It will get it off. Super big for him, actually. I'm surprised Alex didn't stop this pull. But yeah, TB's having a pretty decent time here. Give him the solo XP, he'll be super happy. Trade top.
Nice combo, top lane. They hit him with the clap, but the Ursa's winning the trade-off, and it's going to be Sunlight, also known as MMR Tourist, who goes down. Eve, not actually in danger at all, really.
Yeah, the wolf roar, not enough.
I thought he did a Hellbear clap. That was the Intimidate animation. It looks the exact same.
I mean, to be fair, though, this is probably like the worst carry to try and intimidate.
Yeah, seriously.
He just doesn't care about his base damage compared to almost any other Agi right-click carry. That was a little sad for him. Otherwise, I could see a spell being pretty interesting. It's 4-second duration.
It was like I was watching Sunsfan and Cinder and their cast. They had a Lycan. They were freaking out about the new Howl, nighttime Howl. Bottom lane, they're going on to Divine Llama right now. That slow won't be enough. Well, toss in the Terrorblade into the tower. He'll be fine because he's got such high base armor, but it does make things more interesting, especially as the Dawnbreaker gets a little bit low.
All right, looks like the programming also did not count that as a toss combo, so you actually need the real combos, I guess.
Well, I'm feeling good about my prediction then.
I'm feeling terrible as usual.
Yeah, it's a constant state of being for you. I annihilate. Oh, this is kind of awkward. The cold snap is really ruining him right now.
He has Fairy Fire. Yes,
he does have Fairy Fire, but that was a bad trade-off for him. I think he was winning the lane up until that particular little move.
This is a weird matchup. I always think Invoker does better in this matchup than people think. I feel like it's just Invoker favored in general. Sure, you're not gonna like destroy Quap, but it's Quap, right? And then you're just all your spells are super annoying for him. I always liked having this matchup. I know a lot of people do. I mean, they picked it here, so there's good reasons. And Alone already up to earn. He's got pretty decent CS, higher net worth as well. So he's won the regen trade. Pretty much everything you want to have happening for you in the first 5 minutes here on mid.
Yeah. I always find it interesting what Quaps do against these Clawswex Invokers, because it feels like Shadow Strike you can't actually do enough to push him out of lane. Look at this early rotation from Alone. He TPs, Tornado sets it up, all to be able to get a nice kill onto Doom, and maybe more importantly, some earn charges for this Clawswex Invoker.
That's very nice. I mean, usually you wait a little bit to get the earns, because even if you get earns here, now your TP's on cooldown, you can't really use them, but hell, I mean, you're killing a Doom early. You're taking Devour, which is off cooldown off the map, accelerating your Ursa, who again is like the big linchpin for this lineup. Seems fine to me. You didn't lose too much. It's not the greatest rotation in terms of his net worth, but solid for his team.
Well, I mean, I'm wondering if the urn, like surely having the urn charges changes the dynamic between him and the Quap, right?
It definitely helps. I mean, it's just extra pure damage on top of proccing the Cold Snap. So he's definitely happy about it. I'm just saying it still requires him to use the TP, which is gold, and then walk all the way back to mid. And it's like, it's usually these super early rotations aren't that economically beneficial.
Yeah, sure.
But the payoffs, you know, it's fine here. It's a solid rotation.
Alex is in trouble. Slow down to the hammer. He tried to juke it, but
Full Eidolons.
Chen did a good job holding on to it. The Eidolons do a lot of damage to Realm, but they're going to collect on the bounty here. So they trade health for gold in a way. That's an alchemical combination right there.
Yeah, Terrorblade very happy about that one. This is probably the last chance he has to stand on this lane, I think.
Yeah,
Or maybe he wants to, so they're trying to make the most of it.
Well, if
Finishing
they
up this
try
meta.
a little bit too hard, they may be running into some heroes here. Sam is going to rotate over,
They
but
didn't
it's
toss him.
just cookies. As yeah, there was both of them got a little bit too low to fight back.
Now Invoker's rotating down here, so TB is still on the lane, trying to punish it. No meta,
Yeah.
no vision for this either, and the urn charges that he got earlier could pay off.
Okay, well, the Dawnbreaker is going to be able to spot it. Looks like he was going for the easy camp pull. Will be dying here to the Invoker most likely, as the Tornado is going to catch him. But it does give the heads up for Realm to, you know, get the hell out. Now is not the time to keep laning, sir. Though he
He's
is
staying
stuck.
here.
Yeah, maybe he
Eidolon's
should've
coming.
TP'd. Oh, he tried to plant a tree to block him, but the Eidolons go through and didn't get the
Whoa,
vision.
what?
The Eidolons have a smaller model than heroes, so they could squeeze through that little pathway.
I wouldn't have thought about that, but I guess they're skinnier. They've been working out. Thin ass Eidolons just squeeze through the gap.
Oh
punish him.
no, now they're just chain feeding into this Invoker alone. He came down here and got a 5 position kill, but because of KBU's response, or maybe lack of response, they actually net 2 more kills.
I don't know. That's a decent Invoker rotation, right? He's very
Yeah.
happy about that one. And meanwhile, Sam gets to get all the XP mid, so he's already level 5. You're trading off some tower damage top, but is this tower that influential for your game plan? Not really. So they're happy to kill this Terrorblade, accelerate their Enigma, who will now take this tower. Right on time with the predictions. Beautiful.
Yep, right in the middle. It'll be very close to 9:30, right in the middle of our prediction. See, we know what we're talking about a little bit sometimes.
I mean, I pretend to at least. That's worth something.
Yeah, you pretended well enough on a pro team, so you could definitely fake it here.
I did it for years.
Yeah, if you're doing it with high-level Immortal NA players, you could probably do it for the fans, no problem.
And if you're high enough MMR, no one asks you. They just let you in, you know?
That is true.
All right, finish one of these towers, though. You know, I do want the points here. I do want the points.
Yeah, the Enigma's going to do it. Nobody's going to stop him. And I Annihilate also brought that top tower pretty low as well. So it looks like KBU is going to be able to get a trade-off. As I don't think Wildcard's going to contest.
This is where Wildcard want to control the flow of this game. They can be the slightly faster lineup. They have the Summons Hero and the Enigma. They have the Ursa and Invoker, 2 very fast cores in terms of you want to get early skirmish power into Roshan. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Wildcard try and clash onto this mid tower, because what's defending it, right? You have Scorched Earth, but it's a Brown Boots Midas Doom. Sure, the net worth looks fine for KBU here, but the actual fighting power isn't nearly as good. It's pretty much Sonic Wave. That's it. Their supports are very low level as well. I would really like to see Wildcard play around this Invoker, play around the Enigma, maybe even combine them, and just abuse the fact that you have the better early spells. That said, double Urn. Come on, guys. I don't know about this one.
That is really weird that Divine Llama win an Urn.
Yeah, I think he just forgot about it here. I mean, it's okay. Like at some point you can use it in the early game. You'll get different charges, and then you can sell it at some point. I think people sometimes overrate like, oh, this is just GG, you know. But
yes, I'm totally down with that. I agree because you can get different charges, and if you both get a different charge, then boom, 4 earn charges. That's pretty good.
Yeah, the downside though is I think the game plan is like Enigma's not going to be skirmishing much on his own.
Yeah,
it's mainly when he combines with Invoker. So in this game, I do think he kind of just little mental misstep, and it's going to pay a price.
Just jumps right in for the Dawnbreaker ultimate to go down, but they have detection. They drop a sentry, but now with Sam going out, they do manage to hit the bushwhack of the Sonic Waves. They finish off alone, and it looks like the hot globs of fire from Sam do get the counter kill onto Chen, excuse me, but a 1-for-1 trade-off still.
Big kill to get. Anytime you can kill this Quaswex in the early game, you feel super nice about it. Resets him back to 0 charges as well. Did finish up Midas, so he will be scaling into that late game territory, and you know he's not rushing Vessel here, so the double earn isn't going to be as punishing.
And they do kind of need to do that punish because I feel like Wildcard's doing a better job of playing all 3 lanes and really maximizing the economy gain right now. Ursa's not really letting up on this top lane. He pushes it in, goes back to farm jungle repeatedly. The Enigma's hardcore pushing out bottom lane. So it feels like they gotta make some successful moves.
They're definitely getting more out of the map.
Shot's gonna slow down this Tiny. One of the big advantages of Tiny, though, just a huge amount of HP for a support.
He's only level 4, though.
Yeah, he's level 4. He's got 1,000 HP with an infused raindrop on top of that. That is something wrong with that.
He's a tanky boy. I guess Sam took the tome, because Sam's almost level 8.
Yeah.
Which seems very high here, which I think is fine. Like, it's okay to be a little greedier on the range supports than the melees and just catch up through the fights. But they do have to give this Tiny some prioritization, which they're going to do now. And it is going to slow the game down a little bit for him here. They're going to farm Triangle with Invoker Midas. Divine Llama is rushing that Octarine again, which we saw him do in the other game. Guess he just likes this build. I mean, the upside of this build is you immediately start getting the cooldown reductions, so you get more Eidolons on the map. Your black holes are higher value if you can get them off. Your farm rate increases. And you're pretty tanky. If you join fights, like it takes more spells to bring you down, which in certain games can just mean you can aggressively black hole if there's not too many stuns. I think like I first saw like Mind Control doing this build a while back, so it's been around for a while. It's kind of interesting to see him bringing it into these games. It's a it's like a long payoff build.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a carry focus build on Enigma, right? Because it's definitely, the Octarine is kind of in way a farming item that allows you to get to BKB, Blink Dagger, Lincolns, all that good stuff.
And then once you get there, you're like insanely strong because you have this big CER on top of everything. So you also have the extra cast range. Extra cast range is very nice on this hero. Makes the black holes easier. You literally have 4 spells, right? So can't be bad. And again, it sets up for the tempo they want to play. Like they have this Battle Fury Ursa, they're gonna have Octarine Enigma, which means he can join the early fights just off the tankiness and play with his Invoker, play for the early Roshan capability. I can dig it in this game.
Well, Battle Fury on the Ursa, pretty well timed, so Eve is gonna start taking off net worth wise and eclipsing this Terrorblade by a good amount. Realm is pretty far behind in net worth. Lowest core of everybody? How did that happen? He's had 1 death, but still.
He's just been relegated to Triangle. It doesn't have a lot of lane farm. Been soaked up by Queen top and Doom. You're gonna sit in bottom, which he does have BKB on this Doom, so they're trying to kick the Violama out of here. Looks like they will catch him.
They drop a ward to be able to spot him. He turns around and tries to catch him, but the bushwhack, it made sure there was no chance there. They even had the follow-up there. They do have Sam, who's trying to land some shots on Warden. Warden getting outside of the range, though, is not going to be brought down this time by the Mortimer Kisses.
Well, that's a nice little smoke. I didn't even have to use Doom for it, and they get the black hole on top. Ambitious black hole attempt. I think that Donald would have destroyed him no matter what. He has to think about it. The downside of this Octarine build, that Donald's going to be pretty good for a long time. But I guess it's lower cooldown, so, you know, it's up in another 100 here.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to catch this Doom. MMR Tourist one step ahead of him. Plays it defensive while his BKB is on cooldown. They do get the pick off on Sam. He was trying to do some shenanigans. I mean, he gets a heads up for Divine Llama. It's really important for this Enigma not to die again, especially since he TP out to lane.
Yeah, you don't want to die with this Octarine build. It's like the Midas build. You want to have maximum uptime for this item to go to work and increase your farm rate. Just don't get too greedy here.
Chilling out.
Did buy space for Alex to farm this whole time and gets Philosopher Stone on top of it. So he is closing in on Blink, which might be the green light here for this wildcard lineup to, again, get this mid-clash going, which will open up the Roshan. I think these are the two objectives that will progress their game the most. They also have Blink on Ursa, which helps. Maybe it's just too hard to run into this mid-objective, though.
Yeah.
With Doom up, with Meta up. I can see it being a little spooky. Still, I think it's the right play to make, and they're going to smoke here, even before the tiny blink.
I always find these games kind of funny. I know the like both teams seem pretty content with the pace of farm, which says that you just have different ideas about Dota, right?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, someone's wrong.
Yeah, so and someone's going to end up being wrong, right? And who's that going to be? Nice Sunstrike that spots the Doom, but no one's actually close enough to catch it. And I could see both points. I mean, there's a Battle Fury Ursa. He's farming away. There's no big problem with them taking more time to farm up. They've got a Hand of Midas on an Invoker, an Octarine Enigma. They've definitely built and itemized to, you know, just scale into a really good mid game, so there isn't necessarily a rush for them to make big moves. But as you said, the Blink Dagger is definitely an opening of the floodgates, perhaps, and we could be seeing a lot more action. As the jump forward, they get the Doom immediately onto the Invoker with a Sonic Wave on top. Eve does manage to get off the Enrage, though, before that, so the damage wasn't there. The Cookie, the toss back at the same time, and Avalanche that catches two. They have really good Mortimer Kisses, but it's not enough damage. These heroes are just a little bit too tanky for that. So, really nice pickup. They get 2 kills. Unfortunately, didn't get the Ursa, but still, a very nice move by KBU. And all of that was without Realm, too, so.
Dire's middle tower.
Very nice reveal of the Doom Blink Dagger there. Pretty much getting the best target outside of Ursa, which is going to be hard to Doom in. Will open up the map, though. You have to think about these cooldowns. Doom on CD, Sonic Wave on CD, Donald on CD. You're pretty much not fighting without these spells. What does Wildcard want to do during this downtime? And they get the punish. Sam's trying. Lands a glove.
He's trying all by himself. Eve is going to join with him. That's the first time I've seen the shard put like actual really good use there. I feel like most of the time it just kind of screws things up, but it was a nice healthy bit of damage he did to the Doom. Eve finishes him up and now goes straight into the Roshan pit. The shot.
Sharpshooter.
Gonna be thrown out. Just hit Sam. And with the hammer now on cooldown, nothing they can do to get inside the pit, which is a shame because Eve doesn't have Enrage and has no HP. So if anybody just could have ran in there, throw a single spell, they would have gotten a kill.
Well, all the spells on cooldown. Downside of that type of engagement there, you're going to give up the objective for the Invoker kill. Maybe you're happy with, maybe you're not. You know, it's like the scale. Somebody's wrong, but they'll take what they can get. And this is the acceleration Wildcard wants to have happening. And now you have Aegis. You're going to farm with it? You're going to try and pick people off with the Tiny Blink? What do you want to do? That's the big question.
Not letting Sam go away free, but when you go that far forward, you open yourself up to Eve, who has shown that thanks to this Blink Dagger buildup he's willing to jump into these fights, and the Aegis allows it that much easier, but he gets low, and they should be able to finish him off. That's going to be the Aegis down, and the Tiny dead. Can they get him a second time here? They don't have Doom for 10 seconds.
Tornado.
And a beautiful tornado hitting onto 3 gives Eve an opening to jump away. KBU looking for anybody else to grab, but it looks like wildcard, well, they get Sam. Annihilate gets him, but no cores. They couldn't get anything else besides that tower in the 5 position. Still, not bad from KBU, especially, like, I think most people would have considered wildcard heavy favorites for this matchup, but KBU, I really think people need to give some credit to this long lower bracket run they've been through. They have been through the grinder, man. They've come out a better team for it.
100%. These runs mean you learn a lot along the way. You learn what's working for you and what isn't. You refine it a bit. Like, this Doom first pick would not have happened for them early on in this tournament, and it is now. And it's doing some serious damage. So
oh, Warden, he maybe did not want to complete that TP, but it does get them to jump into this fight, and now gives them an opportunity. They've got the Doom onto Eve, rather, as they should be able to chase him down.
Blocks it off.
He got the Enrage before the Doom, so it did not last very long. Yep. Now they're in trouble. Cookie's going to be able to catch the Dawnbreaker. Eve is ready to jump back in. He'll finish off the Dawn and maybe keep the pressure up now. Chase after them. Alex wants to. He blinks forward. Doesn't see anything, though.
Disjointed fight from KBU there. No Queen of Pain for that. Just not able to get there in time. And yeah, like you said, Doom on the Ursa. That's this matchup, man. Like, if he has ult, just not that effective. Invoker is also a great hero for just joining these fights and buying the space to reset. So Wildcard striking back here a bit. Now they get the smoke as well. Doom on cooldown. Donald on cooldown. Meta on cooldown. This is a very cooldown heavy lineup for KBU. Every time this is down, there's windows to punish. Trying to make the most of it. Double supports running in. Almost going to catch Queen here. Does have BKB already, though. Not the easiest go.
Yeah, they've hit even though they do kind of lose that last fight, they have a very strong timing between the early BKB pickup of Doom, and then now, as you say, the Quap also having a BKB. It means they can kind of shrug off all the disables that allows Ursa to be able to get the damage in the first place.
Oh, they're hitting a decent stride here. And this is what you want to have happen with Doom lineups. Like, you hit this, multiple BKB, and then you can just go in. Fight around the fact that Doom removes so much net worth. They can't man fight you back.
Yeah.
And Alone is going towards that Axe, which, as I was talking about, like, Cataclysm seems pretty good in this game.
Yeah. Black Hole Cataclysm. The ultimate power of darkness and light.
Combine them and you get, what is it? Gray matter? I don't know.
Gray matter.
Annihilation. That's a better one. We'll go with that.
BKB is on its way for Mr. Dubai Llama. He's going to get Blink Dagger next. I do feel like Wildcard's idea of, like, chilling out and farm, I feel like they were the ones who were correct. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm just looking at this Enigma getting bigger and bigger. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, very late game, you have this BKB Enigma. I mean, the one thing is what you mentioned is this Ags Doom. Like,
yeah,
why did he build the
Yules? You should have built an Ags.
I mean, the Yules does help with the Ursa, and in theory, it's a Lincoln's block. But yeah, I do feel like at some point, if you get the Ags on Doom, it changes this game. Like, it makes Enigma's life very hard. That's the one thing I don't know what happens in late game. But otherwise, in theory, it's very good for them.
Tornado hits the Quap.
Mana burn.
Really doesn't want to use the BKB. Nice bushwhack, though. Good catch. Doom not going to be able to follow it up immediately, but does manage to get the Doom onto the Invoker. Really good catch. And they've got a double damage on Realm, but it doesn't do anything if he's stuck in the black hole. No answer to that one. He dies. 100-0. I Annihilate on the high ground. Raining hell down below, but the Ursa reaches up and pulls him down to hell. Eve with the Enrage chases now with the Cookie after the Dawnbreaker as well. Brings him down. MMR Tourist will be able to TP out from Divine Llama after the Malefice, so he'll be able to get out. Another win in team fights for Wildcard Gaming.
Triple BKB there, BKB Black Hole, no contest. That's that Doom on Invoker. Yeah, you can Doom him, but what about the other two? That double damage Terrorblade was going to destroy that fight if that didn't hit. So very well coordinated by Wildcard. And yeah, Danny comes in at the end and cliffs himself. I don't know. I could see it conceptually being pretty good, but he kind of just trapped himself for the kisses. Wasn't what he was looking for.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. When did he use his BKB? Oh, I guess when he jumped
Yeah,
in
used
right
it
here
very
on the
early,
Tiny. Yeah, it's unfortunately he
Of
probably
course.
expected some Tiny spells, but Tiny died. The Invoker was doomed, so he didn't actually need that BKB at all. If he has it here, maybe it could have been okay.
And this Invoker was just walking it off, right? Like, he walked so far with this Doom that it forces another round of spells and that Quap Link to finish him.
Yeah, yeah. And that
This
is
an
like,
annoying lineup.
that's been a big problem for them, right? The Ursa walked off the Doom earlier. The Invoker does it for a long period of time. They really
This
got
is an anti-Doom lineup. Like, this
Yeah.
is how you want it to play out. Make these targets hard, and then even if he dooms them, you have ways to reset the fight or stall it out enough for your other cores to deal the damage. It just keeps scaling. Like, if all three of your cores in a late game scenario can win you the fight, in theory, you don't care about Doom. That said, he is going this Ags now. You know, I guess you get AoE Doom. You can Doom them all.
Hell yeah.
I mean, this
what I
item's
wanna
good,
see.
man. This item's good.
I think it's legitimately broken.
I don't know about
It's
broken,
not.
but it's good.
It's broken in the late game scenario. The thing is, it's not one of those
Yeah.
broken like first item rush sort of deals. So like, you know, I would have preferred the Axe before Yules, but I get it. It's not an item that you should be trying to force. But when you do get it in that 35-minute area, oh, I think it's so good.
I mean, I'm wondering why he went this Yules in if he's going to go the Ags anyway. My only thought could be eventually you get a Wind Waker, which sounds really good in this game.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of nice small things about it, right? I mean, you said it yourself. Good against the Ursa, the Yules on Enrage, mana regen, and movement speed. Oh, nice catch. But
He's
can
just
they kill
walking
him?
it off.
With the BKB going away, yeah, he's gonna just walk it off, and oh, the self-Yules, but the Ursa, he's gonna lie in wait and finish the Doom off immediately, jumps onto the Dawnbreaker.
Enigma's
Ursa
still alive.
He is still alive through all of this one. The Doom is ticking, the Shadow Strike's ticking. Can somebody deny
He
him?
stuns
He's
him
gonna
back.
fall. He turns around and block calls him, and he gets the deny. Oh man, they committed everything they had to kill that Enigma, and in the end, the Enigma, he gets the last laugh. He kills everybody else and then gets denied by his teammates.
He's just too tanky, man. This Octarine BKB, he's got 2,500 HP with Tranquils if he's running off. He's not so squishy. He just baits them all in. Again, if you prolong these fights versus Doom and you force him to chase, his BKB ends. Ursa can just chunk him. Gives a free fight to the other cores. That's the recipe here for Wildcard. Playing it to perfection. They even have a 4-staff on this Tiny now. More ways to disjoint. 4-staff on the Snapfire as well. Very good itemization here. Playing to their lineup strengths and abusing the fact that if Doom cannot stick to the Doom target, the team fight kind of evaporates for KBU.
Second Roshan. This is when you start feeling really good about your Ursa pick. You got a pretty quick Rosh. Now you get the second Roshan, which is going to give you the shards. So now you're constantly going to be popping and rage, which makes Doom's game a whole lot harder until he has that Aghanim Scepter, because he's just constantly status resistance after status resistance. Look at Alex, though. Using the 4-staff to keep up with the Hoodwink long enough. Oh, he's got the shot, but it didn't bounce him backwards.
Tornadoed. Or cold snapped. I don't know. Yeah, he got stuck.
Yeah, it's something
Hunted,
about...
trapped, and it destroyed.
I feel like he should have bounced to the other side of the trees, no matter what was happening there, right? Like, stuns don't stop you at that moment.
I don't know. Maybe Tiny is too hard of a rock. You know, it's like he absorbs all the impact, transfers it to himself.
Yeah.
Physics-wise, it makes no sense, but it's
I was
Dota,
about to say,
so.
to literally just deny your first law of physics. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, whatever, man. We live in a realm where, I mean, it's a chipmunk holding a crossbow. I don't think the laws of physics are 100% applying here. You know, we'll take what we can get.
I don't know why that's so funny to me that you called Hoodwink a chipmunk over a squirrel.
Isn't that what she technically is?
I don't know. You could be right.
I
mean,
think that's the lore, man.
The chipmunk is definitely the more pathetic of the two creatures. So
Pathetic. The chipmunk is gallant. It is a noble creature.
What?
The squirrel is deplorable. The squirrel is on
definitely smaller.
raccoon tier.
chipmunk is definitely smaller and less aggressive than a squirrel.
And yet a bigger heart, which is what counts for a hero. At least that's what Valve has told me all these years.
What do heroes truly need?
A big gun. That's what.
Yeah, where's that person? Where's that hero? Just
What do you mean? That's
you know.
Snapfire. Grandma got the shotgun.
Yeah. That's true.
Bottom tower is
And she
under
does sound vaguely southern, so it would fit. She must be American.
The hell
It's
you
11
saying
to
there,
18.
brother?
It's 11 to 18, just smooth over that one. 10,000 net worth lead for Wildcard Gaming. As
Be careful there, partner. Might not get invited to that next Arlington major.
the hell you saying about the North American qualifier, brother?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Well, he is packing a bigger gun soon. He's almost to Ags. That is the actual shotgun, right?
Yeah.
Load him up, spit him out. Throw your Ursa in. Sounds pretty good this game. If you throw the Ursa and you hit the Doom or the Quap, he's just gonna insta burst him with BKB Abyssal, which he's closing in on. I mean, hell, he has an MKB on top.
Retreat. Oh! Ooh, tornado barely off the mark. Warden's gonna be able to get away. Whew, close call there. I think also that Ags is incredibly good defensively against Doom when it's the single
also
target
true.
Doom. With the AoE Doom, you might be stepping forward to try and grab somebody and then get doomed yourself anyway, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you might need Aether. And he does have the Ags from Doom. We're going to see this in action.
tower is under attack.
They also have Butterfly on Terrorblade, closing in on BKB. So this is probably like the one big timing they can try and fight back here. Get something going with the surprise of these items. Just need to not get jumped yourself.
Yeah, not get tossed back. That's what Alex is looking for.
100%.
Is under attack.
They still have Aegis for a minute. So it's not really the time for KB to try and take the fight. I think Aegis is just way too hard for their lineup. Till very
especially-
late.
They got the BKB to finish up, so Realm's got it now.
Yep.
So now's about the time. We go for smoke in, let's say, 25 seconds.
That
Smoke
sounds good.
out
I'll
of the
see you then.
base. Catch him right as the Aegis expires. Surprise. You know?
Yep, 30 seconds on the clock. Time it well and time it good, my friends. This is your chance
Here
to
it
get
comes.
back in this game.
A surprise smoke engagement right as the Aegis expires. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Lincoln Sphere for what, son? I'm coming.
Yeah, he's coming. All eyes on it. Mr. MMR Tourist Sunlight, giving himself a name in mockery of the NA region. He's here to take your MMR. Let's see if he can take your spot in Singapore too with this Aghanim Scepter on Doom. Or if Wildcard have all the answers, all the cards up their sleeve.
Wow, that was a crazy good speech.
Well, it didn't lead to a team fight, so it's kind of anticlimactic, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. That's why I let it down gently there. Put it in to rest, where nothing happened as it belongs. But counter smoke from Wildcard, thinking they have aces. Invis rune as well. He's gonna grab it. The Violama looking down mid lane where fortunes have been met and destroyed. Do have the Ags on Snapfire. Granny, time to shoot someone in.
Yeah, they've got
Load
the
'em up.
nice high, double. They got the twin peaks of high ground visions on either side of the mid lane. So if KBU don't have a smoke when they push out, they are very susceptible to being initiated on. I feel like that's the entire game right there. Right, it's all about the initiation.
Yep. They're gonna smoke themselves. Still trying to use this butterfly Ags timing. See some spell cast mid. Who's jumping in?
Gonna
Who?
break. They get the vision onto the
Doom's
high ground.
himself.
They're gonna deal with that. And here comes the
got
Aghanim
nobody.
Scepter, but he doesn't get on top of anybody really. Now on top of the Doom, goes and chase after the Enigma, but it just feels like a futile chase. He finally gets up to him, darts slowing him down, but look at the cookie, it sends him away. They get on top of the Enigma. Oh, the Enigma black hole from range. Count Doom that.
got the Ursa, though.
yes. They do manage to deal a decent amount, though. The Ursa falls, and now Annihilate still chasing after them, despite the Doom counterplay. KBU did get what they wanted, in a way.
How did that work out?
I'm not
It
sure.
felt like this Doom was just running around forever doing nobody. I mean, that's decent, I guess. Like, you get this huge Ursa kill. Which is, it's going to count as a win. I mean, Quap lives as well. Like, Quap living is maybe the biggest thing in this game. That's the real secret scale from this Radiant lineup, is if she can get to the 5-6 slot late game territory, she becomes an absolute beast in this game. She will close out the fights as long as she doesn't get jumped by Ursa. So, a huge teamfight win for KBU in terms of pushing Annihilate towards that late game. They get a gem out of it as well. All things considered, pretty good for how that initiation went.
Yeah.
I'm also curious, does this AoE Doom pop Lincolns when it hits you?
I don't think it should.
It's like a buff, though. So, like, purges all the buffs. I swear it. I thought it popped the Lincolns that they put on Divine Llama. I mean, not that it matters, but that's kind of an interesting interaction. Like, it might just pop it when you run into the guy. I don't know.
Annihilate. Oh, he blinks away. He's maybe good. He's fine.
He's Gucci.
That was close, though. Stam even. Yeah. All right, Refresher next for Divine Llama, though. That item may not mean much against this Doom Mags. Like, what's the point of two black holes if you can't get off the first one in the first place?
I mean, he did get one off, so the extra range helps a lot. Octarine paying off in the long run here. And I mean, that was the other thing I was going to mention about this Doom Yules. Like, the Yules was interesting, but the problem is that when you go late game on Doom, I think it's all about which blink upgrade you get and a refresher. Those are like the two biggest late game impact items outside of the Zags. And you run out of mana. Yules is expensive now. It's 175. So, like, I just don't think you have the mana to use Yules in the late game, because you have to blink, like, double Shivas, refresher, double Doom, stomp, you know, it's expensive.
Oh, he just jumps right in there. MMR Tourist, he's going to pop the Doom in response. He jumps forward, but the Ursa is demolishing him, and he gets black holed. Wild card. I mean, shout out to Eve there. He got good vision of them, and he forced something, and the reaction from KBU was so chaotic and messed up that they just stumble into a bad fight.
Yeah, I mean, anytime Ursa can jump anything, it's probably good. Like, he'll just ult and commit, and then you don't even want to doom him. You have to doom yourself, but then there's force staffs and all this stuff. Trying to re-engage.
Yeah, he's going back in, but the Meteor's going to do a lot. He does have the BKB, but the bash. Oh, Eve hits a perfect time bash. And now they have to full-out retreat, but Alex isn't going to let them go. It was so easy. They do have the Sunder. It's going to kill the Enigma, but against these four heroes, how does Realm stop this? The Dawnbreaker's going to help him out, and he's got the ultimate too. They can't do any damage during this period of time. And I force staff away, but he's going to be slowed down by the hammer a little bit. The meta falls away. He's just a melee hero now. Oh, Realm's got to run, but he can't make it out. He's going to be slowed down and kited for days, and your evasion doesn't matter. Eve will cut through it with his MKB now.
Slap, slap, slap. Fuzzy Wuzzy lives through it all. He claims the heads. As Ursa's out of control. I mean, nice turn, though, to try and salvage this situation, because otherwise you're just giving up this Roshan, and this is Refresher Shard Rosh. Absolutely deadly with the heroes they have. Invoker probably going to take it here. Did reveal that Hex at the end of that, but that's now double Hex, double Black Hole, whoever you want to give it to. Big team fight wins for Wildcard, pushing into this late game here. In another fight where Queen of Pain goes down. Again, they really need the Queen to live through these fights to give them a chance, because Terrorblade's going to fall off here. Doom is, I mean, he's struggling, man. He can't do it all himself. He's causing a lot of chaos in the fights, but ultimately Ursa just shreds him. Even if he's sitting there with Doom, is it even... It doesn't even feel good dooming yourself in a way, right? Like, you doom yourself, you blink in, Ursa destroys you, and then there's no doom.
Yeah,
like, you'd rather doom him.
And I think their answer to it was the Aghanim Scepter on Dawnbreaker, right? Like, it would give the evasion to the Doom, but because the MKB pickup, because of how far ahead Eve is on net worth, like, he's got the counterplay. So they don't have the defensive element for Doom, and they also just don't really seem to have the catch or stuns as well. to like keep these heroes in place for the Doom.
It's also the itemization, right? The double force staff is super good from these wildcard supports. Just being able to kite out the initial jump even a little bit helps so much. And not to mention, like we talked about, these cores are just hard to catch. Ursa's running around with Aegis and Rage, Blink stomping half the time. Invoker's hasted in some ghost walk. You can't even see him. It's like, it's pretty annoying. Enigma just hides in trees somewhere. And you don't have a mechanism to force the fight. Like, the fight is coming to you in the form of Bear hitting your tower. So you can't force the engagement. Your poke isn't amazing. You don't have a displacement spell to like toss him in or anything. It's a difficult game for Sunlight to find the jump. He's hiding in the trees, maybe trying to
Dooms himself now.
There he goes.
He goes for it. He's going to stick on top of the Ursa. With the shot coming out from the Hoodwink, they've definitely got the damage. That is going to be life number 1. And look at the jump forward, but the
That's a good hole. Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. Boom! Down falls KBU. They lose there terribly. No buyback there. Wildcard can keep up the pressure now.
That's a goddamn refresher shard right there, my friend. Like, just insta pop it, bam, bam. The burst from hell raining down. That's one way to delete a lineup. Dear Lord. If anybody said Roshan wasn't good, tell them to watch this game.
Toss back onto Annihilate without the Terrorblade and now without the Quap wildcard. And looking like they could just end the game now in one fell swoop.
I don't know if you're mentally coming back from that, man. That double Cataclysm just erased all the momentum KBU had going into this series. Sends a message.
Clip him with the tornado. Divine Llama jumps forward. He's got a second black hole. He doesn't even need to use it, though.
Cleanup duty at this point, man.
Yeah. They're going to finish off Megas here. So KBU, they're going to have to play up against Megas if they want to keep this game going. So I don't see how they fight, or they can't win a fight. They haven't won a fight, 5 versus 5 in a while. I don't know how they do it without the Quap.
It's impossible. Don't even have Doom up yet.
Realm
still getting jumped
to be able to get on top of the Enigma, but Divine Llama, instant response from him. Hits the black hole. Now, there was no damage on top of that one, so Realm is going to be able to stick on top of Divine Llama and actually might be able to get the kill until Ursa shows up. My God, that Ursa just ripping everyone to shreds right now. Torn asunder, and that is it.
Wildcard, man. They are pushing through this bracket. Only one series lost. They felt very confident going into this. Very happy after that one. Pretty much a beautiful execution of their lineup and strategy. I mean, an anti-Doom draft. You push it to the late game. You itemize for it. The build-up and the progression of all the items makes perfect sense. You get the kiting from the supports. The Octarine pairing up for the BKB refresher late game for Enigma. The Ags Doom posed a little bit of a problem, but honestly, it felt too hard for him to stick on people. And the guys he was sticking on, well, it's a fuzzy wuzzy slapping you back to the base. So not a lot for him to do in that game. It really had to come from the Queen of Pain. But Annihilate just never gained momentum in that game. Like, he was not living through the fights to benefit from the golden XP. No Roshan ever went their way. Pretty nice anti-Doom lineup. I think KBU has to go back to the drawing board in terms of, do they want to believe in this hero again or change it up?
Yeah, that's a good question that you're posing, and certainly something that KBU is going to have to think long and hard about. I mean, to go all this way through the lower bracket, build up all this momentum, and then just hit a brick wall in the face of Wildcard Gaming and fall one series short of being able to go to Singapore. I mean, for a lineup like this, most of these guys, even though they may not be names you recognize, they've been around the block for a while. Annihilate and Sunlight have been playing Dota for, I'm sure, more than a decade at this point. They would love to be able to go to Singapore, but if to do so, they're going to have to bounce back in the toughest position of all, an elimination series down one game. See if they can do it, though. We're going to take a quick break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Seems like this series could be the tale of two different offlaners. We had game one, it was the Doom that KBU had so much faith in against the Enigma. Well, wildcard going into game two, apparently they're going to run it back. They're going to pick up the Enigma again for Divine Llama, overall first pick. And KBU, well, they're going to get a different response this time. We'll see if it fares any better against this very scary hero. Avery, you're already feeling a little bit skeptical?
I don't know, man. This is like Faceless Void on response versus what looks like the weakest opener Void of the whole day. That's how I feel. Like, this hero destroys Clockwork, he destroys Batrider. You're getting it on response, you get triple ban here. Did this opener answer Enigma better than the last one? I mean, I guess. I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, Clock's like okay, but the lane's pretty bad, so you don't want to put him there. Batrider can be good. At the same time, he's not. It's like the Doom matchup, right? Okay, you kind of have this black hole cancel, but at the same time, like we saw last game, it doesn't always go your way, and you kind of have a bigger threat already on the board in Faceless Void. I feel like Wildcard for sure won this opener. There's just so much pressure coming out from the two boys in purple over here.
God damn. Avery
That's how I feel.
eviscerating the KBU draft more than that Ursa did in game one.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling it like how it is, you know. People say, "Oh, the analyst shouldn't be biased; should just tell his honest opinion." That's how I feel. I feel like they are already on the back foot here. I mean, based on how we're seeing this qualifier progress and this meta, right? From a theoretical perspective, maybe Bat can run this game over. But from what I've seen this qualifier, how teams are playing, how the games are progressing, the pace, the tempo, the Roshan, the team fighting, I would not want to have Bat Clock versus Enigma Void. I'll tell you that much.
Well, we'll see if this Rubik is going to make another answer to the Enigma. See if it does well enough. I mean, I have a tendency to agree with you. I saw a Clock Batrider and I was like, okay, I guess that kind of answers Enigma, but it didn't feel like a strong opener. Meanwhile, this Faceless Void that has been, I mean, we just saw in the upper bracket finals. You saw the quote-unquote two best teams in the NA qualifiers. You know, the outcome was Nouns second picking this hero twice and winning twice with it. You know, it's hard to go wrong with that. And now they've got the Chen as well. And another thing that Nouns showed was very, very strong.
100%. And this Chen can also win the bat lane. We saw that matchup a lot at Malaysia, some of the other recent qualifiers. You get the purge creeps, you get the mana burn creeps, you can actually just win the lane straight up, plus you have void for dilation. So you're eliminating this offlane bat flex potential. Like maybe you're saying, all right, after they pick void, we don't want to commit bat to the mid farm priority. Well, you don't really have the offlane option here too much either. So kind of puts bat in a worse position as well. Shures up the scale for sure now. I mean, I don't know if you're beating this lineup late game ever. I don't even know what beats it. Maybe you just play some crazy vision game with like Night Stalker or something, but outside of that, again, like what is challenging Faceless Void in the scale department? I haven't seen anything today. It doesn't seem like anything's close.
Yeah.
And these games are going late. Like all these games are very slow. They're going 30, 40 minutes plus. There's multiple Roshans. Those are the types of metas where Faceless Void thrives. So I'm pretty unsurprised to see him go up in priority this fast. Throw some extra stuns on top with the Tuskar. Fortify the Enigma lane. I don't know. I'm liking what Wildcard have here. I think you need some crazy... Speak of the devil, man. Speak of the devil. And Balinar shall appear.
Yeah, it's outside of Doom himself. That's probably one of the closest things you could get to the devil right there. The Night Devil, Night Stalker is going to be picked up. I mean, that is an answer to Enigma early on. That is an answer to Faceless Void. Is that the kind of game-changing pick you needed to see from KBU?
Yeah. That's why I was bringing it up, because this is one of the few heroes in the game that makes it hard for these heroes to get their team fight spells off, and at the same time, he can pressure them on the map at a lot of points. He just runs in, he's super obnoxious. He can eat the Chen creeps as well, that's a plus, but like you have to commit the big lockdown for this hero or he out-man fights you. So at least you're getting some form of, what are you going to do about this? Which I like, right? Plus, you have the bat synergy, so that's got to count for something.
Radiant team ban.
What's the bat synergy? Oh my god!
I got you with that one, huh?
I really was trying to think about that. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Like double, like a vision hero plus the lasso?
No, you got the thematic bonus, man.
Yes, the if anybody missed it, if it flew over your head like it flew over mine, they're both bats.
The big question is, what kind of mount is Ionali going to use, though, right? Because
true.
it's
You
not
better
always
not
a
be
bat
using
these
that.
days.
Yeah, what is it? The Stingray one or whatever? Better not be
I mean,
using
if he's
that
using the Stingray, I'm gonna GG for him, man. That sounds like an auto lose. So we'll see what type of mount he wants to go for. But I like the nice.
Dude, if he goes the mechanical one, he's got a synergy with Clockwork too.
The trifecta. It's coming together.
All right, wild card. Their last pickup. We need a mid laner here. Kunkka and Lina were the choices of bans from KBU. Any other heroes that really take advantage of? I mean, they're just big team fight from Faceless Void and Enigma. Sure, you want something scrappier and smaller and throws damage around. That's going to be Zeus. He's the smallest of them all.
So we finally see the Zeus Faceless Void combo that we've been talking about all day.
Yeah.
Is this the game for it? This does not strike me as a Zeus game, man. I don't know. I would not want to play Zeus here. It's like all of KBU's lineup is just, we're going to jump you. Night Stalker, Bat Rider, Clockwork, a huge amount of vision, huge amount of backline jump, very high burst damage on the kill, not a lot to save him. Like even if you hand a god him, whatever, it does force you to jump him instead of maybe the other heroes, which sets up for Black Hole, sets up for Chrono, but that's kind of already KBU's game plan anyway. Not a huge fan of this pick. I think he wanted more stopping power. And what the hell, man? A throwback. Don't you remember I mentioned this hero earlier as like a
nobody plays
joke?
that hero against Enigma. Yeah.
It's like nobody plays Gyrocopter anymore. Well, I guess Realm plays it. I mean, you do kill Eidolons, I think. I don't know anymore. I assume you still do. We haven't seen it in a while, but
yeah.
It's an interesting pick.
Don't mind me. I'm just searching Gyrocopter in my Dota 2 patch page. Let's see. He got a buff on Rocket Barrage where it does 2 more damage per rocket, level 4. The mana cost went down. Some talent changes, but I don't see anything.
He didn't get anything. I'll tell you that much. He did not get much. So
he didn't get enough. That's for sure.
I mean, in an ultra late game scenario, it is one of these heroes where if you get to like Ag Satanic, you can kind of just tank the spells and maybe live. But they have no save form. They have no damage amp. Generally, the things you want with this Gyrocopter hero, you want like the Alacrity or the IO Tether or something to buff him up. You just throw into the wolves here.
Well, it is another hero that is using a mechanical mount of sorts, a vehicle.
That's true.
And
that is
the
true.
Bat Rider did go for the mechanical bat. So we've got the triple machine synergy and the bat synergy at the same time. I mean, thematically, KBU is on point.
Yeah, we'll give him that point for sure. But it's going to me, this is all about Sunlight on the Darkness hero Night Stalker. Like, he is the biggest threat to this wildcard lineup in this game. Just running in, setting the fight up for his team, destroying one of these cores right off the bat with a good silence BKB, and just snowballing off of that. His game has to go well. I don't see this Gyro just carrying the game on his own, and I think Bat Rider eventually has a tough time playing into Zeus Faceless Void. Like, it's just, unless maybe he can just snowball the lane super hard with like a Clock Roam, but outside of that, I think it's a game you have to just kind of play into the fight and hope your Night Stalker is strong enough.
Well, you talked about at the end of game 1 how KBU does have some maybe not necessarily the most well-known names, but definitely some veterans of the scene. in Sunlight as well as Annihilate, who have been around for quite some time. And you saw a little bit of that interaction between Sam. I'm not sure exactly what this inside joke is, but he said, "Good luck, have fun, Oil Spirit Danny." I'm not sure if this is something they talked about. Or they'll like, I Annihilate once an Oil Spirit hero, or is the next hero, or I don't know what that reference is, but apparently he found it funny.
I don't know, man. I've been in NA for 8 years. I don't even know what that means, so... Maybe Danny doesn't know what it means.
Well, he did respond with a smiley, so you must have thought it was funny to some degree.
It's better than calling him a clown, I guess.
Yeah, that is true, Sam. It's one of the nicer things Sam has called somebody in this last year. So
yeah, that might even be a compliment coming from Sammy Boy. Oil Spirit, the 5th Spirit brother, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens with this mid matchup that we're currently looking at. The Bat Rider versus the Zeus, which with the Heavenly Jump, I could see how this matchup is a lot different than it used to be. I mean, if you're going to spam out, go the Arc Lightning 402 build, you're going to push the lane into the Bat Rider, and you have an escape mechanism against him.
It's definitely way better than it was back in the day. I mean, you can bait the dive with the stick and the jump. It gets pretty annoying, the like random slow that comes off it and secure you the kill instead of the other way around. And of course, you can just spam out spells and get the stick charges like you were saying. Already, there it is.
The first blood alone outplays him. I Annihilate thought he had enough for a sneaky, cheeky little flame break kill. But Alone says, nah, son, you gave me so many stick charges. He lived through it.
Man, Alone's been owning this tournament, honestly. It's not easy to just come in as a random stand-in for a team and play like some of the random heroes who's been playing. I mean, I'm sure they're heroes he's super comfortable and confident on, but I'm saying, you know, what's his hero pool been? Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Zeus. It's like very spellcast heavy heroes you have to execute well, and he's definitely shown up. Props to him. Watching these flaks go.
Oh yeah, how is that that matchup going? Is he getting Eidolon kills or no?
I mean, I think you need level like 3 and 5 to get multiple points in it, because you don't kill the level 1 ones completely.
Right. And the HP, I know Demonic Conversion, the Eidolons do not scale very well when it comes to HP.
Nope.
Which is why heroes like Pango and maybe the Gyrocopter, they kill more and more Eidolons as the lane goes on.
Yes, so in theory, this lane gets a bit better for him. I mean, the other thing about Gyros, traditionally, he's a big stack-oriented carry. It's like in the Luna Medusa category. Sure, the lane is nice if it goes well, but he really wants to eventually go to the triangle and have some big, juicy present waiting for him. The problem is, has there been like any stacking in this meta? Not really.
Yeah, we were doing the predictions. We were talking about just that fact, that like nobody really stacked at all. And it hasn't been a big focus like it has been in metas past. I mean, just 2 patches ago, it was a huge deal. Oh, nice shards. Clockwork, he didn't go Cogs. He went Rocket Flare to help try and deal with the Eidolons, so he doesn't have that protective measure. Does live, though.
So far, this lane it's going okay for them. Gyro's free farming. He is losing the level advantage, but it's Enigma. What can you do? Yeah. And he hasn't had to spend anything on regen, so he's not getting pressured. That's the important part for this hero. Just want to get to the level 3 and 5 with some stats. Start getting the flax out. If you ever kill full Eidolons, you're super happy. And Alone is still destroying mid. He's opened up 1,000 net worth lead in 3 minutes.
Wow.
Some of that's first blood, but goddamn, he is actually just taking it straight to Annihilate here.
You can see how value the wand is in this matchup, or the stick has been upgraded to the wand super early.
He's cruising. All right, he's gonna get Flame Break. 6 stacks.
Yeah, he went for second level of Flame Break. So he's doubles the burn duration time, which means if you do get those higher levels of sticky napalm on somebody, the Flame Break is going to do a lot of damage.
And Warden doing a little roam through to try and get both water runes here.
Yeah, but he may just be dying here. Alone's going to chase after him. Oh, he doesn't have the mana. He's going to get the water rune too. He's got the stick charges. He just now gets the mana, and that's enough. Ooh, I think I Annihilate. Did he feed him a third stick charge? Oh, no.
As I was saying, very unfortunate. He'll have to walk the base, though. Maybe that rune deny is worth it in the end, but still, this is a super good start for the Zeus, man. He's already level 5.5. way ahead in the net worth. Even if he has to walk the base, who cares? It's pretty sad for your Rubik, pretty sad for Night Stalker, who loses his lane partner. Which, again, Sunlight has to have a very good game this game, in my opinion. He's off to an okay start. He's getting there. It's going to be a big question of the first nighttime. Can they use it for anything? Traditionally, you can sometimes pressure Void with this 5 to 10. It's not impossible. Especially if he gets chipped, which he's getting chipped a little.
Yeah.
So nighttime hits. He's Morbin time.
Please, no.
That one's not for you or what?
You know I hate that meme.
I didn't know you hated it.
I do. It's a forced meme. Don't like it.
Okay, I definitely won't say it every time he pops ult this game. Don't worry.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. 0-2. Only 2 kills on the board for wild card, and seems like once again they're winning all their lanes. It's only the gyrocopter who's really keeping pace. Everybody else kind of losing out here, and it's going to get worse if this clockwork dies. Throws out the cogs, but oh, he's just kind of stuck in here. The snowball afterwards, and there's the Zeus ultimate to be able to finish him off. They did clean up some Eidolons, but Realm's got to be careful. The Zeus, he was on his way.
Another kill for Alone. 3-0. Having a fantastic game here. The support's bleeding to this God of Thunder.
And it seems like the Night Stalker, he took a little bit of a whopping here from the Chen and Thunder God's Wrath being used. Despite it being nighttime, he's not able to pressure this Faceless Void at all.
No, this is a big miss for them. I mean, maybe you don't kill him, but at least hit him a little, threaten him, push the lane, and hit his tower if he leaves. This is kind of the general thing you want to have happen. At least a little bit. This is kind of just the back foot. Like, you're getting smacked around. I worry for KBU. Again, you're just fighting into a lineup that is so happy to go to these late game team fights.
Ooh, Dalai Lama maybe caught in here. They can cog him, keep him in place.
Locked in.
Pushed away, and that's enough. Not only that, but they got at least one Eidolon kill off of that as well.
Yeah, a lot of gold for Gyro out of that.
Yeah.
Got like 500 or something out of the total exchange. So this matchup, still good. A blast from the past with the old man in the flying cart.
It does seem like he needs the 3rd level of flat cannon, if I was watching it correctly.
Yeah, this is when it gets really good. 5 attacks, super nice. What does this hero even have for talents? Like, I don't even remember.
He
still
got
has
a
the
new
2
talent,
flak.
which is the plus 40 flat cannon damage at 20. That's a new one.
Huh. Sounds pretty good. I mean, it's a 20, but...
Look at that. The vision given by the flare allows them to be able to finish up the whole Eidolon stack. Nicely played. That was what Dalai Lama was trying to abuse earlier, was trying to keep the Eidolons out of vision whenever flat cannon would pop.
That's a nice little lane synergy.
Yeah, very clever.
And they are getting the Ancient stack. So this is super important that they did this. This is the exact type of game flow that this Gyrocopter wants to have after what's turned into a pretty decent laning phase. Not amazing, but, you know, I'll give it a solid 7 out of 10.
They're going to go on. I mean, they've got level 6. He dropped his ultimate, dropped some flat cannon shots where he can, but it's not going to stop this black hole. And with Alone here, they're certainly going to be able to pick up the kill. He does do a lot of damage on his way out with the Gyrocopter. Oh, what a hit! Warden actually picks up Dalai Lama, throws him inside of the cogs. And Annihilate comes in to collect at least one of those bounties.
Big gyro kill, bigger turnaround. I mean, who benefited from that? I guess Annihilate did the most. It's going to recuperate his game a lot. At the cost of his Gyrocopter, not what you want to see. You really don't want to have this hero die in the laning phase. He's super level dependent. But he will TP mid. And quick smoke. It is nighttime. He has the ult up. Dare I say it?
It's coming.
It's Morbin time, Cap.
Alone, he is going to be caught here. They don't have the silence to stop him from casting spells, so he'll do some damage on his way out, but MMR Tourist will play the sky, play the trees, and won't be caught by any of these rotations. Eve shows up, but couldn't get a Chronosphere in. Meanwhile, bottom lane going for the dive. I Annihilate. He's got the lasso. Doesn't need it, though, as Night Stalker's going to cut across and claim the last hit. Takes away the double kill from an I Annihilate.
Solid use of a Dark Ascension. 2 core kills on 2 separate lanes. Force a Faceless Void teleport as well. Freeze up top for this Gyro, who just gets to clean up a double wave. Decent sequence. Again, you're still a little bit far behind just of how good a start the Zeus had, but getting that kill helps you in pushing the right direction. That was a streak as well, so 500 gold for the Night Stalker. Definitely making up for the rough laning phase he had.
Yeah.
Well, double damage in the river. I was curious if maybe you give that to Gyro so he can do the stacks, because he's going to try here.
I was thinking that too. I was just thinking, like, a double damage isn't anything to a Bat Rider. So if you just drop the bottle, Realm picks it up, he takes the double damage. I mean, it would just speed up his economy so much.
Oh, it's huge for him here, because it's going to take 4 flax or so.
Yeah.
Double damage, you can cut it to 2. It's way better, but either way, he's still happy to have this, and this is where the Gyrocopter Max Flax shines. Just pushing him towards the Ags build, slowly but surely. It's very slow, and very sure, I guess.
But if he gets it fast enough, if he gets that Ags, he gets that Satanic, he can stand in Chronosphere and Black Hole and these sort of things and survive, you think, right?
Sure. I want to say yes, but my heart tells me no.
Is that hesitation because there's too much damage on Wildcard, or because you're not sure Gyro's a good enough hero? Annihilate's going to be caught here. Oh, he's trying to run. Alone needs vision for one last Arc Lightning. Now the Clockwork's going to be here soon. He's going to try and catch somebody. He's got the hook shot. He wants Alone. He wants him real bad, but there's going to be a jump away, but he's holding on to the hook shot. He doesn't get the leap out. He was stationary at the time, and now they're going to be able to hit the hook shot, but the Chen heals come out, and that is actually enough. They're going to turn the fight. They're going to catch the Rubik and Snowball onto the Clockwork. They try and get both at the same time. They're going to get the Clockwork and not the Rubik.
Very close. Bat Rider's actually coming back, and I'm not going to say it this time because I'm like, your brain thought about it. Dark Ascension popped.
Oh no, he voided too early. He wasn't close enough for the lasso on the Bat Rider, so that Bat synergy not working out.
Wasted NS ult.
Yeah.
That feels real bad. I guess the one upside is your Gyro had time to slowly clear through that whole triangle, or at least most of it. Didn't finish the Ancients. That Zeus ult actually almost killed him while he was trying to do the stack.
Oh, really?
Which would have been gigantic, but it'll slow him down a little bit. Still, he did push ahead in the net worth ladder, as Max Black Gyro should do. And he's going to go finish up some Ancients. The reason I think this Ag Satanic Gyro won't live is just... one, there's too much damage, but also, I think in the very late game, the random refresher shards and the new refresher-based meta just makes it hard, because it's not that you have to live through one of these. It's like you have to live through 2.
Yeah.
And I just don't see you doing that. Like, you know, unless you're killing them in the same time, but Divine Rapier isn't as good as it used to be. The raw damage output during one black hole, I don't know if I necessarily believe in it. Nice pick off on Enigma down here, so Bad is starting to play the map, get something going. I don't know, I just don't see Gyro living through like double black hole or double chrono. That seems too much for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Try and poke at Mr. Sunlight here, MMR Taurus. You could already see he is queued up the shard, which is a nice idea against Chen, who is currently dying to the Bat Rider. So I Annihilate is just kind of, he's terrorizing this area.
I mean, this is where the Bat will shine in this game. There's not a lot of direct answers to him in the skirmish areas or in this early part of the mid game. It's pretty much just the time dilation or the big ults. And Void doesn't want to come protect this Chen from a Bat. So Annihilate should have some pretty free reign here for the next, 5-10 minutes. It's also going to hit nighttime in 1. So this is a big next 5 minutes here for KBU. You need to get a lot done.
Hookshot used, hit the creeps, and now the Chronosphere onto the Bat Rider. Might be able to get the kill. They have the Snowball afterwards and the Zeus ultimate, so they certainly have the damage. And now the Clockwork's going to get himself killed as well. He's so desperate to try and help this Bat Rider, who had a really nice streak going on. Instead, just feeds away another life to Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, that's not the momentum you're looking for here. And I think this is a painting we've seen all day. Faceless Void coming in and getting cleanup kills tends to bode well for him. He did not go the Midas build, which is kind of interesting. Instead, going the traditional Mom into Maelstrom. Probably about the same farm rate, but you maybe end up with slightly less levels. I don't know how the exact math works. Either way, he's still very farmed and very happy. And I feel like we've yet to see the big, like, Bat Night Stalker combination around an objective to try and accelerate this game. We'll find Zeus. Just walks into him.
Great kill. I mean, it's the highest net worth hero. He's still trying to jump away, but he's not going to be able to outrun these two. They will fly over the trees, no problem. Alex, he's going to be slowed down. Sticky napalmed. All he can do is turn and fight. That's the best he can hope for, but he should eventually die. Maybe neutrals? No. Too much damage from the Bat Rider, and they get the kill bottom. All right, KBU picking up a little bit of steam on this second nighttime.
Yep, this is the time to do it. This 5 minutes super vital to the game plan. Gotta snowball the map, gotta find the core pickoffs, gotta get your Dark Ascension and your Lasso to work so you can maximize those cooldowns during this nighttime period. Very good start to it. Should clear up this top tower as well. And remember, no chrono during this time, so an extra window on top of everything else.
Clockwork in some trouble, but it's just two supports. They don't really have the damage between the two of them to get this kill quickly. Might get it eventually, but there is going to be some response. Alone and Divine Llama both show up in mid lane.
Well, a little sad you give that to Zeus, and as well as a regen rune. Alone is rushing Ags too on top of this Kaya. Pretty interesting, opting not to go for the shard. Just wants the Nimbus as fast as possible. I guess it's extra damage in the Chrono and the Black Hole, as well as just a shard block off. Very good synergy with this team.
Yeah, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
I feel like with all these chase heroes, it's nice too, right? Like, just throw down the Nimbus and just sit in that area. They're going to use the Black Hole to catch this Night Stalker. Killing Night Stalker during nighttime is pretty value. Though he did just buy a Blink Dagger, so probably didn't lose too much out of that. Hook shot to be able to catch the Chen. I should be more specific about that. Chen, the player, aka Soaring Dragon Rising Phoenix of the Sun, also known as Yellow Player in this game, catches the hero Chen.
I mean, you can just say Chen Man. We all know who you mean.
Do we though? Do we?
Yeah, you know, Chen killed Sammy Boy. It's easy.
There you go. Hey, he stole Eidolons on board, and that's a nice pickup.
Yeah. Put him to work on mid tower.
Oh, this is a big team fight coming up right here. Night Stalker's already at a half health. This is kind of awkward. They're gonna have to
zoning ult.
Reset.
And they want to use this Ags Gyro during nighttime with no Black Hole. This is just an awkward push, though.
Yeah, they're burning through a lot of resources. Gyrocopter's low on health and mana. The Night Stalker isn't full.
I don't think you want to just run at this tower. This is the type of area where you want to smoke and wrap around. You have great heroes to do it between Night Stalker, Bat. The Clock can get vision and like hook in through the river. And then Gyro comes in and cleans up on top. Just face planning into this. It's like way too forced. Now you just wasted a bunch of your nighttime. Chrono back up. Wildcard looking to make the most of it. Triangle smoke heading for Gyro, who's really low.
Oh, but if the Clockwork breaks this, really nicely done. Gets in front of the smoke, gets a good cogs out, probably still die, but much better than the Gyrocopter getting caught. Alone will selfishly take the last hit.
Like a good Zeus should.
True. And immediately MMR Torres comes over because this kind of move usually sets up for a Roshan. But just getting a 5 position wasn't enough in Wildcard's opinion. Maybe to get the Rubik as well. But Annihilate's here, but so are the Centaurs. They immediately stun the Bat Rider, get a Malphus afterwards, and now Annihilate's taking so much damage. He showed up 100% HP. Maybe the Night Stalker could do it, though. Gets on top. This is the Blink Dagger reveal that finally goes to work to killing the Zeus. A big pickup.
Absolutely. You have to find something during this period.
He's going to keep looking for more. At least he's got the Dark Ascension. There's no reason not to just, you know, keep some vision. Maybe eat some of Chen's disciples.
Yoink a little Ursa. Why not? I mean, KBU they're getting some decent network during this time. Like, they're running Wildcard around. Getting the big core Zeus kill is absolutely huge. 3rd death for him. Very nice. Now they're looking bottom. Faceless Void.
Ooh, this is a big pickup. Slowing down his trajectory to that BKB. Just grab him and let MMR Tourist go to work in the river. Grabbed Alex. Alone's gonna TP in though. Clockwork, you're all by yourself, son. Hook shot to the neutrals. He gets away. Nice play.
Saving Private Clockwork.
Oh, and now Zeus? No, they don't have lasso. I don't think they could do this. This is pushing it a little bit too much, but maybe it's Alex who's going a step too far. BKB activated by Annihilate, but he can't really punish the Tusk, not without running into the squad of Wildcard. They're all grouped up.
Yeah, the Zoo is here. Gyro ult to clean it up. This is where Gyro shines. Not a lot of carries would be joining this fight and pushing the Centaur army back. He is top of the network. Did go this fast farm build of, you know, Crystallis, Aghanim Scepter.
And
they're gonna accelerate.
They're slowly changing the economy of this game to their favor. For the first time in a while, the net worth is actually in their favor. But is correct to say that they kind of should be ahead at some point in time, right?
Yeah, I think you want to be ahead with Night Stalker versus Faceless Void if you can help it. And this Roshan is not going to help that. And there's basically no chance to contest it here. That said, this lineup is not as Rosh-centered early on as the last one. Last game we had Ursa taking early Roshans and abusing Aegis versus Doom. This game, the Aegis isn't as good. It's like okay, but okay, son.
He tried to go for the big plays, but Sam was already in place with the Chen creeps. He was blocking it out.
Yeah, that was not even close, but you got to go for what you got to go for. I respect doing it in an elimination game for TI. But that'll mean Aegis to the Faceless Void, which is decent for him. Presents an annoying problem for lassoing him or trying to burst him with Night Stalker, but I still don't think it should stop you from taking the fights you want to take with like your good BKB timings or if Gyro feels strong. I guess triple BKB is what KBU is trying to work towards here. There are decent ways away from it. Gyro defending top.
Once again, just trying to farm up some Eidolons. He has 50 CS over anybody else in the game. That's all from all thanks to Eidolons. So they do defend that tier 2, and they take the bottom tier 1 on the side of KBU, which is not bad work for a lineup that is playing during daytime right now. They're only really going to be... The next point of strength is going to be in 2.5 minutes. Chronosphere. During a BKB of the Bat Rider, is he strong enough to live? He needs to be able to lasso to stop this. Walrus Punch, though, catches him off guard. And now this Night Stalker has jumped in for nothing, perhaps, as Chen, well, he followed in his Night Stalker, but now he's just playing stock. Realm is going to be showing up here. But it's really hard to fight into this. It's not just a 3 versus 5. They still have the Aegis as well on the Faceless Void. And an Enigma that is still waiting in the wings.
It's just so hard to fight into this group up, man.
Yeah.
Like the Chen sustain is enough to keep these heroes alive through the initial duration. Gyro does not want to commit yet. Gyro needs BKB. He needs probably another item after that. It's gonna be tough, man. These fights are just hard. I mean, we've seen it all day. These aura-based scale lineups posed a huge problem for these NA teams. I mean, look at this army. What the hell is this, man? It's every unit under the sun.
I mean, if they didn't have the Gyrocopter answer, I feel like this rally plus Eidolons would just overwhelm them.
Yeah. And the Gyro, he's looked okay this game.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, we haven't seen him really commit to what he wants to do in terms of the team fights, but I'm not sure how much of that is on like him, you know, and just the relative strength of the other heroes. He is getting farmed. He is getting levels. He got the level 15, which gives him the extra flax, which is super big for this hero. Level 20 is like the next big talent, and of course BKB. He's still trying to get the BKB. I want to say Daedalus. I don't even know if you can afford to go Satanic. I think you need real damage in this game.
Chronosphere not up for another 35 seconds, but Aegis for another 2 minutes. So KBU, I'm going to have to make a decision. They're going to just wait out this Aegis entirely, which does also mean waiting out some of this nighttime that's coming up, where they do feel pretty strong.
They are not waiting for anything, man. They want the tickets. They want the tickets to Singapore. Book them. Give them a window seat.
They're going to have to fight for that window seat. If they catch the Night Stalker, keep from that BKB, it'll be really nice for them, and they got him. Good pickup. And Nimbus certainly helping out. I mean, that was a great choice by alone. This Kaya into Aghanims that you were talking about mid lane. Realm just went for it. Did get the tower, yes, and will get the Chen kill, but now Eves, he's going to be able to teleport right on top of Realm. Oh, man.
Didn't even need the chrono.
No, didn't need the chrono, didn't need the black hole.
Not the hero you want to be losing right now. And especially right when nighttime hits. You're still off this BKB for Night Stalker. Your timings to claw back into this game are dwindling fast, and they're getting shut down. And we're going into late game Faceless Void territory. I think everybody watching knows what that means. At least based on today, it does not end well for the opposing team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's KBU. Their lineup scales into late game, but it scales with, like, you having the net worth lead. You know, like if Night Stalker and Bat Rider really want to be fierce competitors at 40 minutes in, they got to be up a good 8K net worth on their opponents and blink away. Oh, run. But the Nimbus allows the snowball to get in range to get the follow-up stun, and MMR Tourist cannot seem to get that BKB. And now Chen again. They went for it. A lasso. They're going to try and burst him down, but the black hole's coming. A 3-man black hole. The lightning raining in on top of it. A turnaround for wild card. They had one shot to be able to kill Eve. One small moment before Devi Lama struck, and it was not good enough.
Trying to take advantage of some slight misstep from Wildcard here. I mean, Night Stalker had his BKB flying out, he gets picked off. Then you're trying to burst his Faceless Void, but of course, when that happens, Enigma has free reign. The one upside in all that is Warden does steal Black Hole. So he lives with it. He has Blink. He has level 2 Black Hole. I mean, if you don't get something done with this, it's like, it feels game lost. So, yeah. Time to make the magic happen, I guess, and turn the Enigma spells against him. It's not going to be easy, though. There's a lot of cancel for him, right? And primarily the Nimbus. Like, if he holds anybody but Zeus, he's just going to get instant Nimbus.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, there's some uphill battles for KBU, that's for sure. A nice pick off here onto Sam. That's a good start for them.
Black hole him for the message. I mean, Nimbus down. Maybe you can smoke and try and use this black hole now.
Well, yeah, Night Stalker's got to eat an ancient creep here.
Gets Titan Sliver too. Nice for Gyro.
Oh, and a double damage. I mean, things are lining up.
Oh, got killed. Okay.
And Dire Eidolon says no. No double damage for you.
This is still time to go. You have your triple BKB. You have Black Hole. Nimbus on cooldown for 10 seconds here.
Oh, yeah. Wildcard knows. They 100% go. Back to the tier 3s. They are huddling back at their base, but they're not afraid of fighting back. Look at that damage that went out. A hook shot into the tier 3s.
That's very deep.
That is... I mean, you say one thing about Chen. Oh, no. They killed Annihilate too. He got him with the Nimbus and the Thunder God's Wrath, and they got the Chronosphere now onto Realm. Oh no, look at Eve. He takes the time to just AFK sit there and tip Realm while he's stuck in the chronosphere.
Well, I don't know if he was BM. I think he got messed up by the shards. Let's not throw too much BM in the pit here, but
Wait, what shard? What shard?
there was a Tusk shard. It blocked him off.
He did it though. Did it?
All right, we'll say he BM'd him. He definitely took a few seconds there to tip him and make him think about his decisions. And Wildcard got to be feeling real good right now. That felt like the one move that if it works, you got a chance, and if it doesn't, I don't know, man. Good luck. I mean, they still have Black Hole. They didn't even get to use it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna time out now. There's only 30 seconds left.
Oh, he's
So I guess
got
you
another
just smoke again.
Yeah, just do it up again. Gyrocopter's back. They're gonna go without
right.
him. And
The
look
Hail
at the
Mary.
drawings. They're literally saying they're running at us. Run back this direction, or not. Maybe they're gonna meet them in the river. They've got the rocket flare onto the Divine Llama Enigma. Warden
Doesn't want to hole him.
sitting inside the pit for now. They're going to get the lasso to pull back Divine Llama. Hook shot onto the Zeus as well. They actually now use the Black Hole on the Enigma to ensure the kill. Clockwork loses life in the meantime. Annihilate does have a BKB.
Everything though.
He's going to have to pop it here. Eve walking into them, does get silenced,
Nice force.
forced out of the silence. He still has a BKB for himself, and that's why he uses it to go back in, trying to chap down MMR Tourist. Without that nighttime, he doesn't run nearly fast enough to get away from the Zeus.
I mean, they got a pretty decent angle. Finding Enigma is pretty nice there because Void doesn't have Chrono, so he's the biggest grab cooldowns wise. They just used everything on him. I mean, the Black Hole at the end, it's going to time out, so it's whatever. But you're using the lasso, you're using your BKB duration and your NS to just commit. It's like so much. There's not a lot left in the tank, and then it turned daytime. And these four staffs and Glimmer, man. This Tusk is super annoying.
Yeah, they're playing a distance game where Annihilate is having a very hard time getting a clean initiation. It seems like every single time he's walking in, and 60% of his HP just goes away before anything really happens.
Ooh, nice
Nice two-man chrono. That'll set up alone. They should be able to clean up both of these kills, no problem. They get some vision of some of the backline too, but nobody else can jump.
This game is fully in Wildcard's control. They don't even need their ults almost at this point, and there's just too many heroes, too many threats to jump at this point, and the damage is... It's all in this Gyrocopter who... He hasn't been able to do anything.
No. I mean, he still isn't to the satanic point that we were talking about where he could survive through maybe some of these big team fight spells because his satanic and his Aghanim Scepter is just automatically going off.
Even if he's surviving, it's like surviving into what? The long fight doesn't necessarily even favor them versus Zeus, Faceless Void with time dilation. Gonna find Enigma on the river again. Does have BKB. Does have Black Hole too.
And he's ready to Black Hole.
Oh, another double damage.
The Zeus is gonna cut him off. He's gonna do a ton of damage in an instant. That TP won't work, sir.
Okay.
Not against Nimbus.
See you later, Gyrocopter. It was nice knowing you.
Oh, well, this is looking like Wildcard on the easy road to a 2-0 at this point against KBU. Gonna move on to the final day of the TI NA qualifiers. Not only just punching their ticket for Singapore, but also giving themselves a shot. 2 series is all they need to be able to get a spot directly into the international and not just to the last chance qualifier.
The hope is alive. The dream's alive. And they're also relieving pressure from themselves. Sammy Boy was talking about having a stand-in last minute for TI quals is no easy task for a captain. They have gotten their stuff together and they've got organized, and Alone is going ham. Maybe 2 ham?
Yeah.
No, he's unkillable.
That is a perfectly well-cooked ham right there.
Yeah, baked, ready to serve.
Jumped into the
Alright,
silence.
Faceless
He
Void
does have
Steve.
an Aegis. He does have a BKB. He's got plenty of options, but they can't even kill him. Oh, stolen
nice chrono.
Chronosphere. Locks down 2. Gyrocopter's going to get some good damage in here. Annihilate's immediately trying to jump and grabs Divine Llama. He wants to be able to stop this Black Hole, but they're getting so many bashes, he can't go anywhere. They can't see him with the Glimmer Cape. He turns around now.
The
Black
Black
Hole's
Hole
up the
too.
Night Stalker. The Black Hole to end the game from Divine Llama.
And end their hopes.
KBU, they had such a long run through this lower brackets. They went almost the full way from the beginning to, well, to this point here. One series shy being able to go to Singapore, though. Congratulations to Wildcard. It is exactly the usual suspects of NA, our top 3 teams, Nouns, Sonics, and Wildcard. Those are going to be your representatives at Singapore.
I mean, the 3 everybody expected, but it definitely took them a while to get there. Nice run from KBU, man. It really sucks to get to that, like, 1 game, 1 series away. You can feel it, you can taste it, and then it's still so far. Now you're just pushed to see it a year from now, you know? That's why these things are rough. It's a full year to get here. And I'm sure it feels amazing for Wildcard to at least guarantee the last chance. Like, going into this, losing your mid, having to replace him, figure out what the hell you want to do with a different hero pool, a different meta, try and build something. You lose and you get dropped down to lower bracket. Maybe you feel worse about that. And still persevering here. You know, maybe NA isn't the toughest competition. I know everyone's going to say that, but let me tell you, TI quals when the pressure's on, no match is easy. Literally no match is easy. It just becomes insanely stressful, insanely chaotic. So props to them for securing their slot and represent us well.
Yeah, we'll see how they represent us and how far they go through the rest of this NA qualifier. But that kind of closes up the day. We just have 2 more matches left for the NA qualifier. That's going to be your lower bracket final. That's going to be Wildcard versus Sonics. Since Sonics did lose to Nouns, and Nouns, well, they did a great job 2-0ing Sonics, but it won't really matter unless they win this grand final. Yeah, otherwise, they're just going to be in the last chance qualifier next to, whoever's stuck in third. So that is going to be the big match for tomorrow. So be sure to tune in. NA qualifier, I think, has been pretty fun to be able to cast. As you said, not necessarily the deepest region, but is getting a lot more experience. And it's definitely still a region that has some good competition. The best of the competition is definitely going to be happening tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching the NA qualifier for the international. We are getting 1 step closer to Singapore, and that final step for NA anyway concludes tomorrow. We'll see you then.